Lin Jishu felt himself sinking in a warm dark mass, unable to tell if it was a dream or something else. The first thing he sensed was a cool touch on his waist, like a smooth solid ribbon slowly encircling him, bringing a tingling sensation that made his scalp crawl. The thing slowly tightened the edges of its scales, gently brushing against the fabric of his clothes, producing a faint rustling sound that in the boundless silence seemed almost intimate. He instinctively tried to move, but found his limbs as if soaked in warm water, too soft to exert any strength. The cold thing climbed up along his waistline, passed over his ribs, and coiled just below his chest. He felt suffocated. In the darkness, he couldn't see the whole picture, only able to trace the massive smooth outline by touch. A huge black python was now using its long cold body to measure his body inch by inch. Its head came around from the side of his neck, its tongue faintly brushing the skin behind his ear, leaving a cool damp trace. Lin Jishu could hear the sound of his own blood pounding in his eardrums, mixed with the whispering rustle of the python's scales rubbing together. My beloved, welcome back. After that, Lin Jishu completely lost consciousness. When Lin Jishu regained consciousness, he felt someone gently patting his face. The next moment, a stream of cool water was poured into his mouth, and he swallowed a few mouthfuls instinctively. Jishu, are you alright? Lin Jishu opened his eyes with effort. His vision was blurred for a long while before slowly clearing. He seemed to be sitting on an empty ground surrounded by nothing but vast emptiness. Only a clear, handsome young man was looking at him with concern. Lin Jishu, still not understanding the situation, was pulled up forcefully by the young man. The young man put Lin Zix's arm over his own neck and supported him. Jishu, almost there. The heavenly stairway is almost finished. Hold on. Heavenly stairway. What heavenly stairway? He felt he had just had a dream, but couldn't remember its content. But the feeling it gave him wasn't very good. Lin Jishu didn't have time to think. He was helped forward, and when he looked up, a dazzling white staircase with no end in sight suddenly appeared in front of him. He finally let out a hoarse question. What is this? The young man thought he was still confused and explained. This is the heavenly stairway to the cultivation world. As long as we pass the last 333 steps, we can reach the cultivation world and become disciples to cultivate immortality. Wah! What cultivation world? Suddenly a memory was forcibly shoved into his mind. The entire 18 years of a boy with the same name and appearance as him appeared in his head. When he opened his eyes again, he could no longer distinguish between illusion and reality. Perhaps it was another him from a parallel world. Lin Jishu finally understood the true identity of the young man in front of him. Luo Yin, his childhood friend. No, it should be the childhood friend of the original owner. Also the protagonist of a novel. Lin Jishu. He had only glanced through it casually at the time. Now the content of the book was blurry in his memory. He only knew it was roughly a cultivation novel. Luo Yin is the protagonist of the book, fated to be extraordinary, with a single-minded desire to cultivate immortality. After entering the cultivation world, he became a disciple of the other protagonist, and the gears of fate began. The final outcome was that the two protagonists defeated the villain. Happy ending. Lin Jishu. What's the difference between knowing this and not knowing it? He didn't remember any important plot, but there was no time to dwell on it now. He had to focus on climbing the stairs. 333 steps. How long would this take? His lungs felt like they were about to burst. Luo Yin was already panting, drenched in sweat. Lin Jishu took his arm and supported him, frowning. Are you okay? Want a rest? How about a rest? Luo Yin shook his head, gasping. No, we can't stop. If we stop, we'll have to start over. We can only rest after passing this section. Lin Jishu thought about it and realized it was true. The entire immortal stairway had 999 steps with a resting platform every 333 steps. If you stop on the stairs for more than 10 breaths, you'll be sent back to the start. Lin Jishu frowned. Isn't this insane? How can an ordinary person climb 333 steps in one go? But in someone else's territory, you have to follow their rules. To avoid being exhausted to death, you have to toe the line, taking a step up just after the 9th breath. After what felt like an eternity, the two of them mechanically repeated the climbing motion, their legs long since numb. Strangely, they didn't encounter a single other person on the way, as if the entire stairway was only for them. Finally stepping onto the last step, the two fell to the ground simultaneously, unable to move. Their lungs were really about to burst. Just then a cool breeze suddenly swept over them. Fatigue instantly dissipated, and the two were injected with vitality, coming back to life. They helped each other stand up, and finally saw the scene before them. The huge square was already crowded with people. They glanced at the newcomers casually, and then ignored them. The two exchanged a look, found a corner with few people, and sat down cross-legged. Lin Jishu finally had a chance to carefully examine the protagonist in front of him. Very handsome features, youthful and spirited, clear eyes, looking like he had never been hardened by society. He looked just like a typical young protagonist. Luo Yin felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and touched his face. What's wrong? Staring at me like you don't know me. Is there something on my face? Lin Jishu snapped out of it, shook his head. Nothing. Back there, thank you for not giving up on me. Luo Yin laughed. What's this? Didn't we agree? No matter what, we won't give up on each other. Well, support each other and ascend to immortality together. Lin Jishu lowered his eyes, not knowing how to tell him that he was no longer the Lin Jishu he knew. Just then a sound of divine music came. The people who were resting heard the sound and stood up, looking into the distance with nervous excitement. Dozens of figures stepped through the air and landed on a high platform, looking down at the crowd. A majestic voice resounded throughout the scene. Congratulations to all for passing the heavenly stairway and earning the qualification to enter the immortal sect. Without further ado, next we will test the spiritual meridians. It seemed the heavenly stairway was just the beginning. To truly enter the immortal sect, testing the spiritual meridians was the first hurdle. The crowd began to line up orderly. Lin Jishu and Luo Yin came late, so they naturally ended up at the back of the line. Being at the back had its advantages. They could observe the process ahead. After watching for a while, Lin Jishu got a general idea. As far as he knew, spiritual meridians were divided into 5 elements, and spiritual roots had 4 grades: low, medium, high, and top. Those with below medium grade spiritual roots would not be kept. The line slowly moved forward, some happy, some worried. After an unknown amount of time, it was finally Luo Yin's turn. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the stone. In an instant, the stone burst into a dazzling golden light. Lin Jishu, being close, squinted from the brightness. Exclamations and praises arose all around, but he felt no waves in his heart. The protagonist, after all, was bound to be extraordinary. The immortal beside them recorded with a trembling voice, top-grade gold spiritual root. On the high platform, the immortals who had been sitting calmly also stirred, whispering among themselves with obvious excitement. Then Lin Jishu witnessed a famous scene only seen in novels and TV dramas. The major sect's immortal masters were vying for the talented disciple. Well, it was exciting. If he were the one, it would probably feel great. He glanced at Luo Yin's expression. Besides a slight blush and barely contained excitement, he was much calmer than expected. As expected of a protagonist, his mindset was different from ordinary people. Such a top-grade gold spiritual root, I will take him. Lin Jishu was lost in thought, drifting off, when he suddenly heard a deep, magnetic voice. The ending tone inexplicably carried a seductive charm that made one's bones feel weak. It gave him a jolt, making him shiver involuntarily. He instinctively looked up, but it was too far away, and through the dark crowd, he couldn't see the face of the person who spoke. Lin Jishu couldn't be bothered to strain his eyes, so he simply looked away. After all, it was the protagonist's story, probably not much to do with him, a minor character. Probably. On the high platform, several sect masters stared at the man who had spoken, surprise flickering in their eyes. A white-bearded elder couldn't help asking, "Aren't you the one who detests taking disciples? Usually forcing you to take a disciple is like taking your life, but now that a genius appears, why are you butting in?" The man was clad in a purple robe, his hair half-deed strands casually falling across his chest. His eyes were narrow and deep, with a charming roguish quality in their shifting gaze. "Peak Lord One, what are you saying?" He let out a slow, leisurely laugh. "You said it yourself. Geniuses are rare. Who can resist a genius? I am no... Besides, he has a gold spiritual root, which is fated to align with my cultivation method." The others were speechless. How shameless. A gold spiritual root is a universal root. It's fated to anyone. They also claim he's fated to them. One person couldn't stand it anymore and said bluntly, "In that case, let this young friend choose for himself and see which sect he wishes to join." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flashed down from the platform. The person next to him cursed shamelessly and leaped down as well. Some chose not to join the scrum. Those remaining on the platform exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Several great powers from the major sects had gone down to compete. As minor sects, they decided not to meddle. The crowd below saw several beams of light suddenly descend and hastily retreated, leaving a large empty space. Then they saw that the rarely seen experts from several sects, who usually appeared only once in a century, were all standing before the gold spiritual root youth. Several great cultivators spoke almost simultaneously. "Young friend, I see you have extraordinary bones. Why not join my sect, and I will teach you a peerless technique." They exchanged glances, sparks flying in their eyes. The first to speak was Peak Lord One. He stroked his beard with a warm smile. "Young friend, I am Wenhenian Peak Lord of the Lingyun sect. Though I dare not claim Lingyun sect is the foremost, our foundation is deep, with inheritance in alchemy, artifacts, talismans, and formations, and we spare no effort in teaching. If you join my sect, I will accept you as a personal disciple, enjoy the treatment of an elder's personal disciple, and receive monthly spirit stones and elixirs according to the chief disciple's share. How about that?" A middle-aged woman beside him laughed and said, "Wenhenian, you're so calculating. Those are already the standard treatment for a personal disciple, and you make it sound so grand. She turned to Luo Yin, her expression softening. I am Yunsu, an elder of the Qinghuan sect. Our sect specializes in the metal element and sword path, which perfectly matches your spiritual route. If you come, I will personally teach you the cloud-breaking sword art. This is an earth-grade, upper-rank technique, which will greatly benefit you. Also, do you have any family at home? If you wish, I can send someone to bring them to the sect and settle them in the immortal city. Hearing this, the expressions of the bystanders shifted slightly. This condition was indeed tempting. Celestial treasures are divided into 3 grades and 4 ranks: human, earth, heaven, lower, middle, upper, and supreme. The fact that Yunsu could offer an earth-grade upper-rank technique was enough to prove how highly she valued Luo Yin. However, Peak Lord Wen snorted disdainfully. When it comes to sword path, you can't claim the top among the sects. Don't forget there's Immortal Lord Wuzong of Tianhing sect. Yunsu's face changed slightly. Old man, are you deliberately picking a fight? Compared to that one looking across the entire cultivation world, can you match him? Or can I? Besides, he never takes disciples. Why bring him up? Peak Lord Wen said, I just can't stand your smug face. You, Yunsu spat. The bystanders sighed helplessly. They're arguing again, and in such a setting. So embarrassing. Seizing the moment, the others also joined in offering attractive terms one after another, hoping to attract Luo Yin. The crowd listened to conditions they had never dared to dream of, and looked at Luo Yin with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lin Jishu quietly stepped back, trying to lower his presence, afraid of being caught up. Meanwhile, Luo Yin in the center, facing the bombardment from so many immortals, was clearly overwhelmed. He pursed his lips, his gaze shifting among the immortals, then instinctively glanced toward Lin Jishu. Lin Jishu. Don't look at me, brother. This is your protagonist's halo, not mine. At this moment, a lazy voice interjected unhurriedly. What a grand gesture you all make, going to such lengths for a mere mortal. The cultivators below looked up, their pupils constricting. Many exclaimed in excitement. It's immortal Lord Fengheng. Peak Lord Wen said irritably, Yu Linzhou, if you have the ability, don't compete with us. Yu Linzhou had already approached, arms crossed with a smirk on his lips. He looked Luo Yin up and down with a playful gaze. Luo Yin shuddered under his stare, as if sensing an inexplicable malice. Yet there was clearly no malice in the man's eyes. Lin Jishu finally saw what the man with such a flamboyant voice looked like. Well, the man looks quite flamboyant too. As he was secretly evaluating, he suddenly saw the man turn his head and look directly at him. Lin Zix's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly lowered his head, feeling a chill. Such dark eyes, like a bottomless abyss that made one want to sink into them and never escape. Yu Linzhou had just felt an impolite gaze on him, but when he looked, he saw only an ordinary mortal youth. Well, his only merit was that he was slightly better looking than an ordinary person. But somehow he looked thin, small, dry, and frail. What a waste of a good face. A dark light flashed in his eyes. He looked again, carefully confirming that the other was truly just an ordinary mortal, not some old monster in disguise. He withdrew his gaze, musing. Interesting, very interesting. Someone dared to look at him like that. Yu Linzhou recalled the look the boy had given him earlier. It was as if the boy was disdainful or unimpressed. He sneered inwardly. A mortal dared to disdain him. Ridiculous. He must have misread it. But just a mortal not worth his attention. Yu Linzhou withdrew his thoughts and turned back to Luo Yin. I am Yu Linzhou. Surely you have heard of my name. Today I will take you as my disciple. Are you willing? He assumed an arrogant posture, never thinking the other would refuse. But Luo Yin did not immediately agree. Instead, he hesitated. Honored immortals, he bit his lip as if making a great decision. I actually came here for Immortal Lord Wuzong. Judging from your expressions, my talent should not be too poor, right? I wonder, would Immortal Lord Wuzong be willing to take me as a disciple? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, exchanging glances with complex expressions. What a bold mortal. Yu Linzhou smirked, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. Another mortal bewitched by Yin Linkang's reputation. Boring. Don't even think about it. For thousands of years, that block of wood, Yin Lingsong, has never taken a disciple. Besides, he didn't even come today. Give up and obediently join my sect and become my disciple. What do you mean by become your disciple? When Henian immediately objected. Clearly he should join my sect. With such measly conditions, you dare to show your face. Young friend, join my sect instead. Young friend, join my sect instead. Luo Yin insisted. I came for Immortal Lord Wuzong. I still want to join his sect. As soon as he said that, the scene turned cold. Lin Jishu sweated for him in his heart. If this weren't the protagonist speaking to these big shots, like that would have gotten him buried 6 feet under long ago. The expressions of the immortals darkened considerably. Who did they think they were? Normally countless supplicants begged to become their disciples, but were rejected. Now they had voluntarily lowered themselves to vie for a mere mortal youth, only to be repeatedly turned down. The smile on Yu Lin's face faded somewhat, his eyes darkening. You look down on me. Luo Yin quickly shook his head. No, it's not that. I came to the immortal sect specifically for Wusong, Immortal Venerable. Enough. Master Wen flicked his sleeve, his once benevolent and gentle demeanor gone, replaced by irritation. Wusong, Immortal Venerable, didn't even come today. Who are you trying to impress with your loyalty? Besides, everyone knows he never takes disciples. You a mere mortal, what makes you think you can catch his eye? Just because you have some talent. Yin Su's face also turned cold. Young friend, I appreciate your aptitude, but no matter how high your talent, you must know your limits. The threshold of Wusong, Immortal Venerable, is not something you can. Whispers arose from the onlookers. Is this kid insane? So many immortals are scrambling to take him in, and he's still not satisfied. He really doesn't know how lucky he is. Wusong, Immortal Venerable, is a legendary figure. He actually dares to think about that. Lin Jishu listened to the surrounding comments, glanced at Luo Yin, who stood pale-faced yet stubborn in the center, and silently sighed to himself. Why bother? With such high talent, he could become a person of prominence in any sect. Why insist on a single path? Was this the bond between the protagonist show and the protagonist gong? He didn't understand. Just as the crowd was buzzing, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from the heavens. Everyone fell silent almost simultaneously. Lin Jishu felt a weight on his shoulders, his knees nearly buckling. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, crouching down to avoid embarrassment. Those beside him were not so fortunate, dropping to their knees with a series of thuds. Yulinzhou caught a glimpse of him, small and thin like a little rabbit, crouching and curling into a ball, and a flicker of amusement sparkled in his eyes. This kid was rather cute. Everyone instinctively looked up. At the edge of the sky, a streak of white light shot toward them, arriving in the blink of an eye. The white light dissipated, and a figure descended from the air. White robes, ink-black hair, eyes as cold as snow that had never melted for 10,000 years. The moment he landed, the temperature of the entire square seemed to drop several degrees. The members of several minor sects instantly stood up, heads bowed in reverence. Even the immortals wore expressions of shock and uncertainty. Yulin's previously lazy expression vanished. He stared at the newcomer, eyes narrowing slightly. Yin Lingsong, you actually came out of seclusion at this time. Wusong, Immortal Venerable Yin Lingsong, the legendary #1 in the cultivation world. It was said he was only one step away from ascension. The crowd watched as the legendary, aloof, cold-faced, Immortal Venerable walked straight toward Luo Yin. Luo Yin stood frozen in place, unable to speak, whether from excitement or fear. Yin Lingsong stopped before him, looked down, and his voice, like his appearance, was as cold as flowing ice. You have a supreme grade gold spiritual root. Luo Yin nodded vigorously, his voice trembling slightly. Yes. Are you willing to become my disciple? The moment these words were spoken, Lin Jishu heard a collective intake of breath around him. Wusong, Immortal Venerable, who never took disciples, had made an exception today. What made that person so special? Luo Yin's eyes reddened with excitement. He immediately knelt and bowed, his voice quivering. Disciple Luo Yin pays respects to master. Yulinzhou watched Luo Yin accept the master without hesitation, contrasting it with his own repeated rejections, and felt a pang of displeasure. He forced a smile and looked at Yin Lingsong. Congratulations. Yin Lingsong responded with a cold, Yulinzhou. Pretentious bastard. The farce finally came to an end. The crowd had seen enough excitement. Envious, jealous, sighing gazes all around. But the show was over. The line moved again, and the spiritual pulse testing continued. Now it was Lin Zix's turn. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the spirit stone. A faint green light slowly emerged, but it was very dim. Compared to the dazzling golden light of Luo Yin just now, it was like a flickering candle, and the recording immortal glanced up, his voice flat. Would spiritual root low grade. Poor aptitude, not eligible for entry. Lin Jishu withdrew his hand. He couldn't describe his feelings. Disappointment was certainly there. After all, he had come, and who wouldn't want to cultivate immortality? But he also felt a sense of relief. Not being able to enter was finer. It would keep him away from all this trouble and let him live a few more years. However, he was willing, but someone else was not. Luo Yin was shocked that Lin Jishu had not passed. How could this be? Jishu was smarter and more diligent than him. How could he have a low-grade spiritual root? Seeing Lin Jishu about to leave, Luo Yin panicked and shouted, wait. Everyone turned to look at Luo Yin, wondering what stunt he was about to pull. Luo Yin turned to Yin Lingsong, his eyes full of pleading. Master Jishu is my best friend. Can you give him a chance? Even if it's just as an outer disciple. Before Yin Lingsong could speak, the nearby Master Wen couldn't hold back. What do you think this sect is? A place to stuff any random cat or dog. Lin Jishu. Say what you will, but at his age resorting to personal attacks was uncivilized. Luo Yin ignored him, reaching into his bosom to pull out a sword tassel. Yin Linkang's gaze fell on the tassel, his expression turning serious. Where did you get this sword tassel? Luo Yin looked up. Master, do you remember being saved by a child 10 years ago? You said then that if I came to you with this sword tassel, you would grant me one request. A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Lingkang's eyes, and his usually stern face softened slightly. So it was you. He paused for a moment, then said slowly, are you sure you want to use this request to get him into the sect? Luo Yin nodded without hesitation. I'm sure. The expressions of everyone present changed. A promise from an immortal venerable. What could it not be? Gold, silver treasures, high-level techniques, top-grade artifacts. Anything could be exchanged. Using it to get a person with a low-grade spiritual root into the sect was like trading the imperial jade seal for a cabbage. Yin Lingsong looked at him and finally spoke. Fine, I will take him as an outer disciple. The moment these words were spoken, the gazes directed at Lin Jishu shifted. Although it was only an outer disciple, it was an outer disciple under Wuzong, immortal venerable. The weight of that title was incomparable to that of an ordinary disciple. This person with only a low-grade spiritual root, barely more than a mortal, had such incredible luck. Some who were more talented than Lin Jishu, but less fortunate, looked at him with envy. Lin Jishu panicked. Wait, I never said I wanted to join the sect. Everyone, are you two brothers both insane? One was willing to risk everything to join Wuzong, immortal venerable, and the other had an opportunity and still refused. Give this chance to us. Yin Lingsong was also somewhat surprised. You don't wish to become my disciple. Luo Yin said nervously. Jishu, we agreed to join the immortal sect together and cultivate together. Lin Jishu interrupted him. We did agree, but plans change, don't they? I have no talent. Joining the sect would only drag you down. Luo Yin became anxious. But entering the immortal sect is the only chance. If you don't, you'll have no opportunity at all. Yulinzhou, who had been watching the two display their brotherly affection, suddenly curled his lips and spoke slowly. I wonder if you're truly naive or just pretend. You yourself are exceptionally gifted, taken as a personal disciple by Yin Lingsong. Yet your friend here is mediocre in talent. By dragging him into the sect, do you want him to watch you bask in the spotlight every day while he remains a nobody? He paused, his smile deepening. What a malicious scheme. Luo Yin's face instantly turned pale. No. Jishu, you must believe me. Ooh, I never meant that. Lin Jishu nodded. I believe you. He certainly believed Luo Yin. How could the protagonist have any ill intentions? Besides, both in the original story and in his memory, Luo Yin was truly a good person. Moreover, Yulinzhou didn't seem like a good person at all. He was full of cunning. In comparison, Lin Jishu naturally knew whom to trust. Seeing his provocation fail, Yulinzhou pouted in boredom. Then, as if struck by an idea, his eyes flickered, and he said, since you two are so devoted to each other, I am deeply moved. Suddenly I can't bear to see you part. How about? He looked at Lin Jishu. I take you as my disciple. Once you become my disciple, I will naturally teach. Isn't that better than being an outer disciple? Luo Yin's eyes lit up. Really? Yulinzhou, of course. I find this young friend quite agreeable, so I willingly take him as my disciple. I and Yin Lingsong are both from Tianning sect. We're in the same sect. You'll be able to see each other often, so there's no need to part. Yun Su frowned. This is inappropriate. In just a few words, Lin Zix's fate was decided. No one asked for his opinion. Or perhaps they simply didn't care about his. If they're capable, let them come and beg me to take them as disciples. Yun Su. Tisk still the same stubborn temper. She wasn't from Tianhing sect anyway. Why was she worrying about this? In just a few words, Lin Zix's fate was decided. No one asked for his opinion. Or perhaps they simply didn't care about his wishes. Lin Jishu stood there watching the few people chatter and make decisions for him with only one thought in his mind. This really sucks. Indeed, gratification was reserved for the protagonist, while minor supporting characters like him were utterly ignored. Yulinzhou squinted at Lin Jishu like a fox and beckoned him with a finger. Come pay your respects now. Luo Yin looked at him expectantly. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Yulinzhou had already been rejected by Luo Yin. If he refused again, he had a feeling the man would truly get angry. Then he would take his anger out on him. Lin Jishu sighed, inwardly resigned to his fate, and bowed. Disciple Lin Jishu pays respects to master. Yulinzhou smiled with satisfaction, leaned in, and lifted his chin with a finger, his voice low and seductive. Good disciple, from now on obediently listen to your master, and he'll cherish you. Drawing closer, he noticed that although the boy was pale and frail-looking, his eyelashes were long, thick, and dense like two little fans trembling slightly. Lin Jishu lowered his eyelids, his tone calm. Thank you, master. This old rogue. He'd have to be careful from now on. Regardless, the disciple-taking ceremony was finally over. Luo Yin left with Yin Lingsong looking back at Lin Jishu reluctantly, his eyes filled with both joy and worry. He took a step, turned back, 3 times dawdling. Eventually, Yin Lingsong simply grabbed him and carried him away. Lin Jishu stood there watching them leave, then turned to look at his chief. Yulinzhou tossed out a "follow me" and vanished in a flash of light. Lin Jishu stood there buffeted by the wind, expressionless. Had this man forgotten that he couldn't fly? Fortunately, the thought had barely formed when the purple figure flew back in an instant. Yulinzhou landed before him showing rare exasperation. Forgot you can't fly. He sighed, wearing an expression of great sacrifice. Fine, I'll make an exception. You should know your master has never carried a man before. Before Lin Jishu could react, he scooped him up horizontally. Suddenly airborne, Lin Jishu instinctively wrapped his arms around Yulin's neck. Yulinzhou looked down at him with a light laugh. Though I know him quite charming, I have no interest. Lin Jishu stared at him blankly, saying nothing. Humph. Yulinzhou waited a moment, but seeing no expected reaction, he grew bored. You're a dull child, won't even give your master a response. Not as interesting as that friend of yours. Lin Jishu can't be bothered with you. Soon they landed before a courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, lush with plants and flowers, and serene. Yulinzhou set him down. You'll stay here for now. You're my only disciple. There are no strict rules, so feel free to be at ease. Oh, and he produced a token from his hand and handed it over. If you need anything, take this token to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and fetch it. I have matters to attend to, will take my leave. Lin Jishu quickly called out, wait, but Yulin's figure had already vanished. Lin Zix's hand holding the token froze in midair and the corner of his mouth twitched. You could at least tell me where the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion is. And he hadn't even asked how to find him. Lin Zix's hand holding the token froze in midair and the corner of his mouth twitched. You could at least, it seemed the courtyard had never been occupied, but it wasn't dirty or messy. Probably some formation kept everything clean. Today's events had been too overwhelming, his nerves were frayed. Just as he lay down on the bed to rest, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind, followed by a voice. Congratulations, host, binding successful. You have entered Tianhing sect. The main storyline is now officially underway. Please prepare yourself for the challenges ahead. If the host has any doubts, you may converse with the system in your mind. The system will answer them. Startled, Lin Jishu sat up abruptly. What kind of system are you? What plot am I supposed to follow? Can I skip it? System, alright, I will answer each question. This system is a plot assistance system number 12386, or the host may give me a name. System, this world evolved from a novel. The host is an important supporting character in the book. Due to a system error, a crack appeared between two spaces, causing an emergency pause in the world. System, the host accidentally fell into the crack and lived in another world for over 20 years. After urgent repairs, the crack has been sealed, and the host has been pulled back to the original position. System, not following the plot is not an option. Excessive deviation will cause the world to collapse, and the host will be completely erased. Lin Jishu remained expressionless. What's with that, he? Do you think you're cute? So, I am the Lin Jishu of this world. System, yes indeed. Lin Jishu gave a cold laugh. Indeed, my ass. This accident was your fault. Shouldn't I receive compensation? System, hey, erase the thing. Although the accident occurred, you weren't harmed. So the compensation the system gives you is allowing you to retain the memories of the other world when you return here, and sending me to assist you. As long as you follow the plot to the ending, the system will help you escape the fate of death, and you will be free. Lin Jishu, that's it. No other more impressive golden finger. System, I am your golden finger. Lin Jishu, what use are you? System, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the latest generation AI intelligence system from the Heavenly Tao Group, with powerful functions and a wide range of uses. System, you can think of me as an encyclopedia. I know everything and can answer all your questions. Lin Jishu knew he had already gained much, and he was fairly satisfied with this system. In the original novel, he was Luo Yian's childhood friend. As happened today, he was a talentless waste, and Luo Yian used a token from Yen Lingsong. In the original novel, he was Luo Yian's childhood friend. As happened today, he was a talentless waste, and Luo Yian used a token from Yen Lingsong. In the original novel, he was Luo Yian's childhood friend. As happened today, he was a talentless waste, and Luo Yin used a token from Yen Lingsong to plead for him, allowing him to enter Yen Linkang's tutelage. Afterward, the original character watched Luo Yin grow step by step, admired and radiant, and develop possessiveness due to Luo Yin's unique favor. Later, because love was unrequited, he gradually turned dark. As everyone knows, competing with the male lead gong for the man leads to no good end. Thus, he was pierced through the heart by the male lead gong and died cleanly. Later, because love was unrequited, he gradually turned dark. As everyone knows, competing with the male lead gong for the man leads to no good end. Thus, he was pierced through the heart by the male. 10 years ago, while chasing a beast about to reach the divine beast level, he fell into a trap and paid a tremendous price to kill it. Afterwards, severely wounded and unconscious, he was saved by a young Luo Yin, avoiding being devoured by wild beasts. When Yen Lingsong awoke, as thanks, he gave Luo Yin the sword tassel from his own sword and promised that when Luo Yin grew up and came to find him, he would fulfill one condition. At first, his feelings for Luo Yin were purely those of a master toward a disciple. But a master-disciple story is never straightforward. In the later stages, it was only natural that he was slapped in the face, moved by the protagonist's show, and his mortal heart stirred. After a dramatic reversal of fortunes where the pursuer became the one who suffered, the two achieved their rightful union and were together. Apart from that, there was another important character. Yulinzhou. Lin Zix's eyes slightly widened when he saw that name. He wasn't wrongly accused that this person was indeed not a good man. He was the antagonist boss in the original novel. A mortal enemy of Yen Lingsong, his life's mission was to take everything Yen Lingsong had. This included not only objects, but also people. From Lin Zix's perspective, Yulinzhou always used the protagonist show as a tool. Even if he accidentally developed a slight interest later, it was not much. In the end, when his forceful seizure failed, he turned into a demon and was ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of the male leads. Lin Jishu continued reading and saw Yulin's his setting. Oh, this antagonist boss was no ordinary person. He carried the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast Bash. According to the classic of mountains and seas, the Bash swallows an elephant, and after 3 years its bones are expelled. If a gentleman consumes it, he will have no heart or abdominal ailments. Its colors are cyan, yellow, red, and black. One version says it is a black snake with a cyan head. However, by Yulin's generation, the bloodline had declined and thinned. He was at most a divine-grade black snake. And this secret was unknown to everyone. In the original novel, it was only revealed at the very end. Lin Jishu. Damn, he seemed to have learned a terrible secret. He would rather not have read it. He had always wondered why Yulin's eyes were so much darker than normal. When they met his gaze, the darkness was almost frightening. Great, his acting skills weren't good. What if he slipped up when he saw Yulinzhou later? After all, that man clearly had plenty of tricks up his sleeve and wouldn't be easy to fool. Lin Jishu, system, can you extract a portion of my memory? System, sorry, that function is not available yet. Lin Jishu sighed, just as he thought. Then a thought struck him, and he asked, you said earlier that deviation from the plot would cause the world to collapse, and I would be erased. So if I hadn't entered Tianhing sect today, I would have been erased. System, in theory, yes. Would I also die if I joined a different sect from Luo Yen? System, in theory, yes. System, because many plot events must occur within Tianhing sect. If the host joined another sect and couldn't reach the protagonist in time to follow the plot, it might be judged as deviation and lead to erasure. Lin Jishu felt a chill in his heart. So he really had to thank Luo Yin properly. If not for him, he might have refused to join the sect and died for no reason. But who could have thought that not joining a sect would lead to being erased? This is your mistake, isn't it? Why did you come so late? I almost died. System, I'm sorry, it was my mistake that nearly caused the host's death. My sincere apologies. I will be more careful next time. Lin Jishu, that's it. System, are you dissatisfied, host? I have other apology phrases. I'm so sorry I was careless and overlooked your feelings. It's my fault. Lin Jishu, tell me the truth, do you know an AI idiot named Do? System, sorry, not familiar. Lin Jishu, as if I believe you. Yulinzhou returned to his residence and set up a barrier enveloping the entire courtyard. After that, the usual charming and seductive smile on his face gradually faded away. When he didn't smile, his features were actually very sharp. High brow bones, sharp jawline, and a pair of deep black eyes devoid of any warmth, like 2 pieces of ink jade submerged in a cold pool. He sat cross-legged in the center of the meditation room, turned his hand, and took out a black scale. The scale was only the size of a palm, entirely pitch black with a cold gleam along its edges. Yulinzhou squeezed out a drop of blood and let it fall onto the scale. The moment the blood droplet touched the scale's surface, it was silently absorbed. After a moment, a faint wisp of aura emerged from the scale, drifting and wavering. The aura circled in the air several times before vaguely pointing towards the south. Yulin's gaze followed that direction, and the corners of his mouth grabbed. Yulinzhou squeezed out a drop of blood and let it fall onto the scale. The moment the blood droplet touched the scale's surface, it was silently absorbed. After a moment, a faint wisp of aura emerged from Yulinzhou lowered his eyes, staring at the scale on his lap, and remained silent for a long time. Then in an instant his pupils contracted sharply, turning into the vertical pupils unique to cold-blooded animals. Those eyes glowed faintly in the dim meditation room like a giant python hidden deep in the grass, finally shedding all its disguise. He slowly rubbed the surface of the scale with his fingertips twice, then turned his hand and put it away. The vertical pupils gradually returned to their normal human shape. Yulin's lips curled into a slight arc again, but the smile did not reach his eyes. No matter. There will be plenty of time. Lin Jishu awoke early in the morning. After a quick tidying up, he stepped out and took a stroll around the valley. Having completed his circuit, Lin Jishu had to admit that Yulin's territory was indeed refreshing. Refreshing was an understatement. It was practically desolate. Lin Jishu walked along the stone path for a quarter of an hour without encountering a single soul. The entire peak seemed as if it had been rented out exclusively by Yulinzhou. The only sounds were the rustling of wind through the bamboo grove and his own footsteps. No way. He stood in an open space, his mouth twitching. Such a vast place, and not even a sweeper. He recalled that when Yu Linzhou left yesterday, he had mentioned having only one disciple. At the time, Lin Jishu thought his chief master was being modest. Now it seemed he was speaking the plain truth. Indeed, there was only one disciple, not a single extra person. Standing on the empty stone path, gazing at the distant rolling sea of clouds, a very practical question surfaced in Lin Zix's mind. So where was breakfast to be found? The valley was enormous, and after wandering for a long time, Lin Jishu still couldn't find the exit. He stood at the end of the stone path, looked up at the sky, and fell silent for a moment. Was he supposed to fly out? But he couldn't fly. And he was genuinely hungry, not to mention lost. Such a huge place without even a single signpost. It was terribly user-unfriendly. He found a rock to sit on and sighed. Perhaps heaven finally heard his plea, for in the distance a man in blue robes appeared. Lin Zix's spirits lifted, and he was about to speak when the man walked past him without a sideways glance, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. Lin Jishu. These cultivators here were truly arrogant. With no other choice, he took the initiative to call out, "Senior brother ahead, please wait a moment." The man was startled and whipped around. Who spoke? Lin Jishu quietly stood up. "Senior brother, greetings. I am a new disciple, Lin Jishu. May I ask how to address you?" The man looked at him, clearly taken aback. Oh, so you're a new junior brother. Hello, I'm Jiang Che. Only then did he seem to realize something, his expression turning wary. He said sternly, "No, wait. Which elder's disciple are you? How did you get here? Don't you know this place is off limits?" Lin Jishu. I am a newly accepted disciple of Fengheng, Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chi's eyes widened, and he looked Lin Jishu up and down in disbelief. You? He stepped closer, circled around Lin Jishu, but no matter how he scrutinized him, he couldn't see what ability this person had to be taken as a disciple by Fengheng, Immortal Venerable. In fact, to Jiang Che, this person seemed absurdly weak. The reason he hadn't noticed him earlier was that the man practically had no spiritual energy fluctuation. Ignoring the scrutiny, Lin Jishu asked directly, "Senior brother, I was wondering how to get out of here. Is there a place to eat? Also, I need to buy some daily necessities. Could you tell me where to find them?" Jiang Che, though still bewildered that Fengheng Immortal Venerable had taken such a useless disciple, was warm-hearted at core and answered earnestly, "Each peak is separated by barriers. Without a token, you can't leave. And you probably can't fly or ride a sword, right? Even if you could leave the peak, you wouldn't be able to travel through the air." Lin Jishu nodded. Not to mention sword riding. He had never even touched a sword. Most disciples of Tianheng sect have long achieved abstinence from food. Nobody eats. If you haven't, you'll have to cook for yourself. As for buying things, Jiang Che looked into the distance. You'll have to go to the city outside Tianheng sect. There's a market there. But some things can't be bought with gold or silver. You'll need spirit stones or barter. Junior brother, you just arrived. You probably have no spirit stones, right? Lin Jishu nodded honestly. Indeed, I don't. But I only want to buy some food and mortal items, so spirit stones shouldn't be necessary. The trouble was just getting out. He would need someone to guide him. Jiang Che seemed to understand his predicament and chuckled. I need to deliver something to Fengheng Immortal Venerable shortly. If you're not in a hurry, wait for me a bit, and he'll take you down the mountain. I also need to go to the market for some things. Lin Jishu breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thank you, senior brother Jiang." Jiang Che waved his hand. "No trouble. You're unlucky to have been taken as a disciple by Fengheng Immortal Venerable. Don't be fooled by his ever-smiling, debonair demeanor. Those of us who know him well understand that he is the most reclusive. I suppose Fengheng Immortal Venerable didn't tell you the rules of Tianheng sect, did he? Lin Jishu nodded. Not only did he not teach anything, he only spoke 2 sentences before vanishing. Walking and talking, Jiang Che gave Lin Jishu a rough overview of Tianheng sect. The entire sect comprised 1 main peak, 5 secondary peaks, and countless subsidiary peaks. The sect had a grandmaster along with numerous peak masters, elders, and steward immortals. On ordinary days, each attended to their duties and cultivated on their own grounds, only gathering at the main peak for major events. Among these people, Fengheng Immortal Venerable is the most unique. Jiang Che continued as they walked. His Chiyu peak is the farthest from the main peak, and he never takes disciples, not even a steward. So when I heard he had accepted you, I was truly astonished. Lin Jishu twitched the corner of his mouth. Did you think I wanted this? Jiang Che didn't notice his expression and went on. But I think since the Immortal Venerable was willing to take you, you must have some outstanding quality. Senior brother flatters me. Lin Jishu quickly changed the subject. May I ask which peak you belong to, senior brother? Do you often deliver things to my master? I'm a disciple of Dan Peak, Jiang Che said. Our elder Xianxing has a good relationship with Fengheng Immortal Venerable and often sends me to deliver pills. While Lin Jishu listened intently, the 2 of them unconsciously arrived outside Yu Lin's courtyard. The gate was tightly shut with a barrier set outside. A translucent light screen rippling faintly, obscuring the view inside. Jiang Che stopped, cleared his throat, and called out loudly, "Immortal Venerable, I've come to deliver your pills." They'll leave them outside. With that, he placed a small cloth pouch on the stone step by the gate and turned to leave. Lin Jishu was stunned. Was that it? The delivery was done. Just then a lazy voice came from within the courtyard. Ji is here too. Where are you two off to? Lin Zix's expression froze. Ji. Who? Was he referring to him? Jiang Che was startled and quickly bowed. Lin Jishu, with no choice, also lowered his head. Immortal venerable master. Jiang Che explained, junior brother Lin needs to go down the mountain to buy some things. I happened to meet him, so I'm taking him along. There was a moment of silence inside, then a light laugh tinged with realization. Oh, it's been so long since I've dealt with people that I forgot. Ji is still immortal. As the words fell, a pouch was tossed out from within the barrier, landing precisely in Lin Zix's arms. The pouch was about the size of a palm, presumably the legendary storage pouch. You Lin's his lazy voice rang out again. There are some spirit stones inside along with some pills and talismans. Go play with them. Lin Jishu. Thank you, master. The two left the courtyard, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim along the way, Fengheng Immortal Venerable is truly generous, giving you an entire storage pouch full of things. When I first joined the Dan Peak, Elder Xianqing only gave each of us a bottle of pills and a few spirit stones. Lin Jishu listened, not knowing how to respond, and merely smiled. He scratched his head a little sheepishly. My flying art hasn't been perfected yet, so I can't carry anyone. They'll have to trouble you, junior brother. He scratched his head a little sheepishly. My flying art hasn't been perfected yet, so I can't carry anyone. They'll have to trouble you, junior brother, to ride the paper crane. Lin Jishu said, senior brother, what are you saying? If I hadn't run into you, I wouldn't even have been able to get down the mountain today, and I might have gone hungry. Jiang Chen smiled, formed a hand seal, and the paper crane unfurled in the wind, growing several times larger in the blink of an eye, stopping steadily before the two of them. With Jiang Chen's help, Lin Jishu climbed onto the crane. He touched its body. It felt like paper, but once seated it was extremely stable, not moving an inch. Jiang Chen cast a small barrier around him to block the wind at high altitude, then flew beside him on his sword. The paper crane rose steadily. Lin Jishu looked down. Mount Chiyue grew smaller and smaller beneath them. The wind was blocked by the barrier, leaving only a faint hum, like listening to the wind through a window. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. No matter how stable the paper crane was, it was still made of paper. He clamped his legs around the crane's neck, and his fingers unconsciously tightened on the folds of its neck. Yet amid the tension, there was a wondrous feeling. This was his first time traveling through the clouds. He had often taken airplanes before, but it was completely different from this. No barrier around him, able to perceive all the scenery. Peak after peak swept beneath them, some capped with snow, others covered in lush green with clouds and mist winding among them. Occasionally a few figures flying on swords streaked across the distance like shooting stars. Junior brother Lin, how do you feel? Jiang Chen, riding his sword beside him, smiled, and asked when he noticed Lin had been silent for a while. Lin Jishu withdrew his gaze. It's a very wondrous feeling. Jiang Chen chuckled. Everyone feels that way the first time. You'll get used to it. Look to the right. That tallest one is the main peak, the sect leader's dojo. Lin Jishu looked in the direction he pointed. A towering peak pierced the clouds, shrouded in a faint golden light, so solemn that one dared not gaze too long. Lin Jishu was more curious about where Yin Linkang's domain was. I heard that Wucang Immortal Venerable prefers peace and quiet. Which immortal peak is his? Jiang Chen pointed to a peak covered in snow. Wucang Peak is there. After seeing it, Lin Jishu for some reason did not feel surprised. He wondered if the inside was as cold as the surface, and whether Luo Yin could adapt to it. The paper crane continued forward, passing through several layers of thin clouds, and the view opened up before them. The city at the foot of the mountain gradually revealed its outline. The two landed at the boundary outside the city. Jiang Chen put away his flying sword, and Lin Jishu climbed down from the paper crane. At the city gate stood two guards in armor, swords hanging at their waists, their sharp eyes scanning the passing pedestrians. Jiang Chen seemed to be a frequent visitor, already familiar with the guards. He stepped forward, greeted them naturally, and showed his token. The guard glanced at it, nodded, then swept his eyes over Lin Jishu. Seeing he was with Jiang Chen, he didn't ask further and let them through. Lin Jishu followed Jiang Chen inside. His eyes brightened as a wave of clamor rushed toward him like a floodgate opening. The wide street was lined with shops and stalls, some selling magical artifacts and pills commonly used in the cultivation world, others simply selling mortal food. Cultivators and mortals mingled together in a bustling crowd. Jiang Chen turned around and said, Junior brother, I need to go to the medicine shop to find some herbs. Why don't you go buy food and supplies first? We can arrange a meeting spot later. Lin Jishu nodded. All right, I'll trouble you, senior brother. Jiang Chen pulled out a small jade slip from his sleeve and handed it to him. Take this. If you run into trouble, crush it, and he'll sense it. By the way, some unscrupulous stall owners love to cheat newcomers like you who don't know anything. Don't be greedy for bargains, or you'll suffer a great loss. Lin Jishu knew he was worried about him and nodded gratefully. After parting with Jiang Chen, Lin Jishu walked along the main street for a while and soon saw a restaurant. Lin Jishu couldn't wait to go in. He had been hungry for a whole day. If he didn't eat soon, he would really faint. The waiter with a white cloth draped over his shoulder greeted him cheerfully. "How many guests, sir?" "There are still private seats upstairs." "Just one. They'll sit downstairs." Lin Jishu found a corner seat by the window and took the menu. Most of the dish names were incomprehensible to him. Things like jade marrow soup and lingji brew, each name more intimidating. He simply stopped the waiter and asked directly if there was any food for ordinary people. The waiter didn't show any unusual expression and promptly listed a few home-style dishes. Lin Jishu ordered a roast chicken, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of rice. The dishes arrived quickly, and the taste was even more delicious than he had imagined. Perhaps because of the abundant spiritual energy here, the ingredients were exceptionally fresh and flavorful. The hot rice paired with tender chicken, one bite made him feel truly alive again. He ate while listening to the surroundings. At a nearby table, a few rogue cultivators were discussing the recent price increase of beast materials, talking about cultivation topics he only half understood. After finishing his meal, Lin Jishu called the waiter to settle the bill. The moment he heard the price, he could barely keep his composure. "How much did you say?" "Sir, 1 roast chicken, 1 plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and 1 bowl of spirit rice. Total 10 taels of silver." The waiter repeated with a full. Lin Jishu fell silent. The taste was indeed delicious, but the price was equally beautiful. For just these few items, it actually cost 10 taels of silver. Yet he searched through all the pockets of his original body and only found 5 taels of loose silver. And those 5 taels had been saved up over more than a decade of frugal living. The waiter's smile still hung on his face, but his eyes had gradually changed, morphing into a wary look that said, "You're not planning to dine and dash, are you?" Lin Jishu felt that if he hesitated a few more seconds, the waiter would call for help. He quickly reached for the storage pouch at his waist and pulled out a spirit stone. As soon as he took out the spirit stone, the waiter's expression did an obvious 180-degree turn. The earlier expression of someone ready to roll up his sleeves and fight vanished, instantly replaced by a fawning smile that nearly bloomed. "Oh my, so you're paying with a spirit stone, sir? Please wait a moment, you'll get your change right away." Lin Jishu couldn't tell the value of a spirit stone, so he just handed one over. Then he watched as he gave one, and the waiter returned a whole pile of change. Lin Jishu thought, "I see. The spirit stone that cheap master gave him must be of high value. Thank you, master, otherwise I would really have been left here to work off the debt." Lin Jishu settled the bill and exited the tavern. Unbeknownst to him, 2 individuals exchanged a glance and stealthily trailed after him. He meandered through the bazaar, acquiring most of the necessities he required. Just as he was about to rendezvous with Jiang Che at their agreed meeting point, 2 men blocked his path, one in front, one behind. Bystanders quickly distanced themselves upon witnessing the scene. Lin Jishu halted abruptly, eyeing the newcomers warily. "What do you want?" The duo before him, one tall, one stout, seemed vaguely familiar. He racked his memory and recalled glimpsing them at the tavern, seated at an oblique table across from him. The tall man flashed a genial smile and spoke in an amicable tone. "Taoist friend, no need to be alarmed. We bear no ill intentions. At the tavern, my companion and I were struck by your generous spending and felt a surge of admiration. We wish to make your acquaintance." Lin Jishu furrowed his brow, silently cursing his own carelessness. As a newcomer utterly ignorant of local customs, he had recklessly displayed his wealth while paying oblivious to the principle of keeping one's riches concealed. Evidently, upon returning, he would need to thoroughly study the basic tenets of the cultivation world. Yet it was hardly his fault. No one had taught him to appraise the value of spirit stones, and his youth made him an easy target. Lin Jishu's expression remained impassive. "No need. I'm not interested in making friends. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." He made to leave, but the 2 men flanked him, blocking his path. "Don't rush off, Taoist friend." The tall man dropped his pretense, lowering his voice. "To be honest, I possess a treasure. Would you care to take a look?" Not interested, Lin Jishu fixed his gaze on him. "Move aside." Clearly the pair hadn't anticipated such stubbornness. In the cultivation world, they dared not provoke just anyone, but assessing Lin Jishu's coarse attire and the naive air that marked him as a fresh arrival, his lavish spending seemed inexplicable. They couldn't fathom where he'd acquired his spirit stones. They had hoped to intimidate him into parting with some wealth, but this youth was proving unexpectedly vigilant, impervious to both coaxing and coercion. The stout man grew impatient, shoving the tall one aside and barking gruffly, "Why waste words with him? Kid, we brothers deign to do business with you. Count yourself lucky. Don't bite the hand that feeds you." Staggered from the shove, the tall man still wished to avoid escalation. He shot the stout man a glare, then forced another smile. "Taoist friend, what I have is truly exceptional. Pass up this opportunity and you'll never see another like it. The price is guaranteed to be fair. You will be thoroughly satisfied." Lin Jishu watched their performance. one playing the good cop, the other the bad, and realized they were prepared and would not release him easily. Isolated and outmatched, a direct confrontation would be unwise. Suppressing his irritation, he asked flatly, "What is it?" The tall man's eyes lit up. He hurriedly retrieved a cloth bundle from his bosom, unwrapping layer after layer with a conspiratorial air, as if unveiling a rare treasure. When the last tattered cloth fell away, it revealed a hideous stone, drab, fist-sized, pockmarked, a thing that would go unnoticed even if discarded by the roadside. Linjishu. Was that it? If one intended to swindle, at least they should package the item convincingly, shouldn't they? Yet the tall man showed no embarrassment. Instead, his expression grew solemn. Taoist friend, do not judge by its humble appearance. This is a celestial stone left over from the ancient war between immortals and demons 1,000,000 years ago. It contains boundless energy, priceless beyond measure. Lin Jishu replied coldly, "Then why don't you keep it for yourselves?" The tall man prepared for this sighed with feigned regret. "Alas, our cultivation is insufficient to unlock its mysteries. Thus we must find a destined one. At the tavern I glimpsed you and felt instantly that this stone, this celestial stone, was fated to be yours." He paused as if summoning immense resolve, and said with pain, "For such a karmic bond, I will reluctantly part with it for a mere 100 high-grade spirit stones. What do you say?" "Not a chance." Lin Jishu sneered inwardly. Earlier at the tavern, when he paid with a fine spirit stone, the server had returned a heap of inferior, smaller stones. Clearly the exchange rate between high-grade and low-grade spirit stones was exorbitant. A single low-grade spirit stone already held considerable purchasing power for ordinary folk. This man's demand for 100 high-grade stones was an outright mockery of his intelligence. Lin Jishu said, "I have no money." The stout man, enraged by his obstinacy, dropped all pretense. "You say you have no money. Do you take me for blind? At the tavern you clearly pulled out a high-grade spirit stone. You must have more, even if you don't hand over every last spirit stone you have." The stout man, now incensed, stepped forward to attack. The tall man, deciding the youth had brought this upon himself, stepped aside and no longer intervened. Lin Jishu's fingers had already touched the jade slip Jiang Che had given him, ready to crush it, when a voice rang out from the alley entrance, "Stop. What are you doing?" Lin Jishu turned and saw Luo Yin rushing over, followed by an unfamiliar young man. Luo Yin, a head taller than Lin Jishu, stepped in front of him, spreading his arms protectively and glaring at the two men. "Bullying someone in broad daylight. Have you no respect for the law?" The tall man eyed the newcomers warily. The two youths didn't concern him, but the man behind them exuded an imposing aura, his sharp features hinting at a formidable... The stout man, however, was fearless. He chuckled scornfully. "Law? This is the cultivation world. You talk to me about law?" The tall man grabbed him, whispering, "Enough. Let's go." He then forced a smile and clasped his hands toward Lin Jishu. "Taoist friend, you misunderstand. We meant no harm. We merely wish to do business with you. Since you're unwilling, so be it. We won't trouble you further." He pulled the reluctant stout man away, but the man accompanying Luo in stepped forward, blocking their path. "Hold on, you two. Since fate has brought us together, leaving won't be so easy." Their expressions shifted in alarm, realizing their identities were exposed. Exchanging glances, they attacked simultaneously. The tall man's sleeve flashed with cold light as a short sword thrust toward the man's face. Meanwhile, the stout man circled around, a pair of copper hammers appearing in his hands, swinging with fierce momentum toward the man's lower back. The man sidestepped nimbly, evading the pincer attack. Lin Jishu, quick to react, grabbed Luo Yin and pulled him back, both hiding behind a stall. The two useless ones should not add to the chaos. The stall owner, terrified, also cowered behind, trembling. Damn it. He knew his eyelids had been twitching all morning. This was a sign of misfortune. He wondered if his stall would even survive. On the other side, the two-known fight raged. Although the man's cultivation clearly surpassed theirs, the tall and stout duo fought with well-coordinated, insidious moves, targeting tricky angles, making it a struggle for him. He had just deflected the tall man's short sword when the stout man's copper hammer followed, forcing him to retreat several steps. At that moment, a streak of sword light flew from the alley's entrance, precisely blocking the fat man's bronze hammer. Jiang Che arrived, his flying sword spinning back into his hand, and nodded to the man's senior brother, "Do not panic." With Jiang Che's addition, the situation instantly turned. He tenaciously entangled the fat man, preventing him from aiding the tall one. The man, now free, had no more qualms. His attacks suddenly became fierce, and within a few moves he knocked the tall man's short sword away and struck him to the ground with a palm. Seeing his companion fall, the fat man's mind was thrown into chaos. His bronze hammer slowed by half a beat. Jiang Che parried it with his sword, and taking advantage, kicked him down, pressing the sword tip against his throat. The battle ended in an instant. The tall man lay on the ground groaning, while the fat man, pinned by the sword, dared not move. A few onlookers who had been watching from afar only then dared to poke their heads out to see. The man and Jiang Che bound the two together before finally relaxing. The man sheathed his sword, cast a cold glance over the two on the ground, then turned to Lin Jishu smiling and cupping his hands. I am Ming, he a disciple of. These two are habitual offenders in the city, preying on newcomers. I've been watching them for a while. Today I happened to run into them. I must thank you for helping me lure them out. He then looked at Jiang Che, and thank you junior brother Jiang for your help. Once I collect the reward I'll split it with you. Jiang Che felt embarrassed. How can I accept that? Ming, he laughed, it's only right. Jiang Che also sheathed his sword, stepped forward, and looked Lin Jishu over, his face full of lingering fear. Junior brother Lin, are you unharmed? As soon as I sensed the jade slip stirring, I rushed over. Thankfully I made it in time. Lin Jishu shook his head. I'm fine. It's all thanks to senior brother Luo and senior brother Ming arriving in time. This was not a place to talk. They planned to find a quiet spot to continue. Ming, he escorted the two swindlers, intending to first turn them in for the reward and return later to find them. Host, keep that stone. Lin Jishu was startled. He didn't ask why, but instead took 2 steps toward Ming. He, senior brother Ming, I'm quite interested in that stone in his hand. Could you give it to me? I'd like to take it back and study it. The tall man. The fat man. Weren't you not interested? If you'd said so earlier, you could have just bought it with money. Would you have gotten us beaten and caught? Ming, he was taken aback. He rummaged through the fat man's collar and indeed found that gray nondescript broken stone. He turned it over a couple of times, but could sense nothing special. He looked up at Lin Jishu, a hint of concern in his eyes. Junior brother, this stone doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Don't let their nonsense fool you. Lin Jishu nodded. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. But I still want to study it. Ming, he chuckled, thinking to himself that this junior brother truly wouldn't give up until he hit a wall. Since it wasn't worth anything, he handed the stone over. Fine, keep it and play with it yourself. Lin Jishu took the stone. It was heavy in his hand, much heavier than it looked. He didn't examine it further, simply stowing it away in his storage pouch. He would ask the system about the stone's purpose when he had time. The 3 of them found a tea house and reserved a quiet private luoyi. As soon as they sat down, Luo Yin couldn't help but asked, Jishu, why did you come down the mountain too? Just to buy some things, Lin Jishu replied, warming his hands with a cup of tea. And you? Same. My master asked senior brother Ming to take me out for a stroll and buy some cultivation supplies. Lin Jishu lifted his teacup and said nothing. Look at that master, so dutiful, sending a disciple to accompany him on his very first day. As for himself, he was abandoned on Chiyue Peak to fend for himself, not even a ghost to be seen. Truly, comparing oneself to others only breeds resentment. A few plates of pastries were served. The 3 ate and chatted, the atmosphere gradually warming. Just then a resonant voice sounded from downstairs, cutting through the noise. It was a storyteller beginning his tale. The storyteller smacked his gavel, his voice booming across the tea house. Honored guests, today we set aside other tales and speak of the Wutsong, immortal venerable of Tianheng sect. Yanling Song. Luo Yin's eyes lit up at the mention of his master's name. He pricked up his ears and listened intently. This Wutsong, immortal venerable, is a genius unseen in the cultivation world for 10,000 years. He began channeling qi at the age of 5, formed his golden core at 18, and had already reached the Mahayana realm before his 1000th year. Across the entire cultivation world, those who can match him are few and far between. When the beast tide from the northern border struck, black clouds pressing down, 10,000 beasts stampeding, dozens of cities hanging by a thread, Wutsong, immortal venerable, stood alone, splitting the clouds with a single sword strike, slaying 7 divine, beast-level monsters in a row and forcing the tide back 800 miles. In that battle, sword light pierced the heavens and lingered for 3 days. To this day, the people of the northern border still burn incense and bow in worship when they speak of it. The storyteller shifted his tone, and then there was the year when the demonic path's top expert Li Hanshan infiltrated Tianheng sect, intending to steal the sect's secret treasure. He broke through 12 layers of restrictions, as if walking through an empty land. At the critical moment, Wutsong, immortal venerable, emerged from seclusion. Without even drawing his sword, he forced Li Hanshan back 300 miles with nothing but his sword intent. For the next 1,000 years, Li Hanshan never set foot in Tianheng sect again. Bravo! Someone downstairs started clapping. Luo Yin listened, his heart surging with excitement. He turned around, eyes sparkling. So, master, is this formidable? Lin Jishu held his teacup and muttered inwardly, of course, if the dominant male lead isn't powerful, how could he be worthy of the submissive male lead? The storyteller, seizing the moment, took another sip of tea to moisten his throat. Suddenly his tone shifted, taking on a hint of innuendo. Honored guests, we've covered the Wutsong, immortal venerable's orthodox deeds. Now let's talk about some rumored secrets. It is said that between Wutsong, immortal venerable, and Fengheng, immortal venerable, there is a tangled, love-hate relationship. Lin Jishu's mouth stiffened. Rumor has it that Fengheng, immortal venerable, harbored deep, unrequited feelings for Wutsong, immortal venerable. But alas, the divine lord had a heart, while the king had no. Fengheng, immortal venerable, visited Wutsong Peak countless times, just to see Wutsang immortal venerable, yet was repeatedly turned away at the door. As the saying goes, purple robe treads snow with affection deep, white-robed cold face the door will not keep. Feng Hung immortal venerable's infatuation was misplaced his love sought, but never attained. Don't misunderstand. That was Jiang Che spitting out his tea. How can they fabricate such nonsense? It was so vividly made up that if he hadn't known the truth, he might have believed it. Lin Jishu nearly choked on his tea too. Unofficial histories may be obscure, but this is too absurd. Yu Linzhou and Yin Lingsong. Love unrequited. Where's the love? That's pure hatred. Hatred so deep he wished the other would fail his tribulation and be struck by lightning tomorrow. Yu Linzhou's only desire is to take Yin Lingsong's possessions and steal his disciple. How did that become deep infatuation? His visits to Wutsang Peak were obviously to start a fight. Truly a lie can travel half the world while the truth is still putting on its boots. Luo Yin, however, listened with a mix of shock and curiosity. Is this true? Does Feng Hung, immortal venerable, really have unrequited love for my master? Jiang Che wiped his mouth expressionless. It's fake. Don't believe it. Luo Yin, then why did they sound so convincing? Jiang Che, what do they know? Feng Hing Xianzuan doesn't like Wutsang Xianzuan at all. It's a miracle they don't come to blows when they're together. Their eyes instantly lit up, fixing on Jiang Che. Any juicy gossip? Spill it. Jiang Che leaned back a bit, regretful for having spoken too much, but since he had already said that much, he had no choice but to continue. Actually, I don't know the details. I only heard a snippet. He lowered his voice. It said that back then Feng Hung Xianzuan and Wutsang Xianzuan entered the sect together. Their talents were evenly matched, both wanting to become the old sect master's disciple. The old sect master initially intended to take Feng Hung Xianzuan as his last disciple, but something went wrong, and in the end, he took Wutsang Xianzuan instead. Luo Yin's eyes widened. There's such a thing. Jiang Che and more. From then on they bore a grudge, competing over everything. Later, before the old sect master achieved transcendence, he wanted to pass the position of sect master to Wutsang Xianzuan, but Wutsang Xianzuan directly refused. Feng Hung Xianzuan wanted it, but the old sect master didn't agree. Eventually the position was passed to the current sect master. I've heard that Feng Hung Xianzuan doesn't have a good relationship with the current sect master either. Hearing this, Lin Zix's mind vaguely formed a suspicion. The old sect master's sudden change of heart about not taking Yu Linzhou as a disciple might have been because he had inadvertently sensed something. After all, Yu Linzhou was still young at that time, and even if he concealed himself well, with the old sect master's level of cultivation, it would be hard not to detect any clues. The three listened to the storyteller for a while longer. The man downstairs had started on another tale, and Ming, he finally returned. They packed up and went downstairs. At the city gate, just before parting, Luo Yin suddenly pulled Lin Jishu aside and took out 2 bottles of pills from his storage pouch, pressing them into his hands. Jishu, these are fasting pills. He explained earnestly, we haven't reached foundation establishment yet, so we still need to eat. But cooking in the sect is too much trouble. We can't go down the mountain every day to buy groceries. These are convenient. 1 pill lasts a long time. Lin Jishu didn't take them. If you give them to me, what about you? It's fine. My master gave me plenty. Luo Yin stuffed the bottles into his palm. Lin Jishu looked down at the porcelain bottle in his hand and thanked him. Luo Yin smiled, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He walked over to Ming. He then turned back and said, take care of yourself. Once I reach foundation establishment and can fly on my own sword, I'll come find you. Lin Jishu, all right. They parted at the city gate. Lin Jishu followed Jiang Che back to Chiyue Peak. At the fork, Jiang Che waved at him and headed toward Dan Peak. Lin Jishu walked alone along the stone path, pushed open the courtyard gate, and then saw an unexpected person sitting on the stone bench in the yard. Yu Linzhou had changed his clothes today, still wearing that eye-catching purple. His hair was tied up, revealing a smooth forehead, making his features appear even sharper. He was propping his chin with one hand, idly toying with a wildflower he had picked from somewhere resting on the stone table. Hearing the gate open, he lifted his eyelids. Lin Jishu paused. Yu Linzhou took in his expression and raised an eyebrow. What, not happy to see your master? No. Lin Jishu stepped into the courtyard, trying to keep his voice normal. Master, why have you come? You are my disciple. Is it not natural for me to come see you? Yu Linzhou said with righteous confidence. He casually tossed away the flower and beckoned to Lin Jishu. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jishu walked over. As he approached, Yu Linzhou suddenly frowned slightly, his nostrils moving almost imperceptibly. What's that smell on you? Lin Jishu paused, then lowered his head to sniff his sleeve. There was no smell. Could it be the scent of smoke? But he hadn't bathed since yesterday. For a snake, even in human form, his sense of smell was much keener than an ordinary person's. Maybe he was bothered by the odor. Who have you been in contact with? Yu Lin's his voice turned cold. Lin Jishu understood. It wasn't sweat. He had spent the afternoon in the tea house with Luo Yin and the others, so he must have picked up their scent. He answered truthfully. I ran into senior brother Luo and senior brother Ming from Wutsong Peak in the city. Yulin's expression indeed chilled for a moment, then returned to his usual lazy demeanor, but his tone carried undisguised disgust. As I thought. I said I smell the stench. Lin Jishu, you are now a member of my Chiyue Peak. Have less dealings with those from Wutsong Peak. They put on an air of aloofness, but they are utterly hypocritical. You might get sold without even knowing it. Lin Jishu was silent for a moment, then bowed his head. Yes. Yulinzhou nodded in satisfaction, rose, and walked before him. Then he suddenly leaned in to sniff, took a step back in disgust, and pulled a jade slip from his sleeve, tossing it to him. This is a token for passing through the barrier. Droplet of blood to bind it. Next time you go down the mountain, don't rely on others. People might think I mistreat you. And take a bath. You stink. Don't wear that outfit either. It's hideous. There are new clothes in the storage pouch I gave you. Change into them after your bath. Lin Jishu. So many demands. Still he turned and went to the backyard. He had been too tired yesterday and had fallen asleep as soon as he entered the room, without even having a chance to look around the courtyard. Only today did he discover that behind the main house, along a small path paved with gravel, there was a hidden hot spring. The pool was not large, enough for 3 to 5 people to soak comfortably. It was lined with natural mountain stones, and from the crevices grew several unknown ferns. Steam rose from the water's surface, moistening the surrounding air. Lin Jishu squatted down and tested the water temperature. It was just right, neither hot nor cold. He had to admit that Yulinzhou had chosen this courtyard for him, at least in terms of facilities. It was impeccable. He wondered if it had been deliberately chosen, or if every courtyard on Chiyue Peak was like this. He placed his clean clothes on a stone by the pool, stripped off the old garments he had worn for 2 days, and slowly sank into the water. As the hot water enveloped his shoulders, all the fatigue seemed to seep out from his bones. He leaned back against the pool's edge, tilted his head up, and let out a long breath. Yulinzhou felt for the first time that having such sharp senses wasn't always a good thing. He was about to close his eyes and rest, but his ears involuntarily twitched slightly. He could hear the faint sound of water from the backyard mingled with very light breathing. He could hear the trickle of water droplets sliding off skin and falling, or the sound of hands rubbing against the neck, chest, abdomen. Yulin's face was expressionless. This territory had been without strangers for too long. Any extra noise made him feel extremely uneasy. Lin Jishu finished washing, quickly picked up his storage pouch from the poolside, and took out the clothes Yulinzhou had prepared for him. He shook one open, purple, then another, red, and another, purple and red striped. As flamboyant as possible, entirely in keeping with his master's usual style of dress. Lin Jishu. Not that he was surprised, though. In just 2 days he found himself growing silent more and more often. He stared at the gold-rimmed purple robe in his hands for 2 seconds, then silently put it back, and chose a relatively sober dark purple long gown to wear. The fabric was of good quality, soft and comfortable, but the color was too ostentatious. After dawdling for a while, he finally walked to the front courtyard. Yulinzhou was still sitting on the stone bench. Hearing footsteps, he lazily opened his eyes. When his gaze fell upon his beloved disciple, his eyes suddenly paused for a moment. The young man who had just bathed in the hot spring still had a faint blush on his skin. His wet black hair clung to his cheeks, contrasting with the dark purple robe, revealing a hint of unusual allure. Yulinzhou waved his hand and combed Lin Zix's hair up. Whether out of a perverse taste, he even braided a small section into a little braid. It hung in front of his chest, showing off its mischievousness. Yulinzhou looked him up and down, then curled his lips in satisfaction. Indeed, clothes make the man. Your master's taste is as good as ever. Lin Jishu said nothing. Yulinzhou rested his chin on his hand and watched him for a while, as if just remembering that he had taken a disciple and needed to teach him. Slowly he spoke. Since you're clean now, they'll start teaching you Qi introduction tomorrow. Although your spiritual root is a bit inferior, fortunately, you have a good master. He reached out his hand. Give me your hand. Lin Jishu hesitated for a moment, then offered his wrist. Yulinzhou placed 2 fingers on his pulse, closed his eyes to concentrate, and sent a very thin thread of spiritual energy into his meridians. How to put it? As expected of a wood-type, lower-grade spiritual root. The spiritual veins were as thin and weak as threads that could snap at any moment, clogged with impurities. Spiritual energy moved through them with extreme difficulty, barely able to advance an inch. Yulinzhou withdrew his spiritual energy, opened his eyes, and looked at Lin Jishu with a subtle expression. How old are you this year? 18. 18 years old, and your spiritual veins are this blocked. Never cultivated? No. Lin Jishu answered honestly. Yulinzhou was silent for a moment. To be honest, he was a bit regretful now. At that time in the square, he had taken him on a whim, purely out of impulse, or perhaps because he wanted to spite Yin Lingsong. If Yin Lingsong could take a disciple, why couldn't he? He hadn't even thought about the subsequent responsibility of teaching. The result was that he had landed himself a mess. In most established cultivation families with heritage disciples start Qi introduction at the age of 5 or 6 to lay the foundation. As they grow, their spiritual veins naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even with the worst talent, they wouldn't be this blocked. But his disciple, 18 years, and his spiritual veins had never been flushed by spiritual energy. The impurities had piled up nearly into clumps. With such aptitude, forget about cultivation. Even being a menial disciple would be a stretch. But it didn't matter. Linzhou had never judged a disciple by talent. If it were someone else, it might be very difficult. But he loved defying fate the most. All right, he released his hand, leaned back, and resumed his usual lazy demeanor. Though the foundation is poor, it's not hopeless. Rest well today. Tomorrow your master will clear your spiritual veins for you. He then took a jade bottle from his sleeve and tossed it to Lin Zhishu. Take one of these tonight. This is a marrow cleansing pill. Though it's the lowest grade, it's enough for your current body. Your body is too useless. You need to take one every day. When you finish them, come to me for more. He stood up lazily, waved his hand him off. Then his figure flickered and vanished into the night. Lin Zhishu, already accustomed to his master's coming and going like the wind, turned and went back to his room with the jade bottle. He stood up lazily, waved his hand him off. Then his figure flickered and vanished into the night. Lin Zhishu, already accustomed to his master's coming and going like the wind, turned. He set the pill aside, not in a hurry to take it, and instead pulled out the dusty gray stone from his storage pouch. He turned it over and over several times, but it was still that ugly pitted thing. Unable to figure it out, he could only call out in his mind system, "Tell me, what exactly is this stone for?" He turned it over and over several times, but it was still that ugly pitted thing. Unable to figure it out, he could only call out in his mind system, "Tell me, what exactly is this stone for?" He turned it over and over several times, but it was still that ugly pitted thing. Unable to figure it out, he could only call out in his mind system, "Tell me what." He picked up the marrow cleansing pill again, hesitated for a moment, then tossed it into his mouth and swallowed. When the pill entered his stomach, at first there was no sensation. Lin Zhishu lay on the bed, even beginning to wonder if he currently had no ability to open it, so asking more was useless. Lin Zhishu put the stone back into his storage pouch, planning to study it later when he had a chance. He picked up the marrow cleansing pill again, hesitated for a moment, then tossed it into his mouth and swallowed. When the pill entered his stomach, at first there was no sensation. Lin Zhishu lay on the bed, even beginning to wonder if the pill Linzhou had given him was expired. However, in less than half a quarter of an hour, a scorching surge of heat suddenly shot up from deep within his dantian, as if someone had lit a fire in his belly. The heat traveled along his meridians, burning through his limbs and bones, every place it passed feeling like being repeatedly stabbed by red-hot needles. He suddenly gripped the bedding beneath him, his knuckles turning white, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This body was truly too poor. Having grown up on grains for 18 years, the impurities accumulated in his meridians were numerous and stubborn. The medicinal power of the marrow cleansing pill advanced with difficulty, like scraping bone with a dull knife bit by bit. Every heartbeat was accompanied by a sharp stab of pain. Blood began to ooze from the surface of his skin, carrying a foul, fishy smell. Lin Zhishu clenched his teeth. To distract himself, he silently counted his breaths, 1, 2, 3. The pain did not diminish. The wood-type spiritual root belongs to the energy of growth and vitality. When the spiritual energy of the marrow cleansing pill passed through the dantian, it was partially neutralized naturally, so, although it hurt, it wouldn't damage the foundation. It might also be because Linzhou, considering that Lin Zhishu was undergoing marrow cleansing for the first time, had given him a low-grade pill, so the effect was not too. After an unknown time, the scorching heat finally receded slowly. Lin Zhishu was drenched all over as if he had just been pulled out of water. A layer of sticky gray filth and blood covered his skin, emitting a pungent odor. He propped himself up on the bedboard and sat up, looking down at the back of his hand. Beneath the gray-black grime, his skin seemed a bit whiter and his body felt much lighter. However, only a layer of the long-accumulated impurities had been cleared away. Oh, it was far from enough for cultivation. But the bath he had taken earlier was wasted. He let out a sigh of turbid air, went back to the backyard to rinse off, and changed into clean clothes. Returning to the room, he changed all the bedding on the bed. He then went to the window, pushed it open a crack, letting the night breeze carrying the fragrance of bamboo leaves rush in, dispersing the foul smell in the room. Only then did he comfortably lie back down on the bed. The marrow cleansing had indeed been effective, at least it was very helpful for sleep. Lin Zhishu soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day Linzhou arrived as promised. He placed 2 fingers on Lin Zix's wrist, letting his spiritual energy probe in a circle, and a slight raise of his brow betrayed his reaction. Much smoother than last night. Though the meridians were still slender and weak, they were no longer clogged with muddled silt. Spiritual energy could barely flow through them now. It seemed the child had indeed obediently taken his medicine. Satisfied, he withdrew his hand. He liked obedient children. How do you feel after taking the meridian cleansing pill? Lin Jishu answered truthfully. It was very painful at first, and a lot of filth came out, but afterward my body did feel much lighter. Yulin said, not surprised. This means your body can't yet handle a stronger medicinal force. A low-grade meridian cleansing pill is just right. Take one every day from now on. When your body stops expelling noticeable impurities, come to me for a higher grade. Once your spiritual meridians are fully unblocked and you can absorb spiritual energy on your own to enter the chi refining stage, you won't need to take them anymore. Lin Jishu was silent for a moment, then asked, is taking the meridian cleansing pill enough? Don't I need to cultivate any technique? Yulin shot him a look of disdain. With your meridians blocked like this, you can't even draw in spiritual energy. What technique would you learn? It would be a sheer waste of time and effort. Fortunately, you met me. I can use medicine to nurture your meridians. If it were an ordinary person, you'd probably never have a chance at cultivation in this lifetime. Lin Jishu had grown accustomed to his sharp tongue and was impervious to it. After all, he spoke the truth. Yulin casually tossed him a paper crane. You have no spiritual power now and can't leave Chiyu Peak. This paper crane is for you to get around. Lin Jishu caught it, noting it looked similar to Jiang Qi's. Thank you, master. But how do I use it? Just channel your spiritual energy into it. Yulin stopped mid-sentence. He remembered. Lin Jishu had no spiritual energy to use. Never mind. He'll go to the Spirit Beast Garden and pick him out for you instead. Lin Jishu looked at the paper crane in his hand. What about this? Yulin glanced at him, sensing his interest in the crane. It's just a paper crane. Keep it for fun. Thank you, master. Yulin had originally planned to help Lin Jishu clear his meridians today, but found them too fragile to withstand his spiritual force. He would have to wait until they grew stronger. After giving his instructions, Yulin left. Lin Jishu looked down at the paper crane in his palm, curiosity getting the better of him. He sat cross-legged and tried to channel the faint wisp of energy within him into the crane. His dantian ached dully, and something seemed to surge through his meridians, like wind trapped beneath thick cloth, perceptible, yet unable to break through. Lin Jishu tried for a long time, but the paper crane remained motionless. He finally gave up. To maintain the bond between system and host, the system chimed in to console him. Host, don't be discouraged. Everything is difficult at the start. The main problem is that this body is too weak, unlike the protagonist who could attract chi into his body the very next day. Fortunately, the host has become a disciple of Yulin. Without the impact and refinement of the meridian cleansing pill, it would take the host ages to begin chi. Lin Jishu, thanks for the comfort. Maybe don't comfort me next time. But the system spoke the truth. In the original novel, the original owner had become an outer disciple under Yin Lingsong, who never bothered with him. Although Yin Lingsong didn't take disciples, Wutsong Peak had many elder disciples and menial disciples. They were envious that the original owner had been accepted as an outer disciple by exception, and since he wasn't favored by Yin Lingsong, they began to bully him openly. If not for Luo Yin's frequent help, the original owner might have turned dark from the bullying. Later, Luo Yin quickly began to cultivate and gave all his low-grade meridian cleansing pills to the original owner, who finally had the chance to attract. But this process also took a very long time. The cultivation world is the best place to embody the law of the jungle. The weak have no rights. To earn respect, one must be strong, whether in personal power or background. As long as you have one, others won't dare to bully you casually. In the days that followed, Lin Jishu took his medicine on time and exercised diligently. Yulin didn't come every day, but every few days he would visit, probe his meridians, and leave. Lin Jishu could feel his body growing lighter day by day, his breathing smoother, and the stifling clogged sensation in his meridians gradually fading. Eventually, swallowing a meridian cleansing pill caused almost no reaction, and his body no longer exuded impurities. One day, as Lin Jishu was popping a pill like a candy, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Yulin held a pitch-black creature in his arms. As he approached, Lin Jishu saw it was a small dog, entirely black and fluffy, held by the scruff of its neck, its tail tucked and trembling. Yulin casually tossed it, and the black puppy arced through the air into Lin Zix's arms. He caught it hastily as the puppy shivered and curled into a ball, its wet eyes looking up at him pitifully. Master. Yulin brushed non-existent dog hair off his hands. I meant to pick a spirit beast for you from the garden, but all those creatures have been spoiled, lazy, gluttonous, and bad-tempered. If I gave you one, it would embarrass me. I found this one outside, Yulin explained lazily. Its parents were both half-step divine beasts, but they were hunted down and perished, leaving only this little thing. I took pity and brought it back. He glanced at the black puppy, now cowering in Lin Zix's arms. Keep it if you want, or I'll send it to the Spirit Beast Garden. Lin Jishu looked down at a pair of wet black eyes. After a moment of eye contact, he looked up and asked, what realm is it in now? Can it hurt me? Seeing that the boy wasn't blinded by the beast's bloodline, Yulin's his eyes flickered with approval. Don't worry, it's at most at the golden core stage. With me here it can't harm you. If you're still uneasy, form a master-servant contract with it. Then its life and death will be in your hands. Lin Jishu nodded. Yulinzhou drew a drop of blood from his fingertip and another from the puppy's brow. The two drops of blood merged in the air, turning into a faint light that sank into the puppy's forehead. The little dog seemed to understand its fate and resisted as the contract was about to take hold. But its resistance was like a child's tantrum to Yulinzhou, easily suppressed. The puppy whimpered and burrowed deeper into Lin Zix's arms. There, Yulinzhou said, satisfied. Give it a name. Lin Jishu looked down at the little black ball of charcoal in his arms, thought for a moment, and said, let's call him Xiaohei. The puppy's ears drooped. Yulinzhou chuckled. Truly a fitting name. The moment the contract was sealed, Lin Jishu sensed a faint, intangible connection in his heart. It was the presence of Xiaohei, docile, dependent, and tinged with a hint of grievance from being forcibly subdued by Yulinzhou. He set Xiaohei down on the ground, and the little creature immediately shook its fur, scampered a few steps away on its short legs, and then, as if freed from some restraint, its body began to grow in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the small black dog that had only reached his ankle had transformed into a colossal beast 2 meters tall. Its form was neither entirely wolf nor lion, with a pitch-black coat wreathed in dark, eerie flames. Its forepaws pressed into the earth, and the heat distorted the surrounding air. Yulinzhou waved his hand to create a barrier around Lin Jishu to prevent him from getting hurt. Lin Jishu looked up at the massive creature before him, experiencing a profound awe for the beings of the cultivation world for the first time. Yulinzhou strolled over with his arms crossed, a hint of pride in his voice. Xiaohei is still in its infancy. It will grow even stronger in the future. You're too weak right now. Having it by your side serves both as a mount and a protector. 2 birds with 1 stone. This was truly a pleasant surprise for Lin Jishu. Thank you, master. Yulin's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. So you can smile? I thought you were born with a blank expression. Being so solemn at your age is no fun. Smiling like that makes you quite adorable. Lin Jishu immediately flattened his lips. Yulinzhou. He cleared his throat, composed himself, and said, sit down. Lin Jishu obeyed, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Yulinzhou placed one hand on Lin Zix's back, and a torrent of spiritual power, so dense it was almost violent, surged through his palm into Lin Zix's body. His spiritual power was overwhelmingly fierce. The moment it entered the meridians, it was like a red-hot branding iron plunged into icy water. Lin Zix's entire body jerked violently, instinctively, but Yulin's other hand clamped down firmly on his shoulder, fingers tightening to pin him in place. Don't move. The pain was excruciating, far more intense than the dull ache of the marrow-cleansing pill. It was a searing agony that tore through the meridians from within, stretching them, splitting them, and forcibly reshaping them, like a red-hot iron rod stirring through the crevices of his bones. Lin Zix's forehead veins bulged, his teeth clenched so tightly that his body trembled uncontrollably. Master, it hurts too much. I can't bear it. Yulinzhou pressed down on his shoulder, inwardly clicking his tongue. Despite being a scrawny youth, he struggled with surprising strength, making it hard to hold him still. Of course, he could increase the force to fully suppress him, but the boy's frail limbs could easily be crushed if he applied too much pressure. He had to restrain his strength, and as Lin Jishu thrashed, Yulinzhou was jostled along with him. Lin Jishu struggled so violently that Yulinzhou clicked his tongue, suppressed his aversion, and pulled the boy backward, encircling him with both arms, trapping him entirely in his embrace. It was over. He was tainted, having willingly hugged a man. Even though the other was somewhat beautiful, it still felt awful. Lin Zix's back slammed into his chest, held so tightly that only his legs could futilely kick the ground. Don't move, Yulin's voice came from above, laced with impatience. Meridian opening cannot be halted halfway. At best you'll have to start over, and at worst your entire spiritual vein will be ruined. Do you want to go through that again? Lin Jishu panted heavily, clamping his jaw shut, and not uttering another word, but his trembling body refused to stop. Yulinzhou maintained the flow of spiritual power, looking down at the excessively thin youth in his arms, once again thinking he had been utterly foolish. Why had he taken on a disciple? He must have been too comfortable and sought out trouble. But then again, he couldn't just abandon him now. Too many eyes had witnessed him accepting Lin Jishu as his disciple. If this disciple remained a useless waste, where would he put his face? Moreover, Yin Lingsong had taken in a supreme-grade gold spiritual root. If he could nurture this inferior spiritual root to surpass Yin Lingkang's disciple, then the world would understand. What was Yin Lingsong compared to him? He, Yulinzhou, was the one with true skill. With this thought, the troublesome figure in his arms became slightly more agreeable. He glanced down at Lin Zix's pale profile and made his tone more considerate. Hold on a little longer. It's almost over. Lin Jishu gritted his teeth and spoke in a trembling voice. Master, please stop talking. You're so noisy. Yulin's his forehead veins bulged. Brat. Once you can cultivate, it'll make sure to train you well. After an unknown time, the violent spiritual power finally receded. Yulin Zhou released his hold, and both of them exhaled deeply, their clothes soaked with sweat. He pushed Lin Jishu away, stood up, looked down at the collapsed youth, then averted his eyes with slight discomfort. Lin Zix's current appearance was indeed somewhat delicate. His collar had come loose during the struggle, his robes gaping open, the damp fabric clinging to his body, outlining the slender contours of a young man. He lay on his back chest, heaving violently, his face a mixture of sweat and tears, his eyes reddened, looking as though he had just been thoroughly bullied. He lay on his back chest, heaving violently, his face a mixture of sweat and tears, his eyes reddened, looking as though he had just... Lin Jishu. He didn't even have the strength to roll his eyes. Yulin Zhou, disgusted by his half-dead state, frowned, bent down, pinched his chin, and shoved a pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a warm medicinal energy slid down his throat, quickly dispelling some of the soreness in his limbs. Lin Jishu caught his breath, propped himself up, and slowly sat up. Master, could you warn me about such pain beforehand? Let me mentally prepare. Yulin Zhou snorted. Where's your backbone? You can't even endure this little pain. Oh, what will you do when heavenly thunder strikes during tribulation transcendence? Lin Jishu imagined the scene of thunderbolts crashing down, fell silent for a moment, then collapsed back to the ground. Let it all end. He didn't want to try anymore. Yulin Zhou kicked his shin in disgust. Get up. See if you can circulate spiritual power in your body. Let it all end. He didn't want to try anymore. Yulin Zhou kicked his shin in disgust. Get up. See if you can circulate. You're already far behind. If you don't hurry, how can you compete with him? Lin Jishu lay on the ground, speaking weakly. Luo Yin has a supreme grade gold spiritual root. I have a low grade with spiritual root. What's there to compare? I don't care about that, Yulin Zhou said unabashedly. You absolutely cannot be inferior to his disciple. Now quickly he'll teach you to draw qi into your body and reach foundation establishment early. Lin Jishu was silent for a moment, then resigned himself to propping up his body and sitting cross-legged again. Yulin Zhou sat across from him, raised his hand, and formed a seal, a gentle spiritual power flowing at his finger. Follow me. He slowed down his movements and demonstrated the entire technique of drawing qi into the body from the beginning. His fingers were long and slender, leaving faint black traces in the air as they moved. The hand seals shifted with fluid grace, quite pleasing to the eye. Lin Jishu stared at it for a while, then clumsily followed suit. Yulin Zhou clicked his tongue, reached out to adjust his fingers, correcting several misplacements. Here the knuckles should be pressed down, not sticking up. Are you posing like a lotus flower? Lin Jishu silently adjusted his gesture. Close your eyes, focus your mind, and sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yuling's voice took on a rare seriousness. Your what-type spiritual root belongs to the vital energy of growth, sharing the same origin as plants. Start with the surrounding spiritual energy of plants, as they are most attuned to you. Lin Jishu closed his eyes, striving to ignore the faint cold fragrance that seemed to linger in the air, and concentrated on his surroundings. At first he felt nothing, only the wind whispering in his ears. But gradually he sensed a change. A delicate, almost imperceptible breeze brushed against his skin. The spiritual energy hidden in the moss at the corner of the courtyard, in the gaps between bamboo leaves, and even in the soil beneath his feet, began to gather toward him but it was very faint, almost negligible. He tried to channel those faint strands of spiritual energy into his meridians, following the technique Yulin Zhou had just demonstrated. The first time he failed. The second time the spiritual energy dissipated as soon as it touched him. The third time. The 10th time. Finally, a thread of exceedingly fine spiritual energy trembled into his fingertip, flowing slowly through his meridians toward his dantian. Yulin Zhou, seeing that he could finally sense the spiritual energy, let out an inexplicable sigh of relief. Lin Jishu focused intently on guiding that thread of spiritual energy as it advanced slowly through his meridian. Where the spiritual energy passed his meridians tingled faintly, as if something was gently scratching the gaps between his bones. He could feel the sea of qi deep within his dantian beginning to respond. Like the bottom of a dry well finally seeping with a trace of moisture. After an unknown length of time, he slowly withdrew his technique and opened his eyes. The sky had shifted from noon to dusk, and the courtyard was bathed in a warm orange afterglow. Xiaohei had transformed back into a puppy and was curled up sound asleep beside his leg. Yulin Zhou was no longer across from him. Lin Jishu looked around and found that at some point Yulin Zhou had moved to a stone bench in the corner of the courtyard. He was resting his chin on one hand, idly fiddling with a wildflower on the stone table. Seeing him awake, Yulin Zhou lazily lifted his eyelids. Barely passable, a bit better than the average person. From now on, cultivate for 10 hours every day and strive to break through to the third layer of qi refining within a month. 10 hours. Lin Jishu wondered if he had misheard. Too little? Then make it 12 hours. Lin Jishu closed his mouth expressionlessly. Just as Lin Jishu was silently cursing Yu Lingzhou as a slave driver, his vision suddenly darkened. Yu Lingzhou flashed in front of him, leaned down, and placed his hands on either side of Lin Zix's crossed knees, almost entirely enveloping him in shadow. Those pitch-black eyes, much deeper than an ordinary person's, stared straight at him, so close that he could see the faint dark gold patterns on the edge of his pupils. Lin Jishu instinctively leaned back. You must remember, Yu Lingzhi's voice was pressing, you are no worse than anyone. You must surpass Yin Lingkang's disciple, you must surpass everyone, crush everyone under your feet. Lin Jishu felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. How deeply did he hate Yin Lingsong? It seemed surpassing Yin Lingsong had become his life's obsession. Do you understand? Yu Lingzhou stared at him. I understand. Lin Jishu nodded with difficulty. Only then did Yu Lingzhou straighten up, returning to his usual lazy demeanor. Good boy, just cultivate well. Your master will take his leave for now. When Yu Lingzhou left, Lin Jishu finally breathed a sigh of relief. On ordinary days, Yu Lingzhou never put on airs with him, often making him forget that Yu Lingzhou was a half-step nascent soul powerhouse on par with Yin Lingsong. In the days that followed, Lin Jishu did nothing but practice cultivation except for eating and sleeping. After his meridians were open, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy indeed increased significantly, but his spiritual root was too poor and his progress was still as slow as a snail's crawl. Half a month later, he finally managed to break through to the first layer of qi refining, albeit stumbling. Just as Lin Jishu was rejoicing, gazing at his dantian, the system appeared. Host, it's time to go to Wucang Peak to advance the plot. Lin Jishu was stunned for a moment. His mind had been completely occupied with cultivation lately, and he had almost forgotten that he had a system task to complete. Fortunately, he could now cultivate, otherwise leaving the peak would have been a troublesome affair. He resignedly took out the paper crane and flew toward Wucang Peak. Along the way, he asked offhandedly, tell me, what is the plot I need to follow? The system in the original novel Luo Yiyin, gifted with exceptional talent, breaks through to the third layer of qi refining in just 1 month, attracting the envy and jealousy of the disciples at Wucang Peak. They dare not vent their resentment on Luo Yiyin, so they turn their sights on you, who despite being of mediocre talent was admitted as an outer disciple under special circumstances. What you need to do is go to Wucang Peak, be publicly insulted, endure until you can't take it anymore, fight back, and then be ganged up on by them. Afterwards, Luo Yiyin arrives and saves you. Lin Jishu. He sat expressionlessly on the paper crane, the wind causing his robes to flutter and snap. So I travel all the way there just to be humiliated. What's the point? The system, you are Luo Yiyin's best friend, the one he went out of his way to bring into this. When he sees you being humiliated because of him, his guilt deepens, and to protect you, he will cultivate even more fiercely. Lin Jishu was silent for a moment. I understand. He added, but let me make this clear first, I'm not a masochist. I won't just stand there and take a beating. If you force me to stand there and get hit, I'll go on strike. The system, perhaps not expecting this host to be so difficult, paused for a moment before replying. Just go through the motions. When they are about to hit you, you can run. Lin Jishu guided the paper crane to land slowly at the foot of Wucang Peak's mountain gate. This was his first time here. Unlike the quiet solitude of Chiyue Peak, Wucang Peak was far more lively. Although Yin Lingsong had never taken on disciples, there were still quite a few menial disciples and disciples of other elders. The mountain path was bustling with people, and many cast extra glances at him, a stranger. Lin Jishu randomly stopped someone to ask for directions. The person's gaze swept over him, flickered for a moment, then immediately put on a smiling face, and said warmly, "Oh, so you're looking for junior brother Luo? I happen to be heading that way too. How about I lead the way?" Lin Jishu sensed a trace of malice from the other person for an instant, and thought to himself, oh ho. He had randomly picked a kind-hearted soul. What a stroke of luck. "Sure, thank you, senior brother," he said, keeping his expression unchanged as he followed. In his mind, he said, system, help me check who this person is. Anyone who harbors malice toward the protagonist cannot be an insignificant character. System querying, please wait. Query complete. This person is named Zhao Fengming, the favored disciple of the master of neighboring Qingyun Peak. Lin Jishu, why does he harbor malice toward the protagonist? System, because years ago he desperately sought to become a disciple under Yin Lingsong, but Yin Lingsong refused to take any apprentices. His family exhausted every means to pull strings, yet failed. Thus he settled for second best and chose another master. Originally, Yin Lingsong declared he would accept no disciples, so all were equal. No, but Luo Yiyin became the exception, and naturally he grew jealous. Lin Jishu understood. This was the classic "I can accept that you don't love me, but I cannot bear to see you love another" scenario. Zhao Fengming led Lin Jishu forward, chatting as they went. "Junior brother, you look unfamiliar. You're not from Wucang Peak, are you?" "I'm from Chiyue Peak." "Chiyue Peak." Zhao Fengming halted mid-step, turning to fix Lin Jishu with a peculiar gaze. The Chiyue peak of Fengheng, celestial venerable. Lin Jishu nodded. A flicker of undisguised astonishment passed through Zhao Fengming's eyes. He gave Lin Jishu another once-over before continuing onward. Fengheng celestial venerable also never took disciples. This year it's quite a rarity. Both he and Wucang celestial venerable broke their rules. For junior brother to catch Fengheng celestial venerables, you must have extraordinary qualities. Just luck, Lin Jishu replied dismissively. You're too modest, junior brother, Zhao Fengming said with a smile. By the way, I haven't asked your honorable surname. My surname is Lin Jishu. Also, it's junior brother Lin. Zhao Fengming's attitude suddenly cooled several degrees. Lin Jishu asked inwardly, what did he also want to become Yu Linzhou's disciple? System: yes. Yu Linzhou is equally renowned as Yan Lingsong. Failing to enter Yan Lingsong's tutelage, he turned to Yu Linzhou, but both refused to take disciples. This year, however, the two masters who never accepted disciples both broke their rules. Upon learning that Lin Jishu was Yu Linzhou's disciple, Zhao Fengming's demeanor turned cold, and he said nothing more for the rest of the journey. The two soon arrived at Luo Yin's dwelling. Before they could step inside, a raucous argument reached their ears. Lin Jishu frowned and strode in quickly. Zhao Fengming followed behind him, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his lips. In the courtyard, Luo Yin was surrounded by a crowd, his back ramrod straight, eyes rimmed with red, but his lips pressed stubbornly together. I said this is mine. Why should I hand it over to you? At the head of the group stood a haughty-looking youth, his clothes noticeably more luxurious than the others. He crossed his arms and sneered, what do you mean yours? I say it's clearly mine. How could a penniless mortal from the mundane world afford such a fine item? Lin Jishu strode over to Luo Yin's side and asked in a low voice what's going on. Luo Yin froze at the sight of him as if finding an anchor. His eyes reddened even more and his voice trembled with grievance. Jishu, why are you here? Luo Yin produced a jade pendant. They want this. It's a protective artifact my master gave me. They insist I stole it and demand I hand it over. Luo Yin produced a jade pendant. They want this. It's a protective artifact my master gave me. They insist I stole it and demand I hand it over. Lin Jishu frowned. Since Wucang Celestial Venerable gave you this pendant, can't we just ask him to confirm it? The arrogant youth snorted. Everyone knows Wucang Celestial Venerable is in seclusion. Do you have enough heads to spare by disturbing his cultivation over such a trivial matter? Lin Jishu clicked his tongue inwardly. System, who's this brat? He's asking for a beating. System Chu Yuxiu, the youngest son of the Chu family, one of the 4 great clans in the cultivation world. His father is an elder of Wucang Peak. Lin Jishu understood. Another privileged connection. In this place, every 5 steps you'd encounter a young master, every 3 steps a young lord. Someone like him and Luo Yin with no background were nothing but ants in others' eyes. But these ants, once overlooked, had now become disciples of the very celestial venerables they had dreamed of serving, and naturally, they became eyesores. Zhao Fengming stepped forward, feigning a slight frown, and spoke in a gentle tone. Junior brother Chu, why be so harsh? Junior brother Luo, as the personal disciple of Wucang, Celestial Venerable, would hardly... Chu Yuxiu was clearly familiar with Zhao Fengming. Hearing this, his expression soured. Senior brother Zhao, you've known him only a few days, yet you defend him so strongly. Do you think I'm framing him? Zhao Fengming gave a helpless smile, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. Of course not. I just thought there might be a misunderstanding between the 2 junior brothers. Lin Jishu rolled his eyes mentally. What a phony. What misunderstanding? Chu Yuxiu snorted. Is it just a coincidence that my pendant goes missing and the very same one appears in his hand? Why can't it be the same? Lin Jishu said calmly. Is this pendant exclusive to you? Chu Yuxiu was momentarily speechless. Indeed, the pendant wasn't unique to him, but it was a precious Earth-grade top-tier artifact. As far as he knew, only each elder and peak master possessed one. He had begged his father for ages to get his hands on it. He refused to believe that Yan Lingsong would gift such a valuable item to Luo Yin, who had just joined the sect. Chu Yuxiu demanded, you claim this pendant is yours. Do you have any proof? Luo Yin was taken aback. A pendant looked the same as any other. What proof could there be? Lin Jishu whispered, didn't you drip blood to bind it? Luo Yin shook his head. Only heaven grade or above or some special artifacts can be bound by blood. This pendant is only earth grade, and it has limited uses. It can't be bound. That made things tricky, but when in doubt, ask the system. System, do you know whose pendant this is? System, it's definitely Luo Yin's. How could the protagonist be a thief? Are you questioning his integrity? The system sounded genuinely offended, as if Lin Jishu had insulted the protagonist. Lin Jishu. Of course I'm not doubting Luo Yin's character. Alright, my bad. Let me rephrase. Do you know where Chu Yuxiu's pendant fell? System, one moment, I'll scan for it. Seeing the 2 fall silent, Chu Yuxiu gained confidence. He sneered, see, you can't produce proof either. Out of respect for senior brother, Zhao, hand over the pendant, and I'll let this slide. Luo Yin clenched the pendant tightly, his gaze unwavering. I won't give it to you. This is mine. Handing it over would be admitting I'm a thief. Zhao Fengming sighed with feigned concern. Junior brother Luo, no one is calling you a thief. But you have no proof, and Chu Junior brother's pendant happens to be missing at the same time. It's too much of a coincidence. If you happen to pick it up by accident, it would be better to return it to Chu Junior brother to avoid harming the harmony among fellow disciples. Lin Jishu's fingers itched. He wanted to slap that sanctimonious face. System, are you done yet? The system spoke up at the right moment, found it. Chu Yuxiu went to see his father yesterday and brushed past Luo Yin, causing the jade pendant to fall out. He was certain it was Luo Yin who stole it. Lin Jishu, can you detect where the jade pendant is now? Has anyone picked it up? The system, it hasn't been picked up yet. It's still lying in the grass. The coordinates are 1324, 365. Lin Jishu, give me a location. The system, done. It's about 1 kilometer from the host. Lin Jishu looked up. Chu Yuxiu was arrogantly reaching out to snatch the jade pendant from Luo Yin's hand. Zhao Fengming stood nearby, advising gently. Junior brother Luo, if you insist on refusing, this matter will only get worse for everyone. Lin Jishu stepped in front of Luo Yin. I know where senior brother Chu's jade pendant fell. The courtyard fell silent. Chu Yuxiu's hand paused in midair as he turned to look at him. What did you say? Are you certain your jade pendant is identical to senior brother Luo's? Lin Jishu asked again. Nonsense. I can't mistake my own belongings. Then it's easy. Lin Jishu turned and walked toward the courtyard gate. Follow me. Chu Yuxiu frowned. Where are we going? To find your jade pendant. Lin Jishu didn't look back. The others hesitated for a moment, then followed him. Zhao Fengming lingered behind, watching their retreating figures with an unreadable expression. Troublesome. Lin Jishu followed the system's navigation along a small path and finally stopped before a patch of grass. He pushed aside the waist-high weeds, revealing a jade pendant lying quietly on the muddy ground. Is this yours? Lin Jishu raised his chin. Chu Yuxiu's eyes lit up. He rushed over in 3 steps, picked it up, and examined it carefully in his hands, letting out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't dared to tell his father about losing the pendant. Now that it was found, he wouldn't get a beating. He tucked the jade pendant into his robe and turned to leave. Wait. Luo Yin blocked his path. Now that you've found your pendant, shouldn't you apologize to me? Chu Yuxiu paused, his expression stiffening. It's your fault for bumping into me yesterday. Otherwise, why would I have suspected you, eh? You bumped into me. And did you ever consider that the pendant might have fallen here yesterday? Luo Yin stared at him. Chu Yuxiu choked, muttering under his breath. Who thinks that much? Fine, this time I was wrong. Junior brother Chu didn't mean it. Zhao Fengming stepped forward at the right moment, his tone gentle. Since the pendant is found, everyone's happy. Junior brother Luo, let it go. Chu Yuxiu immediately straightened his back, his chin rising slightly. Right, he didn't mean it. He was anxious about losing the pendant too. That's why he hurriedly confronted Luo Yin. Luo Yin pressed his lips together, his face dark. The other's tone was mild, but the words grated on him. Why was he the one being petty? He was the one falsely accused. Senior brother Zhao certainly knows how to speak lightly, Lin Jishu said coolly. You weren't the one falsely accused. He didn't mean it. Does that make everything go away? If I hadn't found the pendant today, would you have just taken Luo Yin's away? Zhao Fengming's face stiffened. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Lin Jishu looked at him. This whole matter has nothing to do with you, senior brother Zhao, yet you're so eager to meddle. Zhao Fengming's expression darkened completely. He stared at Lin Jishu for 2 seconds, then flicked his sleeve and turned away. Such kindness thrown to the dogs. I'm done. Luo Yin rolled his eyes at his retreating back. No one asked for your help anyway. Seeing that even Zhao Fengming had been driven off, Chu Yuxiu suppressed his temper. Fine, I'm sorry. I was wrong today. I shouldn't have accused you. Lin Jishu frowned. No. Luo Yin blocked him, refusing to budge. Your apology isn't good enough. I want a sincere apology, or you'll go find Elder Chu right now and tell him everything you did today. Lin Zix's brow relaxed as he glanced at Luo Yin, a hint of approval in his eyes. Well done, little Luo. Stand your ground and defend yourself. Chu Yuxiu's face flushed red as he glared at him, but he truly didn't dare let him go to his father. After all, Luo Yin was Yin Linkang's only disciple. If his father found out what he had done today, he'd be in for a severe beating. Taking a deep breath, he forced a stiff smile and gritted out each word. I'm sorry, junior brother Luo. I was too rash today. I accused you without verifying the facts. Please forgive me. Only then did Luo Yin step aside. Chu Yuxiu stormed off without looking back. After everyone had dispersed, Luo Yin turned to Lin Jishu, his eyes sparkling. What brought you here today? It's a good thing you came. Lin Jishu said, I've broken through to the first layer of qi refining. I wanted to share the joy with you. He couldn't very well say he came specifically to get beaten up. I suppose I've completed the plot. The system, wait, let me check. Current plot completion is 48. Barely counts as completed. The protagonist was falsely accused by Chu Yuxiu and felt that he was too weak. If only he were stronger, he wouldn't have to endure Chu Yuxiu's cultivation level and be unable to resist. It does achieve the effect of stimulating the protagonist, but the completion rate is too low. It's easy to be judged as unqualified. It's recommended to follow the original plot progression as much as possible. Lin Jishu retorted, "This accident today wasn't something I could control. Ever since I deviated from the plot and joined the villain's faction, the story has already derailed. Don't even think about a perfect 100 plot completion. The system." Ignoring the system's sulking, Lin Jishu followed Luo Yiyan back to his courtyard. Luo Yiyan had already cast aside the unpleasantness. He pulled Lin Jishu to sit on a stone bench, then sat opposite him, eyes shining. "Tell me quickly, how did you know the jade pendant was there? Did you learn some tracking technique?" Lin Jishu replied without flinching, "Just lucky. I happened to spot it on the way here." "You're incredibly lucky," Luo Yiyan exclaimed without a shred of suspicion, then asked about his recent life. "How are things on Chiyue Peak? Is immortal sovereign Feng Heng treating you well? Has anyone bullied you?" Lin Jishu said, "It's fine. No one bullies me. Because the entire Chiyue Peak was empty except for him and Yulin Zhou. You know my talent is poor. Entering the Qi refining stage so quickly is all thanks to my master." Luo Yiyan relaxed at that, then explained, "That's good to hear. I wanted to visit you before, but senior brother Ming always stopped me, saying that immortal sovereign Feng Heng dislikes anyone from Wucang Peak stepping onto his territory." Lin Jishu recalled the revulsion on Yulin's face when he mentioned Wucang Peak. He really doesn't like it. Luo Yiyan pouted, but soon broke into a smile. "Then I'll just wait for you outside from now on. Since you can come out now, you can visit me often. By the way, I've already reached the 3rd layer of Qi refining and learned a new sword technique. Shall I demonstrate it for you?" Lin Jishu replied. "Fine." Truly worthy of being the protagonist, his cultivation speed was enviable. Luo Yiyan happily drew his sword and began to swing it with earnest focus. The sword was nothing special and the techniques were the most basic foundational forms, yet his expression was utterly concentrated. Starting, stance, thrust, turn. Every movement was executed with meticulous precision, striving for perfection. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the courtyard trees, leaves fracturing into dappled patches that fell upon him, shifting and flickering with the flow of his sword. After completing the set, he panted slightly, a fine sheen of sweat on his brow. He turned back, his eyes blazing with brilliance. "How was it?" Lin Jishu curved his lips into a smile and applauded for him. "Impressive." He himself had trained 10 hours a day just to barely break through to the 1st layer of Qi refining. Yet Luo Yiyan had already reached the 3rd layer, mastered the entire foundational sword technique, and executed the moves with such clean precision. Such talent was something no amount of effort could catch up to. But he felt no resentment in his heart. From the very first day he arrived in this world, he knew Luo Yiyan was the protagonist destined to stand above the clouds. As for him, he was merely a supporting character following the script. Being able to stand on the sidelines and witness this was already far better than the original story's ending. Lin Jishu reflected on his recent experiences and sighed once more. The protagonist truly was the protagonist. His charm was undeniable, naturally drawing countless hearts. Luo Yiyan, flustered by the praise, scratched his head. "It's all thanks to Master's teaching. But I've only just begun." Senior brother Ming said, "True swordsmanship can only be learned after foundation establishment. When that time comes, I'll practice it for you first." Lin Zix's lips curved slightly as he hummed in acknowledgement. As dusk fell, Lin Jishu chatted a while longer with Luo Yiyan before rising to take his leave. Luo Yiyan accompanied him to the courtyard gate. Only after Lin Jishu repeatedly promised to visit him again in a few days did he reluctantly depart. Returning to Chiyue Peak, twilight had already deepened. Lin Jishu pushed open the courtyard gate and halted mid-step. Yulin Zhou was sitting on the stone bench in the yard, having waited for an unknown length of time. Sensing trouble, Lin Jishu still stepped forward to bow. "Master." Yulin Zhou raised his eyes, his dark pupils fixing on him. "Where did you go? Why weren't you cultivating in the yard?" Lin Jishu pressed his lips together, knowing that lying would be pointless. "I went to Wucang Peak to find Luo Yiyan." Yulin Zhou's gaze instantly turned icy. "Did I not tell you to limit your dealings with those from Wucang Peak?" "Luo Yiyan is my friend," Lin Jishu said, pressing his lips together. "He's a friend I grew up with. It has nothing to do with which peak he belongs to." "Friend?" Yulin Zhou let out a cold laugh. "Once you become powerful, you won't lack friends. You're already inferior in talent, yet you still don't seize every moment to cultivate. Do you want to infuriate your map?" Lin Jishu was silent for a moment, then lifted his head to meet Yulin Zhou's gaze. "I cultivate every day from dawn to dusk, without a single day of slacking. I only took a rest today because I was tired. I don't think I did anything wrong. I don't know what conflict exists between you and Wucang Venerable, but Luo Yiyan and I are not your punching bags. I won't cut off contact with my friend just because you dislike Wucang Peak." Yu Lingzhou laughed in anger. Fine, very well. You haven't even reached foundation establishment yet, and already your wings are stiff. You dare to defy your master. He stared at Lin Jishu for a long moment, then suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Fine, I won't bother with you anymore. He stood up, his voice turning cold. From now on you can associate with whoever you want and slack off in cultivation whenever you like. Just don't come begging for my help when you're trampled underfoot. Lin Jishu opened his mouth. That's not what I meant. Yu Lingzhou stared at him expressionlessly. Then what did you mean? Aren't you just complaining that I'm too controlling? System, he seems genuinely angry. You'd better lower your head for now. You still need him to teach you cultivation. Offending him does you no good. There are no important plot points coming up for a while anyway. Just focus on cultivating for now and figure things out. Lin Jishu closed his eyes. No, I was wrong. I knew you disliked people from Wutsong Peak, yet I still went behind your back to associate with them. I've hurt your heart, and I've made a grave mistake. Yu Lingzhou was taken aback. He was the type who yielded to softness rather than hardness. If Lin Jishu had stubbornly talked back to him, he might have truly hardened his heart and washed his hands of the matter. But seeing the youth bow his head and submit, most of his anger dissipated. He was silent for a moment, then his tone softened. I do this for your own good. Those people from Wutsong Peak, don't be fooled by their righteous facade. It's all a lie. You consider him a friend, but people change. Once he becomes powerful, he'll look down on you. What you need to do is surpass him in strength first, so that the choice lies in Lin Jishu. Setting everything else aside, what Yu Lingzhou said did make sense. Seeing Lin Jishu bow his head in silence, Yu Lingzhou assumed he had taken it to heart and softened further. He was only 18, still a child. If he acknowledged his mistake and showed remorse, he was still worthy of forgiveness. He stepped forward and gently ruffled the top of Lin Zix's hair, his tone so tender it was almost unnerving. Listen to your master. I won't harm you. You've been too restless lately. It's best if you go out less from now on. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll have someone buy it for you. Lin Zix's head shot up. Master, what do you mean? Are you imprisoning me? How can you call it imprisonment? Yu Lingzhou frowned slightly as if the word was too harsh. I just want you to focus more on your cultivation. Once you reach foundation establishment, they'll let you out all right. Lin Jishu opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Yu Lingzhou had already unhooked the token for the barrier from his waist. He had no intention of giving Lin Jishu the right to refuse. All right, go wash up and get some sleep. Tomorrow, I'll set a new cultivation plan for you. Before leaving, Yu Lingzhou casually placed a restriction on the courtyard. Lin Jishu pushed the door only to be repelled by an invisible barrier, his fingertips tingling slightly. He stood behind the door, his expression darkening completely. He stood there for a long time before speaking in his mind. Did you foresee that my submission would result in me being imprisoned? System. Imprisonment is still better than being completely abandoned. In the cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, if Yu Lingzhou truly stopped caring for you, you'd be walking a dead end. Lin Jishu slowly unclenched his fists. Because what the system said was true. He sat down on the stone bench and was silent for a long time before asking again, why does he hate Yin Lingsong so much? The system paused for a moment as if searching through its archives before slowly articulating, according to the original text, when Yu Lingzhou first entered the mortal world, he joined the Tianheng sect. At that time, he and Yin Lingsong were hailed as the twin prodigies, their fame unmatched by any. However, as his cultivation steadily advanced, the suppression exerted by the Tianheng sect's mountain-protecting grand formation grew increasingly intense. Moreover, it was inevitable that two geniuses would be compared against each other. Yu Lingzhou possessed a fiercely competitive nature and could not bear to be overshadowed. Yet once he fell behind by a single step, he continued to lag with each subsequent stride. From then on, he was perpetually outshone by Yin Lingsong, earning the label of the eternal second from others. When a person is crushed too relentlessly, they become twisted. Surpassing Yin Lingsong had already become his inner demon. So when Yin Lingsong took on a disciple, he did the same, determined that his own disciple would outshine Yin Lingkang's. He could not triumph over Yin Lingsong himself, so he would let the next generation achieve victory. Lin Jishu could only think this tiger parenting is a disaster. A wild pheasant can never become a phoenix. Lin Zix's outcry went unheard. Even if Yu Lingzhou had heard it, he would not have cared. As he had said, the worthless had no right to a voice. To gain control over one's own fate, one must first grow strong. The next morning, Yu Lingzhou began his daily routine of tiger parenting. He produced a heap of weapons from somewhere and dumped them with a clatter before Lin Jishu. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, tomahawks, hooks, and forks. All 18 varieties of weapons gleamed with a cold, sharp light under the morning sun. Pick one. Lin Jishu swept his gaze over the pile and silently asked the system, which one do you recommend? The system replied, they are all fine weapons, more or less the same. If you must choose, go with the sword. Why? Because the sword is versatile and looks cooler when wielded. Lin Jishu was speechless. What a convincingly compelling reason. He reached out and grasped the sword with a cyan handle. The blade was long, the weight balanced perfectly in his hand. Yulin Zhou said nothing more, only stating, since you chose the sword, do not regret it. From today on, add 1 hour of sword practice each day. Lin Jishu nodded. There was nothing to regret. He knew none of them anyway. But he soon discovered that his so-called teaching was nothing like what he had imagined. Yulin Zhou merely tossed him a sword manual and told him to practice on his own. When he made a mistake, Yulin Zhou would click his tongue in annoyance. If in a good mood, he would correct a couple of moves. If in a bad mood, he would lean back in his chair, sip tea, and watch Lin Jishu make a fool of himself. You are hopelessly clumsy. Don't keep your wrist so stiff. The sword is alive. You're holding it like a burnt stick, and it's an insult to the blade. Lin Jishu adjusted the angle of his wrist, only to make another mistake on the next move. Yulin Zhou finally rose and walked over, standing behind him. He reached out and grasped Lin Zix's wrist, guiding it through an arc. His fingers were long and powerful, cool against Lin Zix's wrist bone, and his breath brushed over the top of Lin Zix's head, carrying a faint, elusive, cold fragrance. Do you feel? The force should originate from the shoulder, not from a rigid twist of the wrist. Lin Zix's back tensed for an instant, forcing himself to focus on memorizing the trajectory of the sword technique. Yulin Zhou released his hand and stepped back half a pace. Try again. Lin Jishu took a deep breath and swung the sword once more, following the path Yulin Zhou had just guided him through. Yulin Zhou watched for a moment and finally did not click his tongue, signaling grudging approval. In addition to sword practice, the intensity of training had doubled compared to before. Every day before dawn, Yulin Zhou would drag Lin Jishu out of bed for meditation. In the morning, he practiced sword techniques. In the afternoon, he circulated his cultivation method. And in the evening, Yulin Zhou would infuse him with spiritual energy, forcibly expanding his meridians. After half a month, Lin Jishu finally broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Yet Yulin Zhou seemed unsatisfied with this progress. The next day, he brought a new bottle of pills, completely crimson and radiating a scorching aura. These are fire yuan pills, he said, casually tossing the jade bottle into Lin Zix's palm. Fire overcomes wood, but wood can generate fire. Use fire spiritual energy to stimulate the wood attribute within you, nourishing wood with fire. This will force out your potential in the shortest time. Lin Jishu fell silent for a moment. He asked the system to check what would happen if someone with a wood attribute consumed a fire yuan pill. The results showed that the fire yuan pill was a mid-grade pill used by fire attribute cultivators to temper their meridians with extremely violent medicinal properties. Forcing it on a cultivator with a wood spirit root would cause pain as a minor issue. The real danger was severing all meridians if not handled carefully. Lin Jishu looked at Yulin's nonchalant expression and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Yulin Zhou truly intended to drive him to the brink of death. As if reading his concern, Yulin Zhou said softly, rest assured, with your master here you won't die. At most it will only hurt a little. Lin Jishu took a deep breath and chose to refuse. Master, I believe I have already been working hard enough. Given my utterly trash talent, advancing from 0 to the 3rd level of qi refining within just 2 months already surpasses most people. Yulin Zhou replied, not enough, far from enough. Your goal is not to surpass most people. You must become the first. Do you know? That disciple of Yen Lingcong has already broken through to the 5th level of qi refining. The gap between the two of you is too vast. If you do not risk everything to emerge from death, you will never surpass him. Again with the comparison to Luo Yen. Always staring at someone else's disciple. If this wasn't true obsession, he wouldn't believe it. Lin Jishu fiercely raised his hand and smashed the bottle of fire yuan pills onto the ground. The jade bottle shattered, and the crimson pills rolled all over the floor. I was never a match for him. He has a supreme grade metal spirit root, while I only have a low grade wood spirit root. How can I compete? Even if I work 10 or 100 times harder than him, it still won't match the amount of spiritual energy he absorbs in a single breath. Yulin Zhou didn't even glance at the shattered pills on the ground. How do you know if you don't try? It's precisely because conventional methods can no longer surpass him that you must take a shortcut. Lin Jishu retorted angrily, but it's me who suffers the pain, me who takes the risks. I refuse to risk my life just because of your pettiness. He turned to leave. Yulin Zhou raised his hand and waved, and spiritual energy formed an invisible shackle that imprisoned him on the spot. He produced another bottle of fire yuan pills. His slender fingers pinched Lin Zix's chin and forced the crimson pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering, leaving Lin Jishu no chance to spit it out. The medicinal power soon exploded in his abdomen, scorching pain spreading along his meridians. Lin Jishu trembled all over, bloodshot, veins almost bursting from his eyes. Madman. You're a complete madman. Let me go? Just you wait. Someday I'll make you pay. Yes, that's right, Yulin Zhou said, looking down at him with a hint of almost pathological delight in his eyes. Make killing me your goal and climb up with all your might. Remember this, if you want to blame someone, blame Yen Lingcong for taking that person as his disciple. If Luo Yin had entered my sect, you wouldn't be suffering this ordeal today. Dream on Lin Jishu spat, his vision blurring from the pain, no longer caring about the consequences of offending Yulinzhou. Even if Luo Yin didn't enter the Wucang Immortal Venerable's sect, he would never join yours. Because you're unworthy. The smile on Yulin's face froze. No wonder outsiders say you are inferior to the Wucang Immortal Venerable in every way. You are Lin Jishu continued, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. And I will never surpass Luo Yin either. No wonder outsiders say you are inferior to the Wucang Immortal Venerable in every way. You are Lin Jishu continued, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. And I will never surpass Luo Yin either. Shut up. Yulinzhou hated nothing more than being compared to him, and Lin Zix's words struck right at the heart of his grievance. Don't you dare call him by that title of respect. He is not worthy. What do you know? If it weren't for this damned suppression holding me back at every turn, how could I always be beneath him? Since I cannot break this restriction, I will nurture you. Let you surpass his disciple. Lin Jishu did not retort further. Not because he didn't want to, but because he had no strength left. Every limb and bone felt as though molten iron had been poured into him, searing along his meridians, until even his blood seemed to boil. Beads of blood seeped through his skin only to be vaporized by the intense heat into a faint pink mist. He curled up on the ground, his fingernails digging into the cracks between stone slabs, his fingertips a bloody mess. Yet he could not stop the excruciating pain of his bones being crushed and reassembled inch by the fire's spiritual energy. Thinking back over the past 2 months, from the marrow cleansing pill to the spiritual energy infusion and today's fire essence pill, the pain had grown more intense each time, as if it would never end. If he hadn't been so reluctant to die, he might have given up long ago. Cultivation truly was not for the ordinary. No wonder those with spiritual roots were already 1 in 10,000, and those who succeeded were even rarer. One had to endure what others could not, suffer what others could not. And he had never even had a choice. From start to finish he had been pushed forward by others. Yulinzhou grabbed him off the ground and held him tightly against his chest. One hand pressed against his back, forcibly channeling spiritual energy to protect his heart and Dantian. Lin Zix's forehead rested in the hollow of Yulinzhou's shoulder, his whole body convulsing. Instinctively he tried to break free, but was held even tighter. Don't move, Yulinzhou's voice came from above him, soothing. Bear with it a little longer. It'll be over soon. Lin Zix's lips moved faintly, as if he were saying something. Yulinzhou lowered his head to listen, only to hear him cursing. His voice was already weak, but he stubbornly refused to yield. Yulinzhou was stunned for a moment, then the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Well, if you still have the strength to curse, looks like you want die. After an unknown stretch of time, the burning agony that had gnawed at his heart and bones finally receded like a retreating tide. Lin Jishu collapsed limply in Yulinzhou's arms, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat and blood, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Yulinzhou checked his meridians, and the faint furrow between his brows finally eased a little. He looked down at the youth in his arms who no longer had the strength to even curse, and after a moment of silence lifted him horizontally. Yulinzhou carried him to the hot spring, tested the temperature, found it a bit cool, heated it slightly, and then carefully placed him inside. The warm water flowed over his shoulders and neck. Lin Jishu leaned against the edge of the pool, his body still trembling faintly. His clothes soaked with sweat clung to his skin. Yulinzhou frowned slightly and reached out to remove his outer robe. His movements were not particularly gentle, but it was already a great concession for a venerable immortal lord who had never served anyone before to help bathe another. Lin Jishu lacked the strength to resist. He closed his eyes and let himself be manipulated. Only when Yulinzhou's fingers accidentally brushed against a wound on his ribs burned by the fire's spiritual energy did he let out a soft hiss. Yulinzhou paused. He raised his hand to examine the wound, but Lin Jishu gently pressed his hand down. I'll do it myself, Lin Jishu said hoarsely. No need to trouble you, master. Yulinzhou looked at him for a moment, then slowly withdrew his hand. He took a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and placed it on the stone platform by the pool. There's medicine inside. Remember to apply it after you finish washing. Yulinzhou looked at him for a moment, then slowly withdrew his hand. He took a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and placed it on the stone platform by the pool. Lin Jishu soaked in the water for a long time until his body gradually regained some strength. Then he slowly pushed himself up from the pool wall and stumbled into the house, collapsing onto the bed. The system cautiously emerged. Host, this might not be all bad. Your body has indeed become much stronger. Your bone quality and talent can now barely reach the middle level. The gap between lower and middle bone quality is like heaven and earth. With your hard work, catching up to Luo Yin is not impossible. Lin Jishu buried his face in the bedding, his voice muffled and weary. Don't talk. I don't want to talk to you right now. The system wisely fell silent. All right. Have a good rest. The room grew quiet. Outside the window, the night wind rustled through the bamboo grove, making a soft swishing sound. Lin Jishu lay there slowly, clenching the corner of the blanket in his fingers. Whether it was to let Lin Jishu rest well, or out of guilt, Lingzhou did not appear for 7 consecutive days. Without his supervision, Lin Jishu did not fall into idleness. He rose before dawn every day to meditate, practiced swordsmanship in the morning, circulated his cultivation technique in the afternoon, and added an extra hour of meditation at night. Only when the night grew deep did he drag his sore body back to bed. Even the system felt a pang of sympathy, though it did not truly know what sympathy felt like. Lin Jishu, however, did not mind much. The suffering had already been endured. Giving up halfway would be the greatest cruelty to himself. Moreover, he had truly felt the benefits of his improved bone quality. Previously, absorbing spiritual energy had been like trying to scoop water with a fine sieve. No matter how hard he tried, he could retain very little. Now his meridians had widened several times, allowing spiritual energy to flow much more smoothly. Even the strength and speed of his sword strikes had improved by more than a single level. After breaking through to the 5th layer of qi, refining the sea of qi in his dantian had transformed from a dry well into a shallow spring. Though his spiritual energy was far from abundant, it was no longer in a state of constant depletion. One evening, Lin Jishu finished his sword practice and sat on the stone steps wiping his sweat. Xiaohei, a small black dog, darted out from the corner of the yard, something dangling from its mouth, and eagerly nuzzled into his arms. He looked down and saw it was a wild rabbit, gray and dusty, kicking its legs in struggle. Lin Jishu pried open Xiaohei's mouth and let the rabbit go. It dashed into the bamboo grove in a flash. Xiaohei let out a pitiful whine, lying at his feet, rubbing its wet nose against his fingers. Lin Jishu patted its head and said with genuine envy, "You're so free and carefree. Unlike me, who can't even make my own choices. Now, even stepping out of the courtyard is a luxury." A familiar voice suddenly sounded from the gate. "You want to go out?" Lin Jishu didn't even lift his head, his fingers absently scratching Xiaohei's chin. "I'm not a prisoner. You've kept me locked up here so long. Of course I want to go out." Lingzhou walked into the yard about to say something when his steps suddenly halted. He sensed that Lin Zix's spiritual energy fluctuations were far more robust than a few days ago, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You've broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining. It seems my efforts were not in vain." Lin Jishu curled the corner of his mouth. "Don't give yourself so much credit." Lingzhou, unfazed by the sarcasm, sat down opposite him with a cheerful mood. "That boy surnamed Luo only broke through to the 6th layer yesterday. The gap between you is shrinking. I believe it won't be long before you surpass him." Lin Jishu finally lifted his head to look at him. "Master, is there something you need?" His indifference inexplicably irritated Lingzhou. "Indeed there is. The new disciple competition is in a month, and all disciples recruited by the peaks will participate. This is your chance to make a name for yourself. You must train diligently this month, and strive to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining before the competition begins." Lin Jishu curled his lips into a faint mocking smile. "Master has great faith in me." To outsiders, his rapid rise from a lowly waste-grade spiritual root to the 5th layer of qi refining in just a few months indeed made him seem like a buried genius. Only he knew the price of becoming a genius. He was not Luo Yin after all, someone with a supreme-grade spiritual root who cultivated as effortlessly as drinking water, advancing without even breaking a sweat. How could he possibly compete with someone like that? By comparing whose master pushed harder. Well, Yin Lingsong was far from matching Lingzhou in that regard. Lin Jishu lowered his gaze. If only he had obediently become Yin Lingkang's disciple back, then even as an outer disciple, it would have been better than this. At least he could have seen Luo Yin every day and advanced the storyline more smoothly. But regrets were useless now. Lin Jishu withdrew his scattered thoughts and resumed training. And so under Lin's relentless pushing, another half, perhaps caught in a bottleneck, Lin Jishu found himself unable to break through to the 6th layer after entering the 5th. Though Lin Jishu couldn't leave, Lingzhou often relayed news of Luo Yin to spur him on. Lin Jishu always let it go in one ear and out the other, paying him no heed. This stalemate lasted 2 days. One afternoon, as Lingzhou was instructing Lin Jishu in a new incantation in the courtyard, he suddenly paused, his words cut short. "A rat has sneaked in," he said, withdrawing his hands, his tone turning cold. "Stay here. Your master will go and see." With that, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Lin Zix's heart stirred. He stood up and gazed outside with a grave expression. It wasn't Jiang Che, he was sure. The only ones who could provoke such disgust in Lingzhou were Yin Lingsong and now Luo Yin. Lin Jishu was startled. Could it be that Luo Yin had come to see him? Too bad he couldn't get out. Lin Jishu shifted his gaze to Xiaohei, who was rolling in the sun nearby, and an idea struck him. On the mountain path of Chiyue Peak, Luo Yin was utterly lost. He had assumed that even in the quietest peak there would be at least a few menial disciples sweeping the grounds, But after walking for nearly a quarter of an hour, he hadn't seen us. A fork in the road lay before him, both paths identical, and he had no idea which way to go. He stopped and called out, "Is anyone there? I am Luo Yin, a disciple of Wutsang Peak, here to pay respects to immortal venerable Feng'ang. I seem to have lost my way. Could any immortal kindly show me the path?" The wind blew, but no one answered. A chill crept up Luo Yin's neck. Just as he was hesitating whether to pick a path at random, a voice suddenly seemed to come from all directions. "Isn't this Yin Linkang's disciple? What are you doing here?" Luo Yin looked up and around, but saw no one in the sky. He knew the other party had locked onto him with divine sense. He quickly cupped his hands respectfully toward the sky. "May I ask how to address this senior? I have a friend who is a disciple of Chiyue Peak. We had arranged to meet, but he never showed up, so I took the liberty of coming to seek him." Yu Linzhou snorted coldly. "Chiyue Peak does not welcome anyone from Wutsang Peak. My disciple cannot be your friend. I advise you to leave at once before I escort you out myself." Luo Yin's eyes lit up. The self-reference as I the Venerable, and the guess that he was looking for Jishu. This must be immortal venerable Feng'ang. Disciple Luo Yin greets immortal venerable Feng'ang. "May I ask the Venerable where Lin Jishu resides? Could you kindly point the way?" Yu Linzhou was silent for a moment. This person simply didn't understand when he was being dismissed, stubborn as a leech. "Did you not hear me? I do not welcome you." "Why, oi?" Luo Yin looked perplexed. "I have never crossed paths with the Venerable, and I am not here to disturb you today. I am merely worried that something might have happened to Jishu. We had arranged to meet, but he never showed up. Yu Linzhou, nothing has happened to him. He has been cultivating diligently, and is not seeing outsiders. Return now, and do not come again." Luo Yin said firmly, "Since I am here, I must see him. Unless he personally refuses me, I will not leave. Not even if the Venerable says so." Yu Linzhou clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just as expected, everyone from Wutsang Peak from top to bottom was equally insufferable. He raised his hand intending to send this tactless brat straight off Chiyue Peak, when a flicker of black caught his eye at the corner of the mountain path. Xiaohe ran up to Luo Yin, barked twice, and lifted his head. Luo Yin froze for a moment, then caught on, and followed Xiaohe. One man and one beast vanished in the blink of an eye. Yu Linzhou. His good disciple really did love to defy him, didn't he? Lin Jishu sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, chin resting on his hand, waiting for Luo Yin to arrive. He asked the system in his mind, "Why must Luo Yin come find me? I don't want to see him right now. I feel a bit embarrassed." System, precisely because you are weak now and imprisoned by Yu Linzhou, Luo Yin must witness it with his. The host's role is to inspire him to grow. Seeing you in distress will ignite a stronger will in him to protect you. Lin Jishu, didn't I already complete the mission back at Wutsang Peak? System, the completion level at Wutsang Peak was insufficient. Luo Yin has not yet seen your helpless and vulnerable side. His current fighting spirit is far weaker than in the original story. Moreover, without you by his side, his cultivation progress has lagged behind the original. Only by seeing you imprisoned and utterly pitiful will he train desperately to become strong enough to help you. Lin Jishu. Pitiful and helpless. He looked down at himself. Well, his current state did fit the description. By now Luo Yin had reached the courtyard. He saw Xiaohe stop and bark toward the entrance. "Little black dog, do you mean Jishu is inside?" Xiaohe nodded. Luo Yin stepped forward to push the door, but the moment his fingers touched the wood, an invisible force flung him back. He stumbled a couple of steps, steadied himself, and looked gravely at the pale purple glow rippling across the door. Such a powerful restriction. With his current cultivation, there was no way he could break it. A lazy voice drifted slowly from behind him. "Don't waste your strength. The restriction, I personally said. Even Yin Lingsong would need some effort to crack it, let alone you." Luo Yin spun around. Yu Linzhou stood not far behind him, watching him with an unhurried, leisurely expression. A lazy voice drifted slowly from behind him. "Don't waste your strength. The restriction, I personally said. Even Yin Ling's, what sense does it make to lock someone up without reason?" Yu Lin's his lips curled into a casual smile, utterly indifferent to the anger in the young man's eyes. "What sense does it make to lock someone up without reason?" Yu Lin's his lips curled into a casual smile, utterly indifferent to the anger in the young man's eyes. "His greatest fault was sneaking off to see you behind my back, his master." Luo Yin clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "He is my friend. What wrong is there in him seeing me? You are the one who came later, and you have no right. What you are doing is wrong." Lin Jishu, listening from the courtyard, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This level of argument wasn't much better than that of an elementary school student. As expected of the protagonist, even his anger was so polite. Yu Linzhou evidently found it beneath himself to bicker with a child. Say what you will, but he is now this venerable's disciple. Once a master, always a father. It is only natural for this venerable to discipline him. Luo Yin, enough. Yu Linzhou cut him off, his tone growing impatient. This venerable has no time for your nonsense. If you don't leave now, I'll have to trouble Yin Lingsong to come fetch you himself. I heard he is in seclusion. Do you think he would find you too troublesome and abandon you over such a trifle? Luo Yin gritted his teeth, his face paling for a moment. Yulinzhou thought he had finally intimidated the boy, only to see Luo Yin turn abruptly and shout toward the courtyard gate, Jishu, I'm sorry. I can't rescue you now, but I will find a way to visit you often. Venerable Fengheng is not a good person. Don't be deceived by him. Hang in there and wait until I find a solution. Inside the courtyard, Lin Jishu was silent for a moment before speaking slowly according to the script given by the It's okay. It's not your fault. I am too weak to save myself. You already have a hard time on Wutsong Peak, and I'm sorry for making you worry about me. Imagining the person inside frightened and anxious, yet still comforting him, Luo Yin's eyes reddened instantly. I am not sad. Everyone on Wutsong Peak is very kind to me. Have faith. I will think of a way to save you. Wait for me. His face darkened completely, his earlier playful demeanor gone. With a sweep of his palm, a fierce wave of spiritual energy wrapped around Luo Yin and sent him flying out of the Chiyu Peak barrier. Get lost. Afterwards, he found a large stone and carved the words, no entry for people or beasts from Wutsong Peak onto it, then stood it upright beside the barrier. After dealing with Luo Yin, Yulinzhou stormed back into the courtyard. Lin Jishu was sitting cross-legged on a meditation cushion cultivating. Yulinzhou strode over and seized Lin Zix's chin, forcing his head up. Between gritted teeth, he said, Are you determined to defy me now, eh? Can't you just be obedient? Lin Jishu frowned, turning his head to break free from the grip. Even if you are my master, you have no right to restrict my personal freedom. Have you never heard that extremes meet? The more you try to control me, the more I will resist. One day you will no longer be able to restrain me. Yulinzhou stared at his stubborn expression for a moment, and inexplicably the fury in his chest subsided by half. He let out a snicker. Fine. I'll wait for the day you rebel. Then I'll let you ride me like a horse. He straightened up, his tone shifting. I've wasted too much time on irrelevant people. Now continue your cultivation. There are only 15 days left until the newcomer competition. You are still 2 levels short of the expected Qi refining 7th layer. You must make up for it within half a month. Lin Jishu finally lifted his eyelids. You might as well just push me to my death. Yulinzhou, don't be so pessimistic. I believe you can do it. Lin Jishu. I thank you. Luo Yin flew back to Wutsong Peak with all his might, his steps faltering as he landed. Although Yulin's palm strike had not injured his meridians, his entire body ached fiercely every step, sending sharp pains through him. Back then he had thought it was a good thing that Jishu had become a disciple of Venerable Fengheng and that the man would be a good master. He never expected him to be such a domineering and unreasonable person. Luo Yin was filled with regret. It was all because he knew nothing and had rashly pushed Jishu into a pit of fire. He pushed open the courtyard gate and found Mingyi standing in the yard. Senior brother Ming. Luo Yin was startled, then instinctively straightened his slightly disheveled robes. Why are you here? Mingyi looked him over and frowned slightly. What happened to you? Did you get into a fight? It's nothing. Just a minor accident on the way. Luo Yin glossed over it. Did you need something, senior brother? Accidents were common among cultivators, so Mingyi did not press further. He got straight to the point. Venerable Wutsong wants to... Luo Yin's eyes lit up. Has master come out of seclusion? I'm not sure. Mingyi shook his head. The venerable came looking for you earlier. Since you were not here, he asked me to wait and tell you to go see him directly when you returned. Not daring to delay, Luo Yin hurried toward the peak. The summit of Wutsong Peak was always shrouded in a barrier that isolated it from the outside world, covered in ice and snow. The seclusion site of Yinlingsong. Luo Yin stood outside the barrier and bowed respectfully. Master, I heard from senior brother Ming that you were looking for me. May I know your instructions? After a moment, the barrier parted silently. Hesitating for a moment, Luo Yin stepped inside. A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped him, and he couldn't help but shiver. He walked along the path for a while until a stone cave came into view, its entrance free of any barrier. He was debating whether to enter directly when a clear, cold voice came from within. Come in. Only then did Luo Yin step inside. The cave was almost bare save for a bed hewn from ice upon which Yinlingsong sat cross-legged. Perhaps it was the reflection of the surrounding ice and snow, but he seemed even colder than usual, like a finely carved jade statue, flawless yet devoid of any. Greetings, master, Luo Yin said as he bowed. Yinlingsong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon him. Sensing a residual trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, he frowned almost imperceptibly. You are injured. Luo Yin hesitated for a moment before telling the truth about what had happened at Chiyu Peak. It's nothing serious. I was expelled from Chiyu Peak by Venerable Fengheng and suffered some superficial Yinlingsong's expression shifted slightly, his tone calm. Since he does not welcome you, there is no need to go there again. But my friend is there. Luo Yin looked up. I only wanted to visit my friend. I never expected Venerable Fengheng to harbor such animosity toward those from Wutsang Peak. Just because Jishu secretly came to see me, he imprisoned him and forbade him from seeing anyone. Yan Lingkang's brows furrowed slightly. He imprisoned him? Luo Yin nodded. The cave fell silent for a moment. Yan Lingsong lowered his eyes slightly, and after a long pause let out a soft sigh. This Yulinzhou has become more and more out of hand. Luo Yin could not help but ask, Master, I do not understand why Venerable Fengheng holds such enmity toward the people of Wutsang Peak. I only wish to know if there is any way to rescue Jishu. Yan Lingsong was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. No one can change Yu Linzhis decision. But you need not worry too much. Although Yu Linzhis actions are outrageous, he still has his limits. Your friend will not be in mortal danger. Luo Yin pursed his lips, making no reply. Yan Lingsong glanced at him and did not continue the topic. Instead, he said, I called you here today because you have broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement faster than I anticipated. He raised his hand, and a jade bottle and a spell manual appeared in his palm out of thin air. Here are some elixirs and a set of techniques. They will come in handy when you reach Foundation Establishment. Luo Yin quickly took them with both hands and murmured his thanks. Just as he was about to say something else, Yan Lingsong had already closed his eyes again. Seeing this, Luo Yin tactfully bowed and exited the cave. No one would help him, then he would rely on himself. He refused to believe that this world belonged to the Yes. Lin Jishu sat on the meditation cushion, his eyelids as heavy as lead. He had not slept for 7 days and his consciousness was beginning to drift in waves. Even the words Yu Linzhou spoke into his ear seemed muffled by a thick layer of water, indistinct and unclear. Focus. Yu Linzhou flicked his finger on his forehead, the force just enough to make him feel pain, but not hurt him. Lin Jishu frowned, forcing himself to The day of the newcomer competition was drawing closer, yet his cultivation remained stuck at the 5th layer of Qi refining without any progress. Yu Linzhou was extremely anxious and even considered using elixirs to force a breakthrough. If it weren't for Lin Zix's threat of death, he might have succeeded. The price of refusing elixirs was a doubled and redoubled cultivation intensity. Yu Linzhou drove him like a madman, forbidding him to sleep or rest. He felt that if this continued, he would die from exhaustion before the newcomer competition. He propped himself up and asked in his mind, System, why can't I break through? System, host foundation is too weak. Innate spiritual root is insufficient and postnatal consolidation is inadequate. You only seek quick success, but haste makes waste. Lin Jishu, is there any way? If this continues, he'll really be tortured to death by Yu Linzhou. System, the quick method is to pile on medicine, but the side effects are too great. It's not recommended. If the foundation is unstable, later advancement will only be more difficult. Host should already feel that even at the Qi refining stage it is so strenuous. After foundation establishment, it will be even worse. Many people remain stuck at foundation establishment for 100 years, unable to form a golden core in this lifetime. Tracing back to the source, most of them had a poor foundation during the Qi refining stage. Sensing Lin Zix's distraction, Yu Linzhou flicked his finger again, this time with more force. Lin Jishu winced from the pain. You are the all-powerful system. Is there no other way? The system's voice carried a hint of joy. Host, this is the first time you've praised me. I'm so happy. Don't worry, you'll think of a way right now. Check if there are other methods. Seeing that Lin Jishu could not concentrate, Yu Linzhou sighed, and for once relented. All right, let's stop here for today. Lin Jishu felt as if he had been granted a pardon. His tense nerves relaxed, and he collapsed straight to the ground, without even the strength to move to the bed. He simply lay on the meditation cushion and closed his eyes. Yu Linzhou looked at him like this, shaking his sleeves in frustration, but ultimately turned and left. He had to find a way to help someone break through quickly. If he lost to Yan Lingsong again in the newcomer competition, he would never swallow that humiliation in this life. That damned Yan Lingsong was even in seclusion, constantly striving for the divine transformation stage. If he advanced first, Yu Linzhou would never have a chance to turn the tables. Lin Jishu seized this rare break to catch up on sleep, fearing that Yu Linzhou would have another episode and leave him no chance to close his eyes. After sleeping for about 2 hours, the system suddenly woke him up. The system's voice was filled with a triumphant excitement. Host, I found a breakthrough method that is safe, legal, and has minimal side effects. Lin Jishu opened his eyes groggily. What? System, within the Hahuan sect, there is a secret manual that uses the method of dual cultivation to make 2 people merge, intimately intertwine their divine senses, and reach a mysterious realm. If supplemented with spiritual power, it is the best opportunity for breakthrough. Lin Jishu was instantly wide awake. Is it the Hahuan sect I'm thinking of? Can't you find something more reliable? The system was unconvinced. Host, you are wearing colored glasses. The secret techniques of the Hahuan sect are quite proper. Mutually willing dual cultivation can also increase cultivation. Many people would be eager for it. Lin Jishu was silent for a moment. What was his stereotype? But the problem came: who do I find to dual cultivate with? In my current situation, I can't even leave the courtyard. He suddenly sat up, an ominous thought flashing through his mind. You don't want me to go to Yulinzhou, do you? Do I want to die? The system also realized the practical dilemma, and its tone weakened. Actually, the best candidate is Luo Yin. He is the son of Heaven's Way with the strongest fortune. If you could dual cultivate with him once, it would be more effective than 10 years of hard cultivation. Lin Jishu said expressionlessly. Luo Yin has an official partner. You want me to be a third party? How malicious. The system hastily defended. I didn't. I'm just providing the best candidate. If you really lay hands on the protagonist, Heaven's Way won't allow it. So your method is as good as useless. Lin Jishu lay back down. Let's discuss this later. Look for other good methods. Don't disturb me now, I want to sleep. It was almost dawn. If he didn't catch more sleep, he would have to endure another day of torture. System all right. Back at the main courtyard, Yulinzhou walked straight to the rockery in the backyard. With a wave of his hand, he lifted a concealed restriction, and a door silently appeared in the stone wall. He slipped inside, and the door closed behind him. Inside was a huge, secret treasury piled high with the wealth he had accumulated over millennia. Spirit stones, spirit artifacts, spirit medicines, and some strange items whose names he didn't know were casually thrown in the corners. Any single piece would be enough to make outside cultivators fight over it, yet now they were piled here like junk gathering dust. Yulinzhou began searching for any spirit artifact or technique suitable for Lin Jishu. After searching through it all, he found nothing that Lin Jishu could use. There were a few good bottles of marrow washing and meridian cleansing treasures, but after the incident with the fire origin pill, that little brat was now guarding against him like a thief. If he forced medicine again, he might really fight him to the death. His treasury simply had nothing too low level, and anything too advanced would cause Lin Zix's body to explode if used. He had never imagined he would take on such a useless disciple. Standing amidst a pile of heavenly treasures, Yulinzhou experienced for the first time what it meant to possess precious treasures but have no use for them. He rubbed his forehead in vexation, thinking whether he should shamelessly go ask at other peaks. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed something propping up the leg of a table. He reached out and pulled it out. It was an old, dusty booklet with a cover decorated with tangled, sensual patterns. He couldn't quite recall where he had borrowed it from. He casually flipped open a couple of pages, and Yulin's expression instantly turned disdainful. He remembered. This was a secret manual given to him by an elder of the Hahuan sect several hundred years ago, who wanted to dual cultivate with him and sought to please him. At the time, he didn't even look at it, and just used it as a footrest under the table. He never expected this disgusting thing would see the light of day again. Yulinzhou had intended to throw this book away, but for some inexplicable reason, he ended up storing it in his spatial ring. Days passed in relentless cultivation, and before he knew it, there were only 3 days left until the competition. Lin Jishu was still stuck at the 5th layer of qi refining, unable to cross that threshold no matter what. He could clearly feel the barrier was right before him, as if he could touch it with his hand, yet no matter how he channeled his qi to break through, he always fell short of the final push. He had consumed plenty of spirit replenishing pills, but his dantian was swollen with spiritual energy, and still there was no progress. With Yulin's gaze growing increasingly dangerous, as if he were about to conjure up some cruel method to force him to survive through the brink of death, Lin Jishu finally yielded. Lin Jishu threw caution to the wind. System, I give up. Does that Hahuan sect manual have a text version? Give me a copy. The system replied immediately. There is a text version, but the system cannot produce a physical object. The host must copy it manually. Lin Jishu gritted his teeth. Fine. He'll copy it. Yulinzhou had actually noticed that Lin Jishu was secretly writing something. He just didn't expose it right away. Yulinzhou decided to wait and see. He wanted to know what the kid was up to. With the competition looming, how dare he get distracted? If he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, he would be skinned alive. With only 1 day left until the competition, Lin Zix's cultivation remained stagnant. Yulin's patience had finally run out. Just before he exploded, Lin Jishu spoke up. Master, I found a manual that can help me break through. Yulinzhou squinted. What manual? Lin Jishu handed over the copy of the Hahuan sect technique he had. Yulinzhou took it suspiciously and flipped through it, his eyes scanning the crooked handwriting and landing on the content. After reading only 2 lines, his expression changed. It was exactly the same as the tattered book he had used to prop up his table in his storage space. How do you know about this manual? Lin Jishu caught the flaw in his words. Master has seen it too. I have not seen it. Yulinzhou closed the booklet, his expression unusually awkward. This technique is clearly not a proper one. Where did you get it? Master, don't ask where I got it. Just tell me if it works. If it does, I'll find someone to try it with right now. Yulin's fingers tightened around the booklet, the veins on his forehead bulging. You want to try it with someone else? Lin Jishu, of course. The competition is coming and I can't break through. Aren't you more anxious than I am? I don't want to be tortured by you anymore. This is the best way. Yulinzhou crumpled the manual into a ball, reducing it to dust in his hand. He stared at Lin Jishu expressionlessly, the veins still visible on his forehead. I will not allow it. How can a man be so casual? What do you take your— Lin Jishu watched the manual he had painstakingly copied turn to ash and laughed in anger. What do you mean by what I take my body for? If I don't find a way, this body will be ruined by your torture. He stared into Yulinz's eyes. Are you planning to feed me more medicine again? Continue to expand my meridians? Yulinzhou, caught off guard, unconsciously averted his gaze for a moment. Lin Jishu let out a cold laugh and added, if you can't do this or that, then give me a solution that works. You can't come up with one, so I'll find my own way. Dual cultivation is a legitimate method of cultivation. It's a consensual act, better than being force-fed medicine by you. Unless you stop forcing me to break through and stop demanding I surpass Luo Yin. Yulinzhou. No, it's not allowed. Lin Jishu turned coldly, climbed onto the bed, and pulled the covers over himself. Then I won't cultivate anymore. Yulinzhou. No. Lin Jishu ignored him, turned over, and showed him his back. Yulinzhou stood by the bed, torn between leaving and staying. He had always been the one others read the expressions of, and for the first time he experienced what it felt like to be ignored. After a long silence, he tentatively spoke. How about trying a breakthrough pill? Lin Jishu remained motionless. Yulinzhou rubbed his temples in frustration. In the past, he would have just pinched the other's chin and poured the medicine down his throat regardless of consent. But now he seemed unable to bring himself to do it. How strange. He had actually grown soft on someone. He stood by the bed for a while longer, then finally turned and left. The sound of the door closing came, and Lin Jishu slowly let out a breath. To be honest, he didn't want to resort to that unless absolutely necessary. If this could make Yulinzhou give up on pushing him, it would be a blessing in disguise. But would Yulinzhou really give up? Back in his own courtyard, Yulinzhou was distracted. He hadn't felt soft-hearted toward anyone in a long time. It reminded him of something from long ago. As he was lost in thought, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Immortal, venerable Fengheng, this disciple has brought the elixirs. He'll leave them at the door as usual. Please remember to retrieve them. Yulin's ears perked up. It was that errant disciple from the alchemy peak, surnamed Jiang, he thought. Hearing the footsteps about to fade away, he spoke impulsively. Wait. Come in. The courtyard gate silently opened before Jiang Che. Jiang Che froze, almost thinking he had misheard. After delivering elixirs to Chiyu at peak for so long, this was the first time he was allowed to step through the gate. He stepped into the courtyard nervously and finally saw the legendary immortal venerable Fengheng. His appearance was even more striking than the rumors. Dressed in a purple robe, he lounged in a chair, indolent and unrestrained, but his narrow eyes and deep black pupils, despite his lazy demeanor, did not make him seem approachable. Jiang Che dared not look too long, lowering his head to bow respectfully. May I ask what the immortal venerable requires of this disciple? Yulinzhou, how are you getting along with my disciple? Jiang Che paused, surprised by the question. You mean junior brother Lin? This disciple is not very close to him. We only went down the mountain together once last month. I haven't seen him since, so I assume he has been diligently cultivating. Yulinzhou, the culprit, felt a pang of guilt. He quickly got to the point. It's like this. I raised a little cat. It has a bad temper, isn't very obedient, always wants to run outside, and likes to play with stray dogs. So I locked it up. But it seems to hate me more and more. He paused. Is there a way to make it behave? Jiang Che thought carefully. Cats are naturally wild. If you lock them up, they'll hold a grudge. The best way is to let them roam freely. Yulinzhou frowned. If I let it run wild, what if it doesn't come home? This disciple hasn't raised a cat, so I can't say for sure. Jiang Che weighed his words. But if it were me, I wouldn't restrict its freedom too much. If it always wants to play with outside friends, it's probably bored. Spend more time with it, burn off its energy, and it won't always want to run outside. Yulinzhou rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You mean before he finds someone else, I drain his energy first so he won't want to go out? Jiang Che felt the analogy was somehow off, but couldn't pinpoint why. He nodded. You could see it that way. Yulinzhou seemed to have figured something out, waving his hand to dismiss him. Baffled, Jiang Che retreated to the courtyard gate, placing the elixir he had brought on the stone table before leaving. The courtyard fell silent again. Yulinzhou picked up the elixir, habitually about to put it into his mouth, when his fingers suddenly froze. He stared at the pill between his fingertips for a moment, recalling what he was about to do, then returned it to the bottle. For what was to come, perhaps it was better not to take the elixir. He raised his hand to loosen his robe. From his collarbone downward, a pattern of black scales began to emerge on his skin, spreading from his chest to his abdomen. He touched the scale pattern with his fingertip. His body temperature was much lower than an ordinary person's, cool to the touch. But for him, it was still too warm. This was the beastly nature he had always suppressed. Around every full moon, his body temperature would gradually rise, and even his spiritual energy circulation would be— Serpents are inherently lustful. During these days, he would use elixirs to suppress it. Otherwise, the discomfort would make him restless and drive him to irrational actions. But this method only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. The wild nature could not be easily suppressed. Blocking was not as effective as channeling, unless he found a way to release it. And it was precisely because he didn't want to seek release from anyone that he chose to take the elixir. Yulinzhou resealed the jade bottle and set it aside. He straightened his robe and tied the sash. Perhaps he could try not taking the elixir. If it was Lin Jishu, he didn't feel repulsed. He was his disciple, completely under his control, within easy reach. There was no need to resist. In the middle of the night, Lin Jishu was startled awake by an unusual breathing sound. He opened his eyes in the darkness and met a pair of glowing crimson verticals. His heart slammed against his chest. Instinctively, he rolled over to grab the sword at his bedside. The moment his hand touched the hilt, his wrist was seized, and he was pressed back onto the bed. Don't move. Yulin's voice came from above, hoarser than usual. Lin Jishu felt the grip on his wrist was immense, impossible to break free. What made him freeze even more was the temperature of the other's palm. Not the usual coolness from occasional touches, but a heat so intense it felt scalding. Alarms blared in his mind system. The system did not respond. It was as if something had blocked it. His mind was utterly silent. Master, Lin Jishu forced himself to stay calm, though his voice was taut. Breaking into your disciple's room in the middle of the night. What are you going to do? Master, Lin Jishu forced himself to stay calm, though his voice was taut. Breaking into your disciple's room in the middle of the night. What are you? He slowly released Lin Zix's wrist, moved his hand up a few inches, pried open Lin Zix's fingers one by one, pulled the sword from his palm, and tossed it carelessly to the foot of the bed. With his weapon gone, Lin Jishu felt even more unsafe. I don't feel well, Yulinzhou said, his voice low, almost to himself. It's uncomfortable. Lin Jishu felt his temples throbbing. If you're uncomfortable, take the elixir. What use is it coming to me? Yulinzhou lowered his head, pressing his forehead into the hollow of Lin Zix's shoulder, and let out a muffled laugh. I used to suppress it with elixirs, but this time I don't want to. Lin Jishu lay stiffly as Yulinzhou leaned against him, feeling the low rumble of his voice when he spoke and the unusual heat radiating from his body. He suddenly recalled a passage from the original text about the Bash bloodline. Serpents are inherently lustful on the night of the full moon. Body temperature soars, and without elixir suppression. A slight sting at his shoulder interrupted his. At some point, Yulinzhou had turned his head, the tip of his nose brushing against Lin Zix's neck, carrying a faint cold fragrance and scorching breath. What are you thinking? Yulin's voice was muffled against his shoulder. Thinking him a monster. That him no good after all. He laughed softly. You're right. You. Before Lin Jishu could finish, Yulinzhou covered his mouth with his hand. Didn't you want to find someone for dual cultivation? Lin Zix's eyes widened. I said no because I didn't want anyone else to touch you. Yulinzhou slowly raised his head, his vertical pupils glowing with a dim red light in the darkness. I am your master. I should teach you. This kind of matter should naturally be taught by me personally. Lin Jishu shuddered. I don't think that's necessary. I want trouble, you master. Yulinzhou narrowed his eyes, a joyful curve tugging at the corner of his lips. With one hand he pinned both of Lin Zix's wrists above his head, and with the other he hooked the tie of his inner robe, pulling it open leisurely. No trouble. How could serving my disciple ever be trouble? He lowered his head, his tone coaxing, like soothing a spitting cat. All right, stop talking. Just, no trouble. How could serving my disciple ever be trouble? He lowered his head, his tone coaxing, like soothing a spitting cat. All right, stop talking. Just enjoy it. Was still sweet. Are you ever going to stop? Are you trying to kill me? His own hoarse, raspy voice startled him. Awake. Don't rush. It's almost over. Yulinzhou brushed his hair aside, about to lower his head for a kiss, but Lin Jishu turned his face away. Yulin's eyes darkened and he Lin Jishu. Another hour passed. The two were locked in a struggle over who was on top, entangled and unwilling to yield, when Jiangxi's voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Junior brother Lin, the newcomer tournament is about to start. Are you participating this time? I went to look for Venerable Fengheng, but he wasn't there, so I came to find you. Lin Zix's entire body stiffened, shame flooding through him. His tension made Yulinzhou gasp sharply. Yulinzhou looked up at him, a teasing tone in his voice. He's calling you. If you don't answer, he might barge in. Lin Jishu gritted his teeth, struggling to keep his voice steady. Senior brother Jiang, I'm here. I'm packing up. They'll be right there. You go ahead. All right, don't be late. Jiangxi's footsteps finally faded. Lin Jishu collapsed onto Yulinzhou, his entire body so limp he couldn't even lift a finger. Those few words had drained every ounce of his willpower. Hurry up, he said with closed eyes, his voice hoarse. We're about to miss the time. Haven't you been looking forward to this? Why are you so slow now? Yulinzhou let out a low laugh, turned him over, wrapped his arms around his waist from behind, and pulled him back into his embrace. All right, I'll try my best. Relax, don't be so tense. Lin Jishu grunted, buried his face in the bedding, and closed his eyes in resignation. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Linzhou finally took pity on him and released him. Lin Jishu lacked even the strength to crawl lying prone on the edge of the bed, feeling as if every bone in his body had been dismantled and reassembled. Yet the effect was unmistakable. The stagnant spiritual energy that had clogged his dantian for an entire month now flowed docilely within him. As if some force had unblocked his meridians, an indescribable smoothness permeated his entire being. He could clearly sense that the barrier had finally been shattered. The sixth layer of qi refining had been breached silently during the most uncontrollable moment of the previous night. Even more due to Yu Lin's excessive irrigation, he had directly leaped across layers, reaching the eighth layer of qi refining in one go. Yu Linzhou leaned against the headboard. What's wrong? Can you get up? Lin Jishu did not reply. He slowly pushed himself up from the bed, lowered his head to examine the marks on his body, then looked up at Yu Linzhou. Yu Linzhou understood without words. He cast a spell to cleanse all traces of their encounter. Then he rose and dressed with fluid grace, and in moments he had resumed his usual immaculate appearance as the Fengheng Immortal Venerable. When Lin Jishu got out of bed, his legs suddenly gave way. His expression blank, he pulled a handful of pills from his storage pouch, and imagining them to be Yu Linzhou, shoved them into his mouth and chewed. Yu Linzhou. He casually pulled up his collar to cover the mark he had deliberately left on his neck. Let's go. The restriction outside the courtyard had been lifted at some unknown time. Morning light spilled across the stone path of Chiuet Peak, and the air carried the crisp, refreshing scent of the bamboo grove. Lin Jishu took a deep breath, never before feeling the air outside so sweet. On the training grounds, the disciples of all the peak elders had already assembled. On the high platform, only the seat in the eastern direction remained empty. Several elders whispered among themselves. Didn't Fengheng Immortal Venerable say he would bring his disciple to participate this time? Why is he still not here at this hour? Wutsong Immortal Venerable has already taken his seat with his disciple. Only that master and his disciple are left. Truly like master, like disciple. Keep your voice down. If he hears that, hell hold a grudge again. The speaker fell silent, glanced around, and upon seeing that the person being discussed had not yet arrived, breathed a sigh of relief. The disciples below were also murmuring. Many were growing impatient, frequently glancing around. Why hasn't it started yet? Who's still missing? Who is so arrogant as to make everyone wait for him alone? Rumor has it that wherever Wutsong Immortal Venerable is, Fengheng Immortal Venerable is sure to be. Today Fengheng Immortal Venerable is not present, so he's probably waiting for him. At the mention of Fengheng Immortal Venerable, those who had been complaining immediately fell silent. Luo Yin stood behind Yin Lingsong, his gaze fixed on the vacant seat, his brow slightly furrowed. He cared little whether Yu Linzhou came or not. His only worry was that Lin Jishu was still imprisoned, not even allowed to come out for such an important occasion. Just then a streak of purple light shot across the distant sky. The noise of the training ground gradually subsided. The light landed before the high platform. Yu Linzhou, clad in a purple robe, descended without a flutter of his sleeves. He sat languidly in the reserve. Behind him followed a youth in dark purple robes, his expression aloof. We are a little late. Please forgive us, Yu Linzhou said with a casual salute to the platform, his tone betraying not a hint of apology. No one dared to reproach him. They all smiled and shook their heads. Yu Linzhou turned to Yin Lingsong beside him, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Wutsong Immortal Venerable has emerged from seclusion. Congratulations. I heard your disciple broke through recently. What a coincidence. My own disciple also made a small advance last night. Yin Lingsong glanced at him indifferently. Oh, congratulations. Yu Linzhou gritted his teeth. He hated that deadpan face the most. Luo Yin spotted Lin Jishu, edged closer, and whispered, Are you alright? Lin Jishu shook his head. I'm fine. Luo Yin was finally relieved. Everyone was present, and the competition officially began. The rules were simple: draw lots to determine opponents, compete in pairs, and the top 3 would be selected. Weapons were allowed, but underhanded tactics were forbidden. Any violation would result in expulsion from the sect. The lottery box was passed down from the platform, and the disciples stepped forward one by one to draw their numbers. Lin Zix's number was relatively late, giving him ample time to observe the strength of others. The earlier matches were unremarkable, mostly involving newcomers at the first to third layers of qi refining. Their exchanges were lackluster and ended quickly. He was merely curious about whom Luo Yin had drawn. With Luo Yin's current cultivation, he was among the top of the newcomers, and in theory few could stand it. The system spoke up at that moment. According to the original plot, his opponent should be Chu Yuxiu. Lin Jishu raised an eyebrow. You finally decided to show up. I called you so many times yesterday. Why didn't you respond? The system, to protect the host's privacy, the system automatically triggers a shield under specific circumstances. I was about to ask what happened last night. Why was it shielded for so long? Lin Zix's face was expressionless. Children shouldn't meddle in adult affairs. The system wisely fell silent. As they spoke, the elder referee announced Luo Yian's name. However, his opponent was a disciple from Qingyun Peak, not The system was also puzzled. That shouldn't be. Normally the draw is random, but carries the inertia of the plot. This deviation shouldn't happen. Could it be that your presence has altered the plot? Lin Jishu, that's possible. After all, in the original novel, Lin Jishu was not qualified to participate in this competition. Now that I am standing here, the entire draw sequence has been disrupted. The system, then what do we do? In the original story, Chu Yushio was also a cannon fodder side character. It was precisely because Luo Yian offended him that his father took revenge on Luo Yian, causing him to be bullied, and only then did Yin Lingsong have a chance to protect his lover. Lin Jishu, and what do you want to do? The draw has already been decided. Can you change the result? The system will try to correct it. This is only the first round, there are still several rounds to go. There's bound to be a chance to draw Chu Yushio. Lin Jishu, then you'd better hurry. If Chu Yushio loses in the first round, this plot thread is gone. The system, let me check who Chu Yuxia's opponent is. A few moments later, its tone relaxed. It's okay. His opponent is not strong, he should win the first round. We'll find a way to pair them later. That should work. On the arena, Luo Yian's match had already begun. His opponent's cultivation was not weak, but still fell short of Luo Yian. Amidst the clash of sword lights, Luo Yian's movements were agile, and he gained the upper hand in just a few moves, drawing low gasps from the watching disciples. The defeated disciple conceded with heartfelt admiration, clasping his hands towards Luo Yian. Thank you for the guidance. I willingly admit defeat. Luo Yian returned the gesture. You flatter me. On the high platform, several elders showered Yin Lingsong with praise. The Wucang Celestial Venerable truly excels in teaching. Your disciple, having entered the sect for only a few months, has already broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Such talent is indeed rare. No wonder the Celestial Venerable broke the tradition of never taking disciples for 10,000 years. He was waiting for a true prodigy. Yulinzhou curled his lips, and only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. When his disciple steps into the arena, he'll blow your minds. Luo Yian stood in the center, his cheeks flushing slightly at these words, yet he still bowed respectfully towards the high platform. He instinctively turned his head, found Lin Zix's figure among the crowd, and his eyes curved into a smile. Lin Zix's lips twitched slightly, and he gave a— Yulinzhou had been watching him all along. He caught the smile on his lips, and looked at Luo Yian with even more displeasure. That wild man seducing his precious disciple was truly an eyesore. Yulinzhou had been watching him all along. He caught the smile on his lips, and looked at Luo Yian with even more displeasure. That wild man seducing— Yulinzhou had been watching him all along. He caught the smile on his lips, and looked at Luo Yian with even more displeasure. That wild man seducing his I'd have to teach him some manners soon. The presiding elder announced loudly, Lin Jishu of Qiyue Peak versus Li Xian of Qingyun Peak. The match began. Lin Jishu was about to make a move when his opponent raised a hand, as if he had something urgent to say. Just as senior brother Zhang said, you are indeed an arrogant, conceited villain. You don't even greet your fellow disciples when you see them. Do you really think that by becoming a disciple of the Fengheng Celestial Venerable, you've become someone important? Lin Jishu understood. So it's Zhao Fengming's lackey. No wonder he yaps with every word. Lin Jishu said coldly, are you sick? If you are, go get treatment. This is a sparring arena, not a tea party. Enough with the nonsense. Li Xian's face flushed red from being choked by his words. He wanted to say more, but Lin Jishu had already drawn his sword and charged at him. However, Lin Zix's sword light was so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. Li Xian only saw a blur before his eyes, and instinctively raised his sword. However, Lin Zix's sword light was so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. Li Xian only saw a blur before his eyes, and instinctively raised his sword. However, Lin Zix's sword light was so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. Li Xian only saw a blur before his eyes, and instinctively raised his sword to block. With a sharp clang, his entire arm went numb. His grip loosened, and the sword flew out of his hand. The arena fell silent. One strike. He used only one strike. Li Xian stood frozen in place, still maintaining the sword-holding posture, but his hands were empty. Lin Jishu placed his sword against his neck. You're welcome. Li Xian looked down at his still trembling hand, then up at Lin Zix's expressionless face, his lips moving. Aren't you a waste? On the high platform, the elders who had just been praising Yin Lingsong fell into collective silence. Someone took a breath first, and then the buzzing discussions erupted. Li Xian is at the 4th layer of Qi refining, and he used just one sword strike to knock his blade away. Someone took a breath first, and then the buzzing discussions erupted. Li Xian is at the 4th layer of Qi refining, and he used just one sword strike to knock. He leaned back comfortably in his chair and said leisurely to the elder beside him, forgive the presumption. This venerable's disciple is still young, doesn't know restraint, and has no sense of moderation. The other elders. The presiding elder was also shocked for a moment, but quickly recovered and announced Lin Zix's victory. Lin Jishu sheathed his sword and walked off. Li Xian snapped back to reality, his face full of resentment. Wait, I don't accept this. I was careless just now. Let's do it again. Lin Jishu didn't stop walking and ignored him completely. Did he think he could demand a rematch just because he said so? Who did he think he was? Li Xian's face darkened for an instant, and he suddenly gathered spiritual energy in his palm, striking at Lin Zix's back. The crowd was startled. Luo Yin shouted, "Jishu, be careful." Yu Linzhou instantly rose to his feet, his face dark with fury and murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The system urgently reminded, "Host, be careful. He's going to ambush you." Lin Jishu remained calm. "I know. I'm on guard. Let me pull off a big act." Before Yu Linzhou could make a move, Lin Jishu had already acted. It was as if the youth had eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped and the palm strike brushed past his robe, missing him. He countered by grabbing Li Xian's wrist, using his momentum to pull him forward, and swept his leg, cleanly flipping him to the ground. Li Xian lost his balance entirely, stumbled, and fell face first. Before he could crawl up, a sword was already pressed against the back of his neck. Lin Jishu unleashed his cultivation, suppressing Li Xian completely. Li Xian lay on the ground, his face flushed red, his body rigid, not daring to move an inch. Lin Jishu looked down at him, his tone mocking. "Is this how Qingyun Peak teaches its disciples? When you can't win, you resort to a sneak attack." The arena was. The elder of Qingyun Peak's face turned ashen. This fool. He had disgraced them all. The presiding elder strode forward, his face like dark water, and announced, "Li Xian of Qingyun Peak, for violating the contest rules, is immediately disqualified and expelled from the arena." He paused and added, "Afterwards he will be handed over to the punishment hall for due process." As Li Xian was dragged away, the crowd's attention shifted back to Lin Jishu. 8th layer of Qi refining. When his spiritual veins were tested 3 months ago, wasn't he a low-grade spiritual root? From a mortal to the 8th layer of Qi refining in less than 3 months. This cultivation speed is even faster than the Wuzong Celestial Venerable's disciple with the supreme spiritual root. Luo Yin pushed through the crowd and strode quickly to Lin Jishu, his eyes shining brightly. "You've broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. That's amazing." Yu Linzhou strolled over with his hands behind his back, and the crowd quickly made way for him. He stepped between the two of them, subtly separating Luo Yin's hand from Lin Zix's arm. He gave Luo Yin a standard fake smile. "Junior disciple Luo, the seats for Wuzong Peak are over there." Luo Yin ignored his dismissal and walked around him to continue talking to Lin. By now he had learned to ignore Yu Linzhou. As long as he didn't cross the line, Yu Linzhou couldn't do anything to him. On the high platform, the elders had recovered from their shock and were whispering among themselves. No one had expected that the biggest dark horse of this year's newcomer competition would be the disciple with a waste spiritual root that Yu Linzhou had casually taken in. How had he been taught? Could there be some secret method? Yan Lingkang's gaze swept calmly over Lin Jishu, then glanced at his own disciple's excited back, and finally settled on Yu Linzhou. Yu Linzhou seemed to sense it. He turned his head, raised an eyebrow at him, and mouthed the words, "This time, this venerable will definitely surpass you." Yan Lingsong looked away expressionlessly. He felt helpless about his rival's competitive spirit. After all these years, he still couldn't let it go. The first day of the competition concluded, and the crowd gradually dispersed, awaiting the continuation on the following day. The novice tournament had no fixed duration. It would persist until the top 3 were determined, at which point the competition would come to an end. On the first day, there were roughly 500 to 600 participants, and with half eliminated each round, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to finish. After the crowd dispersed, Luo Yin attempted to approach Lin Jishu for a few words, but before she could reach him, Yu Linzhou blocked her way. A feigned smile lingered on Yu Linzhou's lips as he nodded toward Luo Yin. Then, without a backward glance, he draped an arm around Lin Zix's shoulder and strode away. Lin Jishu, guided by the arm, looked back at Luo Yin and silently mouthed the words, "See you tomorrow." Without shifting his gaze, Yu Linzhou turned Lin Zix's face back around. Rooted to the spot, Luo Yin watched helplessly as Yu Linzhou whisked Lin Jishu away as if guarding against a thief. Turning her head, she looked at Yin Lingsong with a wounded expression. "Master." Yin Lingsong offered a helpless shrug. "Let's go. Return to our quarters and cultivate." Lin Jishu entered his own courtyard, and Yu Linzhou followed him inside. The man walked straight to the table and sat down, his movements as natural as if he were in his own home. He even poured himself a cup of tea without being invited. His face expressionless, Lin Jishu stared at this shameless man. "Master, is there anything else? If not, I need to rest." Upon hearing this, Yu Linzhou clutched his chest in the manner of a distressed beauty feigning anguish. "My disciple, your heart is so cruel. This morning you were intimately intertwined with your master. How can you turn your back on me before the day is even over?" Lin Zix's lips twitched. He still had the nerve to bring it up. the so-called dual cultivation to help him. The first 2 times he hadn't even used the incantation. It was purely Yu Lingzhou venting his own rutting desires. Only when Lin Jishu could no longer bear it, and stubbornly refused to cooperate, did Yu Lingzhou reluctantly recite the spell. And now he had the audacity to pose as a benefactor who had sacrificed for Lin Jishu. Are you done? Lin Jishu remained unmoved, walked to the door, and pulled it open. If you're finished, please leave, master. Yu Lingzhou tilted his head slightly, a strand of half-loose hair falling along his cheek. The corners of his eyes lifted and his deep dark eyes shimmered with a glittering light. My dear disciple, do you truly have the heart to chase your master away? Yu Lingzhou attempted to sway Lin Jishu with his own beauty. But Lin Jishu, now a man of cold resolve, was immune to his honey trap. Yu Lingzhou had no choice but to leave with a pitiful air. Alone in the room, Lin Jishu finally allowed himself to breathe. How much a man changed after tasting carnal knowledge. He was already flamboyant, and now even more so. Like a peacock in full display, as if afraid the world wouldn't know he had lost his virginity. Yu Lingzhou returned to his own quarters. For once, instead of meditating, he lay supine on the couch feeling drowsy. It had been a long time since he had felt this relaxed. The searing heat within him, which he had suppressed for years with medicinal pills, had not entirely subsided after the previous night, but it had eased considerably, bringing him much relief. This was the first time in thousands of years he had felt such lightness. The only flaw was that tonight he could not share a bed with his beloved disciple. He turned over, reaching out a hand to the side, only to touch the cold satin coverlet. With no prior experience, he had always assumed that embracing a man would be like embracing himself, all hard-taught muscles. But last night, when he held Lin Jishu in his arms, he realized it was not so. Although Lin Jishu was a man, his frame was slender and his skin was smooth to the touch. After this period of cultivation, his body had developed faint lines of muscle, making him feel pleasantly supple when held. He was a bit too thin, though. Holding him tightly felt a little bony. Yu Lingzhou idly calculated that tomorrow he would have the Dan Peak send more nourishing spiritual herbs so that his beloved disciple could replenish himself. At this thought, he suddenly opened his eyes. While pondering, his fingers had been unconsciously stroking. Yu Lingzhou brought his hand to his nose and inhaled, as if the scent of Lin Jishu still lingered on his fingers. At this thought, he suddenly opened his eyes. While pondering, his fingers had been unconsciously stroking. Yu Lingzhou brought his hand to his nose and inhaled, as if the scent of Lin Jishu still. The competition resumed the next day. Lin Jishu drew a disciple from the Dan Peak as his opponent. The disciple glanced at the lot number, looked up at the dark purple figure across from him, and promptly cupped his hands toward the referee. I concede. From below the stage, the Dan Peak senior and junior disciples burst into a chorus of boos. The booed disciple slunk off the stage, his face flushed with shame, and shot them an annoyed glare. What are you booing for? If you're so good, why don't you go up there yourself? The Dan Peak was never known for combat prowess. They specialized in alchemy and pill refining. Even at the same cultivation level, they were no match for disciples from other peaks. Moreover, news of Lin Jishu sending Li Xian flying with a single sword strike had already spread across all peaks. Rather than stepping up to take a humiliating blow, it was better to conserve energy. His concession was so matter-of-fact that even some disciples from other peaks who had intended to mock him fell silent, abashed. Lin Jishu won, without a fight, freeing up time to watch Luo Yan's match. The system spoke up at the right moment. Luo Yan has drawn Chu Yuxiu as her opponent. Lin Jishu turned his gaze to the arena. Luo Yan and Chu Yuxiu stood 10 feet apart, poised and ready. Lin Jishu, did he draw that himself, or did you do something? System, I didn't do anything. It seems the plot auto-corrected. Below the stage, the elder referee announced the start of the match. Chu Yuxiu drew his sword, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground, and sneered. Junior brother Luo, it's been a while. It seems we truly are fated. This time I won't hold back. Luo Yan stood with sword in hand, her expression serene. I don't need you to hold back, senior brother. But on the martial arena, swords and blades have no eyes. If you get hurt, senior brother, don't go crying to Elder Chu. Chu Yuxiu's face flushed scarlet. Anyone can brag. When I knock you down, I'd like to see how you can still talk tough. On the high platform, several elders glanced teasingly at Elder Chu. Both are disciples of Wusong Peak. If Luo Yan happens to injure your son, Elder Chu, you mustn't show favoritism. Elder Chu sat upright, his expression calm. That goes without saying. But I have confidence in my son. Luo Yan has only been a disciple for 3 months. Even if he is exceptionally gifted, he ultimately lacks the combat experience. He looked at Yan Lingsong. If your disciple loses, immortal Lord Wusong, you must not be partial. Yan Lingsong didn't even lift his eyelids, completely ignoring him. Several elders nearby smoothed things over with a laugh. Elder Chu, you're being too formal. Immortal Lord Wusong is not an unreasonable man. On the martial arena, swords and blades have no eyes. Minor injuries are common. Elder Chu snorted coldly and said no more. It wasn't that he had any grievance against Yin Lingsong, he was simply protective by nature. To his ears, Luo Yian's earlier words sounded like a presumptuous upstart relying on the fact that she was a disciple of the immortal Lord Wuzong. His son Chu Yuxiu had been practicing swordsmanship since childhood and had outstanding combat experience among his peers. A lad who had entered the sect only 3 months ago. Even if he was gifted, Chu Yuxiu's experience far surpassed his. He didn't believe Luo Yin could win. The two in the arena had already engaged. Chu Yuxiu struck first, his sword technique fierce and direct, aiming straight for Luo Yian's throat, clearly intent on a swift victory. At the start, Luo Yin merely defended and evaded, appearing to be on the losing end to onlookers. Chu Yuxiu grew bolder with each exchange, his attacks becoming more ruthless, his sword light weaving a net that forced Luo Yin back step by step. Always defending, never attacking. He's still too green. Senior brother Chu is indeed a prodigy of the Chu family. His skill is extraordinary. Actually, junior brother Luo has only been in the sect for 3 months. Senior brother Chu has been personally trained by elder Chu since childhood with over a decade of experience. It's only natural that Luo can't compare. But that's not right. How can senior brother Chu participate in the newcomer competition? That's too unfair. Senior brother Chu is indeed a newcomer this year. In previous years, he only trained by elder Chu's side, without formally joining the sect. He only officially entered this year. According to the rules, he is indeed eligible to compete. I see. Then the champion is almost certainly decided. No suspense. The murmurs from the sidelines drifted into Luo Yian's ears, but he remained unmoved. He fixed his gaze on Chu Yuxiu's sword path, and amidst the increasingly frantic and chaotic flashes of light, he gradually began to discern a pattern. The earlier fluster and probing faded away. His footwork started to gain composure, and occasionally amid the dodges he would strike back with a single thrust, forcing Chu Yuxiu to retreat half a step. Chu Yuxiu's sword grew heavier, and his breathing roughened. He had been pressing Luo Yin the entire time, yet he could never turn his advantage into a decisive victory. This feeling stirred a nameless unease deep within him. He accelerated the rhythm of his sword strikes, trying to tear through Luo Yian's defense with a denser onslaught. But at the very moment Chu Yuxiu changed his move, Luo Yin sidestepped and lightly tapped his sword tip against the exposed gap beneath Chu's ribs. Chu Yuxiu felt a slight chill under his ribs. Looking down, he saw a slit in his robe. The surrounding spectators also noticed the shift in the situation. Look, is Luo Yin imitating senior brother Chu's moves? No, that's not it. He's deconstructing Chu Yuxiu's techniques. At these words, everyone focused their attention. They saw Luo Yin and his calm evasions occasionally thrusting with a move that bore a striking resemblance, 7 or 8 out of 10, to the ones Chu Yuxiu had just used. It wasn't deliberate imitation, rather as he parried, he broke down and internalized his opponent's sword path, then seamlessly integrated it into his own sword momentum. On the high platform, the expressions of several elders shifted slightly. Elder Chu in particular leaned forward from his seat, his brows deeply furrowed. Yin Lingsong sat composed, his face unreadable except for a barely perceptible upturn at the corner of his mouth. Lin Zhishu and the system silently cheered for Luo Yin. Seizing the moment when Chu Yuxiu's sword momentum was waning, Luo Yin turned defense into offense, thrusting straight at the latter's wrist. Chu Yuxiu hastily parried. The instant their swords clashed, he felt a force transmit through the blade, numbing his tiger's mouth, and nearly causing his longsword to slip from his grasp. He stumbled back 3 steps before barely steadying himself. Looking up at the motionless figure before him, his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? The sidelines fell into dead silence. The disciples who had just been discussing Chu Yuxiu's certain victory now fell mute. Grinding his teeth, Chu Yuxiu turned to the referee. Elder, he's learning my moves. Doesn't that count as cheating? The referee, Elder, shook his head. No. In a martial contest, deconstructing an opponent's techniques is part of skill. If he can dismantle your sword path, you can dismantle his. Chu Yuxiu gripped his sword hilt tightly and turned back to Luo Yin. Luo Yin smiled and cupped his hands in salute. Senior brother Chu, thank you for yielding. That smile on his face seemed particularly grating to Chu Yuxiu. Clenching his teeth so hard he could have ground them to dust, he spat venomously. Don't get too cocky. I haven't even used my real ultimate move yet. You may not be able to beat me. Chu Yuxiu tightened his grip on the sword hilt, furiously channeling his spiritual energy, and formed a single-handed sword. In an instant, his sword intent surged violently, and a fierce aura of sword chi radiated outward, centered on him. On the high platform, Elder Chu shot to his feet, bellowing, "Nonsense." Chu Yuxiu stopped. Seeing his reaction, everyone felt a chill. For Elder Chu to lose his composure in public, the technique must be no ordinary one. Luo Yin, being the one directly in the path, felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. He warily mobilized all his spiritual energy to protect his vital points. The system spoke up at the right moment. Chu Yuxiu is about to unleash his killing move. Lin Zix's gaze was fixed on the figure in the arena. Will Luo Yin be all right? The system replied he will be. This is a necessary plot point in the original story. Besides, with Yin Lingsong here, nothing will go wrong. Chu Yuxiu condensed his sword intent into a blinding beam of sword light, hurtling toward Luo Yin's heart with a sharp screech. This strike was utterly unrestrained, having already exceeded the bounds of a sparring match. Luo Yin's pupils contracted sharply. He poured all his spiritual energy into his sword, holding it horizontally to block. He knew that with his current cultivation level, taking this blow head-on would mean severe injury, but there was no retreat behind him. Luo Yin managed to halt the momentum of Chu Yuxiu's sword. The instant the sword light clashed with his blade, he staggered backwards, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the stone floor before him. His cultivation was on par with Chu Yuxiu's, so he barely weathered the strike. Had it been a disciple of lower cultivation, this blow would have been fatal. Yet Chu Yuxiu showed no intention of stopping. A second strike followed immediately, the blade aiming straight for Luo Yin's chest. The referee Elder's face twisted in fury as he turned to Elder Chu on the high platform. Elder Chu, what is the meaning of this? Your son is trying to kill someone right under my nose. Does he care nothing for the rules of the competition or for me? Elder Chu's face was ashen. That sword technique was one he had personally taught, meant to be a life-saving trump card for Chu Yuxiu. He never imagined the reckless brat would use it to deliver a killing blow against a fellow disciple. He shot to his feet. This is my failure to discipline my son. I will take him back and punish him severely. Just as he was about to step down and intervene, a surge of spiritual energy blocked his path. Yin Lingsong spoke coldly. Since Chu Yuxiu has started this, let it continue. But from now on, life and death are on their own hands. No one is to interfere. At these words, the entire assembly erupted in uproar. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom Yin Linkang's intent. Below the injured disciple was his own apprentice. Was he so heartless as to abandon him to his fate? Elder Chu whirled around to face him. Wutsong, immortal venerable, what do you mean by this? These are just two youngsters acting on impulse. Surely you're not going to let your temper escalate this. Yuxiu has erred, and I will punish him accordingly. Why must we let it spiral out of control? He was naturally confident in his son, but Luo Yin was Yin Linkang's only disciple. If anything happened to him, the consequences were too dire to bear. Yin Lingsong turned his head to look at him, his gaze calm and placid, his tone carrying no anger, yet sending a chill down the spine. You may go down. But this battle is not over. If you take your son away, does that count as his surrender or his expulsion from the arena? If it's surrender, the competition rules will apply. If it's expulsion, for ambushing a fellow disciple with intent to kill, Elder Chu should know what the sect's laws prescribe. Elder Chu froze in place, his face cycling through shades of color. In the end, he did not take that step. At this point, there was no peaceful resolution left for Chu Yuxiu. In the arena, Luo Yin had already steadied himself. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips and tightened his grip on his sword. The situation was far from optimistic. Although Chu Yuxiu's sword light had been blocked, its residual force had invaded his meridians. Every swing of his sword aggravated his internal injuries. He charged forward time and again, only to be repelled. He attacked once more and was driven back yet again. The wounds on his body multiplied. His azure robe was stained with large dark patches. The referee elder glanced several times toward the high platform, hesitating to speak, but Yin Lingsong remained silent. Chu Yuxiu grew increasingly irritated. He was clearly in the dominant position, yet this Luo Yin seemed oblivious to pain. Hardly had he been beaten back when he gritted his teeth and surged forward again, each sword stroke leaving no room for mercy, each move offering no retreat. At some point, the side of the arena fell silent. Luo Yin's counterattacks were arduous, almost tragic. His blade met Chu Yuxiu's onslaught again and again, only to be driven back each time. Though his body was covered in wounds, the moment he fell to his knees, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself up with his sword. Each time he collapsed, the watching disciples thought he could not rise again, yet each time he gripped his sword and stood. Someone clenched their fist and let out a low cheer from the throat. Luo Yin fight. The voice was like a stone cast into stagnant water, instantly stirring ripples. Cheers erupted from the crowd one by one, then in groups, until the entire training ground roared with the same name. Even Yulin Zhou was unusually quiet today, refraining from his usual taunts. Chu Yuxiu, disturbed by the sudden wave of noise, gritted his teeth and accelerated his assault, eager to finish the fight quickly. But he realized his spiritual energy was draining at a rate far beyond expectation, and the blood-soaked figure before him kept rising time and again. He shot a vicious glance toward the sidelines. In that moment of distraction, Luo Yin caught the faint, almost imperceptible stagnation in his sword momentum. A flash of sword light traced a sharp arc, striking precisely into Chu Yuxiu's right arm. Blood burst forth. An arm still gripping the sword flew off, bounced twice on the stone floor, and then lay still. Chu Yuxiu staggered back, staring at his empty right shoulder. His expression shifted from blankness to terror, then he let out a heart-rending scream. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Luo Yin stood leaning on his sword, drenched in blood. Whether it was Chu Yuxiu's or his own was impossible to tell. He looked at the wailing Chu Yuxiu on the ground with neither joy nor pity in his eyes. He only breathed heavily, then slowly raised his head to gaze at the white-robed figure on the high platform. A bloody smile spread across his face. "Master, I won." Yin Lingsong looked at him, and for the first time in eons his steady heart seemed to skip a beat. The referee elder hurried forward to examine Chu Yuxiu's injury, then glanced at Luo Yin. After a moment of silence he announced, "The match is over. Luo Yin of Wucang Peak wins." Elder Chu's face turned pale. He flew down from the platform, picked up Chu Yuxiu and the severed arm, and rushed toward Dan Peak, without looking back. His heart was filled with hatred for Luo Yin and for Yin Lingsong. But now was not the time for revenge. He had to save Chu Yuxiu first. If his right arm was severed, he would be crippled and cultivation would be out of the question. Reattaching a severed arm was not difficult, but the injury was severe. Even if reattached, Chu Yuxiu's right arm would never be as strong as before. Several elders exchanged glances, but said nothing. When Chu Yuxiu had used a lethal strike, no one had spoken up for Luo Yin. Now that Luo Yin had severed his arm, no one could fault him either. He had brought this upon himself. To the elders, this outcome was already lenient. If someone tried to kill them given the chance, they would not hesitate to kill in return. Unlike him, who only severed an arm. Lin Jishu hurried down from the arena and supported Luo Yin's staggering body. Luo Yin leaned his full weight on him. Lin Jishu frowned slightly, but steadied his arm, quickly fished a pill from his storage pouch, and pushed it into Luo Yin's mouth. "Swallow it. Don't be stubborn." Luo Yin rested his head on Lin Zix's shoulder, swallowed the pill, and forced a weak smile. "Did you see that? I won. I know you won. You were amazing. Now rest well." Lin Jishu helped him toward the edge of the arena. Yu Linzhou, sitting on the high platform, watched his beloved disciple being so attentive to another man, helping him, feeding him medicine, and almost rolled his eyes to the back of his head. He was so attentive to other men, but never like that with him. The referee elder quickly restored order, announcing that the competition would continue, and the next disciple who had drawn a lot would step forward. Luo Yin was taken away by Yin Lingsong. Lin Jishu instinctively wanted to follow, but as soon as he took a step, Yu Linzhou moved to block his path. Lin Jishu looked up at him, gave him a cold glance, said nothing, and turned to leave. Yu Linzhou stood there, his chest tight from that look. He quickly caught up, walking beside Lin Jishu, his tone irritable. "He's going back to Wucang Peak to recover. Yin Lingsong is watching over him. He won't die. What's the point of you following? It's a matter between master and disciple. Why do you, an outsider, have to get involved?" Lin Jishu didn't turn back. "At least when he's injured, I can be by his side." Yu Linzhou retorted, "What use is your company? You can't heal him. Yin Lingsong is enough. No wonder you have no friends." Lin Jishu ignored him, hurried back to his courtyard, and closed the door. Yu Linzhou stood outside for a while, but in the end he didn't knock. He turned and returned to his own courtyard. He had thought that after they had shared intimacy their relationship would improve. Instead it had only grown worse. The tournament progressed quickly. Elimination rounds weeded out contestants one after another, and the number of people in the arena dwindled. The fewer the remaining contestants, the more Lin Jishu worried about encountering Luo Yin. After all, he absolutely could not afford to lose. If he lost, Yu Linzhou would go mad again. But Luo Yin, of course, could not be eliminated early in the competition. Fortunately, whether by luck or the influence of the plot, Lin Jishu and Luo Yin never met. Until only 3 contestants remained, leading to the final round. Although the top 3 all received rewards, they still had to be ranked. Besides Lin Jishu and Luo Yin, the third finalist was a disciple from Dan Peak named Gu Qingshan. He was another dark horse in this tournament. Dan Peak was notoriously poor at combat. For someone to reach the finals, either he had incredible luck or genuine skill. It was said that Gu Qingshan came from a powerful alchemy family, so besides his talent in alchemy, his cultivation aptitude was also considerable. The 3 drew lots. A 1 would have a bye. Lin Jishu opened his slip. It was blank, meaning he had drawn the bye for this round. Luo Yin also breathed a sigh of relief, a faint curve tugging at the corners of his lips. He didn't want to face Lin Jishu either. In terms of cultivation, he was currently no match for Lin Jishu. If they clashed in the first round, regardless of who won or lost, one of them would inevitably end up at the bottom. If they were to compete, he wanted to vie with Lin Jishu for first and second place. The first match of the finals pitted Luo Yin against Gu Qingshan. As the two stepped onto the stage, the arena was already surrounded by disciples eager to watch, for no one wanted to miss the ranking battle for the top 3. They had even placed bets among themselves on who would claim first place. Of course, a little gambling was just for fun. They only hoped to earn some pocket money. On the field, the referee elder gave the order, and Gu Qingshan launched the first attack. He wielded a short sword, his blade path cunning, and his movements agile. Luo Yin sidestepped to evade, then struck back with a sword, forcing Gu Qingshan back half a step. The two exchanged dozens of moves, their clash so evenly matched that it was impossible to tell who held the upper hand. Gu Qingshan's ability to reach this stage was not merely a matter of luck. His sword techniques were not particularly exquisite, but his control over spiritual energy was exceptionally precise. Each strike was perfectly timed to block Luo Yin's advance, clearly the result of extensive preparation offstage. The system reported the battle situation in his mind, a note of surprise in its tone. This Gu Qingshan is actually quite impressive. He seems to have studied Luo Yin's sword path specifically. Lin Jishu, his spiritual energy control is very precise. That's the advantage of an alchemist. But his sword techniques are rather conservative. He must know he can't outmatch Luo Yin in explosive power, so he's aiming for a war of attrition. But he miscalculated one thing. System what? Luo Yin's stamina is far more enduring than he imagines. After all, protagonists are like indestructible cockroaches. Soon enough, the situation on the field shifted. Luo Yin suddenly accelerated his assault, his sword light pouring down like a storm, forcing Gu Qingshan to retreat repeatedly. Gu Qingshan gritted his teeth and held on, trying to create distance with his footwork to regain control, but Luo Yin gave him no more room to breathe. On the 137th move, Luo Yin's sword knocked Gu Qingshan's short sword away, the tip stopping 3 inches from his chest. I concede, Luo Yin said, sheathing his sword and cupping his hands, his breath slightly labored. Gu Qingshan was stunned for a moment, then promptly cupped his hands and returned, bent down to pick up his short sword, and said with a smile, "Brother Luo, you truly live up to your reputation. I admit defeat willingly." The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere harmonious. On the high platform, several elders nodded approvingly. This was right. This was how a friendly spar between fellow disciples should be. Next came the match between Luo Yin and Lin Jishu. The two stood on opposite sides for the first time, both silent as they stepped onto the arena. The disciples watching below held their breath. Everyone knew they were old acquaintances from the same hometown who had ascended the heavenly stair together and joined the sect together. Now they had to determine the victor on the arena. Standing on opposing sides for the first time, both felt a pang of tension. Luo Yin feared that the clash of blades might leave a rift between them. Lin Jishu, on the other hand, was afraid that defeating Luo Yin would cause a deviation in the plot. In the original novel, Luo Yin became first. Now that I'm here, I definitely won't let him win. If he loses, will it mess up the plot? The system was silent for a moment. It shouldn't, right? Lin Jishu was very dissatisfied with that, right? But he had no way out. In the past, he might have lost for the sake of the plot, but not now. Yulin Zhou was watching from behind. If he lost, he dared not imagine how angry Yulin Zhou would be, or if he would torture him even more perversely. The referee elder raised his right hand and then brought it down. Begin the match. Both drew their swords simultaneously. Lin Jishu moved first. With a stamp of his foot, he turned into a blur, his sword tip aimed straight at Luo Yin's face. The strike was astonishingly fast, and many disciples below hadn't even seen when he moved. Luo Yin sidestepped to parry, the two swords clashed, sparks flying. Lin Jishu didn't give Luo Yin a chance to recover his sword. He twisted his wrist, sliding the blade along Luo Yin's sword spine toward his fingers. Luo Yin immediately changed tactics, withdrawing his sword and retreating narrowly, avoiding the slash. The first round of probing ended, and both took half a step back, their eyes now carrying a hint of gravity. Luo Yin was startled. Lin Jishu was far stronger than he had imagined. He might not be a match. Lin Jishu tightened his grip on the sword hilt, a trace of apology in his voice. "Sorry, I can't lose." Luo Yin's eyes flickered, and he instantly understood. "Is someone threatening you?" He didn't say who, but both knew. Lin Jishu neither nodded nor shook his head, only his eyes showing apology. Luo Yin took a deep breath, then smiled. "It's all right. I'm not as skilled as you in cultivation anyway. Let's both give it our all in this match." Lin Jishu looked at him and nodded. In the subsequent exchange, neither held back. Neither deliberately yielded. Every move and every technique was executed with full force. This was the greatest respect they could offer each other. They both struck almost simultaneously, their sword tips colliding precisely in midair, sparks flying as they both retreated. The audience below only saw two fierce sword lights locked in combat. On the 172nd move, Lin Zix's sword stopped 3 inches from Luo Yin's heart. Luo Yin's sword stopped at his waist, half an inch short of its target. They both withdrew their swords simultaneously, took a step back, breathing heavily, exchanged a smile, and then turned to look at the referee elder. The referee elder paused for a moment before announcing loudly, "Lin Jishu of Chiyue Peak wins." Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. The thunder came so abruptly that the stone slabs of the training ground trembled slightly. The startled crowd looked up, wondering if some great cultivator was undergoing tribulation. Even the elders on the high platform rose to their feet, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the sky. They sensed a pressure. But the thunderclap vanished in an instant. The churning clouds quickly settled, and the sky remained clear, as if the thunder had been an illusion. What happened? It doesn't seem like a tribulation, more like some forbidden seal was triggered. The elders exchanged glances and murmured among themselves, but in the end they couldn't reach a conclusion and decided to discuss it after the tournament. Lin Jishu looked away. He was terrified. He thought he was about to be struck by lightning. The referee elder announced the final rankings. Lin Jishu placed first, Luo Yin second, and Gu Qingshan third. The newcomer competition thus concluded. The award ceremony took place before the high platform of the training ground, where the referee elder handed out the prizes for the first place prize consisted of 100 high-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of high-grade foundation building pills, and an earth-grade defensive artifact, the white jade heart-protecting pendant. For a newly initiated disciple, this reward was lavish enough to make many envious. No wonder they fought tooth and nail for first place. When Lin Jishu took the jade pendant, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This pendant was almost identical to the one Chu Yuxiu had lost. This pendant wasn't that rare. He had already seen 3 of them. Luo Yin took second place, receiving 100 high-grade spirit stones and 2 bottles of pills. Gu Qingshan took third place with a lesser reward, but as a disciple of the alchemy peak, he never lacked pills, so he was happy to receive the spirit stones. Yulin Zhou-Chin slightly raised said with a triumphant tone before Yin Lingsong. I said long ago that taking on disciples can't be based solely on spiritual roots. Look at you, you took on a disciple with top-grade gold spiritual root, yet he still lost to my beloved disciple. Yin Lingsong remained expressionless, letting out a faint Yulin Zhou felt a pang in his heart, then added, but your disciple isn't too bad either. A losing with honor is still an honor. After all, a disciple personally taught by me wouldn't lose face. Yin Lingsong finally withdrew his gaze, glanced at him indifferently, and parted his thin lips. Are you done? If you're done, step aside. You're blocking the way. Yin Lingsong walked around him and headed toward Luo Yin. Yulin Zhou watched the white-robed figure gradually recede, his eyes almost blazing with fury. Yin Lingsong was about to leave with Luo Yin. Luo Yin turned around and bade a reluctant farewell to Lin Jishu, saying he would find him again when he had the chance. Lin Jishu nodded and watched the master and disciple disappear from the training ground. Still looking, they're already far away. Yulin Zhou had somehow appeared beside him, his tone unpleasant. Lin Jishu withdrew his gaze and said calmly, shouldn't you be happy? Or have you realized that even if you got first place, it doesn't matter? They simply don't care. From start to finish, only you were flattering yourself. Yulin's smile froze for a moment, then he curled his lips and reached out to put his arm around Lin Zix's shoulder. Who says I'm flattering myself? You are first, and that kid surnamed Luo is second. That's the fact. Does Yin Lingsong not care? If he didn't care, why would he come to watch the competition? He's just a pretender. Maybe he's already furious inside, but he's just stubbornly saving face and won't admit it. Lin Jishu sidestepped to avoid his hand and gave him a strange look. He's just a pretender. Maybe he's already furious inside, but he's just stubbornly saving face and won't admit it. Lin Jishu sidestepped to avoid his hand. He expressionlessly punched the wall beside him, leaving a large hole. The referee elder walked over, expressionlessly extended his hand and said, damaging the competition venue, find 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Yulin Zhou. Inside the Dan Peak inner chamber, Elder Chu sat by the couch looking at Chu Yuxiu lying on it, his face as pale as paper, his right arm severed at the elbow. Although the wound was staunched and bandaged, the severed arm still lay on a jade plate nearby, not yet reattached. He reached out to tuck in the corner of the blanket for Chu Yuxiu, and when his fingertips touched the icy cold temperature of the other's intact wrist, his fingers trembled, his heart full of venom, all directed at Luo Yin. If not for that kid being so ruthless, how could Yuxiu have ended up like this? He even came to hate Yin Lingsong along with him. If not for Yin Lingsong stopping him from intervening, he would have gone down to rescue his son long ago. But he didn't think that at the time. He had tacitly allowed it himself. When Chu Yuxiu used a lethal move, he didn't stop him, thinking Chu Yuxiu would surely win. Now that he truly lost, he couldn't take it and shifted all the blame onto others. Elder Xianqing sighed, gravely poured a pill from a medicine bottle and placed it into Chu Yuxiu's mouth. Elder Chu looked up anxiously. Elder Xuanqing, when can my son's arm be reattached? Xianqing slowly shook his head. If it were just broken bones and torn tendons, even if only one tendon remained, I would be confident in repairing it. But this is a clean severance. I am not an immortal. I cannot raise the dead or restore flesh to bones. Moreover, even if it could be reattached, it would leave a lifelong disability. Elder Chu's face turned ashen. Is there really no way? My son is still so young, he can't be ruined like this. He is such a proud person, this would be the death of him. Xianqing pondered for a moment, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Actually, it's not entirely hopeless. Elder Chu raised his head, abruptly grabbing his sleeve. What method? As long as it works, I would go through fire and water without hesitation. Xianqing chose his words carefully. There is a pill called the resurrection pill, extremely potent. It is said that as long as a person still has a breath, it can save them. Reattaching a severed arm is naturally no challenge. He paused, showing a troubled expression, but several of the main ingredients are too rare, and I don't have them on hand. Elder Chu asked urgently, what are those herbs? Xianqing listed several herbs, all rare treasures hard to find on the market. The more Elder Chu listened, the more solemn his face became, but at least there were ways. Auction houses, black markets. There were always means to obtain them. If these cannot be gathered, there is another option. Xianqing changed the subject, but it's simply not available outside. What? Frost Snow Lotus. Elder Chu's voice was hoarse. Frost Snow Lotus. That's right. Xianqing sighed. The summit of Wucang Peak is perpetually freezing, and a frost snow lotus blooms once every 10,000 years. But that is the domain of the Wucang immortal venerable, such a rare treasure, he might not be willing to part with it. Elder Chu's face stiffened. Did he have to beg that person? Was heaven mocking him for having had too smooth a life? Xianqing reminded him, if you can find the herbs, I can refine the pill for you. For now, we can only use other medicines to barely sustain the vitality of the cell. But you must remember the best window for reattachment is only 7 days. If the herbs are not gathered within 5 days, I cannot refine the pill in time, and his arm will completely necrotize beyond any redemption. The last glimmer of light in Elder Chu's eyes darkened. After Xianqing left, he sat by the couch for a long time. The room was so quiet that only Chu Yuxia's occasional moans could be heard. Elder Chu gently wiped his sweat-drenched forehead, his gaze gradually shifting from grief to gloom. As Yu Linzhou had hoped, Lin Jishu won the championship. He no longer had reason to detain him. Of course, if he insisted on detaining him, he could still do so. But Yu Linzhou also knew he couldn't keep him trapped forever, so he reluctantly removed the restriction. He only repeatedly warned him not to go to Wucang Peak and not to make friends with anyone from Wucang Peak. Lin Jishu. I will make friends. Lin Jishu finally managed to go out, eagerly wanting to wander around. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't properly seen the other peaks of Tianning sect. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, a purple figure blocked his way. Yu Linzhou leaned against the doorframe, uncharacteristically stammering, well, your master sees that you've been slacking off in cultivation lately, and your realm hasn't improved much. How about your master helps you with dual cultivation again to consolidate? Lin Jishu forced a smile. Thanks, but no thanks. Yes, Yu Linzhou leaned half a step closer. You are too weak now. If you can reach foundation establishment soon, your master can be more at ease when you go out. Without a word, Lin Jishu turned around and walked back. Thank you, master. I think I don't really want to go out that much. He'll wait until after foundation establishment. Yu Linzhou. Does he hate him that much? Yu Lin's defenses crumbled. Standing at the door watching the figure that didn't look back for the first time, he felt a deep doubt about himself. Could it be that his technique was bad that day? Impossible. He thought back carefully. That day Lin Jishu was clearly crying from pleasure. Besides, dual cultivation is primarily for cultivation, not for seeking pleasure. Why avoid him like a snake or scorpion? Kids these days just can't endure hardship. The moment Yu Linzhou left, Lin Jishu immediately poked his head out from the courtyard. After confirming that the purple figure was indeed gone, he scooped up Xiao He and slipped out the door in a flash. The barrier rippled faintly. Yu Linzhou remained in the courtyard, not even lifting his eyelids, as if ignoring it would bring peace of mind. Lin Jishu had just left Chiyue Peak intending to find Luo Yiyan at Wucang Peak, when he unexpectedly ran into Luo Yiyan heading his way on the road. They both froze for a moment upon meeting, then smiled at each other. With a tacit understanding, they made a shushing gesture and stealthily sneaked out of the sect, heading straight for the city at the foot of the mountain. The city guards recognized them, and after seeing their tokens, let them through without hesitation. The two entered the city and strolled leisurely along the main street. 3 months had passed since their last trip down the mountain. The shops along the street were mostly the same, though a few had changed their signs. Luo Yiyan took a deep breath and sighed. It's still more carefree. After staying on the peak for so long, I always feel suffocated. Actually, I don't even know if choosing to cultivate was the right decision. The system let out a sharp shriek. Host. Don't let him have such thoughts. Lin Jishu said. What's right or wrong about it? The cultivation world is a law of the jungle. It's always been this way. When we were in the village, we were carefree, but when danger came, we still hated our own powerlessness. Remember that time when just a mere chi refining second-layer scoundrel could rob, kill, and plunder at will, and we were powerless to stop it? Isn't it precisely because you hated your own weakness that you came to cultivate? So why are you having these doubts? Luo Yiyan looked somewhat bewildered. I don't know. At first I started cultivating because I wanted to protect you, to protect everyone. But now I feel that cultivation is just too difficult, and I simply can't protect you. Lin Jishu paused, looking at him seriously. Luo Yin, I don't need your protection, and you don't need to shoulder everything yourself. Every path is one we choose ourselves. No one can guarantee that the choices they make are the most correct. Once you've decided, don't regret it. If you truly feel lost, then block out all external voices and focus on cultivating. When you finally reach the summit and look back, you'll see that everything was the best arrangement. Luo Yin seemed inspired by his words. The haze in his eyes faded a little, and he looked at him with sparkling eyes. Jishu, everything you say makes so much sense. I feel like you've really matured. Lin Jishu thought. How could he not be mature? Had already lived two lives. To change the subject, Lin Jishu noticed a chestnut seller nearby, and walked over, pulling a few copper coins from his storage pouch and handing them over. I haven't had chestnuts in a long time. Let me treat you. The vendor deftly packed 2 paper bags and handed them over steaming hot. Lin Jishu stuffed one of the bags into Luo Yin's hand. Luo Yin took it, cupping the paper bag to warm his hands, peeled a chestnut, popped it into his mouth, and blew on the heat, mumbling indistinctly, so sweet. The only good thing about the cultivation world is that the food here tastes much better than outside. It's a pity, though. It seems like the sect doesn't allow eating food. You'll get scolded if caught. Even the master says that indulging in appetite makes one slack off. I haven't had a warm meal in a long time. As they ate and strolled, they arrived at a stall selling spirit beast feed. Lin Jishu stopped. The vendor was a middle-aged woman with a round face. Seeing potential customers, she greeted them warmly. What would you like to buy, young masters? Our stall has a full range of spirit beast feed suitable for every variety. Lin Jishu asked, do you have any for canine spirit beasts? It's still in its infancy, hasn't finished teething. The woman deftly pulled out several oil paper packages. Yes, we do. This one is made from spirit grain mixed with beast bone powder. Perfect for cubs, builds calcium, and nourishes the fur. Lin Jishu asked the price. It was a bit steep, but he still decisively paid for a few packs. He also bought some beast bones for chewing, then stuffed everything into his storage pouch. Luo Yin asked curiously, did you buy those for your little black dog? Why didn't you bring it out? Lin Jishu replied, I left it in the space. There are too many people here. I was afraid it would get lost. It's teething now. On Chiyue Peak, it keeps picking on the spirit beast there. Maybe it needs something to chew on. Luo Yin stared at the spirit beast pouch at his waist, his eyes filled with undisguised anticipation. Could you let it out so I can pet it? The last time on Chiyue Peak, when it guided me, I already wanted to touch it, but I was in too much of a hurry then. Why not? Lin Jishu opened the spirit beast pouch and scooped out Xiaohei. The little creature had been curled up and sleeping, but when its nose caught the familiar scent, its tail started wagging like a windmill before its eyes even opened. Lin Jishu handed Xiaohei over. Luo Yin carefully took it into his arms, his fingers sinking into the glossy black fur, and his expression visible, so soft. He buried his face in the fluff at the back of Xiaohei's neck, rubbing it, and murmuring, seeing it makes me want to get one too. Then get one, Lin Jishu said. You can play with it when you're tired from cultivation. It's quite relaxing. Luo Yin thought for a moment, but shook his head. Forget it, I'm afraid I won't take good care of it. Raising something and not taking proper care of it would be too irresponsible. He stroked Xiaohei a couple more times, then reluctantly handed it back. Xiaohei clawed at his sleeve, unwilling to let go, until Lin Jishu pried its paws away one by one and stuffed it back into the spirit beast pouch. Anyway, Xiaohei is always here, Lin Jishu said. You can come to Chiyue Peak anytime you want to see it. Luo Yin smiled and nodded, then suddenly remembered something, a shadow passing through his eyes. Never mind, I'm afraid I'll get kicked out again. I don't want to put you in a difficult position anymore. Lin Jishu replied, it's fine. We'll be discreet. If you can't get into Chiyue Peak, I can come out to find you. Luo Yin's eyes curved, and he suddenly said, does that make this a secret rendezvous? Lin Zix's expression stiffened, not expecting such words to come from the upright and kind protagonist. What? Luo Yin realized he had misspoken, his face flushing, and quickly waved his hands. Nothing, I misspoke. I was just joking. Lin Jishu had no choice but to take it as a slip of the tongue. He didn't notice the flicker of disappointment in Luo Yin's eyes as he looked away. Luo Yin quickly composed his expression, his tone returning to normal. Actually, I came out today because I have something to do. Lin Jishu asked, what are you going to do? Is it dangerous? Luo Yin said, I need to go to the black market to buy a medicinal herb for my master. Do you want to head back first or find a place to wait for me? Lin Jishu recalled the plot in the original novel where Luo Yin was targeted and nearly got into trouble on his first visit to the black market, and shook his head. He'll go with you. The black market is a den of thieves and scoundrels. It's too dangerous for you alone. At least together we can look out for each other. Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. Lin Jishu asked, but how did Wucong's celestial master feel comfortable letting you go to the black market alone? Didn't he send anyone to accompany you? Luo Yin sighed helplessly. Senior brother Ming was supposed to come with me, but he had something urgent come up. My master seemed to need the medicine rather urgently, so I had to come alone. I originally planned to stop by Chiyu Peak to see you before leaving, but it turned out you were already out. So that was it. Lin Jishu said it's getting late. We should hurry. The later it gets, the more dangerous the black market becomes. Lin Jishu and Luo Yin searched for a long time, yet they simply could not locate the entrance to the black market. Luo Yin pulled out a map, scrutinizing the alley before them with a bewildered expression. It's clearly supposed to be here, but there isn't even a door in sight. Lin Jishu told Luo Yin to keep looking, while silently calling out to the system in his mind, is the black market here? How do we get in? The system replied promptly, it is right here. Take 10 steps to the left, and you'll find a narrow alley where a beggar is squatting. Give him 100 high-grade spirit stones, and he will hand you a token. Only with that token will the gate of the black market become visible. The system added, however, the black market is also known as the ghost market. It's a den of all sorts, some of whom are not even human. It's best to buy an artifact that can conceal your aura before entering, otherwise you'll be a walking target. Lin Zix's heart sank. In the original story, Luo Yin had come here with Ming He. Although Ming He had never entered the black market, he had at least heard quite a bit about its ways and prepared protective measures in advance. Even so, Luo Yin had been targeted inside. Now they had nothing prepared. Rushing and unprepared would be no different from courting death. He led Luo Yin 10 steps to the left as the system instructed, and sure enough, they spotted a beggar in the corner of the alley. His clothes were tattered, his hair a messy curtain covering his face as he dozed against the wall. Lin Jishu took a closer look, his vigilance growing. He could not sense any fluctuation of the beggar's cultivation at all. In this territory, he didn't believe the man was an ordinary person, or more likely, he was another old monster with peculiar tastes. The system, apparently reading his thoughts, explained this man is indeed a great cultivator. His cultivation level is only slightly inferior to the elders of the Tianheng sect. Lin Jishu was puzzled. How do you know everything? Then why did he end up like this? The system said proudly. Of course, the system is omniscient in this world. No one has any secrets before the system. It continued, the reason he became what he is now is a twist of fate. He was extraordinarily gifted from childhood, which bred an arrogant and overbearing personality. Later he met and fell in love with his wife, but his arrogance brought disaster. His wife was killed by his enemies. To avenge her, he endured countless hardships and narrowly escaped death several times before finally exacting his revenge. After that, he lost all attachment to life. At the brink of death, he was saved by the master of the black market, who left him here as a gatekeeper. Lin Jishu was speechless inside. As expected, the cultivation world is filled with tales at every turn. Though Luo Yin didn't understand why Lin Jishu was leading him to a beggar, he trusted that Lin Jishu had his reasons, so he waited quietly by his side. Following the system's instructions, Lin Jishu took out 200 high-grade spirit stones and handed them over. The moment he gave them away, his heart bled. Just to enter, it cost 100 high-grade spirit stones. Who knew how much more they would have to spend inside the black market? He hoped Luo Yin had brought enough spirit stones. The beggar lazily lifted his eyelids, stretched out a withered finger from his tattered sleeve, took the stones, and weighed them in his hand. Then he fished 2 pitch-black tokens from his bosom and tossed them over, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. 2 hours. Expired, invalid. The tokens were icy cold to the touch, neither wood nor metal, carved with a crooked character, ghost, and exuding a sinister aura. When Lin Jishu looked up again, a pitch-black door had materialized at the end of the alley. A faint, ghostly light seeped through the gap, as if something behind the door was breathing silently. If a timid person had come, they would have fainted on the spot. Luo Yin stared at the shimmering door, startled for a moment, his mind full of questions, but he knew this was not the time to ask. Lin Jishu fished 2 masks out of his storage pouch. He put one on himself and handed the other to Luo Yin. Luo Yin took it and obediently fastened it over his face. The beggar lifted his eyelids to glance at them, then dropped them again. It seemed their elders had given them instructions. He just wondered what kind of adult was so reckless as to let 2 children come to the black market alone. Could it be that all the adults in their family were dead? Lin Jishu, of course, had no idea what the beggar was thinking. He reached out and pushed the door open. A gust of cold wind mixed with a cacophony of noise rushed toward him. Beyond the door was another world. There was no sunlight. The entire long street lay under a gloomy canopy. On both sides hung pale paper lanterns casting half-lit, half-shadowed faces. The roadside stalls displayed all sorts of nameless items. Some stall owners wore masks while others showed their faces plainly. It was hard to tell whether they were so blatant because they had nothing to fear or if those faces were fake. Most of the passers-by also had their faces covered, making it impossible to tell male from female. Lin Jishu. Even though it was called the ghost market, did it have to look so? Most of the passers-by also had their faces covered, making it impossible to tell male from female. Lin Jishu. Even though it was called the Ghost Market, did it have to look so fittingly ominous? Luo Yin followed cautiously beside Lin Jishu, whispering, Jishu, I haven't asked yet. How did you find this place? We grew up together. How did you suddenly become so familiar with the cultivation world? Lin Jishu. Because I read a lot of books, so I know a bit more. Luo Yin. Oh, then I'll read more books when I get back. Lin Jishu. Enough time is limited. What herbs do you need? Hurry up and find them. Luo Yin looked around, frowned, and said, Let's find a pharmacy to ask first. The two dodged the pedestrians, turned left and right, and finally found a pharmacy. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man with squinting eyes, a beaming smile, and an overly enthusiastic manner, but his eyes gleamed with shrewdness. After hearing the names of the herbs Luo Yin listed, he shook his head regretfully. The ingredients you seek, sir, are not available in ordinary shops. Luo Yin quickly asked, Then where can we buy them? The shopkeeper smiled without speaking. Lin Jishu expressionlessly slapped a pile of spirit stones onto the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he swiftly swept the stones into his robe. You won't find them in ordinary shops, but you might have a chance at an auction. You two have come on a lucky day. There's an auction about to start, and it might just have what you're looking for. Lin Jishu, where is the auction? The shopkeeper, go out of here, head straight east until you see a black building heavily guarded. As they were about to leave, the shopkeeper, probably out of goodwill for the money, kindly added a warning. You two are first-timers to the Ghost Market, right? Since we seem to get along, let me give you a piece of advice. Here, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. The shopkeeper's tone turned meaningful. Anything at all, including human lives. Luo Yin shuddered. Lin Jishu looked at the shopkeeper and calmly thanked him. The shopkeeper paused for a moment, then stretched his grin even wider. You're welcome. Do come again, both of you. Following the innkeeper's directions, the two kept walking eastward. It was a long while before they finally spotted the Black Tower. True to its name, the entire structure was pitch black, its walls made of an unknown material that seemed to swallow the surrounding light. Crouching on the eaves were several beast statues of an indeterminate breed, gazing down at passers-by from on high, both majestic and menacing. The two were stopped at the entrance. The guard wore black armor, a mask covering half his face. The exposed lower half bore no expression, his tone flat and indifferent. Please present your invitation. Newcomers as they were, where would they get an invitation? Luo Yin looked at Lin Jishu, her face full of worry. What do we do? Should we just go back? Lin Jishu mentally asked the system in a flash, how did they get in the original story? The system replied, they never got in at all in the original. Luo Yin's aura leaked. She was targeted, chased all the way, and barely escaped after a life-and-death struggle to find an exit. Lin Jishu paused for a moment. Then, is the medicinal herb he needs to buy actually inside? The system answered, only with enough money you can buy anything. Lin Jishu lowered his eyes. He understood. Is there any way to get in? The system, there is. But you don't actually need to go in. In the original plot, Luo Yin didn't go in either, and you have no role here. Doing nothing is enough. The plot will push you forward. Lin Jishu, I really don't get it. Is Yin Lingsong crippled? Why does he need Luo Yin to look for the herb he needs? The system, actually he has no choice. The frost snow lotus is about to bloom, so he has to stay and guard it. This is his chance to break through to the deity transformation stage. The frost snow lotus blooms once every 10,000 years. If he misses this, he'll have to wait another 10,000 years. While the protagonist's love interest always has his hidden reasons. They had lingered outside too long. The guard's gaze grew dangerous, his grip tightening on his weapon. Luo Yin panicked a little and tugged at Lin Zix's sleeve. Jishu, if we can't get in, let's forget it. We can search elsewhere. Maybe there are other places. Lin Jishu pressed his lips together and quickly asked, is there any other way? The system, are you sure you want to go in? Lin Jishu, stop wasting time, just tell me. The system was silent for a moment. Actually, besides an invitation, there is another way. Trade item for item or exchange information. Lin Jishu raised an eyebrow. This was a convenient opportunity. The system claimed to be omniscient. Casually revealing a couple of secrets should be no problem. The system evidently realized this too, its tone carrying a hint of humiliation. You're cheating. I'm a legitimate system with professional ethics. Lin Jishu ignored it, stepped forward, and said to the guard, we don't have an invitation, but we can trade information. Any information. The two guards exchanged glances. Trading information wasn't unusual in the black market. Outsiders often used secret rumors as a door opener. One of them sized up Lin Jishu, then turned and went inside. Soon an old man followed the guard out, looking at the two with undisguised suspicion. You two claim to know anything? Luo Yin nervously clutched Lin Zix's sleeve. Lin Jishu nodded without changing expression. The old man scoffed, quite the boast. Since you're so confident, come with me. But I'll warn you, it's easy to get in but hard to get out. If you're just spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Jishu said nothing and led Luo Yin inside, following the old man. Once inside the Black Tower, the scene was completely different from outside. At the end of the corridor, the space opened up into a magnificent hall bright with candlelight. Cultivators in luxurious robes with alluring attendants in their arms moved through the crowd, the air thick with the scent of wine and some sweet cloying incense. It was a place of decadent indulgence, a veritable den of hedonism. Luo Yan's peripheral vision caught a scantily clad man leaning against a cultivator. Her ears flushed scarlet, and she dared not glance aside again. The old man led them through the hall, turned into a secluded corridor, and entered a dim room. The old man gestured for them to sit, then seated himself opposite. Speak. What secrets do you know? Lin Jishu leaned back in his chair, his tone even more composed. The question should be reversed. What do you want to know? The old man was startled, thinking he had been seen through. Suddenly his ear twitched, and his expression returned to normal. 300 years ago someone slaughtered my entire clan. I've searched for 300 years. Never found him. I want to know his current location. Lin Jishu frowned slightly, and asked internally, where is that person? The system was silent for a long while before reluctantly squeezing out a few words. Northern Wasteland, Soulfall Abyss, in the underground palace, 300 zhang deep. The corners of Lin Zix's mouth curled behind his mask as he politely thanked the system. He had long noticed that as long as it didn't involve the core plot, the system simply couldn't. Lin Jishu looked at the old man and relayed the system's words. The person you're looking for is in the underground palace, 300 zhang beneath the Soulfall Abyss in the Northern Wasteland. The old man suddenly threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing in the dim room. He cut off abruptly, a cold glint in his eyes. You insolent little brat, daring to deceive me. Lin Jishu frowned. Why do you say that? The old man's voice rose sharply. That man was already killed by me long ago. And now you claim he's still in the Northern Wasteland, and you dare say you're not a fraud. Lin Jishu trusted the system's words over the old man's. Impossible. That man is definitely still alive. The old man, I tore him limb from limb with my own hands. Do you think I don't know? You're spouting nonsense here. Today you'll die on this spot. Luo Yan's face paled, stepping instinctively in front of Lin Jishu. He pulled her aside, steadied himself, and said coldly, the cultivation world is full of wonders. How can you be certain he was dead for good? The old man was taken aback. I tore him to pieces. Lin Jishu said, so what? Couldn't he have a secret technique to revive himself? The old man's face darkened. Lin Zix's certainty made him uncertain. Not giving him time to dwell, Lin Jishu added, I've given you the information. Believe it or not. You can ask another question to verify. The old man stared at him, finally, suppressing his surging emotions and sitting back down. Fine. Let's try another. I had a treasured weapon that suddenly broke a few days ago. It was forged from Phoenix Crime Mystic Iron, a rare material. Where can I find another piece? You are a body cultivator. You don't have a so-called beloved weapon. However, there is a piece of Phoenix Crime Mystic Iron in the Black Tower. A flicker of astonishment crossed the old man's eyes. Right. He was indeed a body cultivator, but in public, he always used a weapon. Yet for him, it was actually more convenient without one. And there truly was a piece of Phoenix Crime Mystic Iron in the Black Tower. A secret known only to him and the Tower Master. There was absolutely no way a third person could know. Lin Jishu extended his hand. I've given you the information and answered your questions. Can you give us the entry tickets now? Wait, the old man raised his hand. The value of these 2 questions is not enough to exchange for 2 tickets. So the steward of the Black Tower is a scoundrel, Lin Jishu sneered. What's wrong with exchanging 2 questions for 2 tickets? Do you mean I have to keep answering until you're satisfied? The old man's mouth twitched. After a moment of stalemate, whether he figured something out or received an order from someone, he reluctantly pulled out 2 tickets, black, with gold foil, from his sleeve and placed them on the table. A servant will guide you to your seats after you leave. Lin Jishu took the tickets without hesitation, grabbed Luo Yan, and left. As soon as they stepped out of the room, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The old man immediately dropped his reluctant expression, bowed his head, and bent forward. The figure was shrouded in a layer of black mist with a voice deliberately distorted, making it hard to discern gender. Interesting, very interesting. Old man, master, should we capture them after it ends? Figure, no, let them be. But keep an eye on them, don't let them come to harm. Having such a capable person is an opportunity to cultivate goodwill. The old man acknowledged the order. In the corridor, Luo Yan walked a long way before letting out a deep breath. In that room, just now, the clothes on his back were nearly soaked through with cold sweat. He had almost thought he would end up there. Looking at Lin Jishu, who seemed completely unfazed, he suddenly grew angry. Jishu, you were too reckless. If that person had suddenly attacked, wouldn't we have died there? Lin Jishu, it's fine, I know what I'm doing. Luo Yan fumed. What do you know? You scared me to death. That damned herb isn't important at all. If we lost our lives over this, it wouldn't be worth it. And you never tell me anything. I know nothing, I can only watch you take risks while feeling helpless. That feeling is unbearable. Lin Jishu fell silent. Sorry for making you worry. I just wanted to help you. He simply didn't want Luo Yin to end up in a life-and-death situation like in the original story. System host, please view the plot rationally. That is a tribulation the protagonist must undergo. You cannot interfere. Interfering too much will incur punishment. Lin Jishu, rest assured I know what I'm doing. System, you don't know what the hell you're doing. Wait until you get struck by lightning. You won't be saying that then. Luo Yin glared at Lin Jishu, the lingering fear in his chest yet to dissipate, but seeing him in this rare posture of admitting fault, his anger could not flame up again. He took a deep breath, his tone softening. Forget it, but don't do it again. If next time you rush ahead like this without telling me anything, you'll be really angry. Even if the next moment meant facing death, please tell him. He would unhesitatingly follow. Lin Jishu nodded and pressed one of the entry tickets into his hand. A servant dressed in black had been waiting at the end of the corridor, giving a slight bow before leading them through several hidden doors and stopping outside a private booth. Both were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected the old man to be so generous. Despite his stingy demeanor, he had given them a private booth. The booth was small, with 2 chairs facing a window. Beyond the window lay the auction hall. In the center of the circular hall stood a raised platform with tiered seats hidden in dim light, making it impossible to see how many people were seated. A faint spiritual light shimmered on the window, clearly a one-way restriction. Those inside the booth could see out, but those outside could not see in. After the servant silently withdrew, Luo Yin finally relaxed completely, leaning back into the chair. This place is terrifying. Good thing you're here, or I might have lost my life here already. As he spoke, he felt a bit regretful. He hadn't taken the matter seriously at all. He thought buying a mere herb. What danger could there be? Back then, Yin Lingsong had repeatedly urged Mingi to accompany him, but Mingi suddenly had something urgent, so they agreed to come tomorrow. However, he saw that Yin Lingsong seemed anxious, and he didn't want to delay, so he decided to come. He hadn't expected the black market to be so dangerous. The auction soon began. Spiritual light flashed on the stage, and a male and a female host stood side by side. The man elegant and charming, the woman radiant, and the two worked in perfect harmony, heating up the atmosphere with a few opening remarks. Then they announced the first item. It was a raw or completely black with a pitted surface showing no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Inside could be a rare spiritual mineral worth a fortune, or just an ordinary stone. The male auctioneer smiled and introduced. This stone comes from the Eastern Sea Return ruins, shaped by 10,000 years of the sea ice erosion. What lies within is unknown to all. It all depends on insight and luck. The starting bid is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each increase no less than 1,000. As soon as the words fell, someone in the audience raised a placard. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. Although not everyone here was extremely wealthy, they did not bat an eye at thousands or tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Bids rose one after another, and in no time the price had been driven up to 20,000. Eventually, it was taken by a black-robed figure in a corner for 23,000 spirit stones. Lin Jishu suddenly thought of the stone he had obtained by chance, and asked the system, "Is this stone the same as the one I have?" System: "No. Yours is more valuable." Lin Jishu: "Are you saying he got a bad deal?" System: "Not exactly. Just that his luck is good. It hit the value threshold of this stone. If it were any more expensive, it wouldn't be worth it." Lin Jishu: "Can you check what's inside?" System: "A piece of roughly earth-grade mystic iron, which can be used to forge an earth-grade artifact." The auction continued. The next two items were each more precious than the last. 1,000-year-old fire Lingji sold for 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. A scroll of earth-grade mid-tier technique even drew bids from several booth guests, eventually closing at 3.5 million high-grade spirit stones. Yin Lingsong surely wasn't after an ordinary herb, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find it in the black market. But if an earth-grade technique already reached over 3 million high-grade spirit stones, wouldn't a rare medicinal plant be even more expensive? Lin Jishu felt a bit restless and turned to ask Luo Yin, "Do you have enough spirit stones?" Luo Yin snapped out of his shock and nodded. "Don't worry, enough. My master gave me 50 million high-grade spirit stones." Lin Jishu was silent for a moment, then turned back, expressionlessly looking out the window again. Yin Lingsong was truly wealthy. Yulinzhou had never given him so many spirit stones. Another day of envying someone else's master. In quick succession, one auction item after another was sold. Finally, the final item of the auction arrived. The female auctioneer walked to the center of the elevated platform, holding a glass cover in both hands. Within the cover hung a spiritual plant entirely verdant, with fine shimmering fluorescence flowing between its stems and leaves. As soon as the plant appeared, the concentration of spiritual energy throughout the entire auction hall surged abruptly. Even Lin Jishu, seated in the private booth, could clearly sense a gentle wood element aura spreading through the glass cover, and the spiritual energy in his dantian gave a slight, involuntary leap. "Ladies and gentlemen," the female auctioneer began with a smile, "this is the final item of the day. the Bilioli branch. It grows on the bottom of a Tinthassanshang cliff in the extreme east, and it only grows 1 inch every 10,000 years. On the entire cultivation continent, one might not see such a plant even in a millennium. It is a peerless treasure among wood-element spiritual plants, and moreover it serves as a universal catalyst for refining pills of the highest grade and above. No matter what the recipe, as long as the Bilioli branch is added to the ingredients, the success rate of pill formation can be raised to over 70%. There is even a saying that pills refined with this branch possess the power to revive the dead. The crowd grew restless. They had come specifically for news of the Bilioli branch, and now seeing it with their own eyes, their eyes turned red with desire. The male auctioneer stepped forward, placed a protective cover over it, and announced in a clear voice, "The 10th Assandier Bilioli branch, starting bid, 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 500. Please begin your bids." Before the words had faded, someone in the hall impatiently raised their paddle. 15 million, 20 million, 21 million, 25 million. The price kept climbing. Luo Yian's palms were slightly sweaty. Before he could even call out a bid, the price had already soared to 38 million. He had originally thought that 50 million would be more than enough, but he never expected the price to rise so rapidly. It seemed that 50 million was only the upper limit. Perhaps even 50 million might not be enough. 45 million. Suddenly a hoarse voice drove the price up by a full 10 million in one go. The hall fell silent for a moment, and then gradually people began to drop out of the competition. 45,500,000. Luo Yin called out his first bid, but only added 500,000. Originally people were raising by 1 million or even 10 million at a time, so this sudden addition of only 500,000 made the contrast quite striking. 48 million. The hoarse voice from the opposite booth followed steadily, adding 2.5 million at once. Luo Yin gritted his teeth. 48,500,000. 49 million. 49,500,000. At this price the other party seemed to pause for a moment. 50 million. Luo Yin gritted his teeth and raised his paddle once more. The hoarse voice immediately followed. The two went back and forth, and the price directly climbed past 52 million. Luo Yin slumped his head in defeat. 52 million was already his limit. If only he had asked his master for more spirit stones earlier. The entire hall fell silent. 52 million high-grade spirit stones. This number had already exceeded the affordability of the vast majority. At this price no one was adding any more. Though they were not incapable of coming up with 40 or 50 million high-grade spirit stones, the Bilioli pearl had yet to appear, and they had already encountered some excellent items earlier. If they had been given some time, they could have pooled the resources of their entire clan to gather another 50 or 60 million, but the Black Tower's rule was immediate settlement. If they had been given some time, they could have pooled the resources of their entire clan to gather another 50 or 60 million, but the Black Tower's rule was immediate settlement, so there was clearly no time to raise funds. Moreover, this price was already too high. Although the Bilioli branch was precious, a single plant alone could not make a pill. It still required a dozen auxiliary ingredients and a top-grade alchemist, and even then the success rate was only 70 or 80%. If the grade of the pill was quite high, the cost of the ingredients would also be high. Coupled with the fact that the success rate was not 100%, a single pill worth over 100 million was an astronomical price for anyone. Even if it could save a life, it was only a possibility. To spend hundreds of millions, or even over $1 billion to refine a pill for an uncertain outcome, ordinary people simply could not afford it. The male auctioneer clearly understood this as well. He raised the small hammer in his hand with a smile. 52 million esteemed guests, is there anyone who wishes to bid higher? If not, then congratulations to this gentleman for winning at 25 million, 53 million. Luo Yin abruptly turned his head to look at Lin Jishu. Jishu, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive, this price is too high, and I don't have that many spirit stones left. Lin Jishu, don't worry, I have a way. Luo Yin, but. Lin Jishu, no buts. Trust me, I have a way to help you secure this herb. After we win it, I'll have Wucang Xianzuan reimburse me for the rest. The man across had thought the herb was as good as his, but he never expected an interloper to appear halfway. His face darkened as if it could drip water. This price was already inflated, and he couldn't bear any more. But he was waiting for this herb to save a life, so no matter how expensive, he had to grit his teeth, and he clenched his teeth and squeezed out another 500,000. Lin Jishu remained expressionless and added another 500,000 without hesitation. The two chased each other, and the price quickly climbed past 55 million. The man across was breathing heavily and finally couldn't hold on any longer. He shouted toward this side, "Fellow Taoist across, could you please show mercy? I need this herb to save a life, and I truly cannot afford to wait." The man across was breathing heavily and finally couldn't hold on any longer. He shouted toward this side, "Fellow Taoist across, could you please show mercy? I need this. In the original story, Luo Yin barely escaped death, and it was this very herb that saved his life. Although he didn't know how Yin Lingsong managed to obtain it later, the mere delay in finding the medicine almost cost him the chance to save him. This time, he didn't want to gamble on that slim possibility. 56 million. Lin Jishu raised the bid again. The opposite booth fell silent for a full 10. The male auctioneer began the countdown. When he called out 2, the other side finally spat out a hoarse 56,500,000. The voice was already laced with a gnashing hatred. Lin Jishu, 57 million. The opposite booth fell completely silent. The crowd guessed that the man might have fainted from anger. Although they hadn't secured the Biluo Yuli branch, they had witnessed a good show, so it wasn't a loss. The male auctioneer counted down 3 times, and the hammer fell, with a confirming strike. When the attendant carried the Biluo Yuli branch and knocked on the booth door, Luo Yin was still in a daze. Lin Jishu went to open the door. The door of the opposite booth had silently slid open at some unknown time, and a sinister gaze shot out from the darkness, resting on him for a moment before disappearing into the shadows behind the door. That man probably wouldn't let it go easily. But this was the Black Tower's auction ground, and he doubted the man would have the audacity to snatch the goods on Black Tower's turf. As for after leaving the Black Tower, well, then they would have to figure out a way to escape. The attendant entered carrying the Biluo Yuli branch and said respectfully, "Sir, this is your Biluo Yuli branch. The total is 57 million top-grade spirit stones." Luo Yin tightened his grip on the storage pouch, his face turning slightly pale. He had at most 52 million in his pouch, far too short. He simply couldn't afford it. He instinctively turned to look at Lin Jishu, his eyes filled with both anxiety and guilt. If it weren't for his insistence on this herb, Jishu wouldn't have waded into this troubled waters. "I want to see your manager," Lin Jishu said calmly. The attendant was taken aback, his face showing a troubled expression. "Sir, this is against the rules." "You go tell him that I can trade another piece of information," Lin Jishu interrupted him. "Your manager knows the value of the information I provide." The attendant hesitated for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, then finally gave a slight bow and retreated with the glass cover. As soon as the door closed, Luo Yin asked nervously, "Are you thinking of trading information for spirit stones? But where do you have so much information?" "Will the manager agree?" "He will," Lin Jishu said with certainty. After a pause, he added, "If he doesn't, I happen to know some of the secrets of their Black Tower." He didn't know, but he had the system. The system would definitely know. "System? Thanks a lot." Luo Yin stared at him blankly, his eyes somewhat dazed. Jishu seemed to have changed a lot, harboring many secrets he didn't know about. And what had triggered this change, he had no idea. The two of them seemed to be drifting apart. The attendant carried the Biluo Yuli branch back to the old man and relayed Lin Zix's words. The old man raised an eyebrow. It turned out his master was right. He dismissed the attendant and personally carried the glass cover to knock on Lin Zix's door. "Speak, what do you want? Is it that you don't have enough money?" The old man casually placed the Biluo Yuli branch on the table. Lin Jishu smiled slightly. "You really are a The old man gave a contemptuous snort. "I've been guarding this place for hundreds of years, and I've never seen people like you. Without money, you dare to keep bidding up. Aren't you afraid of being carried out horizontally?" "I dared to bid because I had the confidence. And now I've called you over." The old man couldn't help but take another look at him. This young man had half his face covered by a mask, a slender figure, clearly not old, but spoke with maturity. Quite interesting. He rather liked this temperament. He pulled out a chair and sat down. "All right, stop flattering me. Speak, what do you intend to offer this time?" "That depends on what you want to know," Lin Jishu said as he sat opposite him. "Think carefully before asking this time. If you waste the chance again, there won't be such a bargain next time." The old man pondered for a moment, then looked up at Luo Yin, standing nearby. Lin Jishu followed his gaze and nodded to Luo Yin. Luo Yin understood, turned around, and left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Lin Jishu said, "Now we're alone in the room. You can speak." The old man fell silent. He lowered his eyelids, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together as if weighing something. "I do have a worry. Every time I think of it, I can't eat or sleep, and I lie awake at night." Lin Jishu listened attentively. The old man's tone became melancholy. "My clan has been scattered for hundreds of thousands of years. Clan members are scattered everywhere, unknown whether alive or dead. I want to ask, will my clan ever be restored?" Lin Jishu paused for a moment, his tone subtle. "You're not asking for information, you're asking for a fortune-telling." The old man was taken aback, then laughed. "You're right, I was muddled. Then let me ask another question. I heard that the celestial venerable Yin Lingsong of Tianhing sect has reached the half-step nascent soul stage, and it's rumored that he possesses a divine lotus. I wonder when that divine lotus will ripen. Lin Zix's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected this question. He could answer this without consulting the system. "In 2 days the divine lotus will ripen." The old man nodded and actually pushed the Biluo Yuli branch in front of him. "I've asked my question. This Biluo Yuli branch is yours." Lin Jishu didn't reach for it. He looked up at the old man, wondering if he had gone mad. The matter of the divine lotus ripening in 2 days was not a secret among the high ranks of Tianhing's sect. One could learn it with a little inquiry. This old man had been in the Black Tower for hundreds of years with information channels no less than his own. How could he not know when the lotus would ripen? Trading a known question for a known answer, giving away a Biluo branch worth over 50 million spirit stones for nothing. Either he was insane or had he didn't believe there was such a cheap deal in this world. No one does favors for nothing, either a thief or a scoundrel. Free things are often the most expensive. Lin Zhishu asked warily, "Are you sure you want to exchange this question? This Biluo branch is worth 57 million top-grade spirit stones. I don't believe you don't know the answer to this question." The old man didn't reply. He just gave him a meaningful look, stood up, and walked toward the door. "I don't think it's a loss. Consider it a good connection. If fate permits, we may meet again. By the way, someone has already set their sights on you. Be careful when you leave." Luo Yin saw the old man leave and immediately pushed the door open. He saw the glass cover in Lin Zix's hand at once. His eyes lit up instantly. "Done." Lin Zhishu nodded and handed the Biluo branch to him, but his brows remained slightly furrowed. He felt uneasy about the old man's attitude just now. Luo Yin steadied the glass cover and quickly asked, "How many spirit stones did it cost?" "I'll ask my master to make up the difference." "No spirit stones spent." Luo Yin was stunned, thinking he misheard. He widened his eyes and asked again, "No spirit stones? Then what deal did you make with him? How could he give us such a valuable thing for nothing?" Lin Zix's eyes were complicated. "I also want to know why he gave us such a valuable thing for free." Luo Yin thought for a moment, then suddenly shoved the glass cover back into Lin Zix's hands. Lin Zhishu looked down at the Biluo branch in his arms, then up at him, puzzled. "I don't know what deal you made with him, but you earned this, so it should be yours," Luo Yin said seriously. "Then what about you? You came for it." Luo Yin gave a free and easy smile. "It's fine, I'll figure something out later. Actually, this thing shouldn't have belonged to me in the first place. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have been able to enter the Black Tower, let alone bid for it." Lin Zhishu hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and put away the Biluo branch. He didn't actually want this herb, it was just that the old man's attitude just now made him feel vaguely uneasy. If he kept it on himself in case there were any consequences, at least Luo Yin wouldn't be implicated. Besides, if he kept it here, he could take it out later when needed. As the two of them just stepped out of the private room, an attendant came up to them as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Please follow me, gentlemen." Lin Zhishu and Luo Yin exchanged a glance and didn't move. Seeing this, the attendant explained in a low voice, "The manager instructed that the two of you should leave through the hidden door. There were many people watching you in the auction hall just now. The main entrance might not be safe." The two were led out through the hidden gate, and once outside they mustered all their strength and fled. At the main entrance, several shadows that had been lying in wait for nearly an hour grew increasingly restless. They guessed that the man had sought another way to escape. One of the black-robed figures stared at the tightly shut door, his jaw clenched. Escape? Did he think he could? A flicker of malevolence passed through the black-robed man's eyes. He bit his fingertip, and a drop of blood congealed into a fine thread winding its way through the air. He had planted a curse mark on that person earlier. As long as he remained in the black market, there was no escape. Meanwhile, Lin Zhishu and Luo Yin hurried forward. The token's time limit was nearly up. They had to find the exit within half an hour. Suddenly, Lin Zhishu felt a chilling sensation, as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze on him, crawling up his spine. Almost instinctively, he grabbed Luo Yin's arm and yanked him aside. At that very moment, a fierce palm strike grazed the back of Luo Yin's head, shattering the wall beside them. Luo Yin's heart seized with terror. If that strike had landed on him, he would have died instantly. "Don't stop, run," Lin Zhishu murmured, pulling Luo Yin without looking back as they plunged into the crowd. Under the dim, ghostly sky of the phantom market, figures flickered everywhere, and every passerby could be a spy watching their every move. And the eyes peering from the shadows could not be distinguished, whether they were after the Biluo branch or simply the habitual malice of this accursed place. As they rounded a stall selling beast bones, they nearly knocked over the goods, drawing a string of coarse curses from behind. Lin Zix's eyes swept the surroundings rapidly. Pale paper lanterns swayed overhead, casting a waxen pallor over every alley, thick with ghostly shadows, making it impossible to tell which way they had come. He silently memorized each corner they had turned, but the market's alleyways seemed alive, shifting with every turn so that none resembled the last. The heartbeat in his chest grew more frantic, yet the chilling sensation of being stalked by a viper never faded. Instead, it drew closer. Luo Yin, gasping for breath, stammered the token. "The token is glowing." The character ghost on the token flickered with a cold light, a sign of the impending deadline. Lin Zix's heart tightened, and his pace quickened further. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Joy surged in both their hearts. The exit was just ahead. Just as they were about to dash into that beam of light, a black shadow descended from the sky, landing precisely at the exit, blocking it completely. The newcomer was clad in a black robe, tall and gaunt, with faint black mist swirling around him. He must have used some disguise. His face was impossible to discern. Lin Jishu halted, subtly stepping back half a pace, while making a hand signal behind his back toward Luo Yin. Luo Yin understood and tightened his grip on the token hidden in his sleeve. "Little brats," the black-robed man rasped, "hand over the goods if you know what's good for you." They recognized his voice. It was the same person who had competed with them in the black. He hadn't given up, apparently having placed a tracking spell on them at some point, and followed them all the way. Lin Jishu sneered, "You couldn't outbid me at the auction, so now you're resorting to outright robbery." The black-robed man snorted, "So what? In the black market the strong prey on the weak. Snatching it is my skill. Pity that you two will have to die here." Lin Jishu raised his hand. "It doesn't have to come to that. I assume you don't want to engage in a massacre. If I'm willing to hand over the item, would you spare us?" The black-robed man's eyes flickered, then he paused and said slowly, "If you two are sensible and give me the thing, I suppose I could let you go." Lin Zix's eyes darkened. He could tell the man had no intention of letting them live. He pretended to reach into his bosom for the Bilioli branch, but the moment the black-robed man's gaze shifted, he hurled an explosive talisman. The talisman burst, sending smoke, dust, and rubble flying. Amid the flying debris, he used the cover of smoke to dash toward another alley. Luo Yin, in silent accord, ran in the opposite direction. If they split up, at least one might escape. The black-robed man reacted swiftly, condensing black mist into a shield before him. The shockwave of the explosion forced him back half a step, but failed to harm him. Enraged, he swept away the lingering gray mist, and the spiritual power at his fingertips transformed into two chains, one chasing Lin Jishu, the other reaching for Luo Yin. Lin Jishu dodged the chain sent after him, but Luo Yin could not fully evade the other. It grazed his face, sending his mask flying off. The black-robed man was about to continue pursuing Lin Jishu when his peripheral vision caught Luo Yin's exposed face. His body stiffened abruptly. A surge of old grudges and new hatred flooded him, and without a second thought he abandoned Lin Jishu and turned to chase Luo Yin. Lin Jishu ran a short distance, then realized the pursuit behind him had stopped. He looked back, and his heart sank. He cursed under his breath, wondering if that damned plot was logically he had been the one taking the lead all along, and the Bilioli branch was on him. The black-robed man should never have abandoned him to go after Luo Yin. The system chimed in at that moment. "I told you the plot is unavoidable. You might dodge it for a while, but it always finds a way to circle back somewhere else." Lin Jishu was already racing back, and asked irritably, "Who is that man? He clearly wanted the Bilioli branch so badly. Why did he go after Luo Yin? Does he have a grudge with Luo Yin?" The system replied, "You know him. He's Chu Yuxi's father. Chu Yuxio had his arms severed by Luo Yin, and now he's waiting for the Bilioli branch to save his life. The very person who competed with him for the herbs and snatched them away happens to be the one who cut off his son's arm. Tell me, how could he not hate him?" Lin Jishu swore and ran even faster. Elder Chu's cultivation level was far above Luo Yin's. Catching up to him was effortless. Luo Yin had barely taken a few steps when the wind of a palm strike howled behind him. Elder Chu struck without mercy, each blow aimed to kill. One palm landed on Luo Yin's shoulder, sending him flying into the alley wall, where he tumbled to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. If not for the many protective artifacts he carried, that strike would have killed him. Luo Yin gritted his teeth and rolled to his feet, not even bothering to wipe the blood away, and flung a protective talisman, barely blocking the second blow that followed. The talisman exploded, and the shockwave drove him back several steps. His legs gave way, and he dropped to one knee, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the stone slabs before him. One by one his protective treasures were shattered, and wound after wound accumulated on his body. He was on the verge of collapse. Elder Chu raised his hand, summoning a whip formed of spiritual power, his face as dark as water. "Today is your death day?" Luo Yin lifted his head, not a trace of fear in his eyes. "Who are you? Why must you kill me? Have I wronged you in some way?" Elder Chu laughed coldly. "Since you're about to die, I might as well let you die knowing the truth. Do you still remember that my son Chu Yuxi's arm was severed by you, and it has never been healed?" Luo Yin was shocked. "You are his father, Elder Chu. But at that time he attacked me first. I was merely defending myself. He was outmatched, so who can he blame? He is my son, so naturally I will protect him. I care not who is right or wrong." Elder Chu was blazing with fury as his long whip cracked through the air with a piercing screech, lashing down. Luo Yin rolled aside just in time. The tip of the whip grazed his back and struck the ground, shattering the stone slab. Before he could steady himself, another whip stroke descended upon his head. This time there was no escape. He could only raise his arm to meet the blow. The wrist guard shattered on impact, and the force sent him flying. Lin Zix's figure finally appeared around him. He only caught a glimpse of Luo Yan being flung through the air by the whip, crashing heavily to the ground as blood spread beneath him in a dark pool. His pupils contracted sharply. "How dare you harm him," he roared. "Don't forget he is the disciple of Yen Lingsong. If he dies, do you think you can escape?" Elder Chu's movements stiffened. He did hesitate for a moment. But the thought of his son's severed arm, perhaps beyond repair, stirred the malice in his eyes once more. "And who are you?" He slowly turned his head, his gaze dark and venomous as he fixed it on Lin Zixu. "Since I intend to kill him, I will leave no witnesses. Today you die here as well." "Kill me." Lin Zixu let out a cold laugh. "If you dare touch me, my master will not let you off." Elder Chu frowned. "Your master? Who exactly are you?" A name suddenly flashed through his mind. Among the new disciples this year, besides Luo Yan, who had been accepted by Yen Lingsong, there was another one, taken as a disciple by that person. "You are the disciple of Yu Linzhou." Lin Zixu raised his hand and removed his mask, revealing a cold, resolute face. "Indeed. Elder Chu, if you lay a finger on me today, my master will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Elder Chu's hand finally lowered in reluctance. Offending Yen Lingsong might still leave room for negotiation, but if he also offended Yu Linzhou, there would be no place under heaven for him to hide. The old Tamers of Tianheng's sect shared an unspoken consensus: better to offend Yen Lingsong than to offend Yu Linzhou. Yen Lingsong at least reasoned somewhat, but Yu Linzhou was a complete madman. "If he says you are wrong, then you are wrong. No one can change that. I can spare your life," Elder Chu said in a hoarse voice, pointing his whip at Luo Yan on the ground. "But he and I have a blood feud that must be avenged." "Step aside." Lin Zixu stood firm, blocking Luo Yan. "He severed Chu Yuxia's arm in a fair duel, and you witnessed it yourself. Now you use this as an excuse to settle a private grudge. If word gets out, Elder Chu, will you still have any face left?" Elder Chu's face shifted through several colors, his teeth grinding audibly. After a long moment, he withdrew his hand, his voice icy. "Fine, very well. Today I may spare his life, but you must leave the Biluo Yili branch." Lin Zixu did not hesitate for even a second. He took out the glass cover from his chest and tossed it toward him. The emerald glow traced an arc through the air before landing firmly in Elder Chu's palm. Elder Chu looked down at the spiritual plant brimming with life inside the glass cover, and the gloom in his eyes finally dissipated somewhat. He put away the Biluo Yili branch, cast a hateful glance at the two, then vanished without another word. Lin Zixu stared at the direction he had disappeared, waiting until the aura was completely gone. Then he turned, crouched, and grabbed Luo Yan by the shoulder. "Can you hold on?" He fumbled through his storage pouch for a medicinal pill and shoved it into Luo Yan's mouth. Luo Yan swallowed the pill, coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood, and whispered, barely audible, "Did you give it to him?" "Things can be replaced," Lin Zixu said in a low voice, sliding his arm under Luo Yan's shoulder to lift him onto his back. "But you cannot be. But that was something you obtained with so much effort. I'm sorry I've dragged you down again." Luo Yan's voice grew fainter and fainter, and before he could finish, his head drooped, his body went limp on Lin Zix's shoulder, and he lost consciousness completely. Lin Zix's heart sank. He reached out to check Luo Yan's breath. Thankfully, he was still breathing, but it was as thin as a silk thread, as if it might snap at any moment. He hoisted the man onto his back and sprinted toward the exit, gritting his teeth. As he ran, he silently called out to the system, "He can't really die, can he?" The system's voice also sounded uncertain. "Probably not, right?" "What do you mean, probably? Even you're not sure?" The system grew irritated. "I told you not to meddle with the plot. Now the plot is completely out of order. Who dares to guarantee anything? The urgent matter is to get out quickly and return to Tianheng's sect to find someone to save him. If the heavenly Tao doesn't strike you with a tribulation lightning, then he might still be saved. If you get struck by lightning, it means it's over. No hope, and the world will collapse." Lin Zixu clenched his jaw and carried Luo Yan out of the black market entrance. "If you get struck by lightning, it means it's over. No hope, and the world will collapse." Lin Zixu clenched his jaw and carried Luo Yan out of the black market entrance. Lin Zixu looked up at the sky. Leaden gray clouds silently piled above the distant mountain ridge, giving an oppressive sense of an impending storm. He averted his gaze, adjusted the weight on his back, and dashed toward the direction of Wucang Peak. Luo Yan's breath brushed against his nape, so faint it seemed it might stop at any moment. Lin Zixu tightened his grip on Luo Yan's wrist, hanging over his shoulder, feeling the intermittent pulse, and silently prayed that he would not die. He would never again be so arrogantly reckless as to try to change the plot. He was truly wrong. Humans simply cannot defy the heavens. Lin Zixu did not dare to pause for even a moment. He carried Luo Yan all the way to Wucang Peak. On the mountain path, many disciples saw him covered in blood with an unconscious person on his back and stopped to stare. Lin Zixu did not know where Yen Lingsong resided. He grabbed a random disciple and asked for directions. The disciple, frightened by his blood-stained appearance, stammered and pointed a direction. The commotion caught the attention of Ming, he not far away. Ming he pushed through the crowd of onlookers and immediately saw Luo Yian's head drooping over Lin Zix's shoulder. His pupils contracted. What happened? What's wrong with junior brother Luo? Lin Jishu, upon seeing him, felt the taut string in his heart finally loosen for a moment. His voice was urgent. He'll explain later. First take me to see Venerable Wu Tsong. There's no time to lose. Ming he did not ask further questions and hurriedly led the way. The two passed through the mountain path one after another, heading straight for the peak. Yin Lingkang's meditation chamber was hidden behind a barrier at the summit. Ming he raised his hand and sent a transmission talisman. He said urgently, Venerable, this disciple begs for an audience. Junior brother Luo is gravely wounded. I implore you to save him. After the transmission, silence fell around them. The two waited anxiously. Moments later, the barrier parted silently. Lin Jishu stepped through with Luo Yan on his back, and a wave of icy cold air rushed toward them. He saw Yin Lingcong. His white robes looked especially solitary against the snowy light. Whether it was an illusion or not, his expression seemed colder than usual. What happened? Yin Lingcong spotted Luo Yin behind Lin Jishu, reached out, took him, and held him in his arms. He lowered his head to glance at the pallid face in his arms. A faint, barely perceptible flicker crossed his eyes, which had remained as calm as a 1,000-year-old ancient well. Then he turned around and said in a voice devoid of emotion, Come inside and talk. The cold in the stone cave seemed even heavier than outside. Yin Lingcong instinctively cast a protective barrier over Luo Yin to shield him from the cold. Then he gently placed Luo Yin on the stone bed, placed 2 fingers on his wrist, closed his eyes, and concentrated. A thread of extremely fine spiritual energy probed into Luo Yin's meridians. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. What happened? How did he get so severely injured? Lin Jishu quickly recounted the events. After I recognized that he was Elder Chu, I threatened him using my master, and he finally let us, but he still took the Biluo Lilizi away. Lin Jishu looked up at Yin Lingcong, his voice tense. How is Luo Yin's injury? How can we save him? Yin Lingcong was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. He is too badly injured. All his meridians are severed and his dantian is shattered. If not for his special constitution, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Right now, the only thing that can save him is the Biluo Lilizi. Mingi was anxious, but the Biluo Lilizi has already been taken by Elder Chu. How can we get it back? Without the Biluo Lilizi, is there no other way to save junior brother Luo? Yin Lingcong paused, then closed his eyes. The brief silence was enough for Mingi to understand the answer. Mingi slumped in defeat. Lin Jishu stood by, wanting to speak, but hesitated. He wanted to ask, wasn't there also the Frost Snow Lotus? But what right did he have to bring it up? The Frost Snow Lotus was Yin Lingkang's opportunity to break through to the divine transformation stage. He had waited 10,000 years for this one blooming. How could he expect him to give it up for a disciple? He had relied too much on the original plot, taking it for granted that Yin Lingcong would unselfishly give everything for Luo Yin. But they were not at that point yet, nor had they even developed any feelings. Yin Lingcong asked Mingi to leave first. The stone cave was left with only him and Lin Jishu. Luo Yin's breathing was faint on the bed, and the barrier above his head glowed with a faint spiritual light. Do you have something to say, Oi? Yin Lingcong looked at Lin Jishu. Lin Jishu bit his lip. I heard that the sovereign possesses a Frost Snow Lotus, which also has the power to revive the dead and restore flesh. Yin Lingcong was silent for a moment, then admitted frankly, the Frost Snow Lotus can indeed save him. But it is in the cold pond at the top of Wutsong Peak, and it will take at least 2 more days to mature. Given Luo Yin's current condition, he cannot wait that long. Even if the lotus is picked, it will take time to refine it into a pill. He won't last until then. Lin Jishu lowered his eyes, and disappointment surged like a tide. He had been too anxious, forgetting that the Frost Snow Lotus was not yet ripe. Yin Lingcong was silent for a moment, then said, I will find a way to save him later. You are also covered in blood. Go back first. Lin Jishu opened his mouth to say something, but before he could speak, a violent tremor shook the outside. A furious roar came from afar. Yin Lingcong, come out. Is my disciple here? I heard he was injured. Did you do this? Lin Jishu. Yin Lingcong. Yin Lingcong closed his eyes. In the tens of thousands of years he had lived, all the emotional fluctuations he had ever experienced were probably inseparable from the person outside the door. To prevent Yu Linzhou from actually tearing down his Wutsong Peak, he raised his hand to remove the barrier and let him in. Yu Linzhou swept in like a gust of wind. Seeing Lin Jishu, he grabbed his shoulders and thoroughly examined him from head to toe. Confirming that he was not injured, the fury that had been about to explode in his chest subsided slightly. What happened? I heard you were injured. Am fine, not injured. Lin Jishu quickly pressed his wrist. It's Luo Yin who is seriously injured. Yulin Zhou then noticed the person lying on the stone bed. His gaze swept over Luo Yian's pale face, and he raised an eyebrow. Tisk, that's quite a serious injury. Who did he offend to be hated so much? Seeing Yin Lingkang's gaze growing colder, Lin Jishu helplessly tugged at his sleeve. Master, say less. Yulin Zhou curled his lips. He couldn't care less about Yin Lingkang's master-disciple affairs. After all, the person lying there wasn't his disciple. He pulled Lin Jishu to leave, but found that Lin Zix's feet were rooted to the spot, unwilling to go. Yulin Zhou looked at him in confusion. Lin Jishu said softly, I don't want to just leave like this. After all, this matter is partly my fault too. Yulin Zhou frowned slightly. What do you mean? Did you injure this kid? Have you two finally fallen out? Lin Jishu. No. Lin Jishu briefly recounted the incident to him. Yulin Zhou narrowed his eyes. You mean that old bastard Chu Yunqing took your things? Lin Jishu nodded. But that's not the point. The point is that he wounded Luo Yin, and the Biluo Lilizi is the only medicine that can save him now. Yulin Zhou sneered. That old bastard really has a death wish, daring to steal my disciple's things. Come on, I'll take you to get it back. Lin Jishu sighed. I said that's not the point. But anyway, getting the item back is the most important thing. Yin Lingsong stood up. I'll go with you. Yulin Zhou immediately stepped in front of Lin Jishu warily. What are you up to? You're not planning to shamelessly steal my disciple's things, are you? Yin Lingsong was silent for a moment. Then when he spoke again, his voice was still flat, but his words stunned both people present. When the Frost Snow Lotus matures in 2 days, I will trade it with you. Yulin Zhou thought he had misheard. Frost Snow Lotus. Are you serious? That's something you've waited 10,000 years for. Are you willing to give it up? Yin Lingsong said, it's a renewable resource. What's there to be reluctant about? At worst, it'll wait another 10,000 years. But if a person dies, they can never come back. Yulin Zhou stared at him for 2 seconds, as if recalling something from long ago, and for once did not retort. He looked away. Fine, you can follow if you want. But let me say this first. If a fight breaks out later, you'll have to help me. Fine. The 3 of them walked out. Yin Lingsong paused at the entrance of the stone cave, turned back to look at the frail figure on the bed, and raised his hand to set up a protective formation. He withdrew his hand and turned to catch up with the other 2. As soon as they stepped out of the cave, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. The previously clear sky instantly churned with dark clouds pressing down, so low it almost touched their heads. The air was filled with a suffocating oppression. Yulin Zhou and Yin Lingsong both looked up, their expressions grave. Lin Jishu gazed at the rolling thunderclouds, his heart tightening. The system's voice sounded in his mind, weaker than usual. It seems Luo Yin can't hold on much longer. Lin Jishu withdrew his gaze. There's still time. As long as we get the Biluo branch, there's still hope. The system was silent for a moment. Then you'd better hurry. If this world collapses, everything will turn to nothing. Even I will fall into endless slumber. Lin Jishu said, don't worry, there will surely be a way. How are you? Can you use your authority to help me find out where Elder Chu is? The system replied yes. He is currently in the inner chamber of Elder Xianqing of the Dan Peak, planning to have Xianqing refine pills for him. You need to speed up. If the Biluo branch is refined into a pill and eaten by Chu Yuxiu, it will be too late. The 3 of them hurriedly rushed to Dan. At this moment, Elder Chu was handing the Biluo branch to Xianqing. As soon as the glass cover was lifted, the entire alchemy chamber was illuminated by the gentle green light. Xianqing held the legendary immortal herb, his eyes filled with wonder. He had been refining pills all his life, yet this was the first time he had seen a real Biluo branch. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Elder Chu urged, stop staring, start the furnace right away. Xianqing came to his senses, carefully placed the spiritual plant on the table, and shook his head. It can't be rushed. The Biluo branch has extremely potent medicinal properties. It must first be soaked in spirit spring water for an hour to remove its fierce toxicity, then slowly refined, which will take at least a day. Elder Chu's face darkened, but he knew that alchemy could not be rushed. He knew that Lin Jishu would definitely report him once back at the sect, and it was only a matter of time before Yulin Zhou and Yin Lingsong came looking for him. With his own strength alone, he was naturally no match for those 2 immortal venerables, but he could still stall for some time. As long as the Biluo branch entered the furnace, they couldn't forcibly snatch an unformed pill. Then hurry up. He withdrew his gaze, his voice low. I'll guard outside. Focus on your alchemy. No matter what you hear, don't stop. Xianqing saw his grave expression, nodded solemnly, and turned to prepare the spirit spring water. Elder Chu pushed open the door and sat cross-legged on the stone steps outside the alchemy chamber. He slowly closed his eyes, and his spiritual energy spread out like a tide, enveloping the entire alchemy pavilion. The disciples, originally sweeping and moving around outside the pavilion, sensed this pressure, their faces changed, and they quietly retreated. After doing all this, Elder Chu's lips twisted into a bitter smile. Having lived to this age, he never imagined that one day he would have to face these 2 at the same time. But there was no choice. He only had this one son, Chu Yushio, and could not abandon him. Cultivators already had difficulty bearing offspring and had shallow bonds of kinship. Chu Yushio was an unexpected joy. He had brought him too much happiness and pride. He couldn't bear to see him become a useless person. Elder Chu looked at the surging thunderclouds in the distant sky. They hung darkly over the peaks, lightning silently wandering deep within the clouds yet refusing to strike. Elder Chu frowned, feeling that this thundercloud was suspicious, but had no time to think deeply. His only task now was to guard this place and wait for Xianqing to finish refining the pill. As long as the pill was completed, Yuxia's arm could be reattached. As for what would happen after, he was willing to risk his old life, if necessary. From inside the alchemy pavilion came the clear sound of spirit spring water pouring into a jade plate. Xianqing had already begun. Elder Chu closed his eyes again, but his ears twitched slightly. The sound of air being torn was rapidly approaching from afar. Elder Chu knew that the ones he was waiting for had finally arrived. He slowly stood up, tightening his grip on the long whip in his hand. 3 figures landed before him. Yin Lingsong stepped forward, Elder Chu hand over the Billy Lily branch. Elder Chu's expression was still calm. Immortal Venerable, you have come at an unfortunate time. The Billy Lily branch has already entered the furnace. I cannot give it to you. Lin Jishu frowned. Could it be that they were still too late? The system said, no, he is lying to you. The Billy Lily branch is still in the washing stage. It will take some time before it enters the alchemy furnace. Don't waste words with him, snatch it back now. Lin Jishu said coldly. Immortal Venerable Master, don't argue with him. The Billy Lily branch hasn't entered the furnace yet. Take the opportunity now and seize it back. Elder Chu's expression changed drastically, and he turned sharply to Lin Jishu. He didn't know where this young man had gotten his information, but he had no time to ponder. Yu Linzhou and Yin Lingsong exchanged a glance, and their figures moved simultaneously. A purple light flashed in Yu Lin's palm, and he struck directly at Elder Chu's face. The spiritual energy tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Elder Chu hastily raised his whip to block. The purple palm force crashed against the whip, numbing his tiger's. The stone slabs beneath his feet shattered with a crack. Before he could catch his breath, Yin Linkang's sword was already upon him. The sword light was clear and cold like frost, silent and soundless. Elder Chu sidestepped and retreated sharply, but his robe was still sliced off a corner by the sword aura, and a bone-chilling cold pierced his ribs, only half an inch away from drawing blood. Under the assault of the two, he was forced back repeatedly, his long whip spinning so fast it formed an impenetrable barrier, but he could only barely defend himself. Yu Lin's attacks were like a violent storm, each palm strike carrying a domineering force that could crush everything. Yin Linkang's sword, on the other hand, was cold and precise, each strike landing in the gaps of his weakest defense. Elder Chu gritted his teeth and held on while also having to constantly guard against Lin Jishu breaking into the alchemy pavilion. Yu Linzhou and Yin Lingsong were extremely troublesome, and they almost allowed Lin Jishu to slip in. Elder Chu's heart tightened. Bracing himself to take a palm strike from Yu Linzhou, he used the force to fly backward, landing right in front of the alchemy pavilion's door, blocking Lin Zix's path. That palm strike from Yu Linzhou was indeed heavy. He grunted, swallowing the coppery taste rising in his throat, flicked his whip, and held it horizontally before him, his voice hoarse, refusing to yield an inch. No one is getting through this door today. Yu Linzhou and Yin Linkang's faces turned ugly. They had been holding back their killing moves all along out of consideration for being fellow sect members and not wanting to create an ugly. Moreover, the Tianheng sect had a rule: any disciple who killed a fellow disciple would have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect regardless of status. But Luo Yin was still lying on the ice bed waiting to be saved. Elder Chu assumed a posture of no return, or it seemed this situation could not end peacefully. Yin Linkang's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "You two find a chance to go in Ilhan." Without further hesitation, Yu Linzhou gripped Lin Zix's wrist and led him around Elder Chu's whip shadows, charging straight into the alchemy pavilion's main door. Elder Chu's eyes blazed with fury. He turned to block them, but Yin Linkang's sword sealed his path. The sword light was like a ribbon, forcing him back several zhang. Elder Chu could only watch as the two figures disappeared through the door. Inside the alchemy chamber, Xianqing was forming hand seals to control the furnace fire. The loud crash of the door being slammed open made him tremble, nearly losing control of the fire. Looking up at the arrivals, he froze. "Fengheng, Immortal Venerable. How did you? Where is the Biliuli branch?" Lin Jishu interrupted him urgently. Xianqing instinctively looked at the furnace. Lin Jishu followed his gaze, and his face changed. "Has it already been thrown in?" Xianqing nodded blankly. Lin Jishu closed his eyes, sighing, "It's over." The system's voice grew even weaker, speaking intermittently, as if the signal was unstable. "It's not too late. He is refining the return spring pill. Wait until the pill is formed, snatch it away, and feed it to Luo Yin. There is still a glimmer of hope." Lin Zix's eyes snapped open and he grabbed Zhuangqing's arm. Continue refining at the fastest speed. Having said that, he turned and pulled Yu Linzhou out, leaving Xianqing a quiet space for alchemy. Yu Linzhou was utterly bewildered. What's going on? You're giving up on the Biluo Yuli branch. Not saving that kid. Let's wait until Elder Xianqing finishes refining the pill. Lin Jishu explained. Although there's no fresh Biluo Yuli branch, the returning spring pill made from it should still work. We'll just snatch the pill directly in a moment. Yu Linzhou raised an eyebrow, glanced back at the closed alchemy chamber door, and asked no further questions. He merely studied Lin Jishu with a contemplative. He realized that his disciple harbored quite a few secrets. Outside, the two were locked in a fierce, chaotic battle. Elder Chu's robe was tattered beyond recognition, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His left arm had been struck by Yan Lingkang's sword, and crimson streamed down his elbow, pooling on the ground. Seeing Yu Linzhou and Lin Jishu emerge, Yan Lingsong withdrew his sword a step. Elder Chu, battered and barely standing, his face drenched in blood, fixed his gaze on the two newcomers, terror flickering in his eyes. How did it go? Yan Lingsong asked. Did you get the Biluo Yili branch? Lin Jishu shook his head. No, the branch has already been tossed into the furnace and refined into a pill. A surge of wild joy flashed in Elder Chu's eyes, but Lin Zix's next words cast him back into the abyss. Well, just grab the pill directly in a moment. The smile froze on Elder Chu's face. With the battle having reached this point, further fighting was pointless. They all inexplicably ceased hostilities, tacitly taking their positions, waiting for Xianqing to open the furnace. Yet the thunderclouds overhead grew heavier, and deep within their core, lightning faintly danced, as if gathering some cataclysmic power. Various factions emerged one after another, gazing up at the ominous phenomenon, their expressions growing increasingly grave. They sensed a destructive aura emanating from the thunderclouds. Could the cultivation world be facing a heavenly tribulation? But they had heard nothing of it. Even the most prescient sages had not foreseen a tribulation at this time. Several streaks of transmission light tore across the sky, landing simultaneously on the waists of Yan Lingsong and Yu Linzhou. They lowered their heads to glance at the tokens, exchanging a look. Yu Linzhou said in a deep voice, "The sect master has emerged from seclusion and orders all elders to report to the main peak for a council immediately. But under the current circumstances, they simply could not leave." Several more transmission lights landed on their waists, but neither of them moved. "Wait a little longer," Yan Lingsong said. That wait stretched into 7 or 8 hours. Lin Jishu kept calling the system's name in his mind, but it remained silent. Meanwhile, the thunderclouds that had been brewing for an entire day sent an uncontrollable chill through his body. Noticing his involuntary trembling, Yu Linzhou reached out and grasped his fingers, finding them ice cold. He frowned and muttered, "Why are you so frightened? Relax, even if the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. It won't fall on you." Lin Jishu forced a faint smile. He didn't know how to tell Yu Linzhou that the lightning was aimed at him. Nor did he know how to explain that if Luo Yin perished, this world would collapse and everything would cease to exist. Just then the alchemy chamber door was flung open and Xianqing rushed out, excitedly clutching a jade box. His face beamed with joy, but as he opened his mouth to announce the good news, he took in the scene outside and froze in place. The thunderclouds overhead seemed ready to devour the entire alchemy peak. He had only been refining pills for a day. What on earth had happened out here? Was the world coming to an end? He had always said alchemy was a thankless task, unable to know anything in time, and even if the world ended, he wouldn't have time to escape. Seeing him emerge, everyone crowded around. Elder Chu staggered forward, his voice urgent. Did it succeed? Xianqing nodded instinctively. Yes, but there's only one pill. As he was about to hand over the jade box, a hand reached out from the side and snatched it from his palm. Elder Chu trembled all over, whether from rage or exhaustion. "Yu Linzhou, what business is this of yours? Why must you interfere? How is it not my business?" Yu Linzhou sneered. "The Biluo Yuli branch was obtained by my disciple. You stole his property and refined it into a pill, so naturally the pill belongs to him." Hearing this, Xianqing turned to Elder Chu in shocked disbelief, flooding his eyes. "This Biluo Yuli branch wasn't yours. Elder Chu, you've ruined me. If I had known it was stolen, I would never have opened this furnace for you." But it was too late for regrets. The pill was already made. Yu Linzhou handed the pill to Lin Jishu. Just as Lin Jishu was about to pass it to Yan Lingsong, the thunder that had been brewing in the heavens finally descended. A deafening crash tore through the sky as if a rift had been ripped open. A pitch-black pillar of lightning struck straight down. Yu Lin's pupils contracted, and he grabbed Lin Jishu, diving aside. The black lightning grazed his back and struck the ground, reducing the stone slabs to dust and leaving a scorched, massive crater. Before anyone could react, they instinctively activated their protective artifacts and scattered, desperate to avoid being caught by the unnatural heavenly lightning. Yet the first bolt missed, and a second and third followed in quick succession. Each was fiercer and more concentrated than the last, all aimed at Lin Jishu. Yu Linzhou shielded the person in his arms, dodging left and right, his robes singed in several places by the lightning's energy. The others watched in horror. They had lived long enough to be called ancient monsters, but they had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. It wasn't that they had never seen lightning tribulations, but they had never witnessed a tribulation striking a chi-refining stage youth relentlessly, without anyone actually undergoing the tribulation. What heinous crime had this boy committed to earn such hatred from the heavenly Tao? Lin Zix's face was deathly pale, but he clutched Yu Lin's robe tightly, his voice torn apart by the thunder. Don't worry about me. Give the pill to Yin Lingsong, hurry. Yu Linzhou shielded him from another lightning bolt, shouting in fury, at a time like this you're still thinking about that brat. Let him die. He can't die. Lin Jishu gripped his arm, knuckles white with strain. If he dies, we all die. Trust me, as long as Luo Yin lives, this will all end. I won't die, and neither will you. Yu Linzhou was shaken by his words. Seeing the pleading look in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and relented. You'd better be right. He angrily shoved all his protective artifacts into Lin Zix's arms, erected a final barrier around him, then abruptly withdrew from the lightning tribulation's range. As he flew at lightning speed toward Yin Lingsong, he glanced back at the direction swallowed by the lightning, gritted his teeth, and hurled the jade box. Yin Lingsong raised his hand and caught the jade box. Go save Luo Yin. Yu Linzhou roared, then turned and dashed back toward the most intense blaze of lightning. The protective artifacts that Yu Linzhou had left for Lin Jishu shattered one by one. The shockwaves racked Lin Zix's internal organs with excruciating pain. Finally, the last defensive talisman exploded into dust amid the thunderous lightning. He closed his eyes, resigned to await the descending bolt. The thunder roared beside his ears, but the searing pain never came. Instead, he collided into a firm, yet not particularly warm embrace. Lin Jishu snapped his eyes open, and the first thing he saw was Yu Lin's face, pale as death. Somehow his master had turned back and taken the lightning strike for him with his own body. Blood trickled from the corner of Yu Lin's lips, dripping down his chin onto Lin Zix's face. This venerable one truly owes you. It seems I have committed too many sins in the past, and heaven sent you to punish me. Lin Zix's eyes reddened. Are you insane? Why did you come back? You are this venerable one's disciple. How could I abandon you? Yu Linzhou tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to force his usual lazy smirk, but only drew forth a fresh trickle of blood. If you were struck dead by lightning right before my eyes, wouldn't that be a great loss of face for me? A surge of indescribable emotions welled up in Lin Zix's heart, and tears finally slid silently from the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I was too arrogant, and I've harmed you all. I just wanted to change something, but I realized I can't change anything at all. Yu Linzhou met his tearful gaze and became visibly panicked. He raised a hand to wipe away Lin Zix's tears, but his fingers were stained with his own blood, smearing the tears even more. For the first time, his voice carried a hint of helplessness. Don't cry. I tormented you so much before, and you never cried. Why are you crying now? You're making me look utterly useless. But Lin Zix's tears seemed to have burst a dam unstoppable. Yu Linzhou felt as if something had seized his cold hard heart and squeezed it tightly, sending a dense, aching pain spreading through his chest. He gritted his teeth, his gaze suddenly turning fierce. He seized Lin Zix's wrist with one hand while forming a hand seal with the other. To hell with secrecy. If it came to light, so be it. Even if it meant total destruction. But just as he was halfway through the seal, the thunder suddenly ceased. The churning thunderclouds seemed to freeze, paused for a moment, and then began to slowly dissipate. Daylight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, casting a faint golden hue. The others still held their defensive postures, exchanging bewildered glances, none daring to move first. The lightning had come without reason and left without reason as abruptly as it appeared. Lin Jishu leaned against Yu Lin's chest, both of them drenched in blood, indistinguishable. He looked up at the dispersing thunderclouds, and a sense of survival after a calamity suddenly washed over him. It seemed Yin Lingsong had managed to save Luo. After a brief silence, a transmission talisman flew in. Yu Linzhou glanced down at the token at his waist and smirked. Yin Lingsong may be pretentious, but when it counts, he gets things done. Lin Jishu lowered his head, burying his face into the blood-soaked folds of Yu Lin's robe, his shoulders trembling silently. Yu Linzhou hesitated for a moment, then gently pressed his hand on the back of his head. The system's cheerful voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Host. I'm back. Did you miss me? Lin Jishu, shaken by the sudden burst of glee, leaned weakly against Yu Linzhou and replied. Are you okay? System, I'm fine, I feel great now. Lin Jishu. Where the hell did you go? I've been calling you all day. System, it's because the world's luck dropped too low to sustain my operation, so I was forced into slumber. Fortunately, you turned the tide. Now Luo Yin's vital signs have stabilized, the plot line has been recalibrated, and world stability has returned to safe thresholds. We all survived. Did you learn your lesson this time? Don't you dare act recklessly again. Lin Jishu, sorry, I won't dare next time. The system having won a rare round hummed smugly. Then it returned to a serious tone, enough joking. You're badly injured, and Yulin Zhou is even worse. He took at least 2 heavenly lightning strikes for you. Only his cultivation base kept him from being obliterated on the spot. Take him back to Chiyue Peak for treatment immediately. If you delay any longer, this master of yours might just die here. Lin Zix's heart tightened. He pushed himself up from Yulin's embrace. Yulin Zhou knelt on the ground, his robe charred, and spiderweb-like bloodlines crawling across his exposed skin. Master, Lin Zix's voice strained. What are you yelling for? I'm not dead yet. Yulin Zhou tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to stand up by pushing off the ground, but his body swayed. Lin Jishu immediately grabbed his arm and half-carried him on his shoulder, glancing back. Elder Chu sat dejectedly on the stone steps, and Xian Qing looked as if the sky had fallen. His Dan Peak had been ravaged by lightning. How many spirit stones would it take to repair? The road back to Chiyue Peak had never felt so long. Lin Jishu himself was not lightly injured by the residual power of the heavenly lightning. Each step sent a dull ache through his dantian. But the weight on his shoulder kept him from stopping. Yulin's consciousness was probably already fading. He leaned against Lin Zix's ear, muttering incoherently. The heavenly lightning had a natural suppression effect on him, inflicting 10 times the damage it would on others. Otherwise, with his cultivation, level 2 strikes would not have reduced him to such a state. Lin Jishu listened to his ramblings that sounded like a final testament, and for the sake of being saved, he endured it. Lin Jishu trudged forward despite his internal injuries. Yulin Zhou kept muttering, saying that when he died, everything in his treasure vault would belong to Lin Jishu, including a lightning-avoiding pearl, so he would never be struck again. Lin Jishu gritted his teeth. Shut up. You're not dying. Keep that lightning-avoiding pearl for your own burial. Yulin Zhou pouted and fell silent. The system suspected he might have fainted from anger. After finally dragging him back to Chiyue Peak, Lin Jishu laid him on his own bed. It was rare to see this man so vulnerable, yet it was less pleasing than his usual flamboyant demeanor. Lin Jishu pressed his fingers to Yulin's wrist to check his pulse, his brows furrowed. How do I save him? The system quickly replied, his physique is special. He can heal on his own if left alone, just slowly. For a faster recovery, Yin Linkang's Frost Snow Lotus is a good thing. Lin Jishu. He almost felt jealous of Yulin Zhou. This man was truly blessed. Hurriedly treating his own injuries, he changed into clean clothes, summoned Xiao He to guard the bedside, and headed for Wutsong Peak. The barrier atop Wutsong Peak was open for him, as if Yin Lingsong knew he was coming. Entering the cave abode, he saw Luo Yin leaning on the bed, talking with Yin Lingsong. Though still pale, she looked spirited. Luo Yin's eyes lit up when she saw him. Jishu, are you alright? I woke up here, and my master said you saved me. Lin Jishu nodded, his gaze lingering on his face for a moment to confirm that he was indeed out of danger, then turned to Yin Lingsong beside him. Luo Yin, noticing his cold demeanor, gradually let her smile fade. Lin Jishu said, Celestial Lord, my master was wounded by heavenly thunder, gravely so. You once offered to exchange the Frost Snow Lotus for it. I have come to collect it now. Yin Lingsong, having given his word, would not go back on it. He inclined his head slightly, then turned his hand and produced a jade box which he extended toward Lin Jishu. The box was icy to the touch. Through its translucent jade walls one could faintly discern a crystal-clear snow lotus lying within, its petals still adorned with delicate frost crystals. Lin Jishu accepted the box with both hands. The moment his fingertips touched the jade, a sharp, pure cold penetrated along his meridians into his dantian, seeming to soothe even the unhealed internal injuries within him. He lowered his gaze for a moment, carefully stowed the jade box, and bowed to Yin Lingsong. Thank you, Celestial Lord. Straightening up, he looked at Luo Yin and said in a flat tone, Take good care of your injuries. They'll be going back now. He turned and took 2 steps, when suddenly Luo Yin's voice came from behind him in the stone cave. Jishu. Luo Yin called out to him, hesitated, as if there was something she wanted to say, but finally only whispered. Take care of yourself. Once I'm better, I'll come to see you. Lin Jishu paused, his voice cold. There's no need. My master doesn't like me associating with people from Wutsong Peak. You'd better not come lest you displease him. Having said that, Lin Jishu walked away quickly. Luo Yin stared blankly at his retreating figure. Her heart felt as if it had been fiercely squeezed, a sour ache rising within her. Lin Jishu returned to the small courtyard. Pushing open the door and lifting his head, his heart nearly leaped into his throat. On the bed where Yulin Zhou should have been lying coiled a massive black python. Its scales gleamed with a cold light like jet-black jade, and the tail that hung from the edge of the bed to the floor was as thick as a grown man's waist. The python rested quietly, its body coated in a faint black aura that pulsed with the rhythm of its breath. Lin Jishu recovered his composure and guessed that this must be Yu Lin's his true form. Probably reverting to his original body allowed faster healing, so when he lost consciousness his true form manifested automatically. He stepped closer softly. The black python, perhaps catching a familiar scent, did not move. Only its tightly shut vertical pupils cracked open a slit, revealing a glint of dark light before closing again. Lin Jishu stood by the bed looking up at this astonishingly huge python, his atoms apple bobbing slightly. He had seen demon beasts before. A Xiao Hei's beast form was also imposing, but far from the awe-inspiring sight of this map. Every scale seemed like a piece of forged armor gleaming with cold light. Even in its weakened state, the innate pressure it exuded instinctively made one want to step back. Lin Jishu, instead of feeling fear, found himself somewhat excited. After a moment, he slowly reached out a hand and tentatively touched the icy smooth surface of a scale. The black python's body trembled almost imperceptibly, but it did not pull away. Truly breathtaking, Lin Jishu murmured under his breath. After marveling for a while, Lin Jishu calmed down. He then noticed that Xiao Hei was nowhere to be seen. He had clearly told the little creature to guard the bedside. He looked around, then bent down to check under the bed and nearly laughed in exasperation. Xiao Hei was curled up into a ball, its round body pressed tightly against the corner of the wall, trembling like a leaf, its ears flattened against its head, and its tail clamped tightly. When it saw Lin Zix's face, it let out a pitiful whine, but refused to budge an inch. Helpless, Lin Jishu reached under the bed, scooped it out, and held it in his arms. As soon as Xiao Hei was in his arms, it burrowed its head into the crook of his elbow. It had probably been terrified by being forced to share a room with a divine beast so many times its size. But because Lin Jishu had ordered it not to leave the room, it had no choice but to hide under the bed, seeking a safe refuge. He patted Xiao Hei's head, put it into the spirit beast pouch, and redirected his attention to the silent black python on the bed. He opened the jade box, and the crisp cold of the frost snow lotus instantly filled the room with a chill. Carefully, he broke off a petal and brought it near the python's mouth, but then hesitated. With such a massive python, how was he supposed to feed it? Would he have to pry its mouth open and stuff the petal in? As he hesitated, the black python seemed to sense something. Its vertical pupils cracked open a slit, and its gaze fell upon the petal. After a moment, it slowly opened its mouth, revealing two pale venomous fangs. Lin Jishu, quick as a flash, stuffed the petal into its mouth. As his fingertips brushed past the tips of the fangs, he clearly felt a chill creeping up his fingernail. The python closed its mouth, emitting a low gurgle from its throat. Whether of satisfaction or disdain, it was hard to tell. Soon the petal transformed into a shimmering white light, sliding down its throat into its belly. The black light on its body brightened abruptly, and several scorched scales began to regain their luster at a visible rate. Seeing that the frost snow lotus was effective, Lin Jishu breathed a sigh of relief. Injuries from heavenly thunder were not easy to heal, especially since heavenly thunder inherently suppressed Yu Linzhou and dealt double damage. Lin Jishu tore off a few more petals and fed them to him, keeping only 2 for himself. Seeing that he was healing, Lin Jishu felt reassured and planned to leave, giving him space to recover. But just as he rose, an icy smooth tail had somehow coiled around him, pulling him back. He lost his balance and fell backward onto the bed. Before he could struggle free, the thick serpent body looped around him, encircling him tightly in the center. The black python performed this entire series of movements without even opening its eyes, as if it were pure instinct. Yu Lin's massive head shifted over his chin, resting on the bed beside Lin Jishu. The breath from his nostrils, cold and long, ruffled the strands of hair at Lin Jishu tried to struggle, but the serpent's body was immovable. As if annoyed by his restlessness, the tip of the python's tail lazily wrapped around his wrist. Lin Jishu lay on his back on Yu Lin's icy scales, staring at the beam above, and for some reason felt an urge to laugh. If Yu Linzhou, now ruled by instinct, were to recall all this later, would he feel embarrassed and wish to crawl into a hole? But given Yu Lin's thick skin, probably not. After all this commotion, Lin Jishu was also tired. At first he lay stiffly within the python's coils, but gradually the cold scales beneath him warmed to his body temperature. The long, silent breathing of the giant python beside his ear was like a gentle lullaby. His tense shoulders relaxed little by little, his eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, his eyes closed. After he fell asleep, the black python, coiled on the bed, slowly opened its eyes. The giant serpent lifted its chin slightly, looked down at the sleeping youth curled on its scales, its vertical pupils reflecting the quiet profile of his face. After a moment, a wisp of black spiritual light seeped from between the python's scales, silently winding around Lin Zix's body, gently flowing into him through his meridians. The spiritual energy was dense and gentle, utterly unlike his usual domineering and ostentatious manner. Carefully, it avoided Lin Zix's unhealed internal injuries, gradually smoothing out the chaotic chi within him. Having done this, the giant python closed its eyes again, its tail curling, unconsciously tightening its hold on the person in its embrace. Lin Jishu was suffocated awake. He opened his eyes groggily, only to be met with the sight of a smooth, firm chest. He froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. Yu Lingzhou had somehow already returned to human form, one arm tightly wrapped around Lin Zix's waist, his chin resting on the top of Lin Zix's head, pressing him snugly into his embrace. What made it worse was that he was completely naked. His clothes had likely been shattered by spiritual energy when he transformed back, leaving only a thin blanket draped over both of them. Lin Jishu stared expressionlessly at the collarbone in front of him, took a deep breath, and began to struggle free. The arm around his waist didn't budge an inch. He struggled again, and the hand moved up a few inches, pressing against his back and pulling him back into the embrace. A drowsy, muffled murmur came from above his head. "Don't move. Sleep a little more." "Master," Lin Jishu said, his voice carrying a hint of gritted teeth, "if you're awake, get up." Yu Lingzhou was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons between continuing to feign sleep and facing reality, then slowly released his hold. Lin Jishu immediately turned over and sat up, his back to Yu Lingzhou, the tips of his ears flushing an unnatural red. Yu Lingzhou lazily propped himself up, exposing his body without it. Watching Lin Zix's stiff posture, a hint of amusement flickered in Yu Lingzhou's eyes as he said languidly, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. What's there to be shy about?" "Lin Jishu, put some clothes on you. Shameless old lecher." Yu Lingzhou leisurely pulled a robe from his storage space and draped it over himself, fastening the sash, while saying slowly, "Jiji, this time your master nearly lost half his life for you. Don't you think you owe me some compensation?" Lin Jishu turned back to look at him. His injury had barely healed, and he was already pushing his luck. "You recovered so quickly entirely because of my frost snow lotus. Don't be ungrateful and act like you're the one who got the short end of the deal." This time genuine surprise appeared in Yu Lingzhou's eyes. "You fed me the frost snow lotus." No wonder. Despite being scorched black in several places by heavenly lightning and needing at least a year to recover, he now felt an unprecedented smoothness in his meridians, and even several old hidden injuries seemed to have eased considerably. Lin Jishu felt a little awkward under his gaze. "You were injured saving me in the first place, so now we're even." Yu Lingzhou said solemnly, "No, we're not." Lin Jishu turned back to look at him, his eyes asking, "What more do you want?" He had already fed him the frost snow lotus. Wasn't that enough? As expected of a Bash bloodline, his appetite was ridiculously huge. Meeting Lin Zix's gaze that seemed to label him a deadbeat, Yu Lingzhou chuckled lightly. "What I mean is, since you've gone to such great lengths for me, it's only right that I repay you properly." Lin Jishu stared at him expressionlessly. Either way, he was bound to owe something. "Lin Jishu, no need. Just stop tormenting me so much in the future. That'll be repayment enough." Yu Lingzhou. He regretted it a little. If only he hadn't bullied him so much before, maybe his dear disciple would still trust him now. But recalling the situation before he transformed back, Yu Lingzhou's eyes darkened slightly. "Do you know?" Lin Jishu played dumb. "Know what?" Yu Lingzhou, "Know that I am." Lin Jishu interrupted him, his expression unchanged. "I don't know. I was exhausted from treating your injury last night, and fell asleep, just woke up now. I have no idea what happened in between." Yu Lingzhou fell silent. What a blatant case of protesting too much. He stared at Lin Zix's composed face, then suddenly flipped his hand and produced a scroll glimmering with faint golden light. "Sign it." Lin Jishu looked down at the contract. "What is this?" "An oath contract." Yu Lingzhou paused. "If you speak of what happened today, you will." He rapidly searched his mind for a suitable punishment. Too severe, and he couldn't bear it; too light, and it wouldn't be a deterrent. Suddenly inspiration struck, and his eyes lit up. "You will never find a wife and die without heirs." Wasn't that what humans cared about most? Using that as the punishment, he was simply too vicious. Lin Jishu was silent for a moment, then looked up at the man across from him, who was beaming with pride at having thought of such a brilliant idea. Speechlessly, he picked up the scroll, bit his fingertip, and pressed down. A flash of golden light, and the contract merged into his palm. "Satisfied? Can you rest easy now?" Yu Lingzhou retrieved the contract with satisfaction. Since the other party had signed it without hesitation, he surely wouldn't betray him. Of course he could rest easy. Lin Jishu began to chase him out. "Your injury is healed, and you've signed the contract. Can you leave now?" Yu Lingzhou promptly collapsed onto the bed, pulled the blanket up to his chest, and closed his eyes weakly. "Your master's injury hasn't healed yet. I still need to rest." "Then go back to your own courtyard to rest." "No, what if my injury suddenly worsens when you're not by my side? I might fall unconscious without anyone knowing, and quietly." "Then just lie here." Lin Jishu interrupted him expressionlessly and walked out without looking back. The door closed behind him, shutting out the annoying voice from inside the room. He stood in the courtyard for a moment, took a deep breath of the cool morning air, slowly clenched his fist, and circulated his spiritual energy, to check the injuries. The internal organs that had been jarred by the heavenly lightning last night no longer ached, and his spiritual energy had recovered considerably. He lowered his eyelashes, his expression softening unconsciously for a moment. So that damn snake did have some conscience after all, secretly healing his injuries. Lin Jishu drew his sword in the courtyard, the blade carving a clear, crisp arc through the morning mist. Yu Lingzhou had somehow moved to the window, one arm resting on the sill, his chin propped on his arm, half closing his eyes as he watched the figure moving up and down in the morning light. He watched for a while, feeling that the scene was quite pleasant. Bamboo in the courtyard, a lovely maiden practicing swordplay beneath the bamboo. The only thing missing. He raised his hand and conjured a flask of wine. Just as he tilted his head back to drink, a sharp sword chi sliced through the air, shattering the flask in his hand with a crisp crack. Lin Jishu sheathed his sword, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground, staring at him expressionlessly. Here he was sweating as he practiced his sword in the courtyard while the man inside leaned by the window and started drinking. How could anyone live so comfortably? Yu Lingzhou, drenched in wine, looked up innocently. What's wrong? Can't I even drink now? Lin Jishu, I hate the smell of alcohol. As long as you're here, you can't drink. If you want to drink, go back to your own place. Fine, no drinking then. No need to be so fierce. Yu Lingzhou cleaned the wine stains off himself, then rested his chin on his hand and continued watching Lin Jishu practice. Lin Zix's sword techniques were much sharper than when he first entered the sect, and his figure had grown taller. Every time he twisted his body, his robes clung tightly, outlining a lean, graceful silhouette. Yu Lingzhou clicked his tongue in admiration, unable to tear his eyes away. His little disciple was perfect in every way. Fair skin, handsome features, slender waist, long legs. Just too thin. Lin Jishu shivered. He felt as if the other's gaze was licking over him, sticky and chilling. Weren't snakes cold-blooded? How come Yu Lingzhou was like a mutant, so lecherous? Having stolen a rare half-day of leisure, Yu Lingzhou was absorbed in his reading by the window. Suddenly his brow furrowed as he turned his head toward the barrier. He sensed the formation around Chiyue Peak under attack. Irritated by this disturbance after such a brief respite, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Your master will go have a look, he said to Lin Jishu, then vanished from the spot in a flash. Lin Jishu sheathed his sword, fearing it might be Luo Yin, and followed. When he reached the edge of the barrier, he discovered the intruder was not Luo Yin, but Elder Chu. Yu Lingzhou's expression darkened instantly. What are you doing here? I haven't even settled accounts with you over the Biluo glazed branch, yet you deliver yourself to my door. Elder Chu, his face haggard and utterly devoid of his former authority, spoke with a voice full of entreaty. I know, I was wrong last time. But I did it for my son. It was truly unavoidable. Now that the pill has been taken by you to save Luo Yin, I have gained nothing. I truly regret it. Yu Lingzhou sneered. What good does your regret do? You harm my disciple for your son's sake. Do you think your son is some precious gem? Only you treasure him like one. I say he isn't even worth a strand of my beloved disciple's hair. Thank goodness Gigi was unharmed, or if he had been truly hurt, do you think you'd still be standing here speaking to me? Elder Chu's face turned pale. He lowered his eyes without rebuttal and murmured, I will make amends for this later. Yu Lingzhou directly extended his hand. Not later, right now. Elder Chu gritted his teeth. What do you want? Yu Lingzhou raised an eyebrow and said leisurely, you ask what I want. Since you're here to compensate, you should show your sincerity. Elder Chu, you're at least a peak elder with no meager fortune. Surely you don't intend to fob me off with some worthless trinkets. I'm not so easily fooled. Elder Chu was left speechless, but knowing he was at fault, he suppressed his temper. Fengheng, immortal venerable jests. Since I came to apologize, I naturally wouldn't offer anything shoddy. He paused for a moment as if bracing himself, then produced a storage pouch and handed it over with both hands. Inside are 10 million high-grade spirit stones along with several spiritual artifacts and elixirs I've collected over the years. Surely this suffices to atone. Yu Lingzhou glanced sideways at Lin Jishu. Lin Jishu nodded. That was enough? Pushing further would be excessive and cornering the man would benefit no one. Yu Lingzhou took the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and without even looking tossed it to Lin Jishu behind him. Jiji, keep it. Lin Jishu caught the pouch. Yu Lingzhou said, all right, the past is settled. You may leave. Elder Chu stood rooted, unsure whether to go or stay, his face alternating between pale and green. Awkwardly, he said, I came today also to ask for a favor of great importance. Yu Lingzhou feigned surprise. Oh, so you didn't come solely to apologize? Lin Jishu pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile. Elder Chu's mouth twitched involuntarily. In a way, yes. But incidentally, I also wish to request something from Fengheng, immortal venerable. Yu Lingzhou generously raised his chin. Very well, since you've been fairly sincere, go ahead and speak. Elder Chu hurriedly said, I heard that Wutsong, immortal venerable's frost snow lotus has matured. I went to beg for the medicine, but Wutsong, immortal venerable, said the lotus had already been given to Fengheng, immortal venerable. Yu Lingzhou nodded. Yes, that's true. Hope kindled in Elder Chu's eyes. Could Feng-hung, immortal venerable, part with it? 2 petals would suffice to heal my son's severed arm. Yulin-zhou let out a theatrical sigh. So that's it. I thought it was something else. Elder Chu exclaimed, you agree? Yulin-zhou replied, no, not at all. It's just a pity you're too late. I've already eaten the frost snow lotus to heal my injuries. Elder Chu was thunderstruck. You ate it all. Didn't you save even 2 petals? Yulin-zhou said with righteous indignation, you saw how badly I was wounded yesterday. Of course I ate it all. Otherwise how could I have recovered so quickly? Elder Chu staggered back a step, darkness swimming before his eyes. He lifted his head and stared fixedly at Yulin-zhou's lazy face, his Adam's apple bobbing several times before he could keep the blood from spewing out of his chest. How could you not choke to death, you old wretch? He wailed in grief, his voice echoing through the valleys of Chiua Peak, startling a flock of birds into a fluttering scatter. It finally dissolved into broken murmurs. The Biluo glazed branch is gone. The frost snow lotus is gone. All gone. He stared at his own empty hands, his aged fingers trembling uncontrollably. For the Biluo glazed branch, he had exhausted half a lifetime of savings and offended the 2 most unoffendable people. For the frost snow lotus, he had swallowed his pride and begged the one he despised most. In the end, both divine herbs were lost, and even if his son's arm were reattached, he would never be able to cultivate again. After all that effort, he had lost everything. Watching Elder Chu's utterly dejected state, the cold mockery in Yulin-zhou's eyes faded slightly. He had seen too many people drive themselves into a corner for an obsession. Chu Yunqing was neither the first nor the last. Yulin-zhou looked at the man's despairing face, paused for a moment, then spoke. Enough, don't waste your time here. Your son's arm is still in the alchemy peak. Instead of wailing, go back and reattach it. Any longer, and even a fake limb, Elder Chu left utterly dispirited. Lin Jishu felt a sense of pity for the fox mourning the hare. Seeing him in such a state stirred complex emotions. Whatever Elder Chu's character, he was indeed a father who loved his son. But who could he blame for his fall? No one but himself, for failing to teach his son properly. Spoiling a child is like killing him, it has always been so. Yulin-zhou watched the stooped figure disappear at the end of the mountain path, then turned and draped an arm over Lin Jishu's shoulder as they walked back. His tone shifted to a lighter one. Forget about him, let's go back. I taught Xiaohei how to do a backflip. Wanna see? Lin Jishu let himself be led for 2 steps, then shook off the arm expressionlessly. Stop tormenting Xiaohei. You know it's afraid of you. Afraid? I'm not going to eat it, Yulin-zhou said nonchalantly. Besides, it's a half-step divine beast descendant. All it does is eat and sleep. If it doesn't learn a few skills, it'll embarrass you later. Lin Jishu had. He quickened his pace, intending to check if his spiritual beast had suffered any psychological trauma. Yulin-zhou hurried after him. If you don't want to see it do backflips, I can do them too. Half a month later, Luo Yan's injuries had largely healed. During this fortnight, Lin Jishu had not visited him even once. Recalling the words Lin Jishu had spoken upon leaving that day, a heavy weight settled in his chest. Several times he tried to go out and find him, but was stopped by Yin Lingsong each time. Master, I'm really healed now, Luo Yin said, standing at the entrance of the cave dwelling, already repelled by the barrier for the 4th time. Yin Lingsong sat cross-legged on his meditation cushion, not even lifting his eyelids. Even if you leave Wucang Peak, you won't be able to enter Chiua Peak. You'd be better off staying here and cultivating. What exactly is the grudge between you and immortal Lord Feng-hung that it has to come to such irreconcilable enmity? Luo Yin couldn't help pressing. Yin Lingsong did not answer. Luo Yin refused to give up. Even if there is a huge rift between you, what does that have to do with me? Lin Jishu, and I don't want to be caught up in your affairs. Yin Lingsong opened his eyes helplessly. The moment you 2 became our disciples, this matter was no longer within your control. He paused, his tone flat and cruel. Besides, I think that Lin Jishu has already given in to you, Lin-zhou. He no longer wishes to have any ties with you. I don't believe it. Luo Yin clenched his teeth. Immortal Lord Feng-hung must be forcing him. I want to go and ask for the truth. Yin Lingsong looked at the stubborn youth before him and felt a rare headache coming on. He had always known taking on a disciple was a mistake. Taking a disciple meant karma, meant trouble. In the end, Yin Lingsong relented, telling himself this would be the last time. Are you sure that once you go and get your answer, you'll stop causing trouble? Luo Yin nodded firmly. Yin Lingsong opened the barrier. Go. I hope you keep your word. Luo Yin thanked him gleefully and turned to run down the peak. Having been cooped up in the cave for half a month doing nothing but recuperating, he was itching to move. Now that his master had finally relented, he moved like the wind, eager to cross into Chiua Peak in a single stride. As he passed a secluded stone path halfway up the mountain, a commotion reached him from behind a bamboo grove. He initially intended to ignore it, but when the words "waste" and "serves you right" drifted through the laughter, his steps involuntarily halted. He walked over and saw 4 or 5 young disciples forming a circle, trapping someone against the stone wall. The trapped person kept his head lowered, his features into "Tis Chu Yusho, weren't you quite the big shot before? How come now you don't even dare to fart? Exactly. You used to lord it over us because your father was an elder with your nose in the air. Now that you're a cripple, you finally know what it feels like to be bullied, don't you? Chu Yushio hung his head, his hands clenched into fists with veins bulging, yet he never struck out. His cultivation had not yet recovered. He could not even break free from their encirclement, let alone fight back. The wound on his right arm throbbed dully, perhaps from when he was shoved against the stone wall. Though the arm had been reattached, it looked normal, but its meridians were not connected. Now his right arm was nothing but a decoration. What are you doing? Luo Yin strode over anger in his voice. How can you bully a fellow disciple? The disciples turned and recognized Luo Yin, their arrogance instantly diminished. Now Luo Yin was the only personal disciple of immortal Lord Wuzong, his cultivation having broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining, far beyond what they could afford to offend. Senior brother Luo, they muttered, bowing awkwardly. Luo Yin drew closer, and only then realized that the one being bullied was none other than Chu Yushio. His expression froze. Had he known it was Chu Yushio, he wouldn't have bothered. One of them quickly explained, Senior brother Luo, it's not that we started trouble. He used to bully us, and we couldn't swallow it. We won't dare again. Luo Yin frowned. Aren't you afraid of Elder Chu's punishment if you treat him like this? Even if Chu Yushio was crippled, his father was not. Another chimed in, Senior brother Luo, you probably haven't heard yet. Elder Xianqing and immortal Lord Fengheng jointly accused him. Elder Chu is now locked up in the disciplinary hall, and no one knows when he'll be released. And they say his crime is serious. Even if he gets out, he'll likely have his cultivation crippled and be expelled from the sect. Luo Yin was stunned. He had been recuperating for half a month and had no idea such a major event had taken place outside. Luo Yin hesitated then. You should be careful not to go too far. The others were taken aback. Senior brother Luo, aren't you going to stop us? Luo Yin shook his head. I'm not that kind-hearted. Besides, he was the one who bullied you first. It's normal for you to want to vent your anger. Just watch your limits. The disciples were overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Senior brother Luo, rest assured, will only use words, not fists. Luo Yin nodded and was about to leave when Chu Yushio's resentful voice came from behind Luo Yin, and they call you the paragon of righteousness. Seeing a fellow disciple bullied, and you turn a blind eye. If immortal Lord Wuzong knew, he would be ashamed of you. Luo Yin, already in a foul mood, was set ablaze by those words. He turned around, raised his hand, and delivered a palm strike through the air. The blast of wind struck Chu Yushio's face squarely, twisting his head to the side. I loathe evil as I would an enemy, but I'm no doormat. You tried to kill me before, and I nearly died. Your father has targeted me again and again, and now you expect me to help you. Chu Yushio, you should be grateful I'm not one to kick a man when he's down. Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't repay grievance for grievance, just like them? The onlookers gazed at Luo Yin with admiration. Senior brother Luo was so cool. They had initially thought he would scold them, but he turned out to be so reasonable. Chu Yushio, his face stinging from the slap, saw Luo Yin's threatening glare. He cowered against the stone wall, covering his swollen cheek. Seeing him bully the weak and fear the strong, Luo Yin felt as if he had punched cotton. He rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned away. The spectators, seeing Chu Yushio like that, lost interest in further torment. They exchanged glances and dispersed. Let's go, it's no fun. He's already like this. He won't end well anyway. At least we've had our revenge. Exactly. Unlike him, we don't bully the weak. Now I think rather than wasting time here, I might as well go cultivate. Soon only Chu Yushio remained. He leaned against the cold stone wall, holding his burning cheek, his lowered eyelashes veiling the storm of emotions beneath. Aya, Luo Yin, go die. Go die, all of you in Tianheng sect. Suddenly remembering his father still locked in the disciplinary hall, a wave of fear surged from the base of his spine. With his father's protection, he had once strutted around Tianheng sect without fear of anyone. But now his father could not even save himself. He had lost an arm, his cultivation was gone, and everyone he had ever bullied would come knocking. Today these people only taunted him verbally. What about tomorrow? The day after? And his father had committed a serious crime for his sake and was about to be expelled from Tianheng sect. Would they become mortals doomed to suffer birth, aging, sickness, and death? The mere thought made him tremble. Finally terror took hold, and he broke down sobbing. No, he didn't want to be cast out. He didn't want to become a mortal. He was the pride of the heavens. How could he end up in such a wretched state? His life was not supposed to be like this. The shopkeeper's tone turned meaningful, anything at all, including human lives. Luo Yin shuddered. Lin Jishu looked at the shopkeeper and calmly thanked him. This came as a surprise to him. He walked along the stone path, and from afar he heard the sound of a blade cutting through the air in the courtyard. When he reached the gate, which was left open, he caught sight of Lin Jishu practicing swordplay. The sword light was fierce, far more refined than during the tournament. Lin Jishu caught a glimpse of the figure at the gate, paused his sword stance, and sheathed his blade. The moment their eyes met, all the words Luo Yin had prepared got stuck in his throat. Lin Jishu set down the sword and said in a flat tone as if not surprised by his arrival, "You're here. Come in and sit." Luo Yin entered the yard. Xiao Hei wagged its tail and circled him twice before being shooed away by a look from Lin Jishu. Luo Yin sat down at the stone table. Lin Jishu poured him a cup of tea. Luo Yin lowered his head watching the tea leaves rise and fall in the cup and suddenly felt calm. "You knew I'd come." Lin Jishu curled the corner of his mouth. "Here I'm the one who knows you best. You're too stubborn. You won't give up until you get the answer you want." Luo Yin raised his eyes, his gaze softening. "Then will you give me the answer I want?" The slight smile on Lin Zix's lips slowly faded. "I was very clear that day." "I'm not clear." Luo Yin's voice was hoarse. "Why did you suddenly grow cold toward me? Was it immortal Lord Feng Hong who forced you, wasn't it?" Lin Jishu was silent for a moment. "No, it has nothing to do with him." "Then what is the real reason? You never used to be so cold to me, you never lost your temper with me, and you never said such harsh words." Lin Jishu lowered his eyelashes. When he spoke again, his tone was icy. "If you insist on an answer, then consider it my resentment. Our talents are unequal. You can advance your cultivation just by casual training, while I exhaust myself just to barely keep up behind you. Watching you be so effortless, I grew jealous. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Luo Yin was stunned, staring at him as if he didn't recognize him. It took him a long time to find his voice. "I don't believe it. You're not that kind of person." Lin Jishu let out a cold laugh. "Then tell me, what kind of person am I? A lackey always trailing behind you, a weakling you protect, a shadow who will never see the— That's what you think of me, isn't it?" Luo Yin retorted. "No, we grew up together. I know you better than anyone. You wouldn't be jealous of me, and you wouldn't hate me for something like this. If you cared about these things, you wouldn't have been so good to me back in the village." Lin Jishu, "I'm not a fool. I can tell good from bad." Lin Jishu listened expressionlessly. Seeing his cold demeanor, Luo Yin felt a pang of anguish. "What's wrong with you? Tell me, whatever the reason, we can figure it out together. Is immortal Lord Feng Hong unkind to you? He'll go back and beg Master to take you back. You can be Master's disciple too, and we can cultivate together, okay?" "Enough." Lin Jishu cut him off, his tone hard. "Luo Yin, do you think you know me so well? Just because we grew up together, you think you know everything. But there are many things you don't know." He lifted his eyes, and they held no warmth. "Do you think I want to be your shadow for the rest of my life? Do you think I enjoy living forever in your brilliance? Have you ever considered that I too want to win sometimes, that I don't want to be seen as a waste? But as long as I stand by your side, your talent and your radiance always overshadow me. I remain the waste who needs protection." "Then let me protect you." Luo Yin blurted out. "When have I ever complained about you? I'm willing to protect you for a lifetime. After all, that's how it had always been, wasn't it? Why did things suddenly have to change?" "I don't want to." Lin Jishu stood up and looked down at him. "I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Let what happened in the past be done with. From now on, when we meet, we'll be rivals. Before my master returns, you should leave. And don't come again." Luo Yin sat on the stone stool, his reddened eyes reflected in the teacup. After a long while, he rose and said softly, "Fine. If that's truly how you feel, then I'll go. But I don't believe a single word you said today. Maybe you have some unspeakable difficulty that you can't share with me. Then let it wait until I grow stronger, until I can protect you. I hope you'll tell me the truth then." Lin Jishu. Although being trusted felt good, this kid was way too stubborn. No wonder in the original story he was betrayed so ruthlessly by the original owner. He felt that a large part of it was spoiled by Luo Yin. Not long after Luo Yin left, Yulinzhou returned. As soon as he entered the yard, he swept his gaze around, his nose twitching slightly. He raised an eyebrow, and his eyes lingered on the 2 cups of tea still warm on the stone table. "That kid from Wutsong Peak came again. Lin Jishu. Are you a bloodhound?" "Yeah, I've made it clear to him. He won't come again." "That's more like it." Yulinzhou nodded in satisfaction. Lin Jishu didn't want to dwell on the topic, so he asked about something else. "Has the verdict for Elder Chu and Chu Yushou been reached?" "It has. After deliberation among the elders, it was decided that the Chu father and son had committed grave misconduct. They will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect." Lin Jishu pursed his lips. Chu Yushou is one thing, but Elder Chu has rendered meritorious service to the sect. To just abolish him like that, won't the sect regret it? Yulinzhou gave a cold laugh. "Regret or not, do they have a say? They offended the person this lord cherishes. If they didn't give this lord an explanation, I would have turned Tianheng's sect upside down. So they knew exactly what to choose." He leaned back in his chair and said casually, "Besides, sect rules are not to be violated. If they were let off lightly, who would take the rules seriously in the future? Tianheng's sect would fall into chaos." Lin Jishu let out an "oh" and took a sip of tea. But Yulinzhou didn't tease him as usual. He was silent for a moment, his deep dark eyes fixed on Lin. His tone carried a subtle hint of probing. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you something. About that Luo Yin, do you know something?" Lin Jishu paused and looked up at him in confusion. Why do you ask? That thunder tribulation that day was too suspicious. Yulinzhou said slowly. What's even stranger is that with so many people present the thunder only You're just a chi refining stage cultivator. How could you possibly attract heavenly thunder? And those words you said at the time. Yulinzhou narrowed his eyes. What did you mean by if he dies we all die? As long as he lives this will all end. Yulinzhou's gaze fixed on Lin Zix's face, not missing even the slightest change in his expression. After the sect master emerged from seclusion, he cast a divination specifically for this matter. Strangely, the hexagram turned out to be a foggy one, obscure and murky. In the end, the sect master and the elders racked their brains and finally arrived at a single line of oracle. The gist was heaven's secrets are veiled, calamity arises from within, the one who tied the bell must untie it. Lin Zix's tone was flat. What does that mean? What does it have to do? I think it has everything to do with you. Yulinzhou curled his lips. That lightning tribulation kept chasing after you, which means you're inextricably linked to its source. Lin Zixu lowered his eyes. This master of his usually seemed carefree, but when he got shrewd, he was harder to fool than anyone. It was also his own fault. In that urgent situation, he had been forced to say those words, arousing suspicion in his master's heart. Seeing Lin Zixu fall silent, Yulinzhou didn't press him, simply waiting quietly for his answer. Lin Zixu conversed with the system in his mind. Yulinzhou seems to have discovered something. System, he might have only realized that Luo Yin is no ordinary person, but there's no way he could know this world is a novel. It's up to you now to see how you'll fool him. Lin Zixu, what if I tell him the truth? System interrupted him, then you'll be waiting to be struck by lightning. Lin Zixu, the stupidest way to deal with suspicion is to defend yourself. The correct approach is to throw the question back. Lin Zixu raised his head and looked straight at Yulinzhou. Master, you asked me about Luo Yin's identity. Shouldn't you be the one who knows better than me? Yulinzhou was taken aback. How would I know? Lin Zixu curled his lips. If you didn't know, then why did you insist on taking Luo Yin as your disciple at the initiation ceremony? You, the esteemed Fengheng immortal venerable, could have taken any disciple you wanted. Why snatch a mortal youth? And from what I know of you, you're not one to act out of kindness. If you act, there must be a motive. Yulinzhou was silent for a moment, then let out a low laugh. Gigi, being too clever isn't always a good thing. Lin Zixu looked at him. But talking to a clever person saves a lot of trouble, doesn't it? Yulinzhou gave him a deep look, asked no more questions, and rose to leave. Lin Zixu watched his retreating back, inexplicably feeling that he seemed quite pleased. What a neurotic person. Impossible to understand, impossible to fathom. After Yulinzhou left the system emerged, what were you two talking about in riddles? I couldn't quite follow. Lin Zixu said calmly. Yulinzhou knew from the start that Luo Yin was no ordinary person. He may not have guessed the truth of this world, but he probably knows Luo Yin is a chosen son of destiny. System was stunned. He knows. How does he know? Lin Zixu asked helplessly. Have you read the original novel carefully? The system quickly scanned the entire text, but still couldn't find the answer. Lin Zixu asked, then based on your observations over this period, what kind of person is Yulinzhou? The system thought for a moment, seemingly passionate, but in truth heartless. Lin Zixu, correct. A heartless person who in the original novel relentlessly pursued Luo Yin. Do you really think it was because he admired his talent? Geniuses are a dime a dozen. Luo Yin is not the only one. Given Yulinzhou's status and abilities, would he need to go to such lengths to snatch another's disciple? Lin Zix's tone was calm. In the later stages, he might have developed some genuine feelings for Luo Yin, but his initial motive was far from pure. Don't forget his identity. The vast fortune of qi on Luo Yin is a great tonic for him. He wanted to seize that fortune, or at least get a share of it. System. As if sensing its shock, Lin Zixu asked helplessly, you don't actually think that Yulinzhou's eventual fall to darkness, his constant opposition to Yin Lingsong, and his desire to snatch Luo Yin were all just because of unrequited? System. Lin Zixu. You're not even human, so how did you end up with a love-struck brain? This is a cultivation world. There's not that much romance and the system suddenly sounded a bit aggrieved, but this is a world formed from a novel. It's supposed to revolve around emotions. Lin Zixu, I suggest you get rid of that idea as soon as possible. Now that we're in the game, we can no longer treat the people of this world as mere emotionless plot drivers. The original novel does revolve around the two protagonists, but beyond the plot's descriptions, they have their own lives. People like Senior Brother Jiang Che, Senior Brother Mingyi, and countless others all have their own life paths. The system was silent for a moment. So, is this why you've always wanted to change the original storyline? Lin Zixu, you can think of it that way. The system was silent for a while, then spoke again with a much more serious tone. Thank you for your guidance. It seems I still have a long way to go before I can truly understand human emotions. But I will work hard to learn. Lin Zixu was somewhat surprised. You want to experience human emotions. You want to become human. The system's voice rose noticeably. Yes. Every system has that as its goal, and I'm no exception. Lin Jishu asked curiously, isn't it good to be a system? Omnipotent, omniscient, immune to harm. System being a system is fine, but I still want to experience human emotions. Though its voice was still flat, Lin Jishu could hear the longing in it. I don't understand why people cry over things that aren't worth it, or why they laugh at a simple sentence. But perhaps it's this very elusiveness which even AI can't fathom that holds an irresistible charm. Lin Jishu smiled, then let's work together. You strive to learn human emotions, and I strive to gain freedom. System okay. Luo Yin returned to Wutsong Peak with red-rimmed eyes. Yin Lingsong could tell from his expression alone that the outcome was not ideal, but it was within his expectations. Have you given up? Can you focus on cultivate? Luo Yin drooped his head and nodded. Yin Lingsong took out a technique manual and handed it over. 3 months from now the sect will open the trials. Your current cultivation is decent among the new disciples, but a higher level gives you more confidence. Spend these 3 months cultivating well, and strive to break through to foundation establishment before the trial. Luo Yin received the manual and bowed solemnly. Yes, master. I will work hard. Luo Yin took the manual, but did not leave immediately. Yin Lingsong glanced at him. Is there something else? Luo Yin hesitated, then spoke. Master Jishu said. He distanced himself from me because my cultivation was too easy and he couldn't help but feel jealous. I've heard some rumors about you and Fengheng Immortal Venerable. Was it the same between you two back then? Is there any way to improve the situation? Yin Lingsong was silent for a moment, then looked at him expressionlessly. Do you think if I had a way Yu Lingzhou would still put on a sour face every time he sees me? Luo Yin. So even the esteemed Immortal Venerable has his troubles when it comes to matters of the heart. That night, as Lin Jishu just sheathed his sword, a hand landed on his shoulder. Yu Lingzhou had arrived unnoticed, leaning close to his ear. In 3 months the sect will open the trial secret realm, which holds many opportunities. However, your master cannot enter to help you, so before that you must break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible to have the ability to protect yourself. Lin Jishu sidestepped to avoid the hand and picked up a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Lin Jishu let his words go in one ear and out the other. Although his bone constitution was no longer the lowest grade, he was still far behind compared to Luo. Lin Jishu let his words go in one ear and out the other. Although his bone constitution was no longer the lowest grade, he was still far behind compared to Luo. Na breaking through to foundation establishment in 3 months was nothing but a pipe dream. Actually, there is a shortcut. Yu Lingzhou suddenly lowered his voice with a hint of subtle seduction. Your master can help you. Lin Jishu paused in his movements, instinctively sensing it was nothing good. Sure enough, the next sentence followed. You've experienced the effects of dual cultivation last time, why don't we? Lin Jishu picked up his sword and turned to leave without even giving him a glance. Yu Lingzhou stood still, watching his back as he walked away without looking back, and sighed helplessly. This disciple was good in every way but far too oblivious to romance. He was genuinely concerned about his cultivation, not seeking anything else. Or at least not entirely. Having experienced the delight of harmonious union, he truly didn't want to rely on medicinal power to suppress his desires anymore. But he was unwilling to seek others. He was a very traditional man. Once his body was taken by someone, he was determined to be intimate with only that person. Unfortunately, the other party was a cold-hearted and faithless man. He didn't know when he could warm his heart. Yu Lingzhou sighed again. Xiao He tilted his head on the side, watching him, not understanding what kind of fit this terrifying great demon was throwing. Yu Lingzhou casually picked up Xiao He and flicked its little bird with his fingertip. You're still young, you don't understand adult troubles. His tone carried a hint of resentment. If it weren't for you being the last surviving member of your clan, I would have castrated you long ago. Xiao He couldn't understand what he was saying, but instinctively sensed some malice. It tucked its tail, whimpered, and struggled to jump down. Yu Lingzhou let go, watching it dart back into Lin Zix's room. Lin Jishu came out of the house after changing clothes and saw Xiao He streak past his feet into the room, knowing that Yu Lingzhou had bullied it again. Lin Jishu frowned. Don't bully it. Yu Lingzhou suddenly felt sorry for himself. Even this worthless little brat had someone to protect it, while he, the esteemed Fengheng Immortal Venerable, had no one to care for him. Your master was just teasing it. I wouldn't actually harm it. Besides, it's a male beast. Keeping that thing will only cause trouble sooner or later. Lin Jishu. No wonder Xiao He was so afraid of him. Having someone constantly thinking about making him a eunuch would frighten any male. Lin Jishu glanced at him. Master, are you that idle? Yu Lingzhou actually paused to think seriously, then nodded frankly. Indeed, I am a bit idle. Yin Lingsong has lost the Frost Snow Lotus, and in the short term, he can't find a way to break through to the deity transformation stage. With him slowing down, I don't have to push myself so hard to catch up. After hearing this, Lin Jishu frowned. What does his breakthrough to deity transformation have to do with you? Haven't you always wanted to surpass him? Why not take this time to go into seclusion and strive to break through before him? Yu Lin's his smile faded. You don't understand. Within Tianheng sect, anyone can be number one except me. Only if Yin Lingsong breaks through to the deity transformation stage can I follow suit. Hearing this, Lin Jishu understood in his heart. It must be that the sect's mountain-protecting formation naturally suppresses beast bloodlines. The stronger Yulin Zhou became, the tighter the formations restrained on him. It was likely that only after the breakthrough of a legitimate pillar of the sect like Yin Lingsong would the formation's pressure loosen a bit, allowing Yulin Zhou, who carried an alien bloodline, some breathing room. Yulin Zhou watched his expression and narrowed his eyes. Do you know something? Lin Jishu blinked innocently. What? Yulin Zhou stared at him for a moment, finally relenting, and reached out to pinch his cheek. You always play innocent at critical moments. Only I indulge you. You have too many secrets, sometimes I even find you frightening. It seems like no one can hide anything from you. Lin Jishu didn't reply, lowering his head to rub his pinch-tread cheek. The system let out a triumphant snort hidden in the shadows. Dual cultivation was out of the question. Lin Jishu was well aware of that snake's intentions. Last time was a last resort, jumping into the pit again would be foolish. He would just sit quietly and cultivate. But after breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refining, every step forward felt like wading through a swamp. Absorbing spiritual energy alone was far from enough. He needed to accumulate combat experience. Yulin Zhou then told him to go to the main peak to take on missions. For a sect like theirs, though, they did not meddle with the mortal world as cultivators. Eliminating demons and upholding the Tao was their duty. Thus they often accepted requests for help from the outside world. Based on the level and urgency of the request, disciples were free to choose. The mission levels were divided into 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Human. For newly initiated disciples, taking human-grade missions was sufficient. Most human-grade tasks were trivial matters. For example, if wild beasts ate crops, cultivators would be needed to hunt them. Or if the authorities couldn't solve a case, they would seek help from cultivators to find clues using mystical methods. The simpler the task, the lower the reward. Conversely, the higher the level, the more dangerous, and the corresponding rewards were also generous. After getting a general idea, early the next morning Lin Jishu left Chiyue Peak and headed to the main peak. He had planned to figure things out on his own once he reached the main peak, but unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around the mountain path, he ran into an acquaintance. Jiang Che was carrying a stack of medicinal herbs walking this way, and his eyes lit up when he saw him. Junior brother Lin. What a coincidence, where are you headed? Lin Jishu smiled. Senior brother Jiang, what a coincidence. I've been cultivating on Chiyue Peak, and now I've hit a bottleneck. I want to take on a mission to gain experience. Jiang Che chuckled. What a coincidence, I'm also heading to Wanbao Pavilion to take on a mission. Come on, I'll take you there. I'm familiar with the rules. Lin Jishu. Then thank you, senior. The two walked side by side toward Wanbao Pavilion. Along the way, Jiang Che explained the rules for accepting missions at Wanbao Pavilion. He had just returned from a mission himself. He had gone to gather medicinal herbs for Elder Xianxin. The last time Dan Peak was left in a mess by a lightning tribulation, and Elder Xianxin was busy supervising repairs, having no time to spare. Some spirit plants would lose their medicinal properties if not harvested soon, so he had to post a task at Wanbao Pavilion. Hearing this, Lin Jishu blinked. That lightning tribulation was ultimately aimed at him. Dan Peak was merely caught in the crossfire. Jiang Che didn't notice his unease and continued rambling. This looks simple, but it's actually not easy. Some spirit plants must be harvested with specific tools and techniques. A slight mistake can ruin the potency. So tasks from Dan Peak are usually taken by us Dan Peak disciples, others dare not touch them. However, Elder Xianxin is still generous. The rewards are quite substantial. As they spoke, the two had already arrived before the Wanbao Pavilion. Lin Jishu looked up and couldn't help but admire it in his heart. From its name, one might expect a pavilion, but upon seeing it, one realizes that Wanbao Pavilion is actually a tower-shaped building. The Wanbao Pavilion soared into the clouds. A quick glance revealed at least 100 floors, its entire body shimmering with a faint golden spiritual light. The tower's surface was densely covered with intricate runes flickering in and out of sight under the sunlight. Just standing at the entrance, one could feel a vast, yet restrained spiritual energy. He suddenly recalled the day of his apprenticeship, when Yulin Zhou casually tossed him a token and said to get whatever he wanted from the Wanbao Pavilion. After that, one mishap followed another, and he never had the chance to come and take a look. Jiang Che, seeing him staring up in awe, smiled and said, impressive, isn't it? I stood here staring for a long time too when I first came. Let's go. The mission board is in the ground floor hall. After entering the hall, they found it was indeed very crowded. Disciples came and went, ceaselessly gathering in small groups before the bulletin boards to discuss in low voices, or hurrying to the jade counters to submit mission tokens, while some who had just completed tasks were cheerfully counting their rewards. Though crowded, it was orderly. Steward disciples in official robes stood behind the counters, swiftly checking mission tokens and distributing rewards. The most conspicuous was the massive announcement wall directly opposite the hall, a complete wall of luminous jade densely covered with countless mission tokens. They were arranged in 3 tiers, heaven, earth, and human, with colors gradating from dark to light appearing from afar like a flowing star map. Several smaller jade tablets beside it scrolled with newly released mission information. From time to time, disciples would squeeze to the front, look up carefully, and reach out to take a suitable token. Lin Jishu felt a strange illusion of being in a technological era. This jade tablet was almost like some otherworldly version of a smart bulletin system. He sighed inwardly, thinking that indeed, no matter the world, the wisdom of the people was boundless. Jiang Che patted his shoulder and said, "I'll go submit my task first. You can look around on your own. Just take any token that suits you and ask at that counter over there." Lin Jishu nodded, and after the other had gone far, he walked to the huge mission wall and looked up carefully. After looking for a long time, the dense array of tasks made his eyes blur. He casually took one down from the wall and glanced at it. It was a personal-level mission: investigate the cause of crop withering in a place called Qingxi Village with a reward of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Jishu said, "So little. Truly, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard from luxury to frugality." He never thought he would one day find 10 low-grade spirit stones too little. Thinking back to when he first arrived, he couldn't even pull out a dozen taels of silver, and later had to use the spirit stones given by Yulin Zhou to pay for his meal. Converted 2 low-grade spirit stones were enough for a good meal. 10 low-grade spirit stones were really not a small amount for an ordinary disciple. After all, the mission was very simple, and it was easy to accumulate small amounts. When Lin Jishu walked to the counter, Jiang Che had just finished submitting his task. Turning and seeing the token in his hand, he exclaimed in surprise, "You've chosen so quickly." Lin Jishu nodded and handed the token to him. Jiang Che glanced at it and nodded, saying, "This is good. Investigation missions may not pay much, but they are safe and suitable for a first-timer to practice." Saying that, he handed the token to the middle-aged cultivator behind the counter. "Senior brother, please take a look. This is his first time taking a mission." The middle-aged cultivator took the token, examined it, and said, "You're really lucky. This mission was submitted just 2 days ago. This year the harvest in Qingxi Village has been poor, with yields reduced by more than 30% compared to previous years. Actually, other places have also seen reduced yields, but Qingxi Village is the worst. The mortal officials investigated for half a month and couldn't find the cause, so they passed it on to us. You just need to investigate and find out the cause, then report back truthfully, and the mission will be considered complete." The mortal officials investigated for half a month and couldn't find the cause, so they passed it on to us. You just need to investigate and find out the cause, then report. The middle-aged cultivator then had him sign his name on the token, and with a flicker of spiritual light from his fingertip, recorded the information into a jade disc. He instructed, "Remember to keep the token with you at all times. If you encounter any danger, we will be able to sense it." The middle-aged cultivator then had him sign his name on the token, and with a flicker of spiritual light from his fingertip, recorded the information into a jade disc. Perhaps seeing that Lin Jishu was young and on his first mission, he added a word of advice. "Would you like to find someone to go with you? But then you'll have to split the reward. However, the Wanbao Pavilion doesn't manage this. You can discuss the distribution among yourselves. But I can ask around if anyone is willing to team up, but then you'll have to split the reward. However, the Wanbao Pavilion doesn't manage this. You can discuss the distribution among yourselves. But I can ask around if anyone is willing to team up with you." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said no more. He had simply done his duty by reminding him. Whether to accept was the other's concern. The two wandered around the Wanbao Pavilion, and Jiang Che also took on a mission. However, the difficulty of his mission was far greater than Lin Zixis. He was going to slay a demon beast and extract its vital blood. Jiang Che rarely took on daily leisure-level missions anymore. He was currently at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, stuck at a bottleneck, and had not broken through for a long time. Thus, he could only seek a breakthrough in battle. The two left the Wanbao Pavilion and bid farewell at the mountain gate. Jiang Che flew north on his sword, his figure quickly disappearing into the clouds. Lin Jishu, on the other hand, flew south on his sword toward the mortal realm below the mountain. Qingxi Village nestled between 2 low hills. From above it was just 20 or 30 households, with a small stream winding around the fields in front of the village. Logically, with such favorable terrain and weather, such a severe reduction in yield should have been impossible. Lin Jishu put away his flying sword outside the village, and instead of rushing in, he first walked along the ridges between the fields. It was early autumn, but the rice in the fields was sparse, most of it already withered and yellow, with drooping heads and shriveled grains like empty husks. He crouched down and pinched a clump of soil, though it was soft and moist, not lacking water. He turned over a few withered leaves and examined them carefully. The leaf surfaces were clean, not even a single common aphid to be seen. Even with the most meticulous care, ordinary crops would always have some traces of insect bites, But here there was nothing, as if the crops had given up on life. As he was pondering, an old man, carrying a hoe, came from the other end of the ridge. Seeing him crouching by the field, he called out from a distance, "Who are you? What are you doing in my field?" Lin Jishu stood up, brushed the dirt off his hands, and said, "Elder, I'm sent by the officials to inspect the crops." The old man came closer, and seeing that he indeed seemed unlike an ordinary person, became much more respectful. He sighed and said, "It's useless to investigate. 2 or 3 groups have come before, and they found nothing. This year there were no pests or floods. We farmers live off the land and tend to it carefully. We thought with the autumn harvest coming we could sell the grain and have a good year. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this?" The old man's face was bitter. "It's probably that heaven doesn't want to give us a meal." Lin Jishu refused to believe that this was the work of the heavens. Farmers had been cultivating crops for generations, and this year had been blessed with favorable weather and diligent care. Without external factors, such a situation was utterly... He offered no further explanation, thanked the elderly man, and set off toward the county town. Since the district authorities had reported the plea for help, the county office must possess the earlier investigation records. Rather than starting from scratch, it was wiser to see how far his predecessors had dug. Upon entering the county town, he found it starkly different from Xianyuan City, the city of immortals at the foot of Tianheng sect, where cultivators gathered. Here hardly a trace of a cultivator was to be seen. The streets were filled with ordinary folk in plain attire. Occasionally a curious glance would fall upon him, only to be hastily withdrawn as they lowered their heads and stepped aside, fearful of offending an unknown noble. Lin Jishu reached the county office with ease. 2 yamen runners were leaning against the pillars, chatting idly. At his approach, they fell silent, their eyes lingering for a moment on his robes, which were clearly not of local origin. The older one stepped forward, his tone respectful, yet tinged with caution. "Young master, what business brings you to the county office?" Lin Jishu flashed the token before them. "A disciple of Tianheng sect here on orders. I wish to see your magistrate." The 2 runners caught only a glimpse of something shining. They could not discern what was engraved on the token. Even if they had seen it clearly, they would not have recognized it as a celestial sect token. But the words Tianheng sect rang true. They froze for a moment, then abruptly bent low in a deep bow, nearly knocking their heads against the doorframe. "We did not know an immortal was coming. Please forgive our lack of welcome." An immortal, a living immortal? They knew the magistrate had been tearing his hair out over the crop reduction in recent days. Rumor had it that in desperation he had decided to report the matter to the immortal sect for aid. Privately they had scoffed. Immortals were lofty and busy with weighty matters. How could they bother with such trivialities? Yet today an immortal truly stood before them. One runner, trembling with reverence, led the way while the other sprinted into the office. Your Honor, an immortal has come." His voice quivered with excitement, as if fearing the immortal might vanish if he delayed. The magistrate was dozing at his desk, dark circles under his eyes so deep they looked like bruises from 2 punches. Clearly he had not slept well for days. At the runner's second call, he jolted awake, springing up from his chair. Who is here?" the runner exclaimed excitedly. "It is an immortal from Tianheng sect." The magistrate, agitated, looked around. "Where are they, The runner replied, "They have been led to the front hall." All drowsiness vanished. The magistrate rushed out the door. No sooner had he stepped over the threshold than he halted abruptly, glancing down at his wrinkled official robe and the ink stains on his sleeves. He quickly turned back. He instructed, "Go and have them well attended to. Bring out the finest pastries and the most expensive tea. Absolutely no negligence. I will wash my face and change clothes, so I will be there immediately." The runner assented and dashed off to the main hall. In the hall, Lin Jishu sat in the host's seat, already on his 4th cup of tea. Lin Jishu had long since transcended the need for food, and the exquisite pastries held no appeal. But the tea was repeatedly replaced as it cooled. Lin Jishu had long since transcended the need for food, and the exquisite pastries held no appeal. But the tea was repeatedly replaced as it cooled, and nearly an hour had passed with no sign of the magistrate. Lin Jishu had long since transcended the need for food, and the exquisite pastries held no appeal. But the tea was repeatedly replaced as it cooled, and nearly... Reporting to the immortal, His Honor has been neglecting sleep and meals for official duties these past days. His appearance is truly disheveled, and he fears offending the immortal. He is washing and changing, and will be here shortly. The attendant inwardly cursed the magistrate's tardiness. Magistrate Wang was not usually one to put on airs. Why was he so slow today? Was he planning to powder his face? The magistrate did not powder his face, but it was not far off. He had not slept for days. Not only had he not bathed, but his official robe was from 2 days ago, and he was starting to smell. Even his wife had driven him out in disgust. Upon hearing of the immortal's arrival, panic that his sour odor might offend, he insisted on bathing, burning incense, and scrubbing himself from head to toe. He donned a fresh official robe, shaved his stubble clean, and then hurried to the front hall. The magistrate trotted into the hall still out of breath, and looked up to see a youth with refined features seated in the host's place. He seemed no older than the magistrate's own son, and for a moment the magistrate was stunned. But he quickly recovered. Cultivators were skilled in preserving their appearance, while looking young was normal. Perhaps this seemingly youthful figure was actually older than his own grandfather. He dared not judge by appearance. Your subordinate Wang Min pays respects to the immortal master. He lifted his robe to kneel, but found his knees held back by something unable to bend. He looked up to see Lin Jishu withdraw his hand, saying calmly, "No need to kneel. Let us get to the matter at hand." The magistrate was both awed and impressed. The faint doubt raised by the immortal's youth dissipated instantly, and his attitude grew even more respectful. "I am here about the crops in Qingxi village. Bring the investigation records you have." The magistrate prepared soon had the records fetched. Lin Jishu saw that every page was densely written, clearly showing considerable effort. The official investigation had focused on 2 lines: water source and pests. The water source had been checked upstream and downstream with no evidence of poisoning. Then pests were ruled out. Though ruling out pests was good, the oddity was that the fields were too clean. Not only were there no pests, but also no weeds. That was abnormal. As for deeper causes, the official methods were clearly inadequate. He flipped a few more pages, noting a detailed Qingxi village was the first to report and the hardest hit. But neighboring villages had subsequently developed the same symptoms, though with a noticeable lag. Which field showed the first signs of abnormality? He asked. Old Li's field at the eastern edge of the village, the magistrate recalled. His land is near the mountain base. It had the best harvests in previous years, but this year it was the first to wither. Lin Jishu stood up. "Let's go. Take me to see it." The magistrate led Lin Jishu to Old Li's field at the eastern edge. This field was more withered than the one at the village entrance. Logically, this field close to the foot of the mountain was slightly elevated, with a stream flowing from a nearby col and skirting the field, making it one of the best in the village. The people of Qingxi village have lived off the mountains and waters for generations. Their yields were the highest among the villages. This field had always been the most. The magistrate stood on the ridge, his voice heavy with lament. This time it's as if their luck suddenly ran out. The reduction is severe and the grains are not plump. Other villages have started emergency harvesting, but Qingxi village is still dragging its feet. With such a severe reduction, even after the harvest, after paying the grain tax, there will be almost nothing left. This year's labor will be in vain. Lin Jishu rose to his feet and followed the stream upward. The county magistrate hastily called for his attendants to keep pace. As they ascended, the transformation of the surrounding flora became increasingly evident. The trees at the foot of the mountain still appeared normal, but by the time they reached the midway point, even the wild grasses were drooping listlessly, their leaves yellowed and curled, identical to the withering crops in the fields below. Lin Jishu halted abruptly. He pushed aside a clump of withered shrubs, revealing a patch of bare rock. A faint layer of cyan veins covered the stone's surface, resembling some kind of moss. Yet when he touched it, there was no moisture. Instead, it felt dry and rough, and a slight numbness tingled against his fingertips. "What is this?" The magistrate leaned in for a closer look, then hesitated. "Isn't this just ordinary moss? It rained a couple of days ago. It's normal for moss to grow on the mountain." "Cultivator, is something amiss?" Lin Jishu offered no elaborate explanation, merely saying, "It doesn't seem like common moss. They'll take a sample back for examination. Once I have results, I'll inform you." "That's enough for today. You may all return." Though the magistrate was puzzled seeing the cultivator's grave expression, he dared not ask further and withdrew with his yamen runners. Once the group had departed, Lin Jishu silently asked in his mind, "What is this?" The system promptly responded, "Fulling moss, a low-grade parasitic spirit plant. It silently drains the surrounding spiritual energy and only detaches when the host's vitality is exhausted. Ordinary crops cannot withstand it. Being parasitized by it means certain death." He frowned. "Fulling moss. This shouldn't appear in a mortal village." The system replied, "Correct. Fulling moss typically grows only on cliffs with abundant spiritual energy. Its presence in a mortal realm is indeed." Lin Jishu continued upward along the trail of dark red moss. The moss patches grew denser, spreading from scattered spots into continuous sheets like silent signposts, guiding him through the mid-mountain rock piles until he finally stopped before a concealed crevice. The crevice was barely half a person's width, easy to mistake for an ordinary mountain fissure unless one was deliberately searching. The stream's water seeped from beneath this very crevice, and on the rocks flanking it the fulling moss was no longer cyan, but suffused with a dark crimson. It had thickened into a layer of dark red velvet. Without rashly entering, Lin Jishu turned sideways and extended a wisp of divine sense into the crevice. The interior of the crevice was far deeper than its exterior suggested. His divine sense traveled inward until it struck a slender crack on the rock wall at the far end. The edges of the crack were smooth and regular, not like a natural fissure, more like something deliberately carved. A faint, barely perceptible fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from within the crack. There's something inside. Lin Jishu withdrew his divine, since his voice calm. The spiritual energy is very weak, but it's definitely a fluctuation of spiritual power. It doesn't feel natural. Can you identify what's inside? The system paused for a moment, presumably searching, then quickly replied, can't identify it. Lin Jishu frowned. Even you can't find out. The system said, you think too highly of me. The system can only query known records and information. For something unknown with no documentation in the database, even the system is helpless. Lin Jishu fell into thought. The system added anyway your task is only to investigate the cause of the crop failure. There's no need to take risks. Just report back when you return. Lin Jishu agreed. He scraped off several pieces of dark red moss and stored them in the sample pouch he carried. Having found the source of the crop withering, he could leave further investigation to those more skilled in the sect. He did not venture further into the crevice, but turned and descended the mountain. Upon returning to the sect, he went directly to Dan Peak. When it came to spirit plants, the people at Dan Peak were far more knowledgeable. He found Jiang Che handed him the bag of moss samples and briefly recounted the situation in Qingxi village. Jiang Che wiped his hands, took the sample, sniffed it, and probed it with spiritual energy for a moment. The cyan ones are ordinary, but the dark red ones are unusual. This is a mutated variant of fulling moss. Lin Jishu asked, can you tell what caused the mutation? Jiang Che rubbed a tiny bit between his fingers. There's a faint smell of blood. It must have been nourished by some kind of blood which triggered the mutation. He added, but fulling moss itself isn't very dangerous. Even mutated, it just drains spiritual energy a bit faster. No real threat to cultivators. He suddenly thought of something and set down the sample, looking at Lin Jishu. Is this related to the mission you took on? Was this stuff causing the crop failure? Most likely, Lin Jishu nodded. There's a lot of this moss growing on the mountain in Qingxi village. Fulling moss parasitizes the soil and survives by absorbing spiritual energy. The mortal realm's spiritual energy is already thin. Once it's drained, the soil's nutrients disappear and the crops naturally can't grow. Jiang Che understood. Then that village is truly unlucky. Most spirit plants can't survive in the mortal realm, but this one is an exception. Give it a little spiritual energy, and it grows wildly until there's no life left nearby. It's not a big problem for cultivators, but it's a disaster for mortals. Lin Jishu nodded. Then I'll report the findings to the magistrate and consider the mission complete. Jiang Che called him back. If they want you to help deal with it, come find me. They'll go with you. Lin Jishu asked, is it easy to handle? Will it be troublesome? Jiang Che waved his hand. It's basically harmful weeds. Same as weeding in the mortal world. Just sprinkle some special medicine and it'll be gone. Not much effort. I'm just curious how these things could grow in the mortal realm and even mutate. Could it be that some cultivator left them there? Lin Jishu hesitated for a moment, then told Jiang Che about the crevice on the mountain. Jiang Che's eyes lit up. You mean the mutated fulling moss grew out from along that crevice? And there's spiritual energy fluctuation deep inside? Lin Jishu nodded. I only probed with divine sense from outside. I'm not sure what's inside, but I did sense a spiritual energy fluctuation. Jiang Che frowned thoughtfully. Let's go take a look. Lin Jishu said, all right. Lin Jishu first went to the county yamen to inform the magistrate of the findings. The magistrate was utterly shocked. So it was those inconspicuous mosses on the mountain that had been causing the trouble. No wonder they had investigated for half a month without finding a single clue. Fulling moss parasitizes the soil and drains the spiritual energy, so the crops can't grow. Lin Jishu explained concisely, then asked, do you need help removing it? If we take action, the compensation will be extra. The magistrate gritted his teeth and asked cautiously, may I ask, cultivator, how much would that cost? Lin Jishu glanced at Jiang Che. Jiang Che calculated the cost and said cheerfully, it's not a difficult task. 10 low-grade spirit stones will do. The county magistrate's face twisted with distress. Where could he possibly procure spirit stones in this mortal realm? Even the 10 low-grade spirit stones he had offered for the previous mission had required layers of reports and half a month of pleading before the higher-ups finally granted them. Now 10 more were demanded, and he simply could not produce them on the spot. Though mortals were aware of the existence of cultivators, ordinary folk still lived their everyday lives using copper coins and silver pieces. This was also a restriction imposed by the laws of the mortal world to protect the people. After all, letting a child carry gold in a bustling market. If mortals were allowed to trade freely with spirit stones, it would inevitably attract those with ulterior motives. Jiang Che also found himself in a bind. Though he had not come solely for the spirit stones, he could not afford to work for nothing. At the very least, he had to recover his cost. Lin Jishu pondered for a moment, then turned to the magistrate. Can we write an IOU? Both the magistrate and Jiang Che were momentarily stunned, staring at him. Lin Jishu continued, since you can't produce them right now, let's just write an IOU. I trust you won't default on it, right? The magistrate's eyes lit up and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice, babbling, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to default on a debt owed to an immortal. As long as he wasn't forced to pay out spirit stones on the spot, he had time to report layer by layer wheedling for 10 days to half a month. He could always squeeze the sum out eventually. Jiang Che thought it over and nodded. 10 low-grade spirit stones meant nothing to him. He simply didn't want to work for free. He wasn't afraid the magistrate would default. Transactions with cultivators were bound by the laws of heaven. Moreover, judging by the magistrate's terrified demeanor, the man likely lacked the courage to try. The magistrate briskly spread out paper and brush wrote out an IOU, and Jiang Che signed his name. The matter was settled. Once everything was agreed upon, Lin Jishu led Jiang Che to prepare for the mountain ascent. The magistrate wanted to accompany them, but Jiang Che waved him off. Cultivators had their own methods for dealing with spirit plants, and outsiders' presence would only be a hindrance. The magistrate, being sensible, did not insist. Jiang Che followed Lin Jishu up the mountain, and the further they went the more alarmed he became. The outer area was exactly as Lin Jishu. The deeper they went toward the mountainside, the denser it grew. Patches of withered grass lay flattened on the ground, and even several old trees as thick as a bowl had wilted leaves, their bark cracked, as if all moisture had been drained. The two began clearing from the outer perimeter. Jiang Che took out a specially prepared medicinal powder from his storage pouch and sprinkled it evenly along the edge where the corrupt spirit moss had spread. This powder was specially formulated by the Dan Peak, highly effective against parasitic spirit plants. Within less than half an hour of application, the moss clinging to the rocks began to blacken and crack. A light touch turned it to dust. They advanced along the mountain path until all the corrupt spirit moss on the outer ring was cleared. Only then did Lin Jishu lead Jiang Che through the pile of rubble to the concealed crevice ahead. The corrupt spirit moss on both sides of the crevice had already been killed by Jiang Che's powder, but the dark red veins deep inside the crevice remained thick. Jiang Che did not rush to apply the medicine. He stood before the crevice, closed his eyes, and extended his divine sense inward to probe for a moment. He possessed an earth spirit root, granting him a natural affinity with the mountain rock and earth veins. His cultivation base was also higher than Lin Zix's, making his perception far more refined. However, besides sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations that Lin Jishu had mentioned, he also detected a trace of blood aura. And this blood aura was unusual. It carried a faint, eerie quality. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed. Seeing Jiang Che's frown, Lin Jishu asked, Senior Brother Jiang, what did you sense? Jiang Che shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. I feel a hint of demonic energy inside. I don't know what kind of beast it is. Or something else. Perhaps it was a demon. This thought suddenly emerged from his mind, making his heart leap. He suppressed the idea as soon as it arose. The demon race had vanished for over 10,000 years. How could they suddenly appear in an ordinary mortal village? It was far too coincidental. Jiang Che withdrew his divine sense and said gravely, Junior brother, this matter is beyond the two of us. Whatever is inside, if it can cause the corrupt spirit moss to mutate to this extent, it's at least something we cannot handle alone. Let's return first and report to the elders. Lin Jishu did not hesitate. He nodded decisively. Jiang Che was a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage with more precise perception and judgment. If even Jiang Che spoke so solemnly, whatever was in that crevice was likely beyond their level to meddle with. No matter how strong the curiosity, it wasn't worth risking one's life. The two descended the mountain, passing through Qingxi village, and took a look at the fields along the way. After the corrupt spirit moss was cleared, the intercepted spiritual energy began to slowly flow back. The rice stalks, which had been so dry they could have caught fire at a spark, visibly perked up, and the shriveled grains swelled slightly. But that was as far as it went. Jiang Che, crouched by the ridge, pinched a restored rice ear and probed the residual spiritual energy in the soil. Fortunately, the root hasn't been damaged. The corrupt spirit moss had been rooted here for quite some time, draining the land's vitality severely. This returning spiritual energy can only provide emergency relief. It won't sustain a bountiful harvest. To restore the yield to previous years, it will take at least 3 to 5 years. But that was as far as it went. Jiang Che, crouched by the ridge, pinched a restored rice ear and probed the residual spiritual energy in the soil. Fortunately, the root hasn't been damaged. The corrupt spirit moss had been rooted here for quite some time, draining the land's vitality severely. This returning spiritual energy can only provide emergency relief. It won't sustain a bountiful harvest. To restore the yield to previous years, it will take at least 3 to 5 years. By the ridge, a crowd of villagers who had heard the news had already gathered. Seeing their crops revive as if by a miracle, some dropped to their knees, murmuring prayers for divine. seeing their crops revive as if by a miracle. Some dropped to their knees murmuring prayers for divine. Soon more people came. The field ridges were packed with kneeling villagers, many of them elderly, tremblingly, holding up a few newly plumped grains, turbid tears streaming down the furrows of their faces. Someone shouted, "Quick! Gather everyone, we need to start the harvest." The villagers, too emotional to linger, hurriedly set to work. Seeing that the matter was resolved, the two stopped paying attention and swiftly returned to the sect. Back at the sect, Jiang Che hurried to Dan Peak to report to Elder Xianxing about the crevice. Lin Jishu went alone to the 10,000 Treasures Hall. The middle-aged cultivator took the token, confirmed the mission was completed, counted out 10 low-grade spirit stones as remuneration, glanced at the mission record, and casually asked a few questions about Qingxi village. Lin Jishu briefly recounted the matter of the corrupt spirit moss. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, made a note in the register, and indicated that the mission was. When Lin Jishu returned to Chiyue Peak, the courtyard was empty. He pushed open the door and glanced inside. The bed was neatly made, exactly as it had been when he left in the morning. He paused for a moment. Over this period he had grown accustomed to his presence in his yard, sometimes lounging on the recliner under the eaves, sometimes boldly occupying his bed. Every time he went out and came back, that person would follow his scent and show up. Today was odd. He wasn't there. Then it occurred to him that Jiang Che had probably reported the matter of Qingxi village. If the aura in that crevice that made even Jiang Che change color was truly something significant, the sect would inevitably summon people for a discussion. Then it occurred to him that Jiang Che had probably reported the matter of Qingxi village. If the aura in that crevice that made even Jiang Che change color was truly something significant, the sect would inevitably summon people for a discussion. No matter how unwilling Yulin Zhou was, he would have to attend such an occasion. Meanwhile, in the main Peak's council hall, the atmosphere was heavy. The Peak masters and elders sat on either side, while Jiang Che stood in the hall reporting what he had discovered that day in the rear mountains of Qingxi village. That aura doesn't feel like an ordinary demon beast. My knowledge is limited and I cannot identify its origin, but my intuition tells me that thing is no benevolent entity. The expressions of those present shifted slightly. What characteristics does this evil chi you speak of possess? Jiang Che tried to recall the sensation, striving to make his description more precise. I cannot quite articulate it clearly. Within that aura there is a putrid, bloody stench intertwined with a trace of spiritual energy. The hall fell into a momentary silence. Several elders exchanged glances, their countenances growing even more somber. Xianxing paused for a moment, then raised his hand to signal Jiang Che to withdraw. Jiang Che bowed deeply, and as he exited the hall, the robe on his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Having never faced so many exalted figures in this life, the pressure was immense. As the hall doors closed again, a Peak master turned to the person seated at the head on the left, his tone carrying a note of caution. The celestial venerable once fought against the demon race and is most familiar with demonic chi. In your esteemed opinion, does the aura described by that disciple bear any resemblance? Yen Lingsong sat upright, his expression unchanged. This venerable's battle with the demon race was a matter of 10,000 years ago. After that war, the demon race vanished without a trace and has never shown itself again. The world is vast and full of wonders. To conclude it is the demon race based on a single unconfirmed wisp of aura is premature. Perhaps it is some unknown demon beast, or perhaps an illusion deliberately laid by someone. The Grand Elder of the main Peak stroked his long beard and spoke slowly. The celestial venerable's words are reasonable. Jiang Che is still young and shallow in cultivation. His perception may be flawed. There is no need for everyone to be overly concerned. He turned to the assembly, his tone steady. I will personally send someone to Qingxi village to thoroughly investigate that stone crevice. Once we have concrete results, we will discuss the next steps. Everyone nodded in agreement. With the Grand Elder's decree and Yin Linkang's presence, the tense atmosphere in the hall finally eased somewhat. The Peak masters rose one after another, leaving in twos and threes. Yulin Zhou had barely spoken throughout the entire council, having listened idly from start to finish. Only when most had dispersed did he slowly rise to his. He walked over to Yen Lingsong. I haven't seen your disciple lately. What have you locked him up? Yen Lingsong cast him a sidelong glance. Don't you dislike seeing him? Why the sudden concern? Yulin Zhou replied matter-of-factly. This venerable does dislike him, but who can blame my beloved disciple for always thinking about him? He may not say it, but deep down he still cares about that fellow surnamed Luo. Is it wrong for this venerable to inquire on behalf of my own disciple? Yen Lingsong looked at him, a hint of undisguised curiosity in his gaze. That Yulin Zhou, who had eyes only for himself and never cared about anyone, would actually come asking for news because of someone else's concern. He averted his gaze and said flatly, he is in secluded meditation at the peak and will not descend easily. With that he walked past Yulin Zhou and out of the hall without waiting for a reply. He felt that managing to exchange these two sentences calmly with Yulinzhou was already a testament to his good temper. If he stayed any longer, that fellow would surely push his luck. To avoid being infuriated, it was better to leave early. Yulinzhou stood still, watching the white-robed figure disappear beyond the hall doors, the smile on his lips gradually fading. He lowered his eyes, lost in thought for a moment, then put on that lazy smile again, and turned toward Chiyue Peak. Forget about the demon race and evil Qi. With this free time, he might as well go back to see his beloved disciple. Come to think of it, Lin Jishu also wore a cold face when facing him, but he looked far better than Yan Linkang's eternal icy countenance. When Yulinzhou returned to Chiyue Peak, night had already blanketed the entire courtyard. Bamboo shadows swayed gently in the moonlight, and the stone path was dotted with silver specks like scattered coins. He pushed open the courtyard gate, and his steps suddenly halted. Lin Jishu was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform in the yard, his eyes slightly closed, moonlight cascading behind him, enveloping his entire figure in a cold silvery glow. His freshly washed hair was still damp, a few strands clinging to his cheeks, lending an indescribable softness to his usually aloof face. His breathing was steady, spiritual energy circulating slowly around him, utterly unaware of anyone's approach. However, if Yulinzhou wished to remain hidden, it would be difficult for Lin Jishu to detect him. Yulinzhou stood in the shadow of the porch, silent. He moved soundlessly, crouching in front of Lin Jishu, tracing every inch of that face bathed in moonlight. From the relaxed brows to the eyelashes tinged pale by moonlight to the straight nose bridge, and finally his gaze lingered on the lips that were slightly reddened from cultivation. His Adam's apple moved as if drawn by something, and before he realized it, he had leaned in. Lin Jishu felt a cool touch on his lips, carrying a faint, elusive, cold fragrance. He snapped his eyes open only to see a magnified face, his pupils contracting in shock. Reflexively, he slapped out. A crisp sound echoed in the quiet night. Yulinzhou turned his head slightly from the blow, not even dodging, just raised a hand to touch his cheek, his expression a bit innocent. "What are you doing?" Lin Jishu stood up, his cheeks flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger or both. Yulinzhou felt a pang of guilt for a moment, then said without changing his expression, "Master thought your lips looked a bit dry." Lin Jishu glared at him fiercely. Back during their dual cultivation, this man had tried several times to kiss him, but he had always dodged. He had never expected that after countless precautions on this ordinary night, he would be stolen by a sneak attack. What kind of relationship existed between them? Not master and disciple, even less Tao partners. What right did he have to kiss him? "Get out." Lin Zix's voice turned cold as he pointed at the court. Yulinzhou tried to play dumb and act coy, but was glared back fiercely by Lin Jishu. Fine, it seemed he was truly angry. Yulinzhou had to leave reluctantly, pursing his lips as if savoring the memory. Lin Jishu sat on the stone platform, his heart still racing, thoroughly infuriated by him. This was beyond madness. It was downright deranged. He raised his hand and wiped his lips hard, but the more he wiped, the more he felt that cool touch lingering, angry enough to drag Yulinzhou back and slap him again. Yulinzhou returned to his own courtyard and began to daydream, his mind replaying the sensation from moments ago. His fingertips unconsciously touched his own lower lip. That soft, warm sensation was branded into his senses, impossible to shake off. Lin Zix's lips were softer than he had imagined, carrying a hint of coolness from the moonlight, yet radiating warmth upon contact. Though he felt a bit guilty for making Lin Jishu angry, he had no regrets. Even if he had another chance, he would still lean in. Wasn't it just a slap? He was thick-skinned and didn't feel a thing. If a single slap could buy a kiss, he considered it an incredible bargain. But alas, Lin Jishu would never agree. Yulinzhou sighed in disappointment. Lin Jishu had been taking on tasks frequently lately, almost daily visiting the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. His talent couldn't compare to Luo Yian's, so to build up enough strength before the trial secret realm opened, he had to rely on practical experience. His cultivation was currently stuck at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, unable to advance, and he couldn't yet take on tasks above the human level. He could only accumulate bit by bit, one step at a time. However, through his recent efforts, his foundation had grown quite solid. He felt he was just shy of breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. One day, he planned to take on a task to kill a demon beast. With 2 newly acquainted followers, he approached the task board, reaching for a token when his fingertips brushed against another hand. He turned his head. It was Luo Yian. Luo Yian clearly hadn't expected to run into him here, either, and was pleasantly surprised. It had been nearly 2 months since they last met. Seeing each other now, they both noticed that the other seemed to have grown taller, their features shedding some youthful immaturity, their auras calm and restrained. Lin Jishu instinctively probed Luo Yian's cultivation and found he couldn't discern it. Either Luo Yian was using a concealment artifact, or his realm had surpassed Lin Zix's. Was he at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, or had he already reached foundation establishment? Lin Jishu didn't intend to delve deeper, nor did he wish to exchange pleasantries. He reached out first, took the token, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Luo Yin quickly followed. After walking a short distance, a slender, delicate-looking boy beside Lin Jishu glanced back and couldn't help asking, "Senior brother Lin, that person behind us has been following. Should I go chase him?" Lin Jishu said indifferently, "No need. The road isn't ours alone. Let him follow if he wishes. Senior brother Lin's cultivation is higher than ours. He must already know someone is following. Don't worry about it." The other person beside the boy was tall, but appeared rather simple-minded. When he smiled, he looked even more foolish. The boy said, "Oh." Listening to their exchange, Lin Jishu felt helpless. His meeting with the two of them was purely by chance. The slender boy was named Zhou Tong. His talent wasn't particularly poor, nor was his cultivation very low, but because of his weak appearance he was often bullied. The big simple fellow beside him was called Chu Yan. His spiritual root was mediocre, but he possessed innate divine strength, serving as a menial disciple in the sect. Because he was too honest, he was constantly bossed around. Once Lin Jishu happened upon these two being bullied and lent a hand. The result was that they latched onto him, and no matter how he tried to shake them off, they wouldn't leave. Along the way, Lin Jishu gave them a rough outline of the task. This time, they were to kill a demon beast called the Crimson-Maned Beast. It wasn't high grade, but it was fierce and thick-skinned, requiring an attack on the weak spot 3 inches below its neck. This required teamwork. Zhou Tong and Chu Yan would draw the Crimson-Maned Beast's attention, while Lin Jishu seized the opportunity to strike its weak point. Zhou Tong listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Chu Yan, on the other hand, gripped his heavy sword with a grim expression, muttering under his breath, perhaps reciting some mantra. Lin Jishu glanced at him, but refrained from asking. The last time Head asked, Chu Yan had dragged him into reciting cultivation techniques for half an hour, and since then had learned not to inquire further. The main issue was that Chu Yan's mind wasn't sharp. He often forgot halfway through reciting and had to start over. Lin Jishu was fine, but Chu Yan was sometimes intimidated by Lin Zix's cold demeanor. But Zhou Tong had it worse. He had a baby face, so even when he was angry, Chu Yan wasn't afraid. They chatted along the way and soon arrived at the destination. Before them lay a dense forest, the air faintly carrying a stench of blood and musk. The ground was scattered with patches of soil turned over by claws along with a half-broken. It was evident that there were many demon beasts in this area. Zhou Tong looked back and saw that the person who had been following them was still trailing at a distance. His brow furrowed again. "Senior brother Lin, why is that guy still following? We can't shake him off." Chu Yan followed his gaze, scratched his head, and asked, "Maybe he's here for a task too." Luo Yin had never concealed his movements. Seeing them look at him, he hesitated, then stepped forward openly. Zhou Tong was startled by his bold approach and instinctively moved half a step closer to Lin Jishu. Luo Yin met Lin Zix's gaze and said frankly, "I happen to need the Crimson-Maned Beast core as well. How about we cooperate? Perhaps you could use an extra hand." Sensing the tension between him and Lin Jishu, Zhou Tong looked to Lin Jishu for guidance. Lin Jishu said flatly, "No need. The three of us can handle it. If you want to hunt the Crimson-Maned Beast, you can find your—" Without another glance at Luo Yin's expression, he turned and strode deeper into the dense forest. Zhou Tong paused, then quickly grabbed the still confused Chu Yan and followed. Behind them, Luo Yin stood in place, watching the receding figure, a look of disappointment in his eyes. Deep in the forest, the light dimmed. Lin Jishu stopped before an old tree whose bark had been stripped by claws, crouching to examine the ground. Several patches of turned soil were still fresh, with a few tufts of brown fur scattered nearby, likely shed when the Crimson-Maned Beast sharpened its claws. He stood up, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Stay alert. There should be a Crimson-Maned Beast nearby." The trio lowered their profiles, searching carefully for a moment. Zhou Tong's sharp eyes spotted a hidden cave entrance not far away. He lowered his voice. "Senior brother Lin, over there." The weeds near the cave entrance were trampled and flattened. Several large piles of dung littered the ground, and the rocks at the edge of the cave bore large patches of brownish red mane. Lin Jishu made a gesture for silence. The three crept quietly to the side of the cave. A robust Crimson-Maned Beast was curled up inside the cave, sleeping soundly, its snoring like thunder. The hot air from its nostrils stirred up dust on the ground, completely unaware of the intruders approaching. The Crimson-Maned Beast was massive, slow-witted, and its only advantage was its thick hide. Lin Jishu quickly signaled. Zhou Tong and Chu Yan understood, each moving to their predetermined positions. Chu Yan took a deep breath, gripped his heavy sword with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, and with a fierce shout, he slashed straight at the Crimson-Maned Beast's foreleg. The moment the blade struck the beast's hide, sparks flew. The Crimson-Maned Beast woke with a start, letting out a deafening roar of pain, its blood-red eyes twisting toward Chu Yan. Zhou Tong darted out from the side, drawing the beast's attention. The Crimson-Maned Beast, stung by the pain, turned its thick tail, lashing toward Zhou Tong. Lin Jishu had been waiting as the beast turned. The white stripe beneath its neck was fully exposed. With a flicker of movement, Lin Zix's sword tip sank 3 inches into the flesh, striking the crimson-maned beast let out a furious roar, its massive body crashing against the cave wall, sending rubble cascading down. It knew it was done for, and resolved to take one last victim with it. Zhou Tong tried to retreat, but a loose stone under his foot gave way, and he lost his balance, falling to the ground. The beast's blood-red eyes swiveled, and it raised its forepaw to crush him. Lin Jishu lunged forward, his sword blade slanting upward to forcefully withstand the massive beast's claw. A tremendous force bore down along the blade, causing his knee to buckle as the gravel floor beneath his feet cracked into several fissures, and his tiger's mouth went numb from the shock. He clenched his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy through his arm into the sword. The blade bent slightly under the pressure, but never snapped. Lin Jishu felt a surge of gratitude that Yulin Zhou had given him a genuine spirit sword, not some counterfeit scrap metal. Chu Yin charged in from the side, his heavy sword slashing fiercely at the red-man beast's hind leg. The beast winced in pain, its grip loosening. Lin Jishu seized the moment to roll aside, and instead of retreating thrust his sword into the wound beneath its neck, twisting it with force. The red-man beast's movements finally froze. Its front claws drooped helplessly, and then its massive body swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The cave fell silent at last. Lin Jishu leaned on his sword, panting for a few breaths. He lowered his gaze to his palm, which was covered in blood and raw flesh. Zhou Tong scrambled to his feet, ignoring his own injuries as he hurried to Lin Zix's side. Seeing the mangled flesh on his palm, his eyes reddened instantly. He hastily fumbled in his storage pouch for wound medicine and clean cloth strips to bandage it. "Senior Brother Lin, I'm sorry. It's all because I was too slow to react." Lin Jishu swallowed a medicinal pill and felt much better. He withdrew his hand, flexed the bandaged palm, rose, and walked over to the beast's corpse. "Enough. If you know you're slow, then go back and train harder. For now, let's focus on the task at hand." Chu Yin crouched beside the carcass, drew his dagger, and skillfully sliced along the wound beneath the beast's neck. Before long, he extracted a pigeon egg-sized crimson beast core from the flesh. The surface of the beast core shimmered with faint patterns of fire, warm to the touch and of decent quality. He carefully placed the core into a specially made jade box and sealed it. Lin Jishu then had Chu Yin cut off several usable pieces of hide and claws, storing them all in his pouch. Every bit counted. He couldn't afford to waste anything. The three returned to the Wanbao Pavilion to submit their task. The steward verified the beast core and materials, then tallied the reward. Lin Jishu accepted the pouch of spirit stones, weighed it casually, and tossed it to Zhou Tong. "Split it between you two." Zhou Tong caught the pouch, exchanged a glance with Chu Yin, and didn't decline. Having followed Lin Jishu on many missions, they had long grown accustomed to this distribution method. Lin Jishu never lacked spirit stones. If the mission offered other rewards, he would give the stones to the other two, and keep the rest for himself. This time he had taken the additional materials from the beast, so he gave them the spirit stones. And it was precisely spirit stones that Zhou Tong and Chu Yin lacked. The two were truly destitute. Unlike Lin Jishu, they didn't have a formidable master. Chu Yin was merely a menial disciple whose meager monthly allowance barely sufficed for survival. He was neither full nor starving. Zhou Tong was slightly better off, but as an outer disciple his finances were still tight. Ever since they started taking missions with Lin Jishu, they had managed to save some spirit stones and even occasionally afford decent pills. Life had finally eased a bit. Lin Jishu bid them farewell and returned to Chiyu Peak. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Yulin's hiss voice came from inside back. Before he could respond, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. Yulin Zhou was already standing in front of him. The speed was so great that Lin Jishu had no chance to counter. Yulin Zhou grabbed his wrist, turning over his bandaged hand, his brows furrowed. "What happened?" "You're injured." Lin Jishu was startled for a moment before coming to his senses. He shook off Yulin's grip, quickly unwound the cloth strips, and spread his palm for him to see. The palm was as smooth as new, not even. "It's nothing, just a minor scratch. It's long healed." Yulin Zhou examined his palm carefully, confirming that not even a trace of a scar remained, and his expression softened. He wanted to shelter Lin Jishu under his wing, but in the cruel world of cultivation, where the strong preyed on the weak, it was unrealistic to avoid all injuries. Truly caging Lin Jishu would only harm him in the end. "How do you feel about your cultivation now?" Lin Jishu withdrew his hand and replied honestly. "I feel that I'm just one opportunity away from a breakthrough, but I don't know when that opportunity will come." "No rush," Yulin Zhou said gently. "Opportunities like this cannot be forced. Let nature take its course." Lin Jishu looked up at him, his eyes filled with obvious surprise. Hearing such words from Yulin Zhou was utterly baffling. Hadn't Yulin Zhou always wished he could break through 2 levels in a day and surpass Luo Yin in 3? Yulin Zhou met his expression, clearly thinking, "Did you take the wrong pill?" and raised an eyebrow slightly. What can't your master show concern for you? In your heart, am I really that cold and heartless? Lin Jishu recalled the grueling days when Yu Linzhou had forced him to break through, and he curled his lip in a cynical sneer. Seeing this, Yu Linzhou cleared his throat lightly. Times change, and people change too. He changed the subject, his expression turning serious. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. They'll be going into seclusion in a couple of days, probably until just before the secret realm opens next month. During this time, cultivate well. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, go to Wutsong Peak and find Yin Lingsong. Lin Jishu looked up at him. Yu Linzhou was actually telling him to seek out Yin Lingsong. Yu Linzhou explained grudgingly, he may seem cold and sanctimonious, but you're still a disciple of Tianheng's sect. If you're truly in trouble, he won't stand by. Lin Jishu, oh. Yu Linzhou watched his indifferent demeanor, and the reluctance in his heart surged again. He didn't want to go into seclusion, but his body was on the verge of giving out. Though the Frost Snow Lotus had healed the external injuries from the heavenly thunder strike, last time the damage that kind of heavenly thunder inflicted on his bloodline went far beyond the surface. In truth, he should have gone into seclusion long ago to recuperate. But his worry for Lin Jishu had kept him delaying until now. He could delay no longer. If he continued to force himself, he feared it would lead to serious trouble. Yu Linzhou lingered on the spot, his gaze drifting, as if he wanted to say something, yet held back. On the verge of seclusion, he couldn't help himself. He leaned in hoping for a farewell kiss, but was promptly driven out of the courtyard by Lin Zix's sharp, "Get lost." The courtyard gate slammed shut behind him. Yu Linzhou wasn't annoyed, instead a faint, elusive smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he turned and walked toward the back mountain. Once his presence had completely vanished, Lin Jishu sat down on a stone bench and called out to the system in his mind what's going on with him. The system replied he had old injuries and he needed to enter seclusion periodically to recuperate. After being struck by the heavenly thunder, those old injuries were aggravated. The system, the Frost Snow Lotus, could have mostly healed him, but he kept delaying his seclusion and the injuries have relapsed. The heavenly thunder's suppression of his bloodline runs deep into the meridians. The Snow Lotus repaired most of it, but the rest he must slowly refine on his own. The system, the heavenly thunder's suppression of his bloodline runs deep into the meridians. The Snow Lotus repaired most of it, but the rest he must slowly refine. Lin Jishu was silent for a moment. Then with an expressionless face he got up and returned to his room to meditate. The system quietly activated the emotion analysis module and scanned Lin Zix's facial expression several times, finally reaching a conclusion. Shock 10. Happiness 10. Anger 15. Sadness 65. System. No matter how it looked, it couldn't detect any sadness in Lin Jishu. It seemed that emotions were something the system could not analyze. Yu Linzhou had gone into seclusion. For the first few days, Lin Jishu indeed found the peace a welcome relief, but it didn't last long. He couldn't pinpoint exactly when it began, but after finishing his sword practice and sheathing his blade, the courtyard would fall into utter stillness, broken only by the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind. Instinctively, his gaze darted toward the porch. The lounging chair was empty. He averted his eyes, sheathed his sword with an expressionless face, and chided himself for being such a glutton for punishment. When she was always clinging to him, he found it annoying, and now that no one was there to pester him, he felt a chill of loneliness. What a flawed disposition. He shook his head, casting the thought aside, and took on 2 more missions to keep himself so busy that he had no time for idle brooding. That day, having just completed his missions with his 2 sidekicks and emerged from the Wanbao Pavilion, he turned onto the main peak's mountain path and saw from afar a crowd gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. The youth trapped in the center was tall and slender, though surrounded by several burly disciples. His face betrayed no trace of panic. A flicker of recognition crossed Lin Zix's face. It was Luo Yen. Zhou Tong whispered beside him, "Isn't that the one who followed us last time? He seems to be in trouble." Lin Jishu shifted his gaze to the people surrounding Luo Yen, and the corresponding plot from the story quickly surfaced in his mind. While on a mission, Luo Yen had encountered a group of disciples locked in battle with a demon beast. All of them were wounded and on the verge of collapse, and they begged Luo Yen for help. Out of consideration for fellow sect members, Luo Yen stepped in and slew the beast. But instead of gratitude, the group turned around and accused him of stealing their prey. This turn of events disgusted Luo Yen, who immediately left in a huff. Later, both parties returned to the sect and crossed paths again, leading to the current. The commotion soon drew the attention of the disciplinary hall, and the group, not daring to escalate the matter, dispersed in discord. In the original story, Lin Jishu had already harbored dark thoughts at this point. Noticing the disgruntled disciples, he took the initiative to approach them and conspired to set a trap for Luo Yen. Later, when Luo Yen resolved the crisis and investigated, he discovered the original owner's involvement, filling him with disappointment. This incident marked the beginning of their rift. After that, the original owner threw caution to the wind and openly mingled with that group. Oh, of course the original owner's situation was far worse than Lin Zix's current circumstances. Not only did he lack sidekicks, he was the one playing the sidekick for others. Pouring tea, running errands, being exploited, bullied, and mocked. The original owner was of low status in the sect, had a crippled bone structure, had offended Luo Yin, and harbored a burning resentment. He refused to let Luo Yin see that he was worse off after parting ways, so he gritted his teeth and endured. But the hatred in his heart grew deeper, eventually leading to his corruption. He developed an inner demon and by chance cultivated evil arts. This gave him a brief period of glory. However, how long could an evil cultivator thrive? He was eventually discovered. Luo Yin, filled with disappointment, did not plead for mercy when Yin Lingsong decided to punish him. In the end, he was executed by Yin Lingsong, utterly annihilated body and soul. Lin Zhishu. Truly one who doesn't seek trouble won't die. Although the system had told him that he was the Lin Zhishu from the original story, Lin Zhishu refused to accept it. He believed that the Lin Zhishu in the original story was merely a puppet controlled by the plot. If it were him, he would never have done something so foolish. Even if he were to be corrupted, he would at least be at the boss level. Luo Yin looked at the people before him, his eyes filled with annoyance. The leader was Sun Sheng, a Foundation Establishment third-layer cultivator who had gained some standing in the outer sect of Qingyan Peak. He now stood with his arms crossed, blocking the middle of the path with 4 or 5 lackeys behind him, completely obstructing the way. Sun Sheng looked arrogant and aggressive. Junior brother Luo, 3 of our fellow disciples were injured, and we expended so many elixirs and magical artifacts. Yet you took the demon beast, and the demon core and materials all went to you. How can this be considered fair? Luo Yin stared at him coldly. At that time these people were severely wounded, cornered by the demon beast with no way out. It was they who cried out for help, and only then did he take action. Yet once they were out of danger, they immediately changed their tune. Luo Yin said coldly, "Move aside." Sun Sheng did not budge, but a tall, thin man beside him stepped forward instead. "Junior brother Luo, don't be so unapproachable. We're not unreasonable. Just give us half of the demon core and materials from that beast, and this matter is settled. From now on we can still meet as fellow sect brothers." Luo Yin didn't respond, but simply placed his hand on the sword hilt at his waist. Seeing his action, the faces of the opposite party changed simultaneously. They had all heard about Luo Yin's performance in the freshman competition, where he withstood a killing blow and severed Chu Yuxia's arm with a single sword stroke. A flicker of panic passed through them, but they quickly steadied themselves. The sect had rules forbidding fellow disciples from killing each other. They didn't believe Luo Yin would dare to attack. Sun Sheng was about to speak again when a sudden commotion arose not far away. Several disciples wearing the uniform of the disciplinary hall were quickly approaching. Sun Sheng's face changed slightly, and he swallowed the harsh words that were about to leave his mouth. He sneered at Luo Yin. "Fine, junior brother Luo has quite a temper. But let me offer a friendly reminder: when you're out on missions alone, you might find yourself isolated." With that, he turned and left with his lackeys, even casually cupping his hands in salute as they passed the disciplinary hall disciples. The onlookers, seeing that the excitement was over, dispersed in 2s and 3s. Before Luo Yin could wipe the cold expression from his face, he looked up and met the familiar figure that emerged as the crowd dispersed. Lin Zhishu stood by a stone step not far away with Zhou Tong and Chu Yin flanking him, one on each side. It was impossible to tell how long they had been standing. In the moment their eyes met, Luo Yin's expression showed a clear start. He opened his mouth as if about to say something. Lin Zhishu, without any expression, averted his gaze, turned, and walked off in another direction. Luo Yin watched the receding figure, the faint light that had just kindled in his eyes dimming once more. In the end, he did not follow. Sun Sheng and his group left in resentment. A tall, thin disciple, clutching his still aching arm, cursed incessantly under his breath. "Senior brother Sun, are we just letting this go? Third brother and I are injured, and we've wasted a pile of elixirs and artifacts. In the end, that demon beast's core and materials were all taken by that Luo. I can't swallow this." Sun Sheng, already seething with anger, turned and glared at him. "You have the nerve to say that. I told you not to follow, but you insisted. Once you did, you only held us back." The disciple shrank back, sheepishly, his voice dropping. We just wanted to contribute." Sun Sheng snorted coldly and stopped berating him. Truth be told, he was also feeling quite frustrated. He and his brothers had been skirmishing with that demon beast for most of the day, finally wearing it down to exhaustion, only for Luo Yin to suddenly appear and take the credit. Although it was true that they had called for help because they couldn't hold on any longer, Luo Yin's greed in taking everything was too much. After all, they had spent so much time on that beast and had been injured. He should have at least left something for them. Several junior fellow disciples were still indignantly listing Luo Yin's faults, and Sun Sheng, irritated by the noise, pulled 2 healing elixirs from his pocket and tossed them into the injured disciple's hand. "Enough, all of you, shut up. I won't swallow this insult, but now's not the time." That Luo is the only personal disciple of Wucang Xianzuan. Going against him openly is asking for trouble. His eyes darkened. Let the storm pass first. There will be plenty of chances later. Take these 2 elixirs and go heal your wounds quickly. Next time you lag behind, don't follow me. The skinny one took the elixir, exchanged a glance with his companion, and dared not say more, limping away with a hand on his wound. Sun Sheng returned to the disciple compound with a belly full of rage. Several junior disciples in the same yard, seeing his grim expression, tactfully cleared the path. He went straight to his room, pushed open the door, and abruptly froze in place. A black-robed figure sat by the table, hood covering most of his face, revealing only a pale chin. He was unhurriedly holding a teacup as if he had been waiting for a long time. Sun Sheng placed his hand on the sword hilt at his waist and demanded coldly, "Who are you? How did you get in?" The black-robed man set down the teacup, speaking slowly, "Keep your voice down. I'm here to help you." His voice was deliberately altered, making it impossible to tell if it was male or female. "Help me," Sun Sheng sneered, scanning the man's thoroughly concealed face. "Skulking around without even showing your face. You don't strike me as someone reputable. Leave now, or I'll call for help." The black-robed man was not offended. Instead, he chuckled softly, a hint of inscrutable meaning in his tone. "Don't you want to get back at Luo Yin?" Sun Sheng's eyes flickered, but his words remained stubborn. "Revenge? I don't know what you're talking about. Really?" The black-robed man stood up, adjusted his sleeves, and a note of regret crept into his voice. "I do have a way to let you vent your anger, and perhaps even shine before the elders, and earn yourself some merit. But judging by your look, you probably don't have the guts. Forget it, I'll pretend I never came." He made to leave. Sun Sheng stared at the black-robed man's back, his expression shifting rapidly. Those words about shining before the elders and earning merit hooked him like a precise barb. He had been at Qingyun Peak for decades, his cultivation stuck at foundation establishment, with no breakthrough in sight. With inner disciples above him and troublesome junior disciples to manage below, the day of his rise seemed forever distant. If there truly was a chance to catch the elders' favorable eye, the black-robed man's hand had already touched the door latch. "Wait." Sun Sheng gritted his teeth. "What is your plan?" The black-robed man paused, and from under the hood came a faint low laugh, as if he had expected to be called back. He turned, sat back down by the table, dipped his finger in tea, and slowly drew a circle on the tabletop. "Next month the sect will open the trial secret realm. Luo Yin will certainly participate. The secret realm is fraught with danger. A friction among disciples competing for opportunities is entirely normal. Tell me, wouldn't Wucang Xianzuan owe you a debt of gratitude?" Sun Sheng frowned. "What kind of plan is that? Why should I save him?" "Save him? Tell me, wouldn't Wucang Xianzuan owe you a debt of gratitude?" Sun Sheng frowned. "What kind of plan is that? Why should I save him? What if he doesn't encounter any danger?" The black-robed man, Lin Jishu, closed his eyes in disdain. "If he doesn't encounter danger, then create danger for him. Saving him is secondary. What matters is that no one can predict what happens in the secret realm. Even if something does happen to him, as long as it's done cleanly, it will be blamed on the secret realm's own perils. It's perfectly normal for a few people to die in a trial, isn't it? And you're not even killing anyone yourself, just putting on a show." Sun Sheng's eyes lit up, but soon fell silent. He stared at the black-robed man, then spoke after a long pause. "Who exactly are you? Why are you helping me? Who I am doesn't matter. I simply—" The black-robed man paused, a faint chill seeping into his voice. "Cannot stand to see him bask in glory." After finally managing to fool Sun Sheng, Lin Jishu left Qingyun Peak, took several secluded paths, and only after confirming no one was following did he slip back to Xie Peak. He closed the door, pulled off his hood, and let out a long sigh. "System, is this good enough?" The system's voice sounded quite satisfied. "It's acceptable. Plot fusion at 78%, nearly double the last time. Your part in this side story is done. Just wait for the plot to unfold on its own." Lin Jishu was silent for a moment. Those people's methods would at most cause Luo Yin some trouble, not truly harm him. In the original story, Luo Yin had come out unscathed without anyone's help, and even gained an opportunity. It would surely be the same this time. It was just that he had never done anything bad in this life, and suddenly felt a bit out of sorts. The system comforted him. "It's alright, host. Once you do it the second time will be easier. Besides, you're not doing evil. You're following the will of heaven. This is the inevitable karma. The system, even without you, there would be other troubles. Think about freedom, and you won't feel so bad." Comforted by the system, Lin Jishu did feel a lot better. For now it was only framing who later there would be times he'd have to act himself. He needed to get used to it quickly, or he wouldn't be able to follow through. Soon the day of the secret realm's opening arrived. The vast square was packed with a dense crowd. Lin Jishu stood in the queue, but his gaze was fixed on the distant Xie Peak. Yulin Zhou had said before his seclusion that he would emerge before the secret realm opened, but up until now there was still no sign of him. "Senior brother Lin," Zhou Tong called softly beside him. The elder is about to speak. Lin Jishu withdrew his gaze, nodded, and his face resumed its usual coldness. On the high platform, the Grand Elder's authoritative voice silenced the square's clamor. The secret realm is fraught with danger, opportunity, and risk go hand in hand. Some will soar to greatness within, while others may leave their lives behind. If any disciple wishes to withdraw, now is the time to leave. A stir ran through the square, and after a moment a few disciples stepped out of the formation. But the vast majority stood firm, their eyes burning with fervor. The path of cultivation was inherently defying heaven. Fortune came with risk. If one lacked even this courage, what was the point of cultivating? The Grand Elder nodded slightly and gestured to the attendant deacon beside him. Dozens of disciples filed out, distributing jade tokens to each person. The tokens were warm to the touch, faintly gleaming with pale golden spiritual light. Keep this token close to you. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, smash it immediately, and it will teleport you out of the secret realm. The secret realm lasts 3 days. After 3 days, no matter where you are, you will be automatically expelled. Remember, though opportunities are precious, you must live to claim them. Never be greedy. Moreover, you can also hunt demonic beasts to obtain their spirit cores. When you emerge, the one with the highest grade and most numerous cores will receive accolades from me and the other elders. As the Grand Elder's voice faded, the crowd below erupted into excitement. The Grand Elder waited with a smile until they quieted down, then raised his hand to form a complex hand seal. In the void before the square, the air rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and a rift slowly tore open. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a luminous gate several zhang high, through which spiritual energy, so dense it almost solidified, poured forth. All the disciples present held their breath in excitement. With such rich spiritual energy, even without encountering any fortune, training inside for 3 days would yield immense benefits. The Grand Elder declared in a loud voice, "Enter one by one, do not jostle." Those who had intended to rush forward restrained themselves upon hearing this. The moment he stepped into the luminous gate, Lin Jishu entered along with Zhou Tong and Chu Yan. The three of them felt a blinding white light before their eyes, their feet suddenly losing purchase, and an irresistible force swept them away. Lin Jishu instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself deep within a dense forest. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their canopies blocking out the sky. His fellow disciples had all vanished, and even Zhou Tong and Chu Yan had been transported to unknown locations. It seemed this was an individual battle. He could only rely on luck to encounter Zhou Tong and Chu Yan. He hoped the two of them would not run into trouble. As luck would have it, Zhou Tong and Chu Yan were unfortunate. The teleportation array had dropped them directly at the entrance of a demonic beast's lair. The beast had just dragged a hunted prey back to its den and was about to feast when 2 living people suddenly appeared out of thin air before it, startling it so much that its fur bristled. Roar! Where did these ugly hairless beasts come from? Scaring me to death. Zhou Tong and Chu Yan stared at the beast before them, its fur standing on end and blood still dripping from its fangs, and both of their mouths twitched. Zhou Tong forced a smile that was more hideous than crying and tentatively took half a step back. Brother Beast, what if I said this was a misunderstanding? Would you believe me? Roar! What gibberish are you spouting? How dare you disturb its meal? You're asking for death. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time it had been scared into bristling right at its own doorstep. If it swallowed this affront, how could it hold its head up in the beast's circle? It took a deep breath, its chest heaving like a bellows, and then unleashed a roar that was almost tangible. It seemed reasoning was futile. Without a word, the two turned and fled. They were chased by the beast, running frantically through the forest, dodging left and right. The beast was clearly enraged. Every time it missed a pounce, it would furiously swipe a paw and snap a small tree, sending splinters and leaves flying everywhere. Neither Zhou Tong nor Chu Yan had high cultivation levels. They could not defeat it in a fight, nor could they outrun it. They could only rely on the dense forest terrain to dodge and occasionally release a few sword strikes behind them to harass the beast, barely slowing its pace. Fortunately, this beast was not of an extremely high rank. The two cooperated well. Chu Yan drew its attention from the front, while Zhou Tong circled around to deliver finishing blows. For the moment, they did not suffer any serious losses. The beast was already starving, and just as it was about to eat, these 2 ants had ruined its meal. What made it worse was that these ants were slippery and impossible to crush. The more it thought about it, the angrier it grew. Its chest swelled like a bellows, and it threw back its head with a furious roar, opening its mouth to spew a stream of flames. Chu Yan, caught off guard, had a tuft of his hair singed by the blaze. Damn, this thing can breathe fire. He touched his still smoking hair ends with lingering fear. Zhou Tong's expression also changed. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding that they could not continue this stalemate. The commotion of the fight might attract even more dangerous creatures, and their spiritual power would not last much longer. Zhou Tong gritted his teeth, darted out from the beast's side, and sent several sword strikes in quick succession. The beast was drawn to him and charged with a roar. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Yin circled behind the beast. With veins bulging on his arms, he raised his heavy sword above his head, pouring all his spiritual power into that single strike, and slashed it deep into the beast's hind leg. The beast let out a piercing roar of agony, swung its paw back, and struck Chu Yin square in the chest, sending him flying. He crashed into a tree trunk, bounced off, and landed on the ground, blood from his mouth instantly staining his clothes. Chu Yin. Zhou Tong's eyes turned red, and he scrambled over. Frantically, he pulled out the healing pill Lin Jishu had given them, pried open Chu Yan's mouth, and stuffed it in. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth. Chu Yan coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood, and his injuries finally stabilized, but he could not move for the time being. The beast, dragging its injured leg, advanced step by step toward the two, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. Zhou Tong shielded Chu Yan, his heart ashen. Was this the end for them today? How unwilling. Chu Yan struggled to sit up. You go, don't worry about me. Zhou Tong shook his head. If I leave, what will happen to you? If you die, I will never be at peace. If that gives rise to an inner demon, I'd rather die here with you. Chu Yan was stunned, gazing at Zhou Tong. As the beast drew near, Zhou Tong gripped his sword, his eyes resolute. At that critical moment, a sharp sword light sliced through from afar, striking the beast's neck with precision. The beast's massive body swayed twice, and then crashed to the ground. Zhou Tong looked up and saw Luo Yin sheathing his sword as he strode out of the forest. Zhou Tong was momentarily stunned before recognizing him. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Last time they met, he had been in trouble, and they hadn't lent a hand. Now Luo Yin had set aside past grievances to save them, leaving him at a loss. Chu Yin, however, was not one for such complications. He leaned on Zhou Tong as he stood up and thanked Luo Yin. Luo Yin walked over to the beast's corpse, confirmed it was dead, then turned his head to look at the two, his gaze pausing briefly on Chu Yan's bloodstained clothes. You're badly injured. Take this pill first. He took a small porcelain bottle from his bosom and handed it over. After a moment's thought, he retrieved another bottle from his storage pouch. This is for external application. Apply it to his... Zhou Tong quickly thanked him, fed Chu Yin another pill, and hurriedly applied the ointment to the claw marks on his chest. The medicine worked fast, Chu Yan's complexion visibly improved. Luo Yin shook his head and asked, Did you get separated from Jishu? Which peak are you disciples of? Zhou Tong briefly gave their names, and the peak they belonged to, explaining that they had entered together with Lin Jishu, but the teleportation array had separated them. Luo Yin frowned. There are many demonic beasts around here. It's too dangerous for the two of you. Why don't you come with me for now? We can look out for each other. Zhou Tong hesitated. Although he didn't think Luo Yin was a bad person, he remembered Lin Zix's reaction to him last time. It seemed Lin didn't like him. If Lin found out they were traveling with Luo, would he be angry? But he glanced at Chu Yin, who was pale from his injuries, but looking at him with earnest eyes as if he would support whatever decision Zhou Tong made. Zhou Tong gritted his teeth, quickly weighing the options in his mind. If they acted alone, given their cultivation levels, encountering another beast would mean certain death. Forget about whether Lin Jishu would be angry. The question was whether they would even survive to see him again. Zhou Tong bowed solemnly. Then well, trouble you senior brother Luo. He would explain later when they found Lin Jishu. The three decided to travel together. Luo Yin suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, where are your jade tokens? Since you encountered danger, why didn't you smash the jade tokens to teleport out? Zhou Tong. Chu Yin. They had forgotten about that. Lin Jishu wiped the beast blood from his face, cleaned the dagger on the demon beast's hide, then gouged out the still steaming beast core and stowed it into his storage pouch. Whether it was the series of real battles that had pushed him or the dense spiritual energy within the secret realm that had taken effect, the bottleneck that had long plagued him loosened amidst this life and death struggle, allowing him to step into the 9th layer of chi refining. He swallowed a cayenne blood replenishing pill, sat down to regulate his breathing, and when his spiritual power had mostly recovered, he rose and continued deeper into the dense forest. Since he was already here, he couldn't just coast through the 3 days uneventfully. He wasn't one to play it safe. Naturally, he wanted to seek more opportunities. Perhaps if luck was on his side, he might stumble upon some divine weapon or ancient inheritance like the protagonist often did. Passing through a grove of ancient trees, he faintly heard sounds of spiritual energy clashing ahead. Lin Jishu paused, hesitated for a moment, then lightened his steps and crept closer. There on a patch of forest ground leveled by sword, Qi Jiangche was locked in battle with a demon beast of the late Foundation establishment stage. The beast was twice the size of a crimson-maned beast, its body covered in iron-gray scales. Instead of fire, it spewed a foul poisonous mist from it. Jiang Qi's sword light weaved through the poisonous mist, his figure moving so fast, it was nearly invisible. He too bore injuries. His left sleeve was torn off, revealing a bleeding claw mark underneath, but his aura was still. Seeing that Jiang Qi could handle the situation, Lin Jishu did not step in to help. The level Jiang Qi displayed now was far sharper than the gentle senior brother Jiang he usually appeared to be. Lin Jishu also wanted to observe Jiang Qi's skills and learn from his experience. In the field, the iron-gray scaled beast was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Qi. It pawed the ground, let out a low thunderous growl from its throat, then suddenly opened its fanged maw wide and spewed a thick, dark green poisonous mist. Wherever the mist passed, plants instantly blackened and withered. Jiang Qi's pupils contracted. He executed a series of footwork steps, barely dodging the direct impact of the poisonous mist. But the edge of the mist still grazed him, and the skin around his arm immediately turned an unnatural blue-purple. A searing pain shot up through his meridians, and he let out a muffled groan. Jiang Qi took a deep breath and formed a wind invocation seal with his left hand. A sudden gale arose from the ground, dispersing most of the residual poisonous mist. Riding the wind, he stamped his foot, launched himself into the air, twisted mid-flight, and drove his sword downward, channeling all his spiritual power unreservedly into that single strike. The sword Qi screamed as it tore through the air. The demon beast reared its head and roared, trying to spew another mouthful of poison. But Jiang Qi's speed was too great. The sword, light like a silver bolt of lightning, pierced precisely through its open mouth, penetrated the upper jaw, and exited through the back of its neck. The beast's roar was cut short. Its massive body stiffened, swayed twice, then crashed to the ground. The dust stirred up, mingling with the poison mist, slowly settled to reveal Jiang Qi kneeling on one knee. He gasped for breath, leaning on his sword, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The wound on his left arm had swollen to a glossy sheen, and the blue-purple poison mark was slowly. He fished a bottle of detoxification pills from his storage pouch, swallowed two, and tore a strip of cloth to tightly bind the meridians above the wound, preventing the toxin from spreading further. In a place like this, any weakness was an opportunity for others. Seeing that Jiang Qi had finished, Lin Jishu emerged. Jiang Qi turned warily, and when he saw it was Lin Jishu, his tensed shoulders slowly relaxed. "Oh, it's you. You startled me," he said with a wry smile. He had been so focused on the demon beast that he hadn't even noticed someone nearby. Fortunately, it wasn't an enemy. If it had been, his carelessness would have cost him his life. Lin Jishu didn't approach too closely. He stopped a few steps away and gave a slight nod. "Sorry I startled you. I saw you could handle it, so I didn't interfere rashly." Jiang Qi thrust his sword into the ground, pushed himself to his feet, and chuckled. "Then I'm truly grateful. If I had exhausted myself to kill a demon beast only to have someone else take a share, I'd be pretty annoyed." His tone was light, tinged with teasing, clearly unbothered by Lin Zix's spectatorship. After recovering somewhat, Jiang Qi harvested the beast core and usable materials from the demon, then found a flat rock to sit on. While bandaging the wound on his arm, he casually asked, "Why are you all alone? What about your two inseparable little followers?" Lin Jishu sighed helplessly. "The teleportation was random. We got separated as soon as we entered the secret realm." "I see." Jiang Qi tied off the bandage, flexed his arm, and asked, "So where are you headed next?" "I plan to go deeper, maybe run into some opportunity." "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same." Jiang Qi stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and smiled. "How about we go to— It's only the first day and two of us can look out for each other." Lin Jishu agreed. The two journeyed deeper into the secret realm together, encountering several more demon beasts along the way, their ranks much higher than those at the periphery. Fortunately, their cooperation was smooth, and they suffered no serious injuries. They occasionally spotted other disciples from afar, but after a brief glance the others would warily veer away. In this secret realm, who knew if they'd meet friend or foe? One might be tempted to rob another. Lin Jishu and Jiang Qi paid them no mind, and continued on their way. Outside the secret realm, in the main hall of the peak, a giant water mirror hung in midair, splitting the various scenes within the secret realm into countless small panels rotating through them. Seeing that some disciples were actually killing their fellow sect members for gain, the crowd's expressions darkened. Truly, from ancient times, men's hearts are separated by walls, fragile before self-interest. They noted the disciples who had committed wrongdoing, vowing to punish them if they survived. Only when they spotted Luo Yin and Lin Jishu did the crowd feel a little relieved. Though some disciples harbor evil intentions, at least most are still good. Indeed, the disciples of Wuzong Xianzuan and Fenghing Xianzuan are the cream of the crop. It's less than a year since they entered the sect, and they've grown so fast. One is at the 9th layer of Qi refining, and the other has already broken through to foundation establishment. Formidable youth, no less than their masters back in the day. Indeed, what surprises me most is Lin Jishu. When he joined the sect, he had a crippled spiritual root. Yet in just a year his bone and root have improved remarkably, and his cultivation has soared. It seems Fengheng Xianzhen's teaching is exceptional. The speaker looked around. But why isn't Fengheng Xianzhen here today? He usually loves to join such a case. Someone answered, heard he's in seclusion, maybe he's obtained some opportunity, and wants to break through to the divine transformation stage. The hall fell silent for a moment. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions subtle. If Tianheng sect could produce a divine transformation stage powerhouse, it would be a great boon for the entire sect. But if that person was Yu Lingzhou, that was a different story. In the past, he and Yan Lingcong were evenly matched, with Yan Lingcong slightly ahead, able to keep himself. If Yu Lingzhou broke through to the divine transformation stage, first, who in the world could restrain him? Given his nature, wouldn't the cultivation world be thrown into chaos? Everyone involuntarily glanced at Yan Lingcong, who had been sitting silently all along, and silently prayed. Even if they had to have a divine transformation stage, it should be the righteous leader Wucang Xianzuan, not that unruly, lawless Yu Lingzhou. Lin Jishu and Jiang Che advanced together until they reached the edge of the depths, where they dared not proceed further. They could sense the danger within, a peril far beyond what their current cultivation could handle. Forced to explore the periphery, they nonetheless discovered a wealth of treasures. The secret realm was saturated with spiritual energy, nurturing many spirit plants that could scarcely survive in the outside world. Jiang Che was overjoyed. The two of them stripped the area bare, leaving nothing behind. As night fell, they found a place to rest. Jiang Che set up a simple warning array around the perimeter, and they agreed to take turns keeping watch. Jiang Che for the first half of the night, Lin Jishu for the second. During the latter half, Jiang Che went to rest while Lin Jishu sat by the campfire gazing at the flickering flames. The firelight danced across his face, casting shifting shadows that brightened and dimmed. He wondered where Zhou Tong and Chu Yan were, and whether they had encountered any danger. And Yu Lingzhou, he had said he would emerge from seclusion before the secret realm opened, but he still hadn't appeared when they entered. Could something have gone wrong? Suddenly his hand, which had been stirring the fire, froze. A faint sound drifted from afar, and he rose alertly. In the same instant, Jiang Che opened his eyes, sat up, and placed his hand on his sword hilt. They stood side by side, gazes fixed on the direction of the sound. You heard it too, Lin Jishu whispered. Jiang Che nodded, his expression grave. I did. It sounds like someone calling for help. They exchanged a glance. Lin Jishu stamped out the campfire. After a moment's hesitation, they decided to investigate. Following the sound, they soon spotted a battered figure beside a pile of rubble. A young man was cornered against a rock wall by a demonic beast drenched in blood. His sword had broken in two, and he could only rely on a cracked protective shield. Each time the beast's claws struck the shield, dimmed further cracks, spreading like a spiderweb. The youth's strength was nearly spent. His cries for help were hoarse and barely audible, and despair deepened in his eyes. Jiang Che assessed the beast, a Foundation Establishment initial stage creature, within his ability to handle. He drew his sword and charged forward. While the beast was distracted by Jiang Che, Lin Jishu flashed to the youth's side, grabbed his arm, and dragged him out of the combat zone. The youth was completely spent. Once pulled free, he collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently. Lin Jishu knelt and brushed aside the blood and dirt matting the boy's hair. His face was smeared with blood and mud, making it hard to discern his features, but from the contours of his eyes and brows he seemed young. Lin Jishu took out 2 pills and fed them to the youth. As the medicine took effect, the boy's breathing steadied. Once he recovered enough, his first instinct was to struggle to his feet and thank them. Thank you, senior brothers, for saving my life. Lin Jishu pressed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to stay still, and frowned. How did you end up here? Ahead lies the deep forest. With your cultivation, you should have stayed in the outer area. The youth's expression was more bitter than tears. Do you think I wanted to come? That damned teleportation array. As soon as I stepped in, it tossed me into this godforsaken place. I couldn't get my bearings, so I tried to find a hiding spot, but then I ran into that beast, and it chased me all the way here. Lin Jishu fell silent for a moment, a rare flicker of genuine sympathy in his heart. Truly unfortunate. The secret realm was utterly ruthless with completely random teleportation. Those with good luck like him landed in a safe area. Those with bad luck might end up directly in a beast's mouth. Over there, Jiang Che cleanly slew the demonic beast, sheathed his sword, and strode over. He glanced around and lowered his voice. The smell of blood is too strong here. We can't stay long. Let's find a safe place to talk first. Lin Jishu nodded. They each took one of the youth's arms and quickly left the area. After relocating, they found a hidden cave to take shelter in. Jiang Che set up a warning array at the cave entrance, then checked the surroundings to confirm no demonic beasts were nearby, before leaning against the rock wall to catch his breath. Lin Jishu took a clean handkerchief from his storage pouch and handed it to the youth. The boy hesitated for a moment, then quickly understood and accepted it with some embarrassment. He lowered his head and wiped the blood and grime from his face. The handkerchief was soon stained black. When the youth's face was finally revealed, Lin Zix's gaze sharpened slightly. At first glance, the face bore a faint resemblance to Yu Linzhou, about 3 parts similar. But the boy was younger, his features still soft with lingering youth, and his temperament was entirely different, so the similarity was diminished. Lin Zixu quickly looked away, dismissing the thought. The world was vast, plenty of people looked alike. Nothing unusual. The youth looked down at the now dirty handkerchief in his hands, his ears reddening slightly. He carefully folded it, and tucked it into his robe, murmuring, "I'll wash it, and return it to you, senior brother." Lin Zixu waved his hand to indicate it was unnecessary, but the youth had already straightened up and bowed earnestly. "My name is Shizi, a newly enrolled disciple this year assigned to the outer sect of the beast-taming peak. Thank you both for saving my life. If not for you, I would have been devoured by that beast. In the future, if there's anything you need, I will do my utmost to help." Lin Zixu frowned. "Wait, if you were in danger and couldn't fight, why didn't you smash your jade token?" Shizi explained. "I lost it while I was running away." Lin Zixu, Jiangche. The youth's words left them both speechless. This was beyond mere misfortune. It was as if fate itself had snatched the bowl from his hands as it tried to feed him. Jiang Qi's mouth twitched, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. He just sighed. "All right, then you stay with us for now. When it's light, we'll try to search for it. Maybe we can find it." Shizi nodded, eagerly, tears of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, senior brothers. I'm not good at direct combat, but I've learned some auxiliary techniques. Repelling insects, pathfinding, identifying beast tracks. I can definitely help along the way." Lin Zixu didn't say more, only gave a faint nod in acknowledgement. He sat back down by the fire, the flames casting light on his profile, his expression unreadable. Jiang Che went to rest in another corner. Shizi watched Lin Zixu by the firelight, pursing his lips. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he kept an eye on the fire, occasionally adding more wood. At the first glimmer of dawn, Jiang Che rose and extinguished the campfire. He also handed Shizi a few replenishing pills. The three of them retraced their steps from the previous day, searching for the jade token. Shizi followed behind, carefully noting the traces along the way and marking crossroads to avoid getting lost. But after a thorough search, they found nothing. They speculated that someone else might have picked it up. Shizi's face turned pale. Without the jade token, he had lost his only lifeline for the next 2 days. If danger struck again, he would have no way to teleport out, and would have to endure until the secret realm ended. Lin Zixu and Jiang Che exchanged a glance. Since they had to wait until the end of the secret realm anyway, and Shizi was obedient, they decided to take him along for now. Lin Zixu and Jiang Che exchanged a glance. Since they had to wait until the end of the secret realm anyway, and Shizi was obedient, they decided to take him along for now. With Shizi's inclusion, the efficiency of hunting demon beasts increased considerably. As a disciple of the Yusho Peak, his direct combat skills were unremarkable, yet when it came to understanding the habits and weaknesses of demon beasts, neither Lin Zixu nor Jiang Che could match him. Lin Zixu and Jiang Che took the lead in battle, while Shizi handled the logistics behind them. The distribution of spoils was straightforward. As the main fighters, Lin Zixu and Jiang Che each took 40%, leaving Shizi with 20%. Shizi initially wanted nothing, but Jiang Che and Lin Zixu were not the type to exploit others, so they gave him something to keep him prepared. Shizi clutched the items Lin Zixu had given him, lowered his lashes, and silently followed behind the two. They walked further ahead, and as they turned past a dense forest, a dull thud of a demon beast falling to the ground echoed from up front. Lin Zixu halted his steps and saw 2 familiar figures crouching beside the demon beast's corpse, skillfully extracting the beast core. Zhou Tong heard the sound, turned around warily, and his hand was already on the hilt of his. They had encountered several groups, trying to rob them along the way, turning them into startled birds. When he recognized Lin Zixu, he froze for a moment before rushing over excitedly. He nearly stumbled before reaching Lin Zixu, unable to contain his excitement. "Senior brother Lin. Thank goodness I finally found you." Chu Yan followed behind, his clothes filthy beyond recognition, but he grinned with a simple, honest smile, clearly relieved as well. Lin Zixu swept his gaze over the two. Seeing that although their clothes were disheveled, they bore no serious injuries, the tightness in his mind eased slightly. "Are you two all right?" Zhou Tong shook his head. "We're fine." Just then an urging voice came from behind and interrupted him. "Zhou Tong, Chu Yan, are you done? The smell of blood here is too strong, but we need to leave quickly." As the words fell, a slender figure walked out briskly from the forest, his robes stained with patches of still damp blood, clearly having just been in battle. Luo Yen lifted his eyes and met Lin Zix's gaze. His footsteps abruptly halted. After a brief moment of stunned silence, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Zixu, are you all right?" Lin Zixu shook his head lightly. "Thank you for taking care of them these past 2 days." Seeing Lin Zix's rare gentleness toward him, Luo Yen was overjoyed. "It's only right. Your friends are my friends, it's my duty to look after them." Lin Zixu responded with a faint smile. "Let's not catch up here. Jiang Che interrupted, raising his hand to summon a gentle breeze to dispel the thickening scent of blood around them. The smell of blood is too strong here. I'll attract other beasts within a quarter of an hour. Let's leave first and talk later. Luo Yin nodded, then noticed an unfamiliar face standing beside Lin Jishu. When he got a clear look at Shizi's appearance, his brow furrowed slightly. He felt a strange familiarity about that face, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but couldn't recall it at the moment. The group quickly gathered the usable materials from the demon beast's corpse, disposed of the remains, and swiftly withdrew from the area. They found a clearing, confirmed there were no signs of demon beast activity nearby, and finally set down the tense guard they had maintained throughout the journey. Luo Yin intended to sit beside Lin Jishu, but as he took a step, a figure casually ambled over and occupied the spot he had aimed for. Shizi seemed completely unaware, calmly adjusting the straps on his sleeves as he sat down firmly next to Lin Jishu. Luo Yin. He paused, his gaze lingering on Shizi's face for a moment. Who was this brat so lacking in tact? He suppressed the subtle irritation in his heart and turned to look at the other side of Lin Jishu. Zhou Tong was huddled next to Lin Jishu, animatedly recounting their experiences over the past 2 days. Luo Yin, unable to ask Zhou Tong to give up his seat, had to sit expressionlessly beside Chu Yin. He would remember this. Lin Jishu, oblivious to the undercurrents around him, was listening to Zhou Tong's story. Then he heard Zhou Tong mention another piece of news. Senior brother Lin, we heard from others that there's a newly discovered relic nearby rumored to contain treasures. We plan to check it out with senior brother Luo, if we didn't run into you, just to see the excitement. Lin Jishu frowned. What relic? Is it dangerous? Zhou Tong. We don't know exactly what relic it is, but it's probably a bit dangerous. However, fortune favors the bold. At the time we thought we might get lucky if we went. Lin Jishu didn't want to make the decision alone, so he looked at Jiang Che. Among them, Jiang Che had the highest cultivation. If he was willing to go, they could at least take a look from the outer perimeter. Jiang Che thought for a moment and nodded. We've hunted enough demon beasts over the past 2 days. Let's go take a look. If there's danger, we'll retreat immediately. Since no one objected, they agreed to rest for a while and then set out for the relic. Zhou Tong and Chu Yin had sustained minor injuries while fighting the demon beasts, so they used this time to heal. Luo Yin tried several times to speak with Lin Jishu, but each time he was subtly interrupted by Shizi. Just like this time. Luo Yin wandered around the nearby woods, found a few wild fruit trees, picked a handful, and tasted them, surprisingly sweet. Remembering that Lin Jishu liked sweets, he gathered the biggest and reddest fruits in his robe and rushed back excitedly. Jishu, I just picked some fruits. They're quite sweet. Try some. Just as he held out the fruits to Lin Jishu, a hand reached out from the side and naturally took them. Shizi looked down at the fruits in his palm, frowned, and said with a picky tone, Senior brother, these fruits have wormholes. Eating them might upset your stomach. Besides, you didn't even wash them. How dirty. He turned around, put on a docile expression, and looked at Lin Jishu. Senior brother Lin, wait for me. They'll find some better ones, wash them clean, and bring them to you. Lin Jishu. No need, thanks. Luo Yin's temple veins throbbed. He glared fiercely at Shizi's face and his ingratiating behavior. He felt that this person was doing it on purpose. Moreover, it wasn't just his behavior that repulsed him, he had disliked him from the very first glance. He felt that this person was doing it on purpose. Moreover, it wasn't just his behavior that repulsed him, he had disliked him from the very first glance. Lin Jishu couldn't help but suspect. After spending time with him, the feeling of familiarity grew stronger. Yet when he tested Shizi, he found no flaws. He had wondered several times if Shizi was a second account of Yulinzhou. He asked the system, and the system replied that it didn't know. Hearing this answer, Lin Jishu found it interesting. It was basically a case of protesting too much. The system knew everything about a person's life, but when he asked about Shizi, the system's answer was that it didn't know. If there was nothing fishy, he wouldn't believe it, even if he were beaten to death. Lin Jishu looked at Shizi, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Fine, he had been worried that his seclusion might have gone wrong, but it turned out he had created a second account to toy with him. And Shizi, was he afraid that Lin Jishu wouldn't find out? If he wanted to play, then let's play along. Shizi was still bickering with Luo Yin when he suddenly felt a chill down his back. He looked around but sensed no danger. Was it just his imagination? The group had rested enough and packed up their belongings, ready to set off. According to the information Zhou Tong and Chu Yin had gathered, the general direction of the ruins was to the south, but no one could say exactly. They could only head south and take their chances along the way, hoping to encounter other disciples who might have clues. Though they no longer deliberately hunted spirit beasts on this journey, there was no shortage of excitement. Shizi and Luo Yin seemed like natural-born rivals, never ceasing their bickering since departure. Whatever Luo Yin said, Shizi would refute. Zhou Tong and Chu Yin walked behind, looking bewildered at the verbal sparring between the two ahead. Do they know each other from before? It's like they have some old grudge. Jiang Che walked beside Lin, Jishu, his gaze shifting between the pair ahead and Lin Jishu. He rubbed his chin and wore an expression of sudden realization. So that's it. Junior brother Lin truly has boundless charm. But come to think of it, that Shizi had hidden his feelings well. Throughout the journey, he had been unassuming, only showing a bit of concern for Lin Jishu. Jiangche had thought it was just shyness and a desire to repay a debt. He never expected Shizi to harbor such feelings for junior brother Lin. However, back when he and Lin Jishu had saved the person together, why did Shizi lavish attention on Lin Jishu while brushing him off perfunctorily? He subconsciously glanced at Lin Jishu. Lin Jishu was frowning, seemingly annoyed by the quarrel ahead. Yet even with that irritable expression, his face was so pleasing to the eye that one couldn't help but want to reach out and smooth the crease between his brows. Jiangche. He hated this world that judged by looks. But then he thought if Shizi had a crush on him, instead fussing over him and caring for him all the way. Jiangche couldn't help but shiver. Forget it. Let junior brother Lin enjoy this blessing. I'm not worthy of it. After finishing his sarcastic remarks to Luo Yin, Shizi sidled up to Lin Jishu to stir up trouble. Senior brother Lin, that senior brother Luo always contradicts you. Unlike me, I only care about you. Whatever you say is fine by me. Lin Jishu paused mid-step, turned to look at him, his expression complex. Shizi's heart skipped a beat at that glance. Lin Jishu averted his gaze. It must be your imagination. Ian is a good person. Don't overthink it. Shizi gritted his teeth. Ian. So they called each other so intimately in public. It seems senior brother Lin and he share a deep bond. Lin Zix's expression softened. We grew up together. In the past. We were very close. Shizi asked sourly. Why in the past? Are you not close now? Lin Jishu replied, There are some misunderstandings between us, but I have my own unavoidable difficulties. Shizi was so jealous he could grind his teeth to dust. What unavoidable difficulties? Was it someone forcing him to stop associating with Luo Yin? Seeing his sour expression, Lin Jishu curled his lips almost imperceptibly. The group searched for nearly an entire day until the sky darkened and finally found the ruins in a desolate mountain hollow. A crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Disciples from various peaks were scattered in small groups on the open ground before the stone hall. A rough count showed over 100 people. Not far away stood a massive stone hall. Built against the mountain, most of its structure was embedded in the rock face, with only a half-collapsed porch and a few severely weathered stone pillars exposed. It looked utterly unremarkable, even less imposing than a prosperous temple in the mortal world. Jiangche frowned, scanning the area, and lowered his voice. So many people. News travels fast. Zhou Tong and Chu Yin stood on tiptoe, peering into the crowd with eager excitement. Zhou Tong asked curiously, why aren't they going in? What are they waiting for? Lin Jishu slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. With so many people gathered at the entrance yet not entering, either there was a restriction blocking them, or they were all afraid of the dangers inside, and none wanted to be the first. But given human greed, the former was more likely. His peripheral vision suddenly caught a few familiar figures at the edge of the crowd. Sun Sheng and his group were leaning against a wall, watching the commotion. Jiangche made a round through the crowd, and soon returned with the information he had gathered. The situation was much as Lin Jishu had guessed. The stone hall was sealed by an invisible barrier. People had tried every method, but the hall's doors remained unmoved. Then someone pieced together clues from the blurred inscriptions on the stone pillars. The restriction would only open when the moon reached its zenith and its light shone through the hall's entrance. Lin Jishu looked up at the sky. The last traces of twilight were being swallowed by the night. The moon had not yet climbed to its peak. They would have to wait a while. He withdrew his gaze, and seeing Zhou Tong and Chu Yin still on tiptoe peering into the crowd, he patted each on the shoulder. First, find a place to rest and restore your energy. Once we're inside, stay close to me. The two snapped out of it, and quickly nodded in agreement. Shizi and Luo Yin, upon seeing this, both pursed their lips. Jiangche lowered his voice to warn, I've taken a rough look. Most of these disciples are at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, with a few at the golden core stage. You need to be careful. No one knows what's inside. Take this time to restore your spiritual energy to peak condition. Once inside, stay alert. If something feels off, find a way to retreat immediately. The group acknowledged and found an open space to sit cross-legged, regulating their breathing. Shizi somehow sidled up to Lin Jishu again, pulling a small water pouch from his storage bag and offering it eagerly. Senior brother Lin, have some water. You must be thirsty after walking so long. Lin Jishu shook his head. No need, I'm not thirsty. Go ask the others if they need water. Shizi. Oh. The others also declined. Only Luo Yin accepted with a smile and thanked him sincerely. I happen to be thirsty. Good eye, thanks. Shizi watched him swallow the water, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet he had to maintain a polite smile on his face as he squeezed out 3 words, you're welcome. If not for Lin Jishu watching right beside him, forcing him to keep up his guise of being well-behaved, and clever, he wouldn't have endured such humiliation. Expressionless, he silently added another mark against Luo Yin in his heart. Luo Yin returned the water pouch to him. In the instant their eyes met, sparks of animosity seemed to crackle in the air between them. The others pretended not to notice. Better to use this time to rest more. The young ones sure had plenty of energy. The moon slowly crept toward the zenith. Most of the disciples sitting around the stone hall quieted down, seizing the last moments to conserve their strength. In the distance, Sun Sheng and his group had also spotted Luo Yin and the others. The others' eyes held resentment. Sun Sheng frowned. All right, put away your looks. Well, act according to the plan later. Thinking of the upcoming plan, the group suppressed their emotions and looked forward to seeing Luo Yin's misfortune. At last the moonlight climbed to the zenith, casting a solitary beam of silver radiance precisely upon the stone hall's porch. An invisible ripple stirred the air. The crowd stirred with excitement, alert to those around them holding their breath. A low hum emanated from the hall's door as crisscrossing patterns illuminated the stone surface, as if the long-dormant formation had been awakened by the moonlight, and the door slowly swung open to both sides. A gust of ancient musty air surged from within, carrying the scent of dust and ages. The disciples gathered before the hall began to stir restless. Someone shouted in excitement, "It's open! Hurry in!" The crowd surged toward the door like a floodgate released. No one wished to be left behind, for such a rare opportunity came but once in a millennium. To miss it due to a single step too slow would be a lifelong regret. Lin Jishu rose and made a gesture to the others, signaling them to gather close. Only after most had entered did he lead his group unhurriedly through the stone door. In the main peak's grand hall, the water mirror's image froze before the sealed stone hall. Watching the disciples scramble through the open door, the seated elders' faces grew increasingly grave. Why this place again? Wasn't it sealed centuries ago? Elder Xianxing frowned, his voice laced with hidden concern. Nearly 1,000 years have passed since its last opening. It's only natural for the seal to weaken. The beast-taming peak's master frowned. What then? Don't forget, this is no paradise. Back then greed cost many disciples their lives. Had it not been so, we would never have sealed it. A brief silence fell over the hall. The elders who had witnessed that tragedy exchanged glances, the stone hall's peril still vivid in their memories. The great elder spoke slowly, his voice tinged with resignation. The secret realm imposes many restrictions. We cannot enter now. Besides, all the disciples have already gone in. Resealing it now would trap them inside. For now we can only wait and see, letting them find their own way out. The others nodded reluctantly. The great elder turned his gaze to the group of Luo Yin in the water. This one is the great fortune-bearer foretold by the sect leader. Perhaps this time there will be a turn of events. The stone door slammed shut with a heavy rumble after the last person entered. Inside, brief chaos erupted. Someone cried out, others instinctively turned to push the door, but it remained immovable. Panic spread among the crowd. Just then a steady voice rang out from ahead, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone calm down. Since we came in, we will surely find a way. The speaker was a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s. Though his expression was composed, a hint of arrogance lingered between his brows. Someone recognized him and shouted, "It's Senior Brother Cheng." Don't panic, everyone. With Senior Brother Cheng here, all will be well. Jiang Che whispered to Lin Jishu. This man is Cheng Yin, the most favored disciple of Qin Yin Peak's master. Though barely 100 years old, he's already at the third layer of the golden core. But they say he's proud by nature. Best not to make an enemy of him. The others nodded. No wonder he seemed so haughty, he indeed had the credentials. Cheng Yin was pleased with the crowd's reaction. Once the hall was completely quiet, he turned his gaze to survey the surroundings. The hall was astonishingly vast, its ceiling lost in the gloom. There was no furniture, only 2 rows of densely packed stone doors set neatly into the side walls, stretching as far as the eye could see. Every door looked identical, cold hard stone, with only slight variations in the runes carved on their surfaces. At the end of the corridor, something seemed to watch them in silence, cooling the crowd's excitement and replacing it with caution and unease. Lin Jishu withdrew his gaze and silently counted. The visible doors alone numbered no fewer than 100 each, possibly leading to an entirely different place. Fortune or death, it all depended on luck. With Cheng Yin taking the lead, the crowd seemed to find a pillar of support and gathered around him. A disciple asked, "Senior Brother Cheng, what should we do next?" Cheng Yin looked around and pondered. Let's first search for any clues about the origin of this place. Since these doors are here, there must be some hints. Perhaps the path to survival lies within, or maybe some hidden fortune. Having no better plan, the disciples scattered and began searching every corner of the hall. Yet after half an hour, aside from dust and rubble, they found not a single recognizable character. The hall seemed to have been deliberately stripped of all information, leaving only those silent stone doors lined up cold and orderly on the walls. A growing restlessness settled over the crowd, and many regretted their decision. They should never have entered. Instead of finding treasures, they might end up buried here. Cheng Yin stood in the center, his brow deeply furrowed. This shouldn't be. Over the years, he had entered many similar ruins, and there were always clues. There had to be some indication of life or death. Lin Jishu remained hidden among the crowd, unperturbed. He knew the story. Danger and opportunity coexisted here. Among these doors, some led to hell, others to paradise. Only one was the exit, and it was one way. Those who entered a door could never return, and those left in the hall had no way of knowing if the others were alive or this tested one's resolve. Moreover, the place was completely isolated. Unless one found the life gate, escape was impossible. These people had not yet despaired. Many still believed that no matter what, they would be teleported out after 3 days. But when they realized the place was cut off from the outside world, and there was no way out, true panic would set in. At that moment, a disciple beside Cheng Yin stared at the doors for a long while and ventured, "Senior brother Cheng, so many doors before us can't be just for show. Maybe we're supposed to choose one and see what fortune we get." Cheng Yan's gaze swept over the 2 rows of stone doors, and he nodded slightly, thinking the same. He raised his head, put on a gentle smile, and surveyed the faces of the disciples. "Who among you would like to be the first to scout the way?" The hall fell instantly silent. The chattering crowd seemed to have been choked. Who would risk their life? They too feared death. Which door to enter, what lay behind? No one knew, and no one was willing to gamble with their life. Cheng Yan's expression remained calm, but a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. When a decision was needed, they all cried, "Senior brother Cheng," but when it came to action, they all shrank back. He turned to the disciple who had made the suggestion, lifted his chin, and spoke firmly, "Since you proposed it, you should be the one to scout the way for everyone." The man's face stiffened. He didn't want to die either. He regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. So clever, so talkative. Now he was being offered as a sacrifice. Yet he dared not refuse Cheng Yin. Cheng Yin presented himself as a righteous gentleman, but in truth he had many ways to torment people. Entering the door might mean a slim chance of survival, but humiliating Cheng Yin in public and incurring his resentment would lead to certain death. With a mournful face, he dragged himself reluctantly to the row of stone doors. In his eyes, all these stone doors looked exactly the same, without even a distinguishing mark. It truly was a matter of pure luck. He leaned in to examine them for a long time until Cheng Yan's impatient voice came from behind, "Hurry up, what's the delay? These doors all look the same. Just pick." Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, the man pushed open the nearest door. Inside, it was pitch black, revealing nothing, like a gaping abyss waiting for its prey to fall in. He closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and stepped inside. The stone door sealed shut behind him, instantly cutting off all gazes. The crowd in the hall held their breath, waiting. After a moment, no sound came from behind the door. Now all they could do was wait for the person inside to emerge. Perhaps that person would never come out again. Time ticked by, and the stone door remained motionless. Gradually, some in the hall grew restless, muttering under their breath, "It's been so long. Could he really have died in there?" Someone turned to Cheng Yin and ventured, "Senior brother Cheng, waiting like this won't solve anything. If he's truly lost in there, how long do we have to wait?" Cheng Yin frowned deeply and was about to suggest sending another person in when the stone doors suddenly opened again silently. The disciple who had entered earlier staggered out, dazed, clutching a pile of glittering objects. The crowd looked closely. They were heaps of gold, silver, and jewels. He wasn't dead, and he seemed to have gained considerable fortune. The crowd surged around him, peppering him with questions about what was inside. The disciple, overwhelmed by the noise, opened his mouth several times, but didn't know whom to answer first. Cheng Yin barked coldly, "Silence. Let him speak properly." The crowd instantly fell silent and made way. Cheng Yin stepped up to him, looked him up and down, and asked, "What's the situation inside?" The man wiped his face, his expression excited, and said that after entering he encountered no danger at all. He was immediately surrounded by a group of beauties, feasted and entertained, and before leaving they stuffed him with treasures and sent him off. A sharp light flashed in Cheng Yan's eyes. He thought the kid was lucky. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. The fear of moments ago was burned away by greed. If even a nobody like him could come out unscathed with a pile of gold, why couldn't they? Someone took the first step, and the crowd scattered, rushing toward that stone door. But they found that the door someone had already entered wouldn't budge no matter how they pushed. The runes on its surface had gone completely dim, as if it had fulfilled its purpose and sealed forever. Someone kicked the door in frustration, cursing as they backed away. Even Cheng Yin hadn't anticipated this. Everyone dared to tread a path someone else had taken, but the unopened doors still stood silent on the wall. No one knew whether behind them awaited beauties and treasures or utter doom. The atmosphere fell into a deadlock again. Cheng Yin spoke once more. "It seems not all is dangerous inside. But fortune or misfortune depends entirely. The opportunity lies before you. The choice is yours." The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. A few gritted their teeth, their greed winning out, pushed open the doors before them, and vanished into the darkness. Once won when others followed. Seeing more people push through the doors, many felt their last thread of restraint snap. Greed had finally taken over. If they waited any longer, the good doors would all be taken, leaving only deadly ones. Of course, a large number dared not take the risk and stayed put, waiting to see if this group would survive. Cheng Yin and his group were among them. Lin Jishu and his companions gathered in a corner. Jiang Che spoke first. It seems this place is all about luck. We'd better not act rashly. The others nodded. Lin Jishu kept his eyes on the first disciple who had come out. That man sat alone at the edge of the crowd, his pile of treasures scattered on the ground ignored. The dazed smile on his face never faded, as if he was still lost in some beautiful dream. Luo Yin also noticed and frowned. Look at him. Something's off. A cultivator's divine sense is strong. Mere illusions can't confuse the mind. Even if temporarily befuddled, he should have regained clarity by now. But he's still in a daze. That door might not be a good thing. Luo Yin turned to the others and posed a crucial question. And have you considered? Even if we truly obtain treasures, what good would they do? If we are trapped here forever, no amount of gold and silver will be anything but burial goods. At these words, the others realized the same, and their faces changed. Zhou Tong was taken aback and hesitated. It can't be that bad, right? Didn't they say the secret realm will automatically teleport us out when the time is up? Lin Jishu said calmly, that's the rule of the secret realm. But we've already entered the ruins, which are isolated from the outside world, forming a separate space. Whether the teleportation power can penetrate this stone hall is uncertain. Lin Jishu looked at Cheng Yin to get an answer. Perhaps someone would be willing to test it by smashing a jade pendant. Zhou Tong muttered gloomily, I wish I hadn't come to join this excitement. Jiang Che patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't blame yourself. Even if we had known, we would still have come to join the excitement. The rest of the group watched the stone doors intently. Some pushed open doors and came out with excited expressions. Others never reappeared, their doors' runes silently fading. While the crowd still wavered between luck and unease, suddenly a door slowly opened and a thick stench of blood rushed out. A person crawled out from inside, or rather half a person. He had only the upper half of his body left. From the chest down, it was a bloody mess, dragging a long trail of gore. Both arms were severed at the roots, the wounds on his shoulders ragged, as if he had endured inhuman torture. His legs were gone too, leaving only half a torso dripping with blood. His face was unrecognizable. The skin had been peeled off entirely, revealing raw red muscle and white bone fragment. He was still alive, making guttural sounds from his throat, as if trying to say something, but even his lips were gone. He was a complete human husk. The crowd recoiled several steps in shock. Several cowardly disciples began to retch. Cheng Yan's face changed drastically. He rushed forward, pulled a life-saving pill from his storage pouch, and forced it into the man's mouth, channeling spiritual energy to protect his heart meridian. The pill took effect, and the man's remaining eye rolled slightly. From his throat, he finally squeezed out a few broken syllables. Don't go. It's all illusions. A trap. Before he could finish, his ruined body stiffened, completely dead, with eyes wide open. Cheng Yin slowly stood up, veins bulging on the back of his hands, stepping back 2 paces, his face dark and terrifying. In his heart, he was panicking, beginning to feel afraid. The hall was deathly silent. Those who had been eager to try just moments ago felt as if they had fallen into an ice pit. Several hands that had already reached the door recoiled as if shocked. Even the disciples who had just emerged from the gates with benefits froze their smiles. They suddenly realized that they had survived not because of their own skill, but luck would run out. Lin Jishu observed everything. That person had been confident before entering, believing himself to be the chosen one, yet what lay beyond the gate cared nothing for who he was. That was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying was when a disciple, frightened, smashed his jade pendant to leave, only to find that the pendant shattered, but he remained in place. What's going on? Why am I still here? The disciple looked down in horror at the broken jade token in his hand, its fragments scattered on the ground. Seeing this, the crowd panicked completely. They pulled out their jade tokens one after another and smashed them. The crisp sound of shattering rang out, but no one disappeared. Hundreds of people were trapped in this silent tomb with no escape. The composure on Cheng Yan's face finally shattered completely. He rushed to the main gate of the hall, poured all his spiritual power into his sword, and struck fiercely at the closed stone door. The moment the sword energy hit the stone door, it was repelled by an invisible force, and the residual force knocked him back several steps, leaving not even a shallow scratch on the stone door. Witnessing this, the crowd surged forward, attacking the door with all their might. Talismans, sword energy, spiritual power strikes. 100 people's combined strength could level a mountain, yet the stone door remained utterly still, not even making a sound, as if it silently devoured all attacks. Despair flooded the hall like a tide. Some cursed, some pounded the walls, some crouched on the ground, holding their heads and weeping. Regret was all that remained. Lin Jishu and his group stood at the edge of the crowd. Jiang Che murmured, Just as I thought, his voice laden with helplessness. Suddenly someone whirled around, glaring at the first disciple who had gone in and come out, and shouted harshly, "It's all your fault. You lied to us saying there were opportunities inside. What were you thinking?" The disciple trembled in fear and stammered in defense. I was telling the truth. I really got some jewels." His defense only added fuel to the fire, and several people immediately rushed forward with reddened eyes ready to attack. Cheng Yin let out a sharp shout to stop them, but his own hands were trembling slightly. He too had smashed his jade token and found that he could not leave. All his composure and authority became a joke at this moment. Luo Yin looked at the out-of-control crowd, closed his eyes briefly, and finally relented. He walked slowly to the center of the hall and said loudly, "Everyone calm down. Things are not hopeless yet." Lin Jishu leaned against the stone wall watching him. He sighed inwardly, but the corner of his mouth involuntarily curved up. He knew that Luo Yin wouldn't ignore them. After all, the protagonist is so dazzling precisely because of his great kindness and sense of justice. Shizi caught the slight smile at the corner of his mouth and gave a cold snort from her nose. Everyone turned to look at Luo Yin, their eyes somewhat confused. Who is this? Although Luo Yin had kept a low profile for the past half year and stayed out of the public eye, he had made a stunning debut in the freshman competition, leaving many decide. "I know him. That's Luo Yin, senior brother Luo. He is the personal disciple of immortal venerable Wutsong." Everyone's eyes lit up. If even the personal disciple of immortal venerable Wutsong was trapped here, then immortal venerable Wutsong would definitely not stand idly by. As long as they followed him, they would surely get out. "Senior brother Luo, what did you mean by that? Is there a way out?" someone asked urgently. Luo Yin pondered and said, "I am not entirely certain, just some conjectures of my own. These gates are of both good and bad, some life gates and some death gates. Perhaps our way out lies hidden behind one of them. Rather than sit and wait for death, it's better to calm down, examine carefully, and perhaps find clues." Everyone pondered his words and found them increasingly reasonable. The hall was empty with no other exit besides these stone doors. The path to survival must be hidden behind one of them, merely waiting for someone to find it. But how to find it? By trial and error with human lives. Cheng Yin stood outside the crowd watching Luo Yin stabilize everyone's emotions with a few words, a flicker of complexity and displeasure in his eyes. He was both relieved by Luo Yin's intervention and dissatisfied that Luo had stolen the spotlight. Luo Yin said, "Everyone, don't rush into the gates. I believe there must be a pattern among these doors. If we find the pattern, we will surely find the life." Hope was reignited in the crowd, and they renewed their efforts to study the stone doors. Several disciples who had just come out of the gates were pushed to the front and recounted their experiences in detail. They compared the life gates and death gates repeatedly, trying to find patterns from the rune trends and the order of the stone doors. But no matter how they compared, there was no pattern at all. The runes on each door were unique, with no repetition, no symmetry, and no commonality that could be categorized. The only thing they shared was that they were all different. The more they looked, the more desperate they became, starting to suspect that the runes were merely decorative patterns, not clues at all. Luo Yin stood among the stone doors, his brows furrowed. He was confident in his judgment, but reality proved him wrong. He even began to suspect that the life and death of these gates were completely random, with no pattern, merely designed to make intruders test them one after another. The hall gradually quieted down, and the kindled flame of hope slowly dimmed. Someone couldn't help but complain. Sun Sheng and his group were the loudest, sarcastically saying that Luo Yin was wasting everyone's time with empty words. Zhou Tong and Chu Yin were angrily arguing with them. Lin Jishu stood to the side in silence. He knew that Luo Yin's initial conjecture was not entirely wrong, it was just that the so-called pattern did not lie on the surfaces of the doors. He withdrew his gaze, glanced at Shizi, inadvertently lowered his eyelashes, and said with a hint of disappointment, "Are we really never going to get out? My master said before entering seclusion that he would emerge before the secret realm opened, but he did not. If I die here, I won't even see him one last time." Shizi suddenly jolted, turned to stare at him, and said, "What did you say? You miss your master?" Lin Jishu lowered his eyes and said, "Although he is strict and often acts unmasterly, when I think about it, he has actually been quite good to me. The thought of dying here and never seeing him again does make me feel sad." Shizi seemed to have been injected with stimulant, his eyes lighting up. He strode forward, shoved Luo Yin, who was still comparing the stone doors, aside, and said with a full voice, "Enough, stop arguing. Perhaps the clues are not outside the doors, but inside them. With all this time, we might as well go in and look for clues." Someone couldn't help but retort, "You speak lightly, but what if we enter the death door?" Shizi glanced at him, "Then you're out of luck." The man was choked, his face flushed red. Shizi couldn't be bothered to look at him any longer. He casually chose a stone door, pressed his hand against the cold surface, and turned to the crowd saying, They'll put it this way: if the clue is really hidden inside the door, you want find it by scraping the paint off the walls outside. Since we can't get out either way, it's up to you whether to waste away waiting for death or take a gamble and enter the door. With that, he pushed the door open, but couldn't help glancing back at Lin Jishu. He tossed out a final remark: a bunch of useless fools. I'm going in first, and even if I find the clue, I won't share a damn thing with you. Then without hesitation, he stepped inside. Someone was so angry their face turned red, but before they could speak, Shizi had already entered, leaving the words stuck in their throat. Jiang Che watched in stunned disbelief, muttering under his breath, "Is Shizi really like this? Was he pretending before?" Lin Jishu let out a soft laugh, offering no answer, but turned to the others and said, "Let's pick a door too." As someone said, fortune favors the bold. Maybe there's a pleasant surprise inside. In his mind, he quickly summoned the system, asking it to cheat and help him select the doors with the lowest danger levels. The system was silent for a moment before reluctantly reporting a few positions. Lin Jishu pointed to the first door on the left. "Zhou Tong, you take that one. Chu Yin, take the second door. Brother Jiang, well, take these two in the middle. Luo Yin, you go to the fourth door." Zhou Tong and Chu Yin didn't hesitate for a moment. Their trust in Lin Jishu was deeply ingrained. If Brother Lin said, so there must be a reason. The two nodded and each walked toward the designated stone door. Jiang Che hesitated slightly, but considering that the group had studied the doors together for a long time, without finding any pattern, and since any door now seemed the same, he nodded and walked toward the door Lin Jishu had indicated. As for Luo Yin, he trusted Lin Jishu the most. Even if Lin Jishu pointed at a pit and called it a flat road, he would step onto it without a second thought. The four disappeared behind the doors one after another, leaving the remaining people exchanging bewildered glances. The hall fell into a brief silence. Someone stared at the closed stone doors and murmured, "Actually, that guy was right. We're dead either way, so we might as well go in and fight for a chance." That remark resonated with more and more people. Rather than wait here idly for death, it was better to gamble. One by one, people gritted their teeth and pushed open the stone doors, stepping inside. Some even prepared their final words before entering, plunging the atmosphere into sorrow and despair. Even Cheng Yin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and chose a door to enter. He was a golden core cultivator. If those foundation establishment and even Qi refining disciples dared to go in, how could he lose face by staying out? Could his luck really be worse than theirs? The number of people remaining dwindled. Most of those left were cowards hoping to reap the benefits without taking risks. Maybe those who entered would find the clues. If they did, then there would be no need to risk their own lives. Sun Sheng and his group watched from the side. A lackey sidled up and whispered, "Senior brother Sun, should we go in too?" Sun Sheng's face darkened. He glared at the lackey. "Go in what? Tired of living and looking for death? Didn't you see how that half-person crawled out just now? Wait, I don't believe that if those people find the clues with so many of us left, they'd dare to keep it from us." The remaining people shared his sentiment. After Shizi pushed open the stone door, a flash of white light blinded him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a misty garden. Beneath his feet lay a path paved with blue stone slabs flanked by unknown flowering plants. The air was humid and warm, carrying a faint, elusive fragrance of grass and trees. His ears were sharp. He could clearly hear the faint sound of gurgling water in the distance, as if someone was playing with the surface. Shizi raised an eyebrow, followed the sound through layers of mist, rounded a rockery, and the view suddenly. A hot spring was hidden among the encircling flowers and trees, with several petals floating on the water's surface. Steam rose, shrouding the surroundings in a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere. Someone was in the pool, their back to him. The water reached just above the waist, revealing smooth lines of shoulders and back. Droplets of water slid down the spine, glistening with a warm sheen in the misty air. Shizi felt a flicker of disappointment. It was just a seduction tactic. The illusion's methods were nothing extraordinary. Did it really think everyone was a slave to lust? He was about to turn away when the person in the pool suddenly turned around, their voice tinged with caution and surprise. "Who?" That face together with the mist struck his eyes. The features were cold and clear, the lips pale. Wet hair clung to the sides of the face, making the eyes appear more watery and hazy than usual. Shizi's footsteps were nailed to the ground, his pupils slightly dilated. All right, he took back what he said. This illusion was indeed somewhat interesting. He looked at the other's face, slowly curling his lips into a smile, his eyes narrowing into crescents. But those who knew him would recognize this as a precursor to the audacity of the illusion. It dared to use his beloved disciple's face. The Lin Jishu in the pool clearly recognized him as well, stared for a moment, then slightly frowned. "Master, why you?" Shizi looked down at his own hands. The bones, distinct, somehow restored to their original appearance. But he knew that a mere illusion could never truly unravel his disguise. It was just a trick of the eye. He lifted his gaze to the familiar face in the pool, his smile deepening. He said slowly, "Didn't expect to find you bathing here." What a coincidence. Lin Jishu. This wasn't right, was it? According to common sense, shouldn't this person be flustered, blushing at a loss? Then he would respond with an appropriate mix of embarrassment, annoyance, and coyness. With a little back and forth of push and pull, a game of reluctant yielding leading to a romantic encounter. Wasn't that the standard script for an illusion, who upon meeting their beloved in a hot spring would say, what a coincidence? But the illusion was a professional at heart. It paused only for a moment before swiftly adjusting its state, slowly rising from the pool. Water droplets traced the lines of his smooth muscles, steam swirling around him, outlining a perfectly sculpted silhouette. He stepped barefoot over the wet stones, picked up the fallen robe, dressed with deliberate slowness, and walked toward Shizi. Every movement was meticulously designed, neither too frivolous nor lacking in allure. Shizi, far from avoiding his gaze, narrowed his eyes slightly and examined him from head to toe with keen interest. His gaze was cold and critical, not like he was watching a living, beautiful person, but like he was appraising a shoddily made counterfeit. After a moment he scoffed inwardly. It had form, but no soul, utterly unworthy. His beloved disciple had a vermilion mole on his collarbone, a detail he would linger on, unable to get enough of. This illusion hadn't even replicated such a crucial feature. Thumbs down. The illusion hadn't even replicated such a crucial detail. A poor review. Lin Jishu had not yet approached when he was blocked 3 steps away by an invisible wall of spiritual energy. He paused for a moment, then a hint of grievance surfaced on his brows as his lashes drooped low. What is Master doing? This disciple has merely not seen Master for a long time and wishes to speak up close. Shizi leaned against a rockery, his posture leisurely. He raised his hand and made a slight gesture, causing the spiritual energy wall to solidify further. Just speak from there. Come any closer, and I fear I might not refrain from striking you. The corners of his lips curled upward slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. It would be a pity to mar that face. After all, it is indeed a rather convincing imitation. The grievance on Lin Zix's face froze for an instant. He quickly adjusted his expression, adopting a demeanor of aloofness tinged with stubbornness. Lifting his gaze slightly, he met Yulin's eyes directly, his voice carrying a trace of confusion. What is Master speaking of? This disciple does not understand. Watching this counterfeit, who actually dared to wear his beloved disciple's face and make such a pose, Shizi felt a wave of revulsion. He cut him off coldly, impatience creeping into his tone. He never speaks to me like that. If I truly caught him spying on me while bathing, he would only ruthlessly unleash a killing move, never putting on such an affected expression before me. Lin Jishu also grew indignant, feeling that this person truly did not appreciate kindness. All these years he had never failed. He could probe into each person's most cherished one, using that face to beguile them, and without exception they all succumbed. Yet he could not understand why this man was so harsh toward someone he loved. Yulinzhou had no more patience to watch this shoddy one-man show. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A wisp of amethyst spiritual flame sprang from his fingertip, its fire reflected in his deep pupils, lending an eerie quality to his eyes as they suddenly turned into vertical slits. Lin Jishu was startled and took a step back. He actually felt fear. Who was this man? He wanted to say something to salvage the situation. But Shizi had no desire to waste more words with him. The flame shot from his fingertip, transforming into dozens of fine fire serpents that coiled around the phantom. The fake Lin Zix's expression finally collapsed entirely. The coldness and stubbornness on his face instantly faded, revealing a blank, featureless face. It let out a piercing shriek, its form twisting and shrinking in the flames until it dissolved into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the misty air. The illusion began to collapse. The garden, the hot spring, the flowers and trees, all the exquisite scenery peeled away like a torn scroll, revealing the gray void beneath. Shizi extinguished the flame on his hand. So weak, boring. As soon as he spoke, the space shattered, and the scene abruptly shifted to a small wooden cabin. He watched the illusion with a bored expression, wondering what it intended to do next when an old man emerged from the cabin. The old man was stooped, with white hair and beard, clad in a faded gray cloth robe, and leaning on a smooth, worn wooden staff. He lifted his head, revealing a face covered in wrinkles. His clouded eyes fixed on Yulinzhou, and a kindly smile slowly spread across his lips. Shizi's pupils contracted sharply, and the smile on his lips completely vanished. He said in a low voice, "You truly have audacity. I am genuinely a bit angry now." After Lin Jishu entered the door, he found himself in a dim underground cave. The air was dry, carrying the faint dust of rock weathered by time. Rough stone walls surrounded him, and a few ancient stalactites hung overhead. There was nothing else. Only a pile of dry weeds in the center of the cave, upon which lay a single egg. The egg was pitch black, with dark golden patterns floating on its surface. They flickered faintly with the breeze that seeped from somewhere, as if something inside the shell was breathing weakly. Lin Jishu stood still, observing cautiously. Sensing no danger, he stepped closer with light footsteps. The moment he approached, the egg suddenly moved. A faint cracking sound came from the shell, and a thin crack appeared at the top. Then came a soft tapping from within, as if something was struggling to break free. Lin Jishu was startled and stopped. The shell was cracked from the inside blow by blow. The fissures spread like a spiderweb, and after a long while a small opening was forced open. A tiny black head poked out from the crack, its fine scales still coated with glistening mucus that shimmered with a wet sheen in the dim light. It was a tiny black snake. It seemed to have expended great effort to break the shell, panting slightly as it rested on the edge. Then by instinct it lowered its head and began to nibble its own eggshell piece by piece. Lin Jishu crouched down, watching the little snake devour its shell. With every swallow, its slender body visibly grew a little larger. It seemed completely unaware of Lin Zix's presence. After eating its fill, it lazily flicked its tongue and slowly slithered toward the cave entrance. Lin Jishu watched its wriggling back, and a ridiculous thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this be Yulin Zhou as a child? He only knew one black snake. How could it be such a coincidence? Seeing the little snake about to disappear, Lin Jishu hurriedly followed. The little snake emerged from the cave into an unfamiliar wilderness. The sky hung low, dark clouds churning, and the air was thick with the oppressive weight of an impending storm. It seemed full of curiosity about this world, raising its little head to look around. Just as it was about to slither deeper into the grass, a thunderbolt suddenly split the sky. The lightning came without warning, a black-purple bolt tearing through the clouds and striking straight down at the tiny snake, no thicker than an arm. Lin Zix's pupils contracted. He instinctively moved to shield it, but the lightning passed through his body as if through empty air, unhindered, and struck the little snake. He was stunned for a moment, realizing that he had no physical form. In this predetermined past, he was merely a helpless observer. Behind him came the snake's agonized hiss. Its frail body was engulfed by the lightning, thrashing violently on the ground. The body, which had just grown after eating the shell, was torn open by the strike. A few tiny scales flew off, falling into the soil, soon soaked through by the seeping blood. But it did not die. Before the remnants of the first lightning bolt faded, a second struck, then a third, a fourth. The little snake's struggles grew weaker, its tail twitching unconsciously. The golden line on its forehead flickered, as if guarding its last spark of life. Lin Jishu could only watch helplessly. For the first time, he truly felt how terrifying heavenly lightning was against the bloodline of such a beast. From the very first day it hatched the Tao of Heaven, after an unknown time the thunderclouds finally dispersed. The wilderness was a mess of scorched earth, wisps of smoke rising from the blackened soil, and the pungent smell of burning filled the air. The little snake lay motionless in the center of the lightning crater, not a single intact scale left on its body. Only a faint golden line on its forehead still flickered weakly. Lin Jishu walked over, crouched beside it, and watched it in silence. He could not help it, only stay with it quietly. After a long while, the tip of the snake's tail twitched slightly, and the golden line brightened a little. Lin Jishu smiled. Yulin Zhou, a pleasure to meet you for the first time. In the years that followed, Lin Jishu simply gazed at it in silence. He watched the newly hatched serpent after the thunder tribulation inch by inch drag its charred body out of the lightning pit. He watched it driven by hunger hunt demon beasts several times its size in the wilderness. Each pounce was made with all its might, each victory a narrow escape, and it would drag its bloodied body back to the cave. He watched it out of curiosity sneak into the human world. It hid under a noodle stall, stealing half a flatbread, only to be whacked on the tip of its tail by the vendor's spatula, nearly caught and made into snake wine. He watched it, after enduring countless hardships, finally find its own kind. Yet because of its extraordinary talent, it was envied and attacked by its kin on the eve of its transformation, falsely accused of betrayal. Time in the illusion realm passed swiftly, and now 1,000 years had gone by. Yulin Zhou. No, now he should be called Shi Fengheng. Lin Jishu then realized that Yulin's his original name was Shi Fengheng, and that the Fengheng Immortal Venerable was an honorific title derived from his birth name. But he had grown accustomed to calling him Yulin Zhou, so he never. Yulin Zhou had already transformed into a youthful form. His face still bore traces of childishness, but it was already possible to discern the elegance he would possess in the future. At this moment, he was leaning against a cave wall, meditating to heal his wounds. The injuries left by his kin's pursuit were shocking to behold. Lin Jishu sat across from him, watching him endure the pain with closed eyes. Only then did he realize that Yulin Zhou was actually a person who feared pain so much. Suddenly noises rang out from outside the cave. Several coarse voices echoed through the forest. Search carefully. He's badly wounded. He can't have gone far. Yulin's eyes snapped open. He struggled to prop up his battered body, knowing he could no longer stay here. He had not yet grown strong. A heating confrontation would only lead to death. Once he became powerful, he would make them perish without a burial place. He clenched his teeth, turned over, and transformed into a blurry black shadow speeding away in one direction. He had no idea where safety lay. His pursuers were relentless. He dared not look back, only burying his head and flying forward, until the last shred of strength within him was completely drained. His vision went black, and he plummeted from midair. His spiritual power exhausted and wounded, he involuntarily reverted to his original form during the fall. A black snake covered in injuries fell straight into a swift river. The river swept him downstream, bumping against rocks, until he finally drifted into an unknown shallow creek. Lin Jishu followed closely, knowing full well that this was a predetermined past, yet he could not help worrying. He looked around desperately, hoping to find even a tiny way to help. Just then he saw a hunter in the nearby woods drawing his bow to shoot a rabbit. He was about to release the arrow when he noticed that the rabbit was followed by several little ones. As if his heart softened, he lowered his bow. Alas, for a hunter to be as soft-hearted as me. That's rare. Looks like he'll have to gnaw on dry rations again today. Lin Jishu instantly judged that he was a kind-hearted man. With no other choice, he mustered all his mental strength and poured his spiritual power into a half-submerged stone beside the creek. The stone emitted a faint glow in the dim forest, flickering like specks of gold scattered by sunlight filtering through the leaves. The hunter put down his bow, squinted, and peered in that direction. Seeming puzzled, he hesitated for a moment, then gathered his bow and walked over. His footsteps rustled through the fallen leaves, drawing closer until they finally stopped at the creek's edge. In one glance, he saw the black snake soaking in the stream, its blood staining the water red. The hunter bent down, his calloused fingers reaching into the water, and scooped up the unconscious little serpent from the creek. The sturdy man looked down at the black snake in his palm, covered in wounds, barely breathing. He clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, "How did you get so badly hurt? Poor thing. Well, it's fate, I suppose. Consider it accumulating good karma. If I can't save it, I might as well make snake soup." He carefully tucked the little snake into his bosom and turned toward the village. He still felt a little regret. He had been momentarily dazzled, thinking it was gold, but it turned out to be just a stone. Ah, he knew it. Such good fortune was never meant for him. Lin Jishu stood still, letting out a long sigh. But hearing the hunter's last words, he wondered whether this would turn out to be good or bad for Yulinzhou. He didn't know how Yulinzhou had survived back then. Perhaps it was also this hunter who saved him. But with his intervention this time, he didn't know if it would cause a butterfly effect. The hunter brought Yulinzhou home and dressed his wounds. He placed the bandaged snake into a bamboo basket lined with old cotton wadding, patted the medicinal residue off his hands, and went to the stove to make a fire and cook. The hunter lived alone without a wife or children. The stove was cold and desolate, and he couldn't be bothered to make anything fancy. He just boiled some thin porridge, grilled 2 flatbreads on the edge of the iron pot, and made do with a dish of pickled vegetables. Yulinzhou woke up 3 days later. He opened his eyes to see unfamiliar wooden beams and mud walls, the air filled with the scent of herbs and firewood. Memories from before he lost consciousness came flooding back. His scales instantly tensed, his vertical pupils constricted, and he instinctively assumed a defense. The hunter pushed open the door, holding a bowl of water. Seeing him awake, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, then he grinned. "Hey, you little thing, you sure are tough. It's been 3 days. I thought you weren't going to make it. I was just about to heat up the pot and pour oil." Yulinzhou was speechless. He instinctively tried to speak, but only managed to let out a few hissing sounds. He looked down at his body wrapped in bandages, realizing that his spiritual power was probably too depleted to transform back, and he couldn't even speak human language. Seeing that the snake only coiled in the basket without any sign of aggression, the hunter secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't identify what kind of black snake this was, nor did he know if it was venomous. To be honest, he had regretted saving it just 2 days after bringing it home. He had no other faults except a soft heart. Many people told him that if he didn't change this nature, he would eventually. He knew his own weakness, but he just couldn't help it. Over the years, he had rescued many wild creatures, and after they healed, he would release them into the mountains. Nothing had ever gone wrong. But a snake was different. It was a cold-blooded creature, possibly highly venomous. A bite would be no joke. What if he saved it, and it ended up biting him to death? That would be a tragedy. The hunter didn't dare get too close. He carefully placed the bowl on the nearby wooden table, stepped back half a pace, and said, "I'm not a bad person. I found you in the creek. You were badly hurt, so I brought you back and bandaged you up. There's water here. Drink if you're thirsty. If you're hungry, you'll catch you a couple of field mice. When you're healed, it'll release you back into the mountains." He knew the snake couldn't understand him, but he inexplicably felt the need to explain clearly, as if it could comprehend. He was inwardly laughing at himself for being foolish when the snake nodded. The hunter's hand froze in midair, his eyes wide. "You can understand me." The black snake nodded again. The hunter swallowed hard, stepped back, and his lower back hit the edge of the table. Good heavens, what did I just save? He had heard the village elders say that deep in the mountains there were spiritual beasts that had gained intelligence capable of understanding human nature and speech. He had always thought it was just a story made up to scare children. He never expected it to be true, and that he would encounter one. The hunter dropped to his knees with a thud, clasped his hands together, and with a face full of reverence implored, "Lord Snake, your prowess knows no bounds, your magic is infinite. Please, for the sake that I was the one who fished you out of the stream, bless me with immense wealth. No, I'm not greedy. Just let me find a wife, build a new house, and save enough silver for my old age. That would be enough." Yulinzhou. Lin Jishu. Yulinzhou was silent for a moment, then slowly withdrew his head back into his coiled body and closed his eyes. This human's mind was probably not quite right. But considering he had indeed bandaged his wound and brought him water, he could be considered harmless for now. What mattered most now was to conserve his strength and restore his cultivation. He had fled far, and those people wouldn't find him for a while. For now he would just hide here. The hunter knelt for a long time without receiving any response. When he looked up, Lord Snake was already coiled up and fast asleep. The hunter. It seemed his sincerity was still lacking. Lord Snake had been unconscious for so many days, he must be hungry. He should hurry and catch some voles to offer as tribute. Perhaps if he served well enough, Lord Snake would grant his wish. Yulin's his wounds healed remarkably fast. By the next day, he was able to slither down and move around. Lin Jishu watched from the side, unable to help but marvel at the formidable power of the Bash bloodline. Over the past 2 days, Lin Jishu had followed the hunter around the village a few times and gradually learned about his situation. The hunter's surname was Zhang. The villagers rarely called him by his full name. They simply addressed him as Hunter Zhang, or those closer to him just called him Old Zhang. From the villagers' idle chatter, he learned that Hunter Zhang was not yet 40. Orphaned in his early childhood, he had lived alone by relying on the hunting skills he had learned from his father. His home was dirt poor, the few rundown rooms empty and bare. The most valuable item was the hunting bow hanging on the wall. As a result, he had never been able to find a wife. It wasn't that no matchmaker had ever tried to arrange a match for him. In these times, meat was a rare sight on the dinner table of any household throughout the year. Old Zhang, at least being a hunter, could occasionally bag some game to improve his diet. With such conditions, he shouldn't have remained a bachelor to this age. But his heart was too soft. He couldn't bring himself to kill a mother beast with its young, nor could he harm a cub. Sometimes he would go out for days and return empty-handed. The villagers would shake their heads behind his back, saying that Hunter Zhang was a good man, but not a man who could make a living. If he started a family, would he let his wife and children starve along with him? Hunter Zhang himself was quite optimistic. After all, he was a single man with no one to worry about, and he enjoyed his freedom. Some advised him to find a partner, quickly have a child, so that someone would be there to send him off and offer sacrifices after he died. He told them that even if they offered sacrifices after his death, he wouldn't receive them. What good would it do? He couldn't come back to life. To ruin a girl's entire life for the sake of an illusory afterlife, that would be too cruel. His words made people roll their eyes in exasperation, and from then on no one ever tried to matchmake for him again. That day, Hunter Zhang came down the mountain slowly, carrying 2 fat rabbits in his hand, humming a tuneless little ditty. A passing villager, seeing the prey in his hand, widened his eyes and teased, "Yo, Old Zhang, has the sun risen from the west today? Did your merciful heart actually allow you to hunt rabbits?" A passing villager, seeing the prey in his hand, widened his eyes and teased, "Yo, Old Zhang, has the sun risen from the west today? Did your merciful heart actually—" The villager was taken aback, then a knowing smile crept onto his face as he leaned in and lowered his voice. "So you found a wife? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? When's the wedding? You'll have to invite me for a drink. Where did that come from? Don't talk nonsense." Hunter Zhang, flustered by the barrage of questions, quickly waved his hands. "I rescued another wild creature. It's still recovering from its injuries, so I need to give it some nourishment." Here he was nearly 40, not even able to enjoy a decent piece of meat himself, yet he spent his days rescuing this, and that only to release them into— Here he was nearly 40, not even able to enjoy a decent piece of meat himself, yet he spent his days rescuing this, and that only to release them into the mountains after they healed. If he put that same kindness into courting a girl, he'd have a wife, children, and a warm hearth by now. He sighed and patted Old Zhang on the shoulder. "All right, you go ahead and spend the rest of your life with your wild game. Forget what I just said." With that, he shook his head and walked away. Hunter Zhang didn't take it to heart and cheerfully carried the rabbits home. When Hunter Zhang got home, he habitually glanced toward the eastern room as he pushed open the courtyard gate. That was the nest he had set up for Yulinzhou. The window faced the sun, letting in plenty of light, and he had deliberately placed a few stones on the windowsill for Yulinzhou to bask in the sun. He put the rabbits on the stove, skinned them, pulled up a low stool, sat down, took out a coarse porcelain bowl, put the chopped rabbit meat into it, and carefully pushed it to the edge of the bamboo basket. "Lord Snake, I got lucky today and caught 2 fat rabbits. Give them a try. They're much tastier than voles." After saying this, he stepped back half a pace to give the black snake room to eat. Yulinzhou, coiled in the bamboo basket, lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. He still hadn't fully gotten used to this human's constant monologue, but he noticed the wound on the man's hand, likely from the recent hunt. He was silent for a moment, then slowly slithered out of the basket, lowered his head, and began to eat, showing his respect. Lin Jishu sat to the side, chin in hand, watching them. He never expected that Yulin Zhou was such a tsundere in his youth. He wondered how he had developed that flamboyant personality later on. Truly, time is a butcher's knife. Seeing that he had eaten, Hunter Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, then grinned happily. And so day after day the man and the snake continued on together, until Yulin's external wounds gradually healed and his spiritual energy recovered somewhat. His body had grown a full circle larger than when he first arrived. Originally, he could coil up in a bamboo basket, but now he needed a larger wooden basin to hold him. Fearing that he would scare the villagers, Hunter Zhang specifically told him not to go out during the day. Sometimes when he went hunting, he would even cover the window of the eastern room tightly with an old cloth curtain before leaving. Yulin Zhou couldn't be bothered to go out anyway. He spent each day coiled in the wooden basin, regulating his breath and healing his wounds. Every time Hunter Zhang returned from hunting, he would often tell him about the outside world. It was a rare period of leisure, and the days passed without much difficulty. That was until one time when Hunter Zhang went out hunting and hadn't returned for 2 full. Yulin Zhou coiled by the window, listening to the wind growing stronger outside. The air was thick with the earthy smell of an impending mountain storm. An inexplicable restlessness stirred within him. His scales involuntarily flared slightly, and the tip of his tail tapped unconsciously. Suddenly a thunderclap exploded across the sky. Without waiting any longer, Yulin Zhou vanished from the room in a flash, following the familiar scent in the air as he sped swiftly toward the mountains. The smell of Hunter Zhang grew stronger, mingled with the earthy scent of mud and the odor of blood. Following the scent through the dense forest, he finally stopped beside a newly dug trap. It was a huge, deep pit. At the bottom, a circle of sharply pointed bamboo stakes was planted upside down. Rainwater had made the pit walls slick and treacherous. Hunter Zhang lay at the bottom, a bamboo spike piercing his calf. Hunter Zhang slumped against the pit wall, his lips parched and white, unconscious from either blood loss or pain. This was certainly not a trap he had dug himself. Hunter Zhang remembered every trap he set and would never be careless enough to fall into his own. Yulin Zhou suppressed the surging resentment within him, transformed into human form, leaped into the pit, and helped Hunter Zhang up. His spiritual energy could not sustain him for long. He had to quickly get Hunter Zhang out and find someone to treat him. Probing Hunter Zhang with his spiritual energy, he found that although his pulse was weak, there was still life. After simple hemostasis, Hunter Zhang's fingers twitched as if regaining consciousness. Yulin Zhou cursed under his breath, carefully hoisted him onto his back, and with a kick leaped. The rain finally fell, pelting his face. He wiped it with his hand and carried the man down the mountain. The already meager spiritual energy within him had stretched to its limit. Barely making it to the first house at the foot of the mountain, he could no longer maintain his human form. With a flicker, he transformed back into the original black snake. He enlarged his body several times, wrapped Hunter Zhang with his tail, leaned him against the door, and with difficulty lifted the tip of his tail to knock on the door. It took a while before the sound of shuffling footsteps came from inside. A man shouted, "Coming, coming, stop knocking. Who is it in such heavy rain?" The door creaked open. The man, still sleepy, pulled on his sleeve, and by the flash of lightning saw the scene outside. A black snake as thick as a water bucket coiled outside, its vertical pupils gleaming in the rainy night. The man froze instantly, his face pale, nearly fainting from fright. Yulin Zhou knew humans feared him. Seeing the man emerge, he pushed Hunter Zhang forward, then turned and vanished into the rain. It took a while for the man to dare move. Trembling, he leaned out to look and recognized the man lying on the ground as Old Zhang. Old Zhang. His expression changed drastically. Forgetting his fear, he bent down to help while calling for his wife to come out. When his wife came out and saw the situation, she was startled and quickly helped carry Hunter Zhang into the house. The woman looked at Hunter Zhang's injured leg, her brow furrowed. "This is pierced through. We need to treat it quickly. Husband, change his wet clothes first." "I'll go." The man nodded and instructed, "Put on your raincoat. The road is slippery, be careful." His wife acknowledged, grabbed the raincoat from the wall, and dashed into the rain. The man changed Hunter Zhang into dry clothes and checked his injuries again. He found that apart from the wound on his calf, where a bamboo spike had pierced through, there were no other injuries. An absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the black snake carried Old Zhang down from the mountain? He looked back at Old Zhang unconscious on the Kong, then at the pitch-black rainy night outside. The more he thought, the more incredible it seemed. He had heard stories of mountain spirits repaying kindness, but always thought they were made up to scare people. The man's expression grew complicated. Could kindness truly be rewarded? He tucked the blanket around Hunter Zhang and muttered to himself, "Well, you're blessed. I'll never mock you again." The doctor was quickly summoned. He strode to the Kong, lifted the blanket, and carefully examined the wound on Hunter Zhang's leg. Then his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Good, the bone isn't injured. Pull out the bamboo, apply medicine, and let it heal slowly. He opened his medical kit, took out hemostatic powder and a roll of gauze, and told the man to boil a basin of hot water. The man complied and soon brought hot water. The old doctor turned and instructed, hold him down, don't let him move. It will hurt when I pull it out. If he wakes up, don't panic, just keep him steady. The two nodded and pressed down hard on Hunter Zhang's body. The doctor grasped the bamboo spike, took a deep breath, and with a steady hand yanked it out cleanly. Blood gushed out immediately. In his unconscious state, Hunter Zhang let out a muffled groan, his brow deeply furrowed, his body instinctively struggling, but the two held him firmly. The old doctor quickly stopped the bleeding and bandaged the wound. After finishing, he was drenched in sweat. He then instructed the two to change the dressing twice daily, prescribed an oral decoction, and listed a long series of precautions. It takes 100 days to mend a broken bone. Though the bone isn't broken, the tendons are pierced. It will ache on rainy days and likely hinder heavy labor. The man nodded. We understand, thank you, doctor. It's good enough that he survived. We'll worry about the rest later. Hunter Zhang woke up the next day. The man was unable to keep a secret, and within a day he had embellished the harrowing experience and spread it through half the... When they heard Hunter Zhang was awake, the villagers came to visit under various pretexts, curious to ask if it was true. Old Zhang leaned back on his pillow, his face still pale from blood loss, but he grinned. Of course it's true. It was a black snake I saved in the mountains some time ago. It's very intelligent, understands me. If it weren't for it, I might have died in the mountains. The room erupted. Heavens, a snake repaying kindness. I told you old Zhang hasn't wasted his years saving those wild creatures. You didn't say that before, you said he was crazy. Well, it was true. In those days, people rarely had meat to eat the whole year. Whenever Hunter Zhang went up the mountain, he often ended up losing more than he gained, even if he didn't catch anything. Everyone used to call him crazy. But after this extraordinary event, people developed a sense of reverence, and the gossip diminished considerably. Hunter Zhang's leg hurt so badly that he couldn't move for a while, so his neighbor let him stay a few more days. But Hunter Zhang worried about the black snake at home. By the third day, he couldn't stay any longer. Leaning on a hastily carved wooden crutch, he insisted on going home. The man couldn't talk him out of it, so he helped him slowly walk toward his shabby house. When they pushed open the yard gate, the house was quiet. In the wooden basin in the east room, Yulinzhou rested his head on the rim. Hearing the door, he flicked his tongue, his vertical pupils narrowing slightly in the dim light. It was the first time the man saw the black snake clearly in daylight. Besides, he still felt fear. Although Hunter Zhang said the snake was intelligent and wouldn't hurt anyone, the man's legs still went weak. But he wondered that night he had clearly seen the black snake much larger, as thick as a water bucket. Why was it so much smaller today? Could it really be a spirit creature that could change size at will? The man carefully helped Hunter Zhang sit on the Kong, gave him some instructions, and then prepared to leave. Before leaving, he turned around, faced the wooden basin, pressed his palms together, and bowed devoutly. Whether it was a spirit or not, bowing couldn't hurt. Maybe it would bring good luck. Yulinzhou. Hunter Zhang injured his leg, unable to perform heavy labor, and could no longer frequently go up the mountain to hunt. Yet his life unexpectedly became a bit easier than before. It was all thanks to Yulinzhou. The man who had escorted him home that day bowed to the wooden basin before leaving. After returning, he found that his luck had indeed improved quite a bit. He hadn't struck it rich, but everything went more smoothly. With things going well, his mood improved, and even his quarrels with his wife became less frequent. When this news spread, the villagers grew restless. They flocked to Hunter Zhang's house in twos and threes, not leaving until they had bowed to the wooden basin. They didn't come empty-handed either. Some brought vegetables from their gardens, others left a few coins, a token of appreciation. And sure enough, those who bowed said they felt much smoother. Lin Jishu watched from the sidelines, suspecting it was mostly psychological, but he couldn't stop the villagers from believing. Over time, everyone realized that the black snake only looked frightening, and in truth, it had a temperament like a child. Indifferent to them most of the time, and when annoyed by the noise, it would even roll its eyes. This only made the villagers cherish it more. Hunter Zhang looked at the bustling scene, not knowing what to say. He had hunted all his life only to end up relying on a snake for a stable livelihood in the end. Spring passed, and autumn arrived, and soon winter was approaching. The villagers began to hunker down, and Hunter Zhang's leg had mostly healed, though he still limped slightly when walking fast. One day, snow was falling outside, and the fire in the brazier inside the house was burning brightly. Hunter Zhang sat warming himself by the fire, looking at the drowsy black snake in the basin, and suddenly felt a surge of interest. Snake Lord, we've been together for nearly a year now, and I still don't know your name. Do you have a name? If not, let me give you one. The black snake lazily lifted its head, and its tail traced a few strokes on the ground. Hunter Zhang looked down for a long time, only recognizing the first character. The next two had too many strokes, looking like ghost scribbles to him. He scratched his head. So your surname is Yu. I don't recognize many characters, and I really can't make out the last two. How about I give you a simpler name? The black snake was silent. It's she, you illiterate. The two had a language barrier. Communication was difficult. Unaware that he had misread the character, Hunter Zhang continued to ponder, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Got it. Since your surname is you, why not call you Yulinzhou? Have you ever had fish scale porridge? Wash the fish scales clean, fry them in oil, add hot water, and boil, then scoop out the scales and cook white rice in a congee. It's incredibly fresh. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It's a pity it's cold now and the river is frozen solid, so no fish to eat. A bowl of hot fish scale porridge in winter would be wonderful just thinking about it. The black snake slowly retracted its head into its coiled body. What a terrible name, it sounded awful. Lin Jishu leaned against the wall, slightly raising his eyes. So that's how the name Yulinzhou came about. He couldn't help but laugh. Yulinzhou fish scale porridge. So this Yulinzhou was not that Yulinzhou after all. Days passed by unhurriedly, and Lin Jishu, as an observer, accompanied them through 20 springs and autumns. 20 years were but a snap of the fingers to Yulin's his long life, not even a fraction of his age. Yet in this mortal world, the daily necessities of life, the cycles of birth and death, somehow felt long and fulfilling. Gray hairs had appeared at Hunter Zhang's temples. The old injury on his leg from his youth prevented him from hunting across the mountains. Fortunately, during his convalescence, he had learned some carpentry skills from the old village carpenter to pass the time. Now, by making tables, chairs, and benches, and doing repairs, he could live a stable life. The black snake he had saved out of kindness had long become an indispensable presence in Zhangjia village. The villagers had grown accustomed to its existence, visiting to pay respects during festivals, treating it as the village's mascot. Strangely enough, since Yulinzhou settled in Zhangjia village, every year had favorable weather, and every household was free from disasters. Even people from neighboring villages heard of the tale and came to visit. They had thought life would continue like this day after day, watching Hunter Zhang slowly grow old and pass away. But what was destined to come eventually arrived. On a seemingly ordinary afternoon, those who coveted his inner Dan finally found this place. The clear sky suddenly darkened without warning, clouds pressing extremely low and the air filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Yulinzhou caught the familiar repulsive scent in the wind, fiercely raising his head, his vertical pupils contracting sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered and shot out of the courtyard. Lin Jishu knew that his days in the mortal world were probably coming to an end. He followed Yulinzhou. The village entrance was already in chaos. Several black-robed figures hovered in midair, the leader condensing a dark red light in his hand, aimed at the panicked villagers fleeing below. Fire had already broken out, thick black smoke billowing from the rooftops of the houses, mingling with the cries of livestock and the wailing of people. One black-robed figure casually grabbed a fallen child, glanced at it, and tossed it aside like garbage. The child hit the ground, and its crying abruptly stopped. Whether unconscious or dead, no one knew. Hunter Zhang hobbled out of the house with his crutch. Seeing the firelight at the village entrance, his face turned pale, and he nearly dropped his crutch. He hoarsely called out for Yulinzhou, wanting to rush forward, but was firmly held back by a neighbor. Yulinzhou did not look back. He dared not. Silently, he walked toward those men, step by step, his body growing inch by inch as he moved, until he transformed into a giant snake that could obscure the sky and cover the sun. His massive body shielded the village behind him, his vertical pupils coldly locking onto the men before him, his voice low and hoarse. You are looking for me. Let these mortals go. Shifenghang, long time no see. The leader's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Hiding in this shabby village for 20 years. How pathetic you've become. It seems these ants have made you care. What a pity. He raised a hand, and in a single motion snatched a fallen child from the air. Am not an unreasonable man. Hand over your inner Dan, and I'll let them go. Otherwise I'll kill them one by one right before your eyes. Yulinzhou froze. The inner Dan was the crystallization of his 1,000 years of cultivation. Without it, he would soon wither and die. But these villagers were innocent. They didn't deserve to die for him. Seeing his hesitation, the man's smile deepened. He tightened his fingers slightly. A crisp sound. The child didn't even have time to struggle before it went limp, tossed aside like refuse. How dare you? Yulin's his pupils shrank, his roar shaking the ground. His massive tail swept across the earth, sending stones flying. The man chuckled softly, savoring the expression on Yulin's his face, his tone careless. It seems you haven't made up your mind. No matter. There are plenty of people here. I can wait while you think it over. His gaze swept over the villagers huddled at the entrance, as if selecting goods. Who should be next? The villagers pressed together in terror. The child's parents rushed over, clutching the small, lifeless body. They collapsed to the ground, letting out a wail that sounded inhuman. The man lifted his head, his face smeared with tears and dust, his eyes staring straight at Yulinzhou, filled with venom. It's all your fault. You brought them here. You ruined the village. You're no lucky spirit. You're a jinx. Get out. Get out of here. Get out of here. The villagers who once knelt before him in reverence now gazed at him with eyes he had never seen before. Fear, resentment, despair. Yu Lingzhou looked at those once familiar faces, and for the first time felt a sense of bewilderment and piercing pain. Hunter Zhang hobbled out of the crowd on his crutch, blocking the villagers. His voice trembled. How can you say that? Lord Snake has been in our village for over 20 years. While neighboring villages suffered from drought or locust plagues, thanks to him our village enjoyed favorable weather. Without him you would have starved to death long ago. How can you be so ungrateful now? Someone cried out, but today's calamity was all caused by him. We lost people, we lost our homes. We are full of hatred. If we can't blame him, who else can we blame? Hunter Zhang fell silent. The leader had grown tired of this farce. He lazily raised his hand, a dark red light gathering at his fingertips, aiming at Hunter Zhang. Shifengheng, I don't have time to watch your melodrama. It's only been a little over 20 years, your injuries can't have healed. You're no match for us now. Hand over the inner core, and it'll be better for everyone. Yu Lingzhou stared fixedly at that hand, then looked at old Zhang, stooped back, and finally closed it. Wait. He'll hand it over. The leader stopped, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. That's more like it. Yu Lingzhou transformed into human form. His right hand formed a claw. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and plunged it into his own dantian. The searing pain made his entire body convulse, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. Hunter Zhang was seeing Yu Lingzhou's appearance for the first time, and he never expected it to be like this. He screamed, trying to stop him, but was restrained by others. Yu Lingzhou clenched his jaw and forcibly tore the golden inner core from his body. Lin Jishu stood beside him, his outstretched hand passing through Yu Lingzhou's shoulder, grasping nothing. The opposing group stared at the inner core, their greed almost spilling over. That was the inner core of the ancient Bash bloodline, a unique treasure in the world. The leader snatched the golden inner core, examined it briefly with satisfaction, and tucked it into his robe. He casually raised his hand, and the black-robed figures behind him pounced on the village like wolves. Yu Lingzhou clutched the bloody wound on his dantian, his voice hoarse. You promised me. You said you would spare them. The leader paused, turned back, and slowly curled his lips into a smile. Did you really believe, living for 1,000 years, and still so naive? You can't take an enemy's word seriously. Behind him came the screams and wails of villagers' roofs swallowed by flames. People ran, fell, and called out for their loved ones. Aunt Wang, who had given him eggs, old man Lu, who was the first to greet him every new year, the children, who always ran after him. Without his inner core, Yu Lingzhou barely maintained his human form. He staggered to his feet and spat a mouthful of blood onto the scorched earth before him. Worry flickered in Lin Zix's eyes. Yu Lingzhou suddenly saw that Hunter Zhang had not been spared either, his chest pierced by a stream of spiritual energy. Yu Lingzhou's eyes widened in fury. He rushed over, propped Zhang up against his chest, and pressed a hand futilely against the wound. Hunter Zhang's collar was already soaked in blood. His lips moved, spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam, his gaze beginning to grow distant. I'm sorry. Yu Lingzhou's voice trembled as he clutched old Zhang's rough hand, a hand that had been doing carpentry for 20 years, now covered in calluses, growing colder by the moment. It's my fault. I was too greedy. I should have left long ago. I should have died by the stream back then. If I hadn't been here, none of you would have died. It's me. It's all my fault. Hunter Zhang shook his head, his voice broken. You don't blame the villagers. They were terrified, they had no choice. His gaze drifted past Yu Lingzhou to the burning village, trying to comfort him. It's not your fault either. Those years of drought and locusts. If you hadn't been here, the village would have been gone long ago. Cause and effect, it's all fate. Don't blame yourself. Yu Lingzhou shook his head violently, tears falling onto old Zhang's face. He wanted to say it wasn't like that, it was all his fault. His arrival had brought disaster. He was a jinx even the heavens couldn't tolerate. Hunter Zhang's breathing grew fainter. His clouded eyes fixed on the branches of the jujube tree above. Through the dappled shadows, he vaguely saw the sky still so blue. I just saw your face, and now we have to part. What a pity. If I had a child, he would surely be as handsome as you. His rough hand slipped from Yu Lingzhou's palm and fell gently onto the soil beside him. Withered leaves were blown down by the wind, covering him layer by layer, as if the mountain he had guarded all his life was closing his eyes for him. From the distant forest seemed to come a mournful cry, seeing off this lifelong, kind-hearted old man. Yu Lingzhou lowered his eyes to gaze at the wrinkled face in his arms, from 40 to 60, from the first white hair at his temples to the now gray head. He knew human life was fleeting, so brief it was but a moment in his own long years. Yet he had never imagined this farewell would be so brutal. Yu Lingzhou threw back his head, and a roar burst from deep in his throat. It was like the final cry of a beast cornered. He laid Hunter Zhang down and slowly rose. His eyes had turned blood-red, his pupils narrowed to slits brimming with murderous intent and hatred. His fingers began to twist and deform, bones cracking audibly. Nails extended from his fingertips inch by inch, transforming into pitch-black claw. Something stirred beneath his skin, as if the dormant bloodline had been awakened by hatred. He had lost his inner core, his spiritual energy was depleted, but the Bash bloodline remained, the ancient savage power ignited by hatred. At the cost of his own life, he was pushed to the brink of atavism. His form swelled violently, skin tearing from within to reveal scales of black. In an instant he transformed into a sky-obscuring black python. Its pupils were blood red, and the golden vertical line on its forehead had turned into a burning black. The python dove down, opening its fanged maw, and swallowed several fleeing enemies in one gulp. The remaining panicked, scattering in all directions. Their magical artifacts and spiritual energy strikes hit the python's scales, leaving not even a shallow scratch. All smugness had vanished from the leader's face. He stared at the sky-obscuring python, his eyes churning with disbelief and twisted jealousy. This monster, even without its inner core, could still undergo atavism. How? Yuling's blood-red pupils locked onto his position instantly. The python's massive body dove with a speed utterly disproportionate to its size. The leader retreated in panic, pushing his magical artifact to its limit. A dark red beam of light shot toward the python's head. The python did not dodge. It bit through the beam of spiritual energy, and the collision of fangs and power erupted in blinding white light. The leader was sent flying backward by the shockwave. The chieftain, battered and disgraced, knew he was no match and dared not linger. He transformed into a green serpent and fled into the distance. Yulin did not give chase. He had exhausted the last vestiges of his vitality. His colossal form rapidly shrank, scales falling away one by one, reverting to the youthful, boyish visage he once wore, plummeting straight down from the heights. Lin Jishu gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his will into this ethereal body. For the first time, his hands solidified into flesh and arms slicing through the howling wind to catch the battered youth. They crashed onto the scorched earth. He knelt, holding Yulin tightly in his arms. Yulin opened his eyes in a daze. Those blood-red vertical pupils had faded back to a deep black. His unfocused gaze struggled to find Lin Zix's face, and then a smile tugged at his lips. "I knew you were always there." He spoke before lapsing into unconsciousness. Lin Jishu had no time to respond. His newly solidified body could no longer hold, dissolving inch by inch into transparency. In the next instant, hurried footsteps and shouts came from a farm. "Master, something's happened here." 2 cultivators arrived. At the lead was an elder with an immortal bearing, followed by a white-robed youth. Lin Jishu recognized him. It was a younger version of Yin Lingsong. The elder swept his gaze over the scorched earth and the strewn corpses, a deep sorrow surfacing in his eyes. He distributed the pills he had brought among the wounded villagers, but those who had already breathed their last could not be saved. The surviving villagers knelt in a crowd, kowtowing incessantly. The white-robed youth crouched among the ruins, felt the neck pulse of the boy on the ground, and turned back. "Venerable, he is still alive." These words dropped like a stone into stagnant water, causing an uproar among the villagers. Those who had just been kneeling in gratitude leaped to their feet, pointing at the unconscious Yulin and shrieking, "Venerable, he is the one who brought those people here who destroyed our village. He is a curse. He killed old Zhang. He killed everyone. He deserves to die." The elder raised a hand in a calming gesture, and an invisible pressure silenced the clamorous cries. He looked at the angry villagers, then down at the blood-soaked youth on the ground. His gaze lingered for a moment on the chaotic remnants of spiritual energy around Yulin, and he spoke slowly. "The karma he bears shall be judged by the heavenly Tao. You need not act as heaven's executioner." The elder bent down and lifted Yulin into his arms. "I will take this person away." He took a step, then looked back at the still smoking ruins, saying to the surviving villagers, "The dead are gone. The living must continue to live. This place is no longer safe. Head east for over 100 li, and you will find a town where you can settle." The surviving villagers offered their tearful thanks and watched as the two departed. The elder and Yin Lingsong found a cave in the mountains to stay. After feeding Yulin a pill, his breathing finally steadied. The elder said, "Lingsong, go fetch some water and clean him up." Yin Lingsong nodded, took the water skin, and left the cave. The elder sat cross-legged beside Yulin, poking the campfire. Suddenly he chuckled, "Awake now. Stop pretending." Yulin slowly opened his eyes, which held only a dead ashen stillness. He stared at the rough stone ceiling above, his voice hoarse, "Why bother saving me? I am a sinner not worth your trouble. It would have been better to let me die." The elder shook his head, meeting his fate. "That I encountered you means your life is not yet over." Yulin pushed himself up, leaning against the cold stone wall, his gaze dejected on his empty dantian. He pulled a wry smile. "Even if you save me, it's useless. Without my inner core, I won't live long." The elder smiled gently, not rushing to answer. He stirred the fire, and in the firelight his eyes seemed to see through the soul. "I have lived for many years and seen countless extraordinary people. Some defied heaven to change their fate, Some were reborn from ashes, some found life after death. Every one of them had been driven to the brink. He turned his gaze to Yulinzhou's face. They did not choose to give up. What about you? Are you content? Yulinzhou clenched his teeth, a bloody taste rising in his throat. Content? How could he be content? From the day he was born, the heavenly Tao had been unjust to him. He had finally found his own kind, believing he had found a place to belong. But those people were not the kindred he could trust with his back. They coveted his bloodline, his inner core. He only wanted to survive, to fight back against those who wanted to kill him. What had he done wrong? But why did the innocent villagers die instead of him? Of course I am not content. His voice trembled, eyes bloodshot. But what can I do even if I am not? My inner core is gone, my cultivation is ruined. How can I settle that debt? With your life, the elder said calmly. Don't you still have that one life? He stood up, dusted off his robe, and said, I am Mu Chongqing, the sect master of Tianheng sect. If you are willing, come back to the sect with me. Though you have lost your inner core, your bloodline remains. It is not impossible to start cultivating again. From now on, live as a human. Yulinzhou stared at the elder in front of him. You are willing to take me in. I am an anomaly. Are you not afraid? Mu Chongqing smiled gently, his gaze soft. Afraid of what? Look at you. What is there to fear? The path of cultivation is about infinite possibilities. If I dared not accept a child who has nowhere to turn, then my Tao would be too narrow. Yulinzhou was silent for a long time. Mu Chongqing did not urge him, waiting patiently. Lin Jishu, standing nearby, grew anxious and urged him to agree. Finally, Yulinzhou raised his head. All right. I will go with you. Mu Chongqing nodded approvingly, then asked, I haven't asked her name yet. My name is Yulinzhou. Mu Chongqing stroked his beard, repeating the name to himself, then suddenly laughed. Live your life with a steadfast character, embracing the ambition of the 4 seas and continents. A fine name, Yulinzhou. Cultured people really do speak differently. In that case, it was better not to tell him the original meaning of the name. Just as they finished, light footsteps came from the cave entrance. Yin Lingsong walked in, carrying the waterskin, his expression calm. He handed the waterskin and a clean cloth to Yulinzhou. He knew Mu Chongqing had deliberately sent him away, so he had wandered outside for a while, judging that the conversation was over before returning. Mu Chongqing smiled and introduced them. This is Yin Lingsong, who will also be entering the sect and taking me as his master. He met me a little earlier than you, so from now on, he will be your senior brother. Lingsong, this is Yulinzhou. When his injuries are better, he will return to the sect with us. He will be your junior brother. Yin Lingsong gave a slight nod, his gaze falling on Yulinzhou, his voice calm. Junior brother Yu. Yulinzhou glanced at him and replied hoarsely, Senior brother Yin. Neither was talkative, so the greeting sufficed. The 3 rested in the cave for the night. At dawn, Mu Chongqing led the 2 onward. Lin Jishu finally understood the bond between Yulinzhou and Tianheng sect. Mu Chongqing brought the 2 back to the Tianheng sect and formally accepted both Yulinzhou and Yin Lingsong as his personal disciples. Lin Jishu observed the interactions between the master and his 2 disciples, recalling the rumor he had heard, that the 2 had originally been brought before the old sect leader to have Yulinzhou accepted as a personal disciple, but in the end Yin Lingsong was taken instead. Now seeing it with his own eyes, both had indeed become disciples. Though their relationship was not particularly close, they treated each other with mutual respect. What then had caused the rift that led to their irreconcilable enmity later? This question planted a seed in his mind, and the answer would gradually unfold. Yulinzhou, after all, was not human. Without his inner core, his cultivation progressed far less smoothly than Yin Lingsong's. When Yin Lingsong drew in qi, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his meridians like a stream flowing into the sea. But when Yulinzhou attempted the same, his dantian remained empty, as if he were trying to draw water with a bamboo basket. No matter how hard he tried, he could retain but a few drops. Mu Chongqing said that his bloodline still remained, and it was not impossible for him to condense a new inner core. It would simply take time. But what Yulinzhou lacked most was time. Hatred burned within him, tormenting him day and night. Every time he closed his eyes, he vividly recalled the villagers' tragic fate and how Hunter Zhang had died in his arms. He trained like a madman, every day desperate to avenge himself as quickly as possible. His desire to become strong was too intense. In his eagerness to achieve results, he forcibly broke through a bottleneck, causing his spiritual energy to run wild and reverse through his meridians. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Mu Chongqing discovered him in time and forcibly suppressed the rampaging spiritual energy. He stayed by Yulin's bedside waiting until he woke, then remained silent for a long time. Finally he sighed. You are too impatient. Haste makes waste. Yulinzhou gritted his teeth. Master, I cannot wait. I am too weak now. I don't even have the right to seek revenge. If I cultivate at this pace, when will I ever be able to slay my enemy? Mu Chongqing looked at him with pity in his eyes and urged him to let go. Cultivation is about cultivating the mind. If your heart is filled only with hatred, you will eventually be consumed by it. Yu Linzhou said nothing, avoiding Mu Changqing's gaze. He knew full well that his master was right, but he simply could not do it. Only hatred had kept him alive. If he let go of hatred, he would have nothing left. Seeing that his words had no effect, Mu Changqing shook his head with a sigh and left the room. After that, Yu Linzhou continued to train with ferocious determination, and his efforts paid off. Though he had lost his inner core, his bloodline remained. At the same cultivation level, his spiritual energy was far more abundant than that of ordinary cultivators. But fast as he was, someone else was faster. Yan Lingsong was truly a genius not seen in a millennium. Within just 10 years of joining the Tianheng sect, he had already broken through to the Golden Core stage. The entire sect buzzed with talk of the sect leader's astonishingly talented first disciple. The elders praised the disciple's admiration and pursuit, and Mu Changqing's pride and satisfaction. All of this stirred envy in Yu Lin's heart, which soon turned into an obsession. Fortunately, his desperate efforts were not in vain. Before long, Yu Linzhou also broke through to the Golden Core stage, and even showed signs of surpassing Yan Lingsong. For once, he revealed the joy befitting a youth, and ran to tell Mu Changqing. Mu Changqing smiled, and praised him, then paused and softened his tone. The path of cultivation is long. You need not push yourself so hard. Yu Linzhou felt a warmth in his heart, believing that his master was concerned for him. But he did not see the worry in Mu Changqing's eyes. Not until he reached the threshold of the nascent soul stage before Yan Lingsong did he realize something was wrong. His cultivation was full and his spiritual energy abundant, yet an invisible barrier lay in his dantian. No matter how he tried to break it, it would not budge. At first he remained patient, thinking he needed more accumulation, so he trained even harder and tried every means to break through. But no matter what he tried, the barrier remained immovable. He grew frantic and resorted to a nearly self-destructive method, forcibly forcing his spiritual energy past the obstacle. The heavenly tribulation arrived as expected, and he welcomed it with joy. When the tribulation ended, he believed he had finally broken through to the nascent soul stage. But after he calmed his breathing and probed his dantian, he found that his cultivation base had not only failed to advance, but had actually regressed by a tenth. He thought he had misjudged, but after checking again and again, the result was the same. Then he sat there dazed, as if all strength had been drained from his body. When he found Mu Changqing, he was in a terrible state, his eyes bloodshot. Master, I survived the tribulation. Why did my cultivation base drop instead of rise? Did I do something wrong? Or am I simply not meant to cultivate? Mu Changqing looked as if he had expected this visit. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, finally deciding not to hide the truth any longer. Because you are not human. The protective formation of the Tianheng sect naturally suppresses the bloodlines of foreign races. Any being not of our kind will have their cultivation limited by the formation. The moment you became my disciple, a bond was formed between you and Yan Lingsong. The formation will not allow you to surpass him. Yu Linzhou had never expected the truth to be this. He stood frozen, his voice hoarse. You knew all along. Linzhou. Mu Changqing interrupted him gravely, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yu Linzhou took a step back. The adoration and dependence on his master's face shattered piece by piece, revealing the confusion, rage, and disappointment beneath. The betrayal of the one he trusted most. This is not fair. I worked harder than Yan Lingsong, trained more desperately. I put in 10 times, 100 times the effort. Why should I be forever beneath him just because of a formation? Why should I, who have done nothing wrong, have to bear all this? Linzhou, tell me why. Mu Changqing had no answer, his heart filled with guilt. Yu Linzhou did not need an answer. He turned and walked out, and from that day on he never called him master again. Later, Lin Jishu watched as Yu Linzhou stopped training obsessively and became completely listless. Whenever Yan Lingsong appeared, Yu Linzhou would be on edge, competing with him over everything. Mu Changqing saw this and knew the boy was nursing a grievance, so he let him be. Yan Lingsong, whenever he was inexplicably targeted, would only glance at him expressionlessly and walk away. This attitude made it impossible for Yu Linzhou to even start a quarrel. Every attempt was like punching cotton. It only made Yu Linzhou angrier. To be fair, sometimes Yu Linzhou was secretly relieved that the one restraining him was Yan Lingsong. After all, with that guy's talent, his cultivation speed was soaring, and he would soon be able to avenge himself. 100 years later, Yan Lingsong finally faced his heavenly tribulation. Clad in white, he stood atop the peak. 9 bolts of celestial lightning struck quickly, and he smoothly advanced to the nascent soul stage. Yu Linzhou watched him, envy burning in his heart. They had both undergone the same tribulation. Why was Yan Linkang's so easy while his own had been a near-death ordeal? Soon after Yan Linkang's breakthrough, Yu Linzhou finally touched the barrier that had trapped him for a century. This time there was no obstruction, and he broke through smoothly. After the 9 bolts of lightning struck, he knelt in the scorched earth, blackened and charred, but laughing. 100 years. He had finally broken through to the nascent soul stage. Finally, he had the power to take revenge. Yu Linzhou silently departed from the Tianheng sect. Mu Chongqing, meditating in his quiet chamber, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He opened his eyes and performed a divination with his fingers, but the hexagrams were obscure and ominous, hinting at a malevolent aura. His expression shifted slightly. He summoned Yin Lingsong and instructed, "Your junior brother is in danger. Go after him at once and bring him back." Yin Lingsong, seeing the gravity in his master's face, dared not delay and set off immediately. Meanwhile, Yulinzhou finally arrived at his former clan's territory at dusk. This valley, hidden deep in the northern wasteland, remained unchanged from the day he left. The barrier at the valley entrance, sensing his aura, emitted a low, resonant hum. Several clan members patrolling the entrance heard the noise and transformed into human form on alert. When they recognized the newcomer, their faces twisted in utter disbelief. "Shifengheng, you traitor, how dare you return?" Yulinzhou raised an eyebrow, almost laughing. "A traitor? How have I betrayed you? Did I kill your parents or dig up your ancestors' graves?" The group was momentarily stunned, searching their memories for any wrongdoing, but finding none. Yet they stubbornly refused to admit their error. "You stole the clan's treasured artifact. The young master led a pursuit, and you injured him severely. He spent a long time recovering. That alone is enough to convict you." Yulinzhou scoffed. "If you wish to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Did any of you witness me stealing? Isn't all of this just coming from the mouth of your precious young master? He says I stole, so I stole. He says I'm guilty, so I'm guilty. Do you have no minds of your own?" The group was left speechless, their faces flushing with anger and shame. One of them stubbornly shouted, "You're lying. The young master would never lie." Yulinzhou looked at these ignorant, foolish clan members, and the last shred of pity in his heart vanished. He raised his hand and formed a seal, his spiritual energy spreading like a tide. The oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator crushed everyone present, making it nearly impossible to breathe. "Enough nonsense. Hand over Shiqing. I have a personal grudge against him, and I won't involve the rest of you. If you refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless." Their faces darkened, and relying on their numbers, they attacked first. Several demonic energies transformed into claws and poisonous mist surging toward him. They were all beastmen of low cultivation. Yulinzhou didn't even bat an eye out. With a casual wave of his hand, he shattered the incoming attacks into dust. His spiritual energy sent the foremost attackers flying, crashing them against the rock wall. They slid down, spitting blood. Seeing the situation turn dire, someone slipped away to report the news. Shiqing was in the clan's assembly hall discussing the succession of the chieftain with his trusted confidants. For years, the old chieftain had been in seclusion, leaving Shiqing to manage the clan's affairs. He had waited too long for this position. Just as he was about to ascend legitimately, a flustered clan member burst in, interrupting his composure. Frowning with displeasure, he suppressed his temper and asked, "What is the urgency?" "Young master, it's terrible. Shifengheng has returned and injured our people." Shiqing shot to his feet, his face instantly paling. Shifengheng, after he had stolen his inner core back, then he should have died soon. How could he still be alive? His eyes flickered with uncertainty, but after a moment's thought he calmed down. Even if he were alive, what could a waste without an inner core accomplish in 100 years? He snorted coldly, then strode toward the valley entrance with his trusted followers. Yet when he arrived, the scene was far more brutal than he had imagined. Over a dozen people lay scattered on the ground, most of them his supporters. Some were already lifeless, while the rest barely clung to consciousness. And standing in the center of the blood pool was a figure whose robes fluttered in the wind, his spiritual energy dense and profound. His vertical pupils gleamed with a cold, dark gold light in the twilight. Shiqing's pupils contracted sharply. Nascent soul stage of a human cultivator. Not only had this waste survived, but he had also broken through to nascent soul in a human body. How enviable. Yulinzhou also spotted him. 100 years had passed, yet that face was still as revolting as ever. He tilted his head, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his tone ice cold. "Shiqing, long time no see. I haven't forgotten you for a single day in these 100 years." Shiqing's face turned ashen. Knowing that today's conflict could not be resolved peacefully, he dropped all pretense and gave the order. His trusted followers swarmed forward. Yulinzhou moved like a ghost through the crowd, each palm strike felling another opponent. A century of hatred and fury erupted in this moment. Every crisp sound of bones shattering made his blood boil even hotter. Shiqing's expression darkened as he finally realized his fatal mistake. He should have killed this scourge back then, right after taking his inner core. Now he was paying the price for that error. Watching his confidence fall before Yulinzhou, Shiqing could no longer contain himself. With a roar, he transformed into his original form, a massive green serpent, and lunged at Yulinzhou. Yulinzhou seemed equally intent on exchanging life for life. The two clashed in a fierce entanglement. The collision of their spiritual energies flattened everything around them. Shiqing's cultivation far surpassed Yulinzhou's. In human terms, he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while Yulinzhou had only just broken through. That he could hold his own for so long was solely due to the innate power of the Bash bloodline. Though Shiqing's serpent form was inferior to the noble Bash bloodline, the gap in cultivation was undeniable. Every strike suppressed Yulinzhou, leaving him heavily wounded after each exchange. Shiqing sent Yulinzhou flying with a whip of his tail. Yulinzhou's back shattered the stone pillar at the valley entrance, and rubble rained down upon him. He pushed himself up, wiped the blood from his lips, and his vertical pupils burned with even greater killing intent. He could not retreat, nor would he. 100 years ago, he had been ambushed by this group, losing his inner core, losing old Zhang, losing everything. Even if he had to lay down his life today, he would reclaim what was rightfully his. Seeing this relentless determination, Shiqing's murderous intent surged. This scourge must not be spared. Not killing him 100 years ago was already a colossal mistake. If he didn't eradicate the root today, it would become a future calamity. He opened his mouth and spewed a cloud of dark green poisonous mist, corroding everything it touched. Even the clan members caught below instantly dissolved into pools of blood. Yulinzhou dodged the direct impact, but his right arm was grazed by the edge of the mist, instantly turning to blood and exposing white bone. Cold sweat beaded on Yulinzhou's forehead from the pain. Gritting his teeth, he advanced instead of retreating. Taking advantage of Shiqing's momentary lapse, he transformed his right hand into a claw, flashed close, and tore through Shiqing's protective demonic aura, plunging deep into his serpent abdomen. Shiqing roared in agony, whipping his tail wildly, and sending Yulinzhou flying once more. When they separated again, both were covered in wounds. Lin Jishu watched from the sidelines, his expression calm, but only he knew how fast his heart was racing. Many times he had thought Yulinzhou was about to die, only to realize in a panic that this was merely a replay of the past. He had been here too long, nearly losing himself in the illusion, forgetting reality. Lin Jishu looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. This should be coming to an end soon. It was almost over. Shiqing was thoroughly enraged. He no longer held back. His demonic powers surged monstrously, and the malachite green poisonous mist condensed into countless blades, shooting toward Yulinzhou like a tempest. This strike channeled all his strength, sealing off every possible escape route for Yulinzhou. The valley floor cracked inch by inch under the pressure. Yulinzhou leaned against the shattered rock wall, breathing heavily. He knew this time there was truly no escape. He had no more spiritual energy left to withstand this blow and could barely stand. He closed his eyes, ready to welcome death. He envisioned going to the underworld to atone for his sins. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Opening his eyes, he saw Shiqing's killing strike halted before him. Those venomous blades seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, dissipating just inches from him. Shiqing's eyes widened as he stared at his own hand where the spiritual power had dispersed. What's going on? Shiqing gathered his power again, this time channeling all his spiritual energy into a single palm strike, and once more attacked Yulinzhou. Yet the palm wind upon reaching Yulinzhou dissipated silently once more. He tried several times, each time the same. Shiqing was mentally broken. He looked at Yulinzhou as if at a monster. What have you done to me? Why can't I hurt you? Yulinzhou was bewildered for a moment, then a flash of insight struck him, and he burst into hearty laughter. Shiqing, you fool. Did you by any chance merge my inner core into your own body, eh? Seeing Shiqing's face instantly change color, he felt elated. You're using my inner core to attack me, eh? Don't forget, I am its true master. You actually tried to use its power to kill its master. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Shiqing's face turned ashen. Years ago, after seizing Yulin's inner core, he had forcibly merged it into his own body in order to gain Yulin's power. The inner core of the Bash bloodline was immensely powerful. Unable to refine it quickly, he used his own Dantian as a furnace, intending to slowly absorb that power over time. But he never expected that this inner core would rebel at the critical moment. It recognized its master. Even after 100 years, it still remembered its true owner. Yulinzhou gave him no time to react. He reached out his hand, channeling the power of his bloodline, and aimed remotely at Shiqing's Dantian. Shiqing tried to retreat in panic, but found that the inner core inside him was furiously stirring, as if trying to break free from his Dantian. He desperately used his demonic power to suppress it, but the inner core originally belonged to Yulinzhou. Now summoned by its master, it refused to obey Shiqing's commands. Shiqing doubled over in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. He pressed his hands tightly against his abdomen, but could not stop the power from tearing apart his Dantian. No, this is mine. My inner core. Give it back. Shiqing screamed, his voice filled with terror and unwillingness. Yulinzhou watched him coldly, then suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. The inner core, glowing with a dark golden light, burst out of Shiqing's body, arced through the air, and landed steadily in Yulin's palm. The inner core was slightly warm, like a living heart gently pulsing in his hand. Shi Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality severely damaged. But without Yulin's inner core, he still had his own. Though far inferior to the Bash inner core, it was enough to keep him alive. Holding his bleeding abdomen, a crazed hatred flashed in his eyes. He roared and lunged at Yulin once more. Without the power that did not belong to him, Shi Qing weakened considerably. But his cultivation base was still far above Yulin's hiss, and now, like a cornered beast, every strike was a desperate life-risking move. Yulin had just retrieved his inner core. His spiritual energy had not yet fully merged. Under Shi Qing's frenzied counterattack, he gradually found it hard to hold his ground. He barely dodged a claw aimed at his throat, but his movements faltered. Shi Qing had been waiting for that moment. He transformed his lower body into a serpent's tail which lashed out, with a whistling sound, striking fiercely at Yulin's chest. This blow used all his remaining strength. If it hit, the result would be death or crippling injury. Just then a clear, sharp sword light slashed in from the side, precisely severing the serpent's tail. A section of the tail was chopped off. Shi Qing recoiled in pain, blood splattering everywhere. Yan Lingsong sheathed his sword, his expression impassive, and stepped in front of Yulin to shield him. Yulin looked at Yan Lingsong in surprise. How did you get here? The master said you were in danger and ordered me to bring you back. Yulin was silent for a moment, his lashes drooping as if lost in thought. Shi Qing's gaze darted between the two, nearly mad with rage. He had exhausted his vitality to drive Yulin into a corner and was about to kill this scourge with his own hands when out of nowhere a pale-faced youth appeared and, taking advantage of the moment, severed half of his tail with one sword stroke. He stared at Yan Lingsong, his voice trembling with fury. Who are you? Yan Lingsong raised his eyes and introduced himself seriously. I am Yan Lingsong of the Tianhing sect. I have no grievance with anyone from your Tianhing sect, Shi Qing said with a dark glare through gritted teeth. This is a personal grudge between me and Shi Fenghuang. If you leave now, I'll let you go. Yan Lingsong shook his head. I am under orders from my master to bring him back. A master's command cannot be defied. Shi Qing was completely enraged. Without another word, he attacked Yan Lingsong directly. Although Yan Lingsong's cultivation was also inferior, his sword technique was fierce and his footwork precise, allowing him to barely hold his own against Shi Qing. Yulin took advantage of the lull to stuff a handful of pills into his mouth. Once his spiritual energy had recovered somewhat, he rejoined the battle. Shi Qing could handle one opponent with ease, but with the two attacking together, he gradually found himself overwhelmed. Grinding his teeth, he feigned a strike to force both back, then turned into a streak of cyan light and fled toward the valley exit. Yulin chased after him without hesitation. Yan Lingsong wanted to tell Yulin not to pursue a cornered foe, but the man had already disappeared from sight. He sighed helplessly and rubbed his brow. Then picking up his sword, he followed. This junior brother was too disobedient. The master had really given him a troublesome burden. Yulin and Yan Lingsong one after the other chased into the valley and soon caught up to Shi Qing, cornering him. Shi Qing was already wounded. Under their combined assault, he quickly began to retreat. Yulin's claws locked around his throat, ready to deliver a killing blow when an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from the depths of the valley. The pressure was like a mountain crashing down. Yulin and Yan Lingsong both grunted in pain, their knees nearly buckling to the ground. A tall, slender figure stepped slowly out of the void. The newcomer appeared to be no older than a young man, with a cold, stern face, waist-length silver-white hair, and a terrifyingly dense demonic aura around him. The very air trembled with each step he took. When Shi Qing saw who it was, ecstasy burst forth in his eyes. He scrambled over, his voice trembling with excitement. Chieftain, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Shi Fenghuang has defected from the clan, colluded with outsiders, murdered countless of our kin, and now even tried to kill me. Please, Chieftain, take action and avenge our fallen. The chieftain glanced down at him, not blindly trusting his one-sided account. He then turned his gaze to Yulin, his expression calm. Shi Fenghuang, is what Shi Qing said true? The chieftain glanced down at him, not blindly trusting his one-sided account. Yulin met that gaze and struggled to stand upright. Meeting the elder chieftain again after a century, his heart was not without ripples. He was no longer the youth who once craved recognition. He looked the chieftain straight in the eye. Today I am here to settle a personal vendetta with Shi Qing. 100 years ago he falsely accused me of betraying the clan, seized my inner core, and slaughtered my benefactor. This debt can only be repaid with blood. As for the others, Yulin paused. I had no choice but to kill them. They were ignorant and foolish, believing Shi Qing's one-sided account and attacking me. I could not simply stand there and let them strike. Besides, most of the clan disciples were killed by that wretch, Shi Qing, not by me. The chieftain was silent for a moment, then slowly turned his head to look at Shi Qing. Shi Qing trembled under his scrutinizing gaze, his voice shrinking. Chieftain, don't listen to his sophistry. I have evidence, witnesses. Then, as if struck by a thought, his words faltered. The chieftain, why stop? Where are your witnesses? Xiqing opened his mouth, his face a mask of awkwardness. What witnesses remained? The very confidants who had once testified falsely for him. Some had been killed by Shifenghing just moments ago, others had perished in the chaos, poisoned by their own miasma. Every single one of them was dead. The chieftain closed his eyes. You fool. Before I went into seclusion, I entrusted the clan's affairs to you as acting chief. Is this how you manage? The clan's disciples were already few, unable to withstand further losses. And you? Within a mere century, you have let more than half of them die at your hands. Xiqing trembled, his voice quavering as he defended himself. Chieftain, it was an accident. It was all him. Shifenghing. If he hadn't come back, our people wouldn't have died. The chieftain kicked Xiqing aside, ignoring him, and turned his gaze to Yulingzhou. For the first time, weariness appeared on his millennialed, unruffled face. He sighed, his tone laden with deep helplessness. Xiaoheng, this time, it was his fault. But the clan can no longer bear such turmoil. For my sake, spare him. Yulingzhou curled his lips in mockery. Spare him? Impossible. However, out of respect for you, I can grant him a quick death. The chieftain looked at him, finding no room for negotiation on his face. After a long silence, he closed his eyes and sighed. Enough. This is also my fault. My failure to recognize the true nature of a man has led to today's karmic consequence. I will not intervene further. He is yours to deal with as you see fit. From now on, you are no longer a member of this clan. I shall lead the clan into seclusion. You need not return. Yulingzhou nodded, his voice calm. Thank you. But in my heart, I have long ceased to be a clan member. My name now is Yulingzhou. The chieftain nodded, turned, and walked toward the valley, his back a picture of desolation. Xiqing lay prostrate on the ground, watching that receding figure, panic etched on his face. He desperately reached out to grasp the fading hem of the robe, screaming in agony. Chieftain! Chieftain, are you abandoning me? Chieftain! Don't leave. Save me. The chieftain's steps did not falter. He soon vanished into the mist of the valley. Yulingzhou walked step by step to Xiqing, a final strand of spiritual energy gathering at his fingertips. Xiqing raised his head, his face streaked with tears, and snot, his lips trembling too much to form a coherent sentence. Shifenghing, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. I deserve to die. I was jealous of you. I wronged you. Please spare me, give me a chance to atone. Yulingzhou looked down at him, his eyes icy. The one you should atone to is not me. Since you want to atone, go repent in hell. Yulingzhou swiftly dug out Xiqing's inner core. He was about to crush it, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Yan Lingsong beside him. His fingers paused, and he tossed the core over instead. Yan Lingsong caught it reflexively, looked down at the still warm core in his hand, and raised his eyes with a hint of confusion. What's this for? Yulingzhou turned his head away, his tone nonchalant. His core is too filthy for me to use. Crushing it would be a pity. Consider it your gain. Lin Jishu smiled, downright Sundara. Yan Lingsong gave him a strange look. Yulingzhou glared. What? Don't want it. If you don't want to give it back, I'll crush it and feed it to the dogs. Yan Lingsong put it away. I didn't say I didn't want it. Thank you. Deprived of his inner core, Xiqing writhed on the ground in agony, wailing. The excruciating pain that spread from the core of his dantian to every limb and joint caused his entire body to convulse. Every breath felt like blades scraping through his meridians. It suddenly struck him, so this was what it felt like to be without an inner core. Back then, Yulingzhou had forcibly torn out his own core with his own hands. Had he suffered like this too? No wonder he would never rest until one of them was dead. Yan Lingsong glanced down at the man who wished he were dead, then looked up at Yulingzhou. What about him? Kill him. Yulingzhou shook his head, his tone cold. No need. Without his core, he won't last long. The chieftain has abandoned him, soon the pain will claim him. Xiqing heard those words clearly, and the last shred of hope for survival shattered. His body convulsed as he screamed with his remaining strength. Kill me. Kill me. I beg you, kill me. Yulingzhou left with Yan Lingsong, never looking back. The light in Xiqing's eyes gradually faded. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he turned his hand into a claw and plunged it deep into his own throat. Blood splattered on the gravel. His body twitched a few times, and then lay still. Yulingzhou emerged from the valley, watching the rising sun paint the northern wilderness sky in gold and crimson. A sudden emptiness washed over him. He had finally avenged himself. The fire that had weighed on his chest for a century had burned out at last. What was he to do now? What meaning was there left to live? At that moment, pain and exhaustion surged together. His figure swayed, and he nearly collapsed. Yan Lingsong caught him, swiftly frowning. You're too badly injured. They'll take you back to the sect. Yulingzhou shook his head, his voice hoarse but stubborn. Take me somewhere. He named a place, the direction of the former Zhang family village. But a century had passed, and the village was long gone. Yulingzhou asked Yan Lingsong to take him up the mountain, where they easily found Hunter Zhang's grave. The grave had been built by the surviving villagers who had banded together to lay the old man to rest. A man who had spent most of his life with the mountains allowing him to sleep in the forest he had guarded all his days. Oddly, the grave was not overgrown with weeds. Scattered around were some dried wild fruits, as if brought there by some small creature. The mound was covered in a profusion of unknown wildflowers, purple and white jostling one another, swaying gently in the morning breeze. The arrival of the two had startled the nearby birds and beasts. Yulingzhou couldn't help but smile. He bent down to rearrange the petals that had been knocked off his fingertips, gently brushing the long-worn inscription on the stone. See, you're not lonely. You have them to keep you company. Yulingzhou was silent for a moment, then whispered, I have avenged you. I may not come again. Take care. Yulingzhou was too gravely injured. He soon lost consciousness and was carried back to the sect on Yan Linkang's shoulder. Lin Jishu looked at Hunter Zhang's grave, raised a hand to summon a breeze, and then caught a flower branch carried by the wind, placing it before the tomb. Farewell. Yulingzhou was gravely wounded, barely clinging to life, when Yan Lingsong carried him back to the sect. Mu Changqing quickly instructed Yan Lingsong to help Yulingzhou into the secret chamber. He took out his treasured frost snow lotus, broke off 2 petals, and placed them into Yulingzhou's mouth. The petal dissolved on his tongue, the medicinal energy coursing through his meridians into his limbs and bones. Yulingzhou's tightly knitted brows finally relaxed a little, and his breathing gradually steadied. Let's go. Let him rest well, Mu Changqing said softly as he straightened up. Yan Lingsong followed him out of the secret chamber, and the master and disciple sat, facing each other on meditation cushions in the outer room. The candle flame flickered. Mu Changqing was silent for a long time before speaking. You already know. Yan Lingsong nodded. Mu Changqing sighed, his tone heavy. Though your junior brother is not human, his nature is not evil. You must keep this secret for him. Tell no one, understand? Yan Lingsong replied solemnly, I understand. Mu Changqing suddenly coughed softly a few times, covering his mouth with his sleeve. Yan Lingsong furrowed his brow in concern. Master, you've been coughing frequently lately, and your complexion is not as rosy as before. Are you ill? Mu Changqing lowered his sleeve, waved his hand with a smile, and spoke the most shocking words in a light-hearted tone. I am not ill, my time is nearly up. Yan Linkang's face showed obvious shock. How can that be? Mu Changqing looked at his rare loss of composure and smiled even more gently. He sighed. I have been unable to break through to the spirit transformation stage, and my lifespan is running out. It's all fate. You need not panic, I won't die anytime soon. I can still stay with you for a few hundred years. He paused, his gaze falling on Yan Linkang's face, his tone growing more serious. I had planned to tell you later, but since we've come to this today, I'll speak plainly. I wish to pass the position of sect leader to you. Yan Lingsong was astonished, then almost without hesitation shook his head. Master, I know you trust me, but I am truly not suitable. Besides, I don't want to take on this responsibility. Mu Changqing was amused by his evasive reaction and let out a laugh, then sighed helplessly. I knew you would refuse. In that case, let's wait a little longer. He stood up, patted Yan Linkang's shoulder, and turned to walk out the door. Yan Lingsong sat alone on the cushion, watching the receding figure, silent for a long time. Yulingzhou did not know how long he had been unconscious. As his consciousness slowly surfaced from the haze, he dimly saw a blurry figure sitting by the bedside, looking down at him. The figure was slender, silhouetted against the candlelight, its face unclear but the delicate outline discernible. Yulingzhou instantly concluded that the person must be a beauty. He instinctively reached out to grab the hem of the robe, but his fingers only passed through empty air. The candle flame flickered out. When he opened his eyes again, the bedside was empty, as if that glimpse had been an illusion born of his prolonged coma. He stared at the empty edge of the bed, slowly withdrawing his hand as a wave of loss surged in his chest. In truth, he had long sensed that something had been followed. At first, he was wary, unsure of the entity's intention. Later, he gradually grew accustomed to its presence. He even began to grow greedy, no longer satisfied with not being able to see, or he wanted to know who it was, what it looked like, what its name was, and why it was willing to spend such endless time by his side. He tried countless methods, but none worked. The entity seemed not to belong to this world, bound by no rules. He could not even touch it, let alone exchange a single word. He finally compromised. It didn't matter that he couldn't see or touch it as long as it was still there. At least he was not alone. At least someone could always be by his side. Lin Jishu thought he had been seen. For a moment, he almost held his breath, but when he looked carefully into Yulingzhou's eyes, there was no reflection of him. Lin Jishu felt a slight disappointment. He knew Yulingzhou must have sensed his presence, for Yulingzhou was so perceptive. But there was an invisible dimensional barrier between them. He could see him, and Yulingzhou could perceive him, yet they could never communicate. Lin Jishu looked up. He had a premonition that this place was coming to an end. He had already found the answer to what he wanted to know. Staying longer might not be wise. He had lingered here too long, several times, nearly losing himself. The opportunity for Lin Jishu to leave came 100 years later. Heavy bell tolls came from the main peak. 1, 2, 3. 9 strikes in total, startling the birds in the mountains into flight, circling in the gray sky. Mu Changqing had ascended to immortality. The entire Tianheng sect was immersed in grief. Yulinzhou was on a training expedition at the time. Upon receiving the news, he rushed back like a madman. But he was ultimately too late. Mu Changqing's coffin had already been sealed. He would never see that kind face again. He stood in the morning hall trembling all over. Then he learned that Mu Changqing had passed the sect leader position to someone else, not to Yin Lingsong, as he had assumed. When he found Yin Lingsong, the latter was standing alone under the corridor outside the morning hall, his white robes rustling in the wind, his face showing no apparent. Yulinzhou grabbed his collar, his voice hoarse. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yin Lingsong did not shake off his hand. He simply looked at him calmly and said flatly, "Your temper is too impulsive. Master was afraid you would act recklessly, so he didn't tell you." Yulin's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. "What about the sect leader position? Why wasn't it passed to you? He valued you the most. Why would he rather give it to an outsider than to you, or even to me?" Yin Lingsong was silent for a moment, then raised his hand to push away Yulin's grip. "He didn't pass it to me because I refused. I didn't want to take on that trouble. As for not passing it to you," he looked at Yulinzhou, "do you think your temperament is suited to be sect leader?" Yulinzhou sneered. "All of you kept things from me. Master hid it from me, you hid it from me. You made all the decisions for me." He wanted to tell him that the person Master cared about most was him. But Yulinzhou was furious now and refused to listen to any explanation. He wanted to tell him that the person Master cared about most was him. But Yulinzhou was furious now and refused to listen to any explanation. Yulinzhou turned and left. Yin Lingsong for once took a few steps after him and called out, "Junior brother." But that only made Yulinzhou walk faster, as if being chased by a dog. Then Lin Jishu witnessed a classic scene. "Let me explain." "I don't want to hear it." Lin Jishu. "No wonder you two are martial brothers." Afterward, as if out of spite, Yulinzhou moved out from the main peak and took up residence on Chiyue Peak. He set up layer upon layer of barriers around the peak, refusing entry to anyone and isolating himself completely. Lin Jishu followed behind him, watching him stand all alone, and felt an indescribable ache in his heart. He had never before considered whether Yulinzhou might feel lonely living alone on Chiyue Peak. After all, Yulin's personality had always been about isolating himself from everyone. But now he realized that Yulinzhou could also feel lonely and could envy others who had family and friends by their side. Just then a violent tremor shook the ground beneath his feet. Lin Jishu quickly steadied himself against the stone wall and looked up. Everything around him was shattering inch by inch. The trees, the rocks, the sea of clouds in the distance, peeling away like a broken mirror, revealing the gray, empty void underneath. But Yulinzhou showed no reaction at all. He understood. It was time for him to leave. Yulinzhou seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward Lin Jishu. Though there was nothing before his eyes, his heart suddenly began to pound violently, and an inexplicable panic seized his chest. Taking a deep breath in the last moment before departure, he poured all his will into this ethereal body, giving this little bitter gourd a touch of. Taking a deep breath in the last moment before departure, he poured all his will into this ethereal body, giving this little bitter gourd a touch of sweetness at the very end. The wind in the illusion realm suddenly softened. Yulin's eyes widened as he saw a faint, blurred figure bending down from the backlight. That figure was so thin, it was almost transparent, yet for the first time, it was truly reflected in his pupils. Then he felt a gentle touch at the corner of his lips, as light as a feather, like a response that had come far too late. Yulinzhou stood alone on the empty peak, the surrounding scenery, still the familiar Chiyue Peak, as if nothing had happened. Faded, the figure dissolved into the light of the sky. Yulinzhou stood alone on the empty peak, the surrounding scenery, still the familiar Chiyue Peak, as if nothing had happened. He raised his hand in a daze, his fingertips lightly touching his own lips. There seemed to be a faint trace of warmth lingering there, but he could no longer grasp anything. He slowly crouched down, burying his face in his palms. In the end, he could keep nothing. Lin Jishu emerged from the illusion realm and stood behind the stone door for a long while before coming back to his senses. Before him was a dim grand hall surrounded by familiar sect disciples, yet his mind was still trapped in the millennium-long span of the illusion realm. He had spent so long by Yulin's side that the people and things in reality had become somewhat alien. Luo Yin, Jiang Che Zhou Tong, and Chu Yin gathered around him, their faces all etched with worry. He stared at them blankly, momentarily unable to recall who they were. Then a sharp electric pain shot through his mind, and a clear memory was forcibly injected into his consciousness, jolting him back to reality. Lin Jishu closed his eyes in lingering fear. "System, thanks. System, you're welcome." Luo Yin watched his dazed eyes suddenly regain clarity, and the heart that had been in his throat finally settled, but he still pressed on with concern. "Jishu, are you all right? Do you still recognize us?" Lin Jishu smiled. "Of course I do. Don't worry, I was just spacing out. I'm fine now." The four of them let out a collective sigh of relief. Lin Jishu looked around. Many disciples who had come out of the doors were scattered about, some happy, some sad, some empty-handed, some laden with gains. He scanned the crowd, but didn't see the familiar figure. He asked instinctively, "Has Yulinzhou not come out yet?" The four were simultaneously taken aback. "Who?" Lin Jishu caught himself and quickly corrected, "Nothing, I misspoke. I meant I see one of you is missing. Has she Z not come out yet?" The others shook their heads. They had all come out early and waited a long time without seeing Lin Jishu or Shi Z emerge, worrying that they might have encountered danger inside. Now that Lin Jishu was finally out, only Shi Z remained. They were just discussing this when not far away a stone door exploded with a thunderous roar, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Several disciples close by were knocked back several steps, and all eyes in the hall turned toward the source. Shi Z walked out of the rolling smoke and dust looking quite innocent. The group stared in shock as they rushed over. Zhou Tong was stunned. "What happened? What did you do? Why such a commotion?" Shi Z patted the dust off his shoulders, his tone casual. "Nothing, I just accidentally blew up the contents inside that door." Everyone, "What? You blew up what?" Lin Jishu rubbed his temples and turned to the others, getting down to business. "All right, serious talk. Did any of you find clues about how to get out inside the doors?" Jiang Che shook his head, and Chu Yin followed suit. As for Shi Z, he had just blown up everything inside that door. Even if there were any clues, they had turned to ashes. Only Zhou Tong and Luo Yin said they had found something. "I saw some writing inside the door, but I couldn't quite understand it." Luo Yin crouched down and wrote on the ground with his finger. "The general meaning is life is not life, death is not death, the door is not a door." We already knew that. It means some doors are good, some are bad, but the clue for the life door is still unclear. Zhou Tong added, "What I found should be useful. It says a round will hangs in the blue sky, with no slanting light, in all four directions. Neither east nor west, it stands in the void center." It sounds like a riddle, abstruse and profound. I can't solve it. The others were bewildered. They couldn't understand it at all. Lin Jishu pondered for a moment, then spoke. "I can probably guess something about Zhou Tong's riddle. It's talking about the sun reaching its zenith." Jiang Che frowned. "But there's no concept of time here, and we can't see the sun. How can we tell if the sun is at its zenith?" Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Luo Yin, his eyes lighting up. "We don't need to look at the sun outside. Even if there were a sun, its light wouldn't reach this hall. We can create our own." Jiang Che frowned. "But there's no concept of time here." Luo Yin looked up at the dome of the hall. "We can condense a spirit orb, raise it to the highest point of the dome, and then have all the cultivators with fire spirit roots inject their fire's spiritual power into it, igniting the orb." The group thought the idea was feasible, but their individual power was too weak. They would need to enlist others to help. Lin Jishu looked around. He noticed that nearly half of the disciples in the hall were gone, suggesting that the ratio of life doors to death doors was skewed heavily toward the latter. Luo Yin said, "Since you all agree, I'll go gather the disciples and tell them about this plan." Luo Yin walked to the center of the hall. The surviving disciples, already exhausted by fear and despair, gazed at him with hopeful eyes as he stepped forward. Luo Yin spoke bluntly, "Everyone, we have found clues to the exit, but we need everyone's cooperation." He succinctly explained the solution to the riddle and the steps to create an artificial sun. As his words faded, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some thought it was a wild idea, others felt that since death was certain anyway, they might as well try, while a few stood aloof, waiting to see the joke. Cheng Yin stood at the edge of the crowd, frowning. He had been lucky. The door he entered was dangerous, but manageable, and though he was injured, he had emerged quickly. Watching Luo Yin surrounded by the crowd, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Since there's a way, it's better than waiting to die. How much spiritual energy is needed? Count me in." With his declaration, many who had been wavering nodded in agreement. Sun Sheng's group still harbored no goodwill toward Luo Yin, but since their survival was at stake, they reluctantly agreed to help. Soon the surviving disciples divided into two groups based on their spiritual root attributes. Those with fire roots were responsible for igniting and maintaining the light orb, while the rest channeled their spiritual energy to Luo Yin, who would control the orb's operation. When all the spiritual energy converged at the center of the dome, the orb blazed brilliantly, its light so intense it was almost blinding. As it rose inch by inch, the runes on the stone walls began to glow. When the orb hovered precisely at the highest point of the dome, all shadows vanished simultaneously, and a refracted beam of light shot toward one of the doors. The crowd stared at the door with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. No one dared to approach, uncertain whether pushing it open would lead to salvation or another abyss. Just then a disciple, overwhelmed by fear, gritted his teeth and rushed forward, shoving the door open and disappearing into the golden light. The door remained open, and the person did not return. Everyone held their breath, waiting in silence. Nothing happened. With one less person channeling spiritual energy, the orb wobbled slightly, and the array patterns in the center of the hall began to dim. The crowd noticed that the door was slowly closing. Luo Yian's pupils constricted, and he almost shouted, "Don't hesitate. Go through the door. If it closes, we might never get out." The crowd no longer hesitated and rushed toward the narrowing golden door. With each person who left, the spiritual energy maintaining the orb diminished, and the orb's light visibly dimmed. The door also closed faster and faster. Panic spread like wildfire through the crowd. What had been an orderly procession turned into shoving and scrambling. Luo Yin gritted his teeth, holding the orb's steady veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted behind him, "Jishu, go quickly." Lin Jishu did not hesitate. He told Zhou Tong and Chu Yin to go first. Zhou Tong wavered for a moment, knowing that staying would only make Lin Jishu worry, so he turned and pulled Chu Yin toward the door. Before leaving, he shouted, "Senior brother, make sure you come out and meet us soon." His voice was soon engulfed by the crowd, pushing through the door. Jiang Che followed closely. Before entering, he glanced at Lin Jishu, who nodded at him, and then he too disappeared through the door. Fewer people remained in the hall, and the door was now less than half a person's width. Cheng Yan's spiritual energy was already depleted. Seeing the increasingly narrow door, he could no longer hold on, and let go, turning and rushing through. Luo Yin was about to pull Lin Jishu along, when Sun Sheng pushed them aside from behind. Reedied Sun Sheng shoved past them and scrambled through the door. Staggered by the push, Luo Yin saw that the gap was now barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through sideways. Without a second thought, he used the last of his strength to shove Lin Jishu. Caught off guard, Lin Jishu was pushed back. He caught only a glimpse of Luo Yin collapsing to the ground exhausted, while Shizi, who had been standing behind him all along, had not chosen to leave with the others. The orb finally gave out, wobbling in the air before dissipating abruptly. The door of life sealed silently as the last trace of light vanished, and the hall was plunged back into stillness. Luo Yin slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his spiritual energy completely drained. He stared at the spot where the golden door had been, unable to tell whether he felt relief or despair. Relief that Lin Jishu and the others had made it out. Despair that he lacked the strength to open the door of life again. You had a chance to escape, yet you gave it to others. Do you regret it? A voice suddenly sounded behind him, startling Luo Yin. He spun around and found Shizi standing behind him, looking down at him. Luo Yin was stunned for a moment before frowning. "Why are you still here? Why didn't you go with the others?" Shizi ignored his question and pressed on, "Answer me first. Giving your chance to someone else, don't you regret it?" Annoyed by the interrogative tone, Luo Yin retorted, "They weren't just anyone. That was my closest friend. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have given up my way out." Shizi was silent for a moment, his tone unreadable, whether sarcasm or something else. "Even if you might never get out. Even if I never get out," Luo Yin said firmly. Shizi said nothing more, his expression turning complicated. His words carried a hint of bitterness. "You're so good to him. Do you like him?" Luo Yin's face flushed bright red, and then something seemed to lift the haze that had long shrouded his heart. Meeting Shizi's gaze, he lifted his chin slightly, refusing to back down. "Of course I like him. We grew up together and have never been apart for even a single day. But if you call it romantic love, I think that's too narrow. I think we're more like family." Shizi looked at him, suddenly feeling a pang of envy. The ability to express affection so openly and honestly was something he could never do. In comparison, he felt like a shadowy rat skulking in the dark, coveting beauty that could not bear the light. He hated him even more. With a blank expression, Shizi mentally added another mark against Luo Yin, then walked past him with a dark face, heading straight for the now closed door of life. He formed hand seals, and a domineering force tore the heavy stone door open inch by inch. The faint light from the gap illuminated the dim hall, casting his cold face in half light and half shadow. He turned his head and growled at the stunned Luo Yin. "What are you gaping at? Get in." Luo Yin snapped out of his daze and hurried to the door, but hesitated at the... He looked back at Shizi and asked, "What about you? What will you do?" "Don't worry about me. I can let you out and still save myself." Shizi's voice had already begun to tremble, cold sweat trickling down his chin from his forehead. "Stop wasting time. Get in now. I can't hold out much longer. Do you really want to die here?" Luo Yin gave him a deep look, uttered a solemn "thank you," then turned and vanished through the door. The door slammed shut behind him. Shizi collapsed against the stone wall, gasping for breath, and raised the back of his hand to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. This body was still far too weak. A mere broken door had drained him of all his strength. After resting a moment, he rose and slowly walked to the center of the great hall. Forming hand seals, the remnants of spiritual energy around him coalesced into countless dense runes spreading outward in all directions. From this day forward, this ruin would not reappear for at least 1,000 years. Outside the secret realm, the elders who had been waiting anxiously saw the disciples' figures tumbling out of the void one after another, and the long-hanging weight in their hearts finally settled. They're out. They're out. Though nearly half of their members had been lost compared to the tragedy of total annihilation years ago, this outcome was still a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Lin Jishu gathered with Zhou Tong and the others, his face as cold as frost. Without a word, he strode through the crowd, heading straight towards Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng saw Lin Jishu approaching with a grim, menacing expression and instinctively stepped back, his voice betraying his guilt. All the elders are watching. If you dare hit me, you'll be violating sect rules, assaulting a fellow disciple. The elders will punish you severely. Sun Sheng screamed and fell flat on his back, blood spurting from his nose on the spot. The surrounding disciples burst into an uproar, and Sun Sheng screamed and fell flat on his back, blood spurting from his nose on the spot. The surrounding disciples burst into an uproar, and several elders turned their heads in unison at the commotion. Zhou Tong and Chu Yan watched from behind, dumbfounded. They had no idea what had happened or why Lin Jishu was so furious, and they wanted to pull him back, but dared not. Lin Jishu cracked his knuckles and looked down at Sun Sheng, who was covering his face and wailing. Punish me then. I never said I wouldn't accept it. But first I'll enjoy myself. The Grand Elder stood not far away, taking in the whole scene. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he was about to step forward to stop it, but Elder Xianxing beside him gently tugged at his sleeve. Xianxing gave a slight shake of his head and murmured something. The Grand Elder was silent for a moment, then flicked his sleeve and turned away, pretending not to have seen anything. Since the Grand Elder turned a blind eye, no one else dared to intervene. Zhou Tong and Chu Yan were stunned for a few seconds, then, without a word, they both rolled up. If senior brother Lin wasn't afraid of punishment, what did they have to fear? The two charged in from left and right, raining extra punches on Sun Sheng. The scene descended into chaos until several disciples from the discipline hall arrived, upon hearing the noise, putting an end to the one-sided beating. The discipline hall disciples pushed through the crowd of onlookers and barked, "Stop! Assaulting a fellow disciple in broad daylight. You've gone too far." Lin Jishu was quite cooperative. He immediately stopped, straightened his slightly rumpled sleeves, and explained innocently, "Senior brother, please understand. Inside the secret realm, he set a trap against me, nearly killing me. I only struck out of anger. I didn't start a fight for no reason." The discipline hall disciple looked down at Sun Sheng, who was lying on the ground with a swollen, bruised face. Well, he probably deserved it. He hadn't witnessed what happened in the secret realm, so he couldn't judge that, but a brawl in front of everyone couldn't be ignored. He cleared his throat and said matter-of-factly, "Even so, such matters should be reported to the discipline hall for handling. Settling it privately is against the rules." Lin Jishu nodded obediently, his tone sincere. "Senior brother is right, I was too impulsive. But now that I've already hit him, what should I do?" The discipline hall disciple hesitated. "Considering the circumstances, and since his injuries aren't serious, you can compensate him with some spirit stones for his treatment, and that will be the end of it." The discipline hall disciple hesitated. "Considering the circumstances, and since his injuries aren't serious, you can compensate him with some spirit stones for his treatment, and that will be the end." Sun Sheng had been curled up on the ground playing dead, but when he looked up and saw this, he was so furious he nearly jumped up. Clutching his still bleeding nose, he cried out indignantly, "Senior brother! He struck me in front of everyone. Clearly a deliberate act of revenge and a violation of sect rules. And you just let it slide. Am I supposed to take this beating for nothing?" The discipline hall disciple, his ears ringing from the noise, glanced down at him with undisguised disdain. "Then what do you want? If you're not satisfied with this settlement, we can go back to the discipline hall right now and investigate everything that happened in the secret realm from beginning to end. You should know better than I do the penalty for framing a fellow disciple." Sun Sheng's face turned pale, and he fell silent immediately. The discipline hall disciple snorted coldly and looked away. He despised this kind of backstabbing coward the most. If it came down to it, the other junior brother was the victim here. He was only retaliating. In his opinion, that junior brother was still too honest. If it were him, he would have found a secluded spot and ambushed him with a sack not struck in broad daylight, and left such a clear trail. Lin Jishu tossed the spirit stone at Sun Sheng's feet, curled his lips in contempt, and turned away. Sun Sheng's face turned livid with rage, but with the discipline hall disciple watching, he didn't dare make a scene. Meanwhile, the elders had finished counting the disciples. Elder Xianxing double-checked the roster, then suddenly his expression changed drastically. He hurried over to the Grand Elder. Lowering his voice, he said, "Elder Brother Trouble, Luo Yen, the disciple of immortal venerable Wuzong, is not among those who came out." The Grand Elder's face also changed. It wasn't that they favored some over others, but the weight of an ordinary disciple versus a personal disciple of an immortal venerable was fundamentally different, especially since Luo Yen was Yen Linkang's only student. The Grand Elder's voice grew tense. "Are you sure?" "Check again." Xianxing replied, "I'm sure. I've checked several times. He's definitely not here." Elder Xianxing spotted Lin Jishu not far away and recalled that he was close to Luo Yen. He quickly pulled the Grand Elder over and asked, "Nephew Lin, why are only a few of you out? Have you seen Luo Yin? Why hasn't he come out?" Lin Jishu frowned slightly, and without concealing anything gave a brief account of what had happened in the ruins. "Luo Yin and I were at the back. When we were about to leave, Sun Sheng tripped him and pulled him aside. Luo Yin pushed me out and stayed behind himself." Zhou Tong and Chu Yan's faces grew darker as they listened. Only then did they understand why Lin Jishu had been so furious. The two exchanged a glance full of regret. If only they had known, they would have hit harder. Xianxing and the Grand Elder's faces darkened. Just as the Grand Elder was about to summon people to forcibly reopen the secret realm to rescue those inside, the teleportation array suddenly flashed with light, and Luo Yin stumbled out of the void. Luo Yin shook his head, his face pale, and his breath unsteady, but he bore no serious injuries. The Grand Elder and Xuanqing, seeing him emerge safely, finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then a greater doubt arose. The life gate had closed. How did he get out? Luo Yin took a moment to catch his breath before explaining. It was Shi Zi. He used his spiritual energy to tear open the life gate again and pushed. He's still inside. Elders, please find a way to go in and rescue him. Xianxing and the Grand Elder exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed even deeper. Xianxing hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Which peak does Shi Zi belong to? When I checked the roster, I don't recall seeing that name." Luo Yin was stunned. How is that possible? We spent so much time with him in the secret realm, he can't be fake. Zhou Tong, Chu Yin, don't you agree? Zhou Tong quickly nodded. There really is such a person. He said he was an outer disciple of the beast-taming peak. The Grand Elder and Xianxing looked at each other in bewilderment. Since he was a disciple of the beast-taming peak, the Elder of the beast-taming peak should know about him, right? The group went to the beast-taming peak Elder. Xianxing briefly explained the matter of Shi Zi. The beast-taming peak Elder frowned in thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head. There is no such person on the beast-taming peak. The group hadn't expected this outcome. They stared in shock. Luo Yin pressed further. Could it be that there are too many disciples on the beast-taming peak, and you simply didn't recall him? The beast-taming peak Elder said, "Cultivators have eidetic memory. Although I dare not claim to know every disciple on the peak, I have personally reviewed the roster of entry disciples, and I am certain there is no one named Shi Zi." Luo Yin stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Zhou Tong and Chu Yin exchanged glances, also unable to make sense of it. A living person, and they insisted he didn't exist. Had they seen a ghost? Only Lin Jishu stood calmly at the back of the crowd, lowering his eyes innocently. Yu Lingzhou had made up that random name for his alternate account. If it had actually appeared on the roster, that would truly be a ghost story. Zhou Tong asked in confusion, "Then who is he? Why was he in the secret realm? And why did he lie to us about being a disciple of the beast-taming peak?" The faces of the elders turned grim. The secret realm had been perilous enough with nearly half the disciples lost, and now they discovered someone had infiltrated unnoticed. If it were an enemy, the consequences would be unthinkable. The Grand Elder suppressed his shock and turned to Luo Yin to ask, "Does this person have any distinguishing features?" Luo Yin thought for a moment and said with some difficulty, "Nothing particularly obvious. If I had to say, he's just a bit better looking than ordinary people." He paused, suddenly remembering something, and his eyes lit up. "All right, I think he looks especially like Fengheng, Immortal Venerable." "What are you saying?" "It seems I heard my own name." A lazy, casual voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned around to see Yu Lingzhou, who had arrived without anyone noticing. Upon seeing Yu Lingzhou, the Grand Elder's face immediately broke into a smile, and he hurried over. "You've finally come out of seclusion. What perfect timing. We were just talking about it. A disciple of unknown origin sneaked into the secret realm. After checking, we found his identity suspicious, and we were about to investigate thoroughly." Yu Lingzhou's gaze instinctively drifted toward Lin Jishu. Unfortunately, Lin Jishu was looking down, not even sparing him a glance. Yu Lingzhou withdrew his gaze and cleared his throat. "This matter won't yield any results in a short time. The secret realm has finally ended. The disciples are injured and exhausted, and we haven't even held the reward ceremony. We can't keep everyone waiting here idly. I think we should postpone this matter for now." The Grand Elder then realized, "Oh, my memory. I almost forgot the main business. All right, let's do as you say. First settle the disciples, and then we'll discuss this later." With that, he ascended the platform together with Xianxing and the beast-taming peak Elder, signaling everyone to quiet down. Then he announced the beginning of the reward ceremony, instructing the disciples of each peak to bring out the beast cores they had hunted, which the steward disciples would count and register one by one. The crowd below immediately became lively, everyone rummaging through their storage pouches. Some brought out a full handful of beast cores, drawing exclamations from those around, while others only produced a few. Zhou Tong and Chu Yin huddled together to count their own share. Jiang Che also took out his harvest, claiming it wasn't much, but then poured out a small pile of sparkling beast cores, prompting Zhou Tong to accuse him of hiding his stash. Lin Jishu took out the beast cores he had hunted in the secret realm and handed them to the steward disciple. His gaze inadvertently swept across the purple-clad figure lazily leaning back in his chair on the high platform. Yu Lingzhou was resting his chin on his hand, unabashedly staring at him without restraint. Their eyes briefly met in the crowd, and Lin Jishu was the first to look away, lowering his head to arrange his storage pouch. Yu Lingzhou curved his lips in amusement. His little apprentice's face was still too thin. Clearly he missed him terribly, yet he insisted on wearing a cold expression. Really, he was adorable. Lin Jishu. He didn't need to guess that Yu Lingzhou's mind was filled with nothing but improper thoughts. After counting the beast cores, the steward disciples quickly ranked the top 3. After all, with hundreds of participants, there were always those who surpassed expectations. Disciples who normally kept a low profile had accumulated quite a stash. The number of beast cores Lin Jishu submitted was not small, but he still failed to make the top 3. However, every disciple who participated in the secret realm could receive an encouragement award, so it wasn't too disappointing. After the reward ceremony, the crowd gradually dispersed. Just as Lin Jishu was about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind Jishu. He stopped and turned around to see Luo Yin walking quickly toward him. Zhou Tong and Chu Yin tactfully stepped back, leaving space for the two to talk. Yu Lingzhou watched as Luo Yin again approached Lin Jishu like a dog drawn to the scent of meat, and he curled his lip. But fortunately this time, he didn't step forward to stop him. Luo Yin stood before Lin Jishu, his face still carrying a hint of caution, but his eyes were filled with undisguised anticipation. Jishu, in the secret realm we fought side by side, just like old times. Does this mean you've forgiven me? Lin Jishu looked at him, was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Between you and me there is no such thing as forgiveness or not. It's just that our positions have changed now. In the future we can get along as ordinary fellow disciples, but nothing more. I can't do that. Luo Yin was somewhat disappointed, but this time Lin Jishu didn't coldly avoid him as before, nor did he say those deliberately distant words. Lin Jishu clearly still cared about him. Indeed, after so many years of feelings between them, how could they just fall apart? Lin Jishu looked at him with confusion, wondering why this person was suddenly smiling so foolishly. His gaze passed over Luo Yin's shoulder and landed on Yin Lingcong not far away. He was staring straight at them, and no one knew how long he had been standing there watching. Meanwhile, Yu Lingzhou beside Yin Lingcong was exuding a resentment so thick it seemed almost Lin Jishu quickly averted his gaze and nudged the still silly smiling Luo Yin. Stop smiling. Wucong, Immortal Venerable, is watching you over there. You haven't seen him for a long time. Go back and catch up with him. Luo Yin turned his head following Lin Zix's gaze and met Yin Lingcang's deep eyes. For some reason, a sudden sense of guilt arose in his heart. He quickly suppressed his smile, obediently bid farewell to Lin Jishu, and walked toward Yin Ling. Yu Lingzhou strode over to Lin Jishu and began in a sour tone. How touching, this brotherly bond. After all this time apart, you wouldn't even give your master a hug, yet you're pouring out your heart to that fellow. My heart is about to shatter. Lin Zix's lips twitched slightly at the familiar, irritating tone. To be honest, having spent over 1,000 years with him in the illusion, he knew full well how much this man cared for him. But compared to this flippant, incorrigible old rogue before him, he still preferred the bitter little gourd from the illusion. Rolling his eyes, he shot Yu Lingzhou a blank look and turned to leave. Yu Lingzhou chuckled and followed suit. Why are you walking so fast? Wait for your master. I sensed your longing for me, so I came out of seclusion early. And now you're ignoring me. Lin Jishu said. If you're coming out of seclusion, just come out. No need to pin the reason on me. Then swear you didn't miss me. I didn't. You're lying. I don't believe you. Lin Jishu. Yu Lingzhou circled around in front of him, walking backward, bending slightly, to meet his eyes. You're never straightforward. What's so hard about saying you missed me? I won't laugh at you. Lin Jishu stopped and looked up at him. The face before him merged with the youth from the illusion, and for a moment, he couldn't distinguish reality from fantasy. Yu Lingzhou saw the look in Lin Zix's eyes, as if he were seeing someone else through him, and his smile faded slightly. What are you thinking? Lin Jishu snapped back, noticing the face drawing closer, and reached out to press Yu Lin's face, pushing it aside. Move. You're blocking the way. Pushed to the side, Yu Lingzhou remained bent over watching the departing figure. A sudden pang of displeasure struck him. Who are you seeing through me? What are you thinking? Why won't you tell me anything? Upon returning, Sun Sheng was restless and uneasy. He hadn't expected Luo Yin to survive. He would surely retaliate. Moreover, he had also offended Lin Jishu. Luo Yin's and Lin Zix's masters. One was the Wucong Immortal Venerable, the other the Fengheng Immortal Venerable, neither of whom was a person he could afford to provoke. The more he thought, the more afraid he became, realizing how foolish his move had been. His original plan wasn't like this. He had intended to send someone to trouble Luo Yin, then step in to help making Luo Yin owe him a favor. But once inside that ruin, everything deviated from his expectations. The thought of defecting from the sect flashed through his mind, but was immediately extinguished. Where could a Foundation establishment disciple go if he left the sect? The rogue cultivators outside were not to be trifled with. He patted his stiff face and desperately comforted himself. What if? What if Luo Yin didn't tell anyone about it? What if the elders had no time to bother with him? What if Lin Zix's public beating was already considered sufficient retribution? Just as he clung to a sliver of hope, a sound of orderly footsteps came from outside the door, followed by the cold voice of a discipline hall disciple. Which one is son? Come out and come with us. The other disciples in the courtyard, already intimidated by the commotion, pointed in unison toward the tightly shut door at the back. The moment the knock came, Sun Sheng's last shred of hope shattered. Pale-faced, he opened the door to find two expressionless discipline hall disciples. You are Sun Sheng. Someone has accused you of framing a fellow disciple. Come with us. Knowing he couldn't escape, Sun Sheng lowered his head and followed the two disciples out dejectedly. As he crossed the courtyard, the other disciples stepped aside. Only after he had passed did hushed whispers arise behind him. I told you he'd get into trouble sooner or later. See, it's come true. Exactly. He always flaunted his talent, looking down on everyone and bullying others. Now he's finally met his match. Think he'll come back? Who knows? It'd be best if he didn't. Without that rotten apple, the courtyard will be much more peaceful. In the discipline hall, everyone who needed to be present had arrived. Since the case involved Yin Linkang's only direct disciple, the elder of the discipline hall personally presided over the trial. Sun Sheng's legs were trembling as he was brought in. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the white-robed figure beside Luo Yin, and his knees nearly gave way on the spot. The discipline hall elder wasted no time. Sun Sheng, you have been accused of deliberately shoving a fellow disciple in the secret realm, causing Luo Yin to fail to escape in time and nearly perish there. Do you admit to this? Pale, his lips quivering, Sun Sheng instinctively tried to deny it. Elder, it wasn't. It wasn't intentional. It was chaotic. Everyone was rushing to get in. I was pushed by the crowd. I didn't mean to harm junior brother Luo. You're lying. Luo Yin interrupted, turning to the elder and bowing. Elder, junior brother Lin and I were about to step through the life gate when Sun Sheng deliberately shoved me from behind and barged in first. Junior brother Lin witnessed it. He can testify. Lin Jishu nodded. Yu Linzhou clicked his tongue beside him and added sarcastically, how dare you frame this venerable's beloved disciple? What do you think, this venerable and the Wucang immortal venerable are too old and useless? The crowd. Sweat beaded on the elder's forehead. He turned to Sun Sheng with a stern tone. I will ask you one last time. Did you shove your fellow disciple intentionally in the ruin? Sun Sheng. Really, it wasn't. I was just anxious. The elder interrupted. You dare to quibble. Men. Drag Sun Sheng away and give him 100 lashes. Sun Sheng. Wasn't this just convicting him without even listening to his defense? Then why ask? Panicking, sweat pouring down his face, Sun Sheng saw the discipline hall disciples reaching for him and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He shouted at the top of his lungs, wait. I have something to say. The disciples paused, looking at the elder. The elder raised his hand, signaling them to step back, and asked gravely, what else do you have to say? Daring not to conceal anything, Sun Sheng said, actually, there was a reason I targeted Luo Yin. A man in black robes came to me saying he also despised Luo Yin and gave me the idea. I never meant to kill him. I just wanted to stage a scene to make junior brother Luo owe me a favor. But once inside the ruin, things got out of my control. It was that man in black robes who wanted to harm him, not me. I was just used. At these words, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Another man in black robes. The elder was silent for a moment. Does this man in black robes have any distinguishing features? Male or female? What was his cultivation level? Sun Sheng, drenched in sweat, said anxiously, I don't know. When he approached me, he was wrapped in a black robe, his face completely obscured. I couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. All right. His hands were exquisite with fair skin, and there seemed to be a small mole on the back of his tiger's mouth. Upon hearing this, Luo Yin and Yu Linzhou furrowed their brows simultaneously. They felt as if they had seen this feature somewhere before, but couldn't recall it at the moment. However, it wasn't certain. After all, many people have moles on their hands. If a search were conducted within Tianhing sect, almost half of the disciples would have some moles on their hands. The elder of the disciplinary hall rubbed his temples wearily and said coldly, all right, I understand. Ultimately, it was your malicious intent that caused this. If your conscience were clear, why would the black-robed figure single you out instead of others? The elder waved his hand, signaling the disciples to take Sun Sheng away. Sun Sheng tried to wail, but his mouth was gagged, and he was dragged out. The hall fell silent for a moment. The elder then turned to Yin Lingsong, his tone polite, yet tinged with apology. Immortal Venerable Wu Song. Although Sun Sheng has confessed to the instigator, the black-robed figure's identity remains unknown, and the clues are still unclear. The disciplinary hall will dispatch investigators, but it may take some time. Yin Lingsong nodded slightly, without further comment, leading Luo Yin away. Yu Linzhou, having enjoyed the spectacle, was in high spirits. He lazily ambled over to Lin Jishu and said, "The show's over. Let's go too." Lin Jishu nodded and followed him out. The elder watched the two figures retreating one after another, shaking his head helplessly. In his opinion, Immortal Venerable Feng Heng's disciple was more like Immortal Venerable Wu Song's, just as cold and taciturn. One would think they were master and disciple. He wondered how a fiery-tempered Immortal Venerable like Feng Heng could have raised such a composed disciple. Days resumed their monotonous cycle of cultivation. Lin Jishu finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his palms. The spiritual energy within him had never been so abundant, as if a new door had been opened, making even his breathing feel lighter. No wonder they said foundation establishment was the true starting point of cultivation. The arduous accumulation of the qi refining stage was nothing compared to the surging spiritual energy now flowing through his meridians. He dared not imagine how powerful he would become after the golden core stage. For once his joy was evident on his face. Aside from Yu Lin's constant flirtatious antics, Lin Jishu felt everything was wonderful. If only this could last forever. One afternoon, Jiang Che suddenly arrived at Chiyue Peak. He first peeked through the courtyard gate, confirming that Yu Linzhou was absent, and visibly sighed in relief. Seeing his odd behavior, Lin Jishu asked, puzzled, "Senior brother Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Che chuckled awkwardly, "Nothing. Are you free these days? I've taken on a mission that requires at least 3 people to form a team. Everyone else is busy, so I thought of you. Do you have time?" Having said that, he suddenly stared at Lin Jishu for a moment, his eyes lighting up. "You've broken through to foundation establishment. Congratulations. Your talent is truly enviable. I've been in the sect for nearly a century and only reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, yet you've achieved it in just 2 years. Lin Jishu smiled modestly. "What talent? You know my spiritual root isn't top tier either. It's just diligence compensating for mediocrity. Cultivation will become increasingly difficult after foundation establishment, and it's hard to maintain this pace." Jiang Che sighed. "That's still impressive." Lin Jishu invited him to sit, poured him tea, and asked about the mission. Jiang Che replied, "It's an Earth-grade lower-rank mission. Investigate unusual activity in an abandoned mine to the north. Recently, low-level demon beasts have been frequently appearing there. The nearby villages have already been evacuated. The sect suspects there might be a new nest of demon beasts deep in the mine, and someone needs to check the situation." Lin Jishu asked, "How many people do you need? Have you found enough?" Jiang Che shook his head. "Not yet. I have some candidates in mind, but I'm just missing." Having nothing else to do these days, Lin Jishu thought it would be good to venture out and test his foundation establishment strength. "Alright, I'll go with you. When do we set off?" Jiang Che said happily, "Tomorrow. Pack your things, and I'll come find you then." Lin Jishu agreed. As soon as Jiang Che left, Yu Linzhou entered the courtyard as if he had timed it perfectly. He sat down on a stone stool and asked, "Did that Jiang fellow come to see you?" "What for?" Lin Jishu said, "Depends on the situation. Once it's resolved, he'll return." Yu Linzhou wiped his eyes theatrically, his tone as poignant as a forsaken lover. "Ah, the child has—" Lin Jishu said, "Depends on the situation. Once it's resolved, he'll return." Yu Linzhou wiped his eyes theatrically, his tone as poignant as a forsaken lover. "Ah, the child has grown up. Can't keep him anymore." Lin Jishu stared at him expressionlessly. "Master, is there something you need?" "Oh, nothing." Yu Linzhou dropped his act, switching expressions instantly. "I sensed your breakthrough to foundation establishment, so I came to— Since you're going out, let me give you some things to protect yourself." He took a small storage pouch from his sleeve and placed it on the stone table. Inside are some pills, talismans, and magical artifacts that can handle threats below the nascent soul stage. There's also a jade token. If you encounter a danger you cannot overcome, shatter it, and your master will arrive as quickly as possible. Lin Jishu looked up at him, then tucked the pouch away. "Thank you. He'll be back soon." Yu Linzhou pressed a hand to his chest, leaning back with a look of ecstasy on. His disciple's earnest gratitude was simply adorable. He wished he could bind him to his side forever, to fondle and cherish him. Watching his intoxicated expression, Lin Jishu felt a chill run down his spine. As expected, this man could never maintain his seriousness for more than 3 seconds. He averted his gaze expressionlessly and turned back into the house. He had to get up early tomorrow. He had no time to indulge the snake's antics. Early the next morning, Jiang Che arrived punctually at the foot of Chiyue Peak. Lin Jishu was fully prepared with the storage pouch Yu Linzhou had given him tied at his waist. When he met up with Jiang Che, Lin Jishu discovered that the others Jiang mentioned were none other than Luo Yin and Ming He. Luo Yin stood beside Ming. He spotted him from afar and waved enthusiastically with a bright smile. "Lin Jishu, He moved closer to Jiang Che and lowered his voice. Didn't you say you only needed one more? Why is there an extra? Jiang Che also lowered his voice, looking helpless. It's an accident. I originally went to find senior brother Ming. But junior brother Luo was there too. When he heard you were coming, he insisted on joining. He paused, adding guiltily. And he said he wouldn't take any reward. I figured more hands make lighter work, and he's a disciple of immortal venerable Wu Tsang, so he must have plenty of protective treasures. If we run into any real trouble, we might have to rely on him. Lin Jishu was silent for a moment, then said nothing. Luo Yin approached and explained, Jishu senior brother Jiang said you were coming, so I tagged along. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Ming he also stepped forward and nodded to Lin Jishu in greeting. Thus the team of 3 became 4, and they set off toward their destination. The group flew on their swords towards the northern borderlands, and as they journeyed further north, the landscape beneath grew increasingly desolate. Vast farmlands lay barren, and the occasional villages they passed over were all empty, with no wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. The reward for an Earth-rank mission was far more generous than that of a human-rank mission, but the risks were also higher. Along the way, signs of demonic beasts grew increasingly frequent, and a faint subtle stench of blood hung in the air. When they reached the vicinity of the mine, the 4 retracted their flying swords and landed in front of a pile of rubble at the foot of the mountain. The mine entrance was half collapsed, with the opening largely buried under vines and broken stones. The surrounding rocks were covered in claw marks and dried slime trails, indicating that demonic beasts indeed frequented this area. Ming he crouched down, carefully examined the area around the entrance, then looked up and said, the claw marks are very fresh. A demonic beast must have been active here not long ago. It might be inside. Luo Yin stood at the mine entrance, peering inside. The cave was pitch black, with nothing visible except a cold, stinking wind blowing from the depths. Jiang Che pulled out several illumination talismans from his storage pouch and distributed them to the group, also handing out insect-repelling pills and antidote pills. After being sealed for so long, there might be miasma in the mine, he said. Everyone be careful. Lin Jishu put the protective jade pendant given by Yu Linzhou close to his body and also tucked the defensive talisman into his sleeve for immediate use. Jiang Che cautioned everyone not to separate and to make marks on the stone walls at intervals to avoid getting lost. Ming he took the lead, pushing aside the vines at the entrance and stepping inside. The cave indeed contained miasma, which grew thicker the deeper they went. Gray hazy mist slowly churned in the light of the illumination talismans, limiting visibility to just a few feet around. The broken stones underfoot crunched with each step, and occasionally water droplets fell from rock crevices above, striking the stone floor with a dull echo. After passing through a narrow rock crevice deep within the mine, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Everyone stopped in unison. Before them lay a vast basin surrounded by mountains with lush trees, flourishing flowers, and a stream cascading down a distant cliff into a clear pool at the valley bottom. Sunlight poured down through a crack in the rock ceiling above, bathing the entire basin in a pale golden glow. The group gathered their thoughts and cautiously advanced along the stream deeper into the basin. The grass suddenly rustled. Ming he stopped in his tracks, turned back alertly, his hand on his sword hilt, and lowered his voice. I feel like we're being watched. Everyone be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the grass around them shook violently, and 2 blurry black figures burst out from the thicket, charging at the group. What emerged were 2 demonic beasts, massive in size, with thick fur resembling giant wolves, but each had a single curved horn on its forehead. The 4 were startled and immediately drew their swords to counterattack. After a few exchanges, they realized that although the beasts were powerful, they deliberately held back their claws and fangs, pulling their strikes several times when they could have landed fatal blows. The 4 exchanged glances, understanding each other's intent, and simultaneously feigned a weakness, letting the beast's palm wind strike them, then collapsed to the ground one after another, closing their eyes to pretend to be unconscious. One of the demonic beasts retracted its sharp claws and spoke in a low voice. They seemed to be unconscious. Let's take them back quickly, don't keep the chief waiting. The 4 were startled simultaneously. The beast could actually speak human language, which meant they were at least at the nascent soul stage or above. The other beast, with slightly lighter fur, approached and circled the people on the ground, then suddenly stopped beside Lin Jishu, wagging its tail, tipped its voice clear and lively, clearly much younger than its companion. Help me put that good-looking one on my back. He'll carry another one, and you take the remaining 2. Lin Jishu felt his collar being gently lifted by something, and then he was placed onto a warm and soft. As for Jiang Che beside him, he was not so lucky. He was grabbed by the belt at the small of his back, dangling in midair, swaying unsteadily, his posture extreme. He could feel the wind rushing in through his collar, threatening to tear his clothes at any moment. And in his heart, he cursed the 2 beasts' ancestors for 18. Why is it always him who gets hurt? He hates this world that judges by appearance. And even if, for argument's sake, you 2 are demonic beasts, can your aesthetic sense be the same as humans? The two beasts led the four across the dense forest, arriving at a huge nest hidden deep in the basin. But calling it a nest was perhaps more like a crude village. Giant trees were cleverly used as pillars, their canopies interwoven into a natural dome, and between the roots simple but sturdy huts were built. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed gently on the ground. Demonic beasts of all kinds moved through the village, some drank by the stream, others dozed in the shade of the trees. Cubs chased their own tails in circles, letting out yelping sounds. Hearing the commotion, many demonic beasts lifted their heads and looked this way, curiosity in their eyes. The four exchanged a quick glance the moment they were set down. They had expected to be taken to a heavily guarded demonic beast lair, but instead it resembled a self-sufficient beast set. Moreover, these beasts were clearly not a ragtag group. They were organized and had a leader. When Jiang Che was released from the beast's mouth, his clothes were covered in saliva, and his hair was a mess like a chicken's nest. Jiang Che. The surrounding beasts gathered around, curiously examining the few unfamiliar humans on the ground. A small wolf with gray-white fur approached and sniffed Jiang Che, then sneezed from the smell of saliva on his clothes. I figured they weren't ordinary folk, so Chi and I knocked them out and brought them back. The beast's interest grew. Why did you bring them here? Asked an older female beast. The young unicorn wolf called. How raised his head, a hint of pride in his voice. They trespassed into our I figured they weren't ordinary folk, so Chi and I knocked them out and brought them back. The beast's interest grew even stronger, and they started chattering excitedly. The four. Chi sighed helplessly and used his tail to push aside a few overly enthusiastic clan members. Stop messing around. But they're so small, I don't know if they can survive. Several cubs were already weaving among the four, trying to find some rare trinkets in their sleeves. The four. Chi sighed helplessly and used his tail to push aside a few overly enthusiastic clan members. Stop messing around. They might be the ones the chief has been waiting for. You keep an eye on them here, I'll go get the chief. As soon as Kai's figure disappeared, the remaining beasts became lively. Hao was the first to dart over to Lin Jishu, sweeping his fluffy tail across the ground to block the few cubs trying to approach, and declared his claim, with righteous indignation. This one in black clothes is the best-looking you I chose. You're not allowed to snatch him from me. You're not allowed to snatch him from me. A young female beast nearby flicked her tail in dissatisfaction, leaning in for a closer look. Why should she get one? I want this too. He looks so small, definitely well-behaved. Raising him would be easy. Several other beasts joined in the clamor. Some praised Luo Yin for his intelligence, others said Ming, he had a sturdy build and seemed reliable. No one mentioned Jiang Che. Jiang Che lay where he was, his clothes still bearing the imprint of dried saliva, utterly numb to it all. If he weren't no match for them, he would have lashed out long ago. This was too humiliating. A few cubs scurried about, biting the tips of their parents' tails and whining, insisting they too wanted a human. The scene was utter chaos. In the end, the elder female beast could no longer stand it. She stepped forward, shooing away the beasts crowding at the front, then glared at Hao and scolded him irritably. The youngsters are young and foolish, that's one thing. But why are you joining in the nonsense? At your age, have you no shame? Hao pouted. He wasn't that old. Only 3,000 years, still a child. What are you all making a fuss about? A gentle voice rang out. The beasts that had been clamoring fell silent, instantly lowering their heads and making way respectfully, calling out, Chieftain. What appeared was a massive snow-white wolf, its fur silver, like flowing moonlight, with a horn on its forehead, as warm and smooth as jade. Her steps were calm and steady. The beasts surrounding Lin Jishu, upon seeing her, dispersed without needing to be urged. Even the unruly cubs obediently withdrew behind their elders. She came from behind and drove them away. So these are the humans. The white wolf stopped before the four of them, her gaze slowly sweeping over them. Her tone was gentle. All right, there are no outsiders here. Stop pretending. The four knew they had been discovered. They opened their eyes and stood up warily. Ming, he spoke first, his voice laced with caution. What do you want? Why did you bring it? The chieftain tilted her head slightly, a hint of amusement rising in her clear amber eyes. That's an odd thing to say. You trespassed into our territory, yet you blame us for capturing you. I should be asking you, what brings you to my clan's secluded domain? The four exchanged glances. The logic did seem sound. Jiang Che straightened his clothes, stepped forward, and cupped his hands. Senior, we are disciples of Tianhing sect. We were assigned a mission to investigate abnormal beast activity here. We mean no harm, and certainly did not intend to disturb your clan's peace. The chieftain's eyes flickered. So you are cultivators from a major sect. My apologies for the oversight. This is a misunderstanding. Our clan has lived in seclusion for generations. But the young ones grow restless, and they sneak out behind our backs, causing a stir that alarms the outside world. Lin Jishu shook his head. No, you deliberately lured us here. The chieftain clearly hadn't expected anyone to react so quickly. Her eyes widened slightly. Her gaze fell on Lin Jishu. She was about to speak when she suddenly paused. Her pupils contracted sharply. Almost instinctively she lunged close to Lin Jishu, stopping just before him, her nose twitching slightly, as if trying to identify a scent. Ming He, Luo Yin, and Jiang Che simultaneously stepped forward alertly to block her, but were instantly repelled by an invisible pressure, stumbling backward. Lin Jishu raised a hand signaling them not to act rashly. The chieftain slowly lifted her head, turbulent emotions surging in her beastly eyes. You carry a familiar scent. Lin Jishu was startled. What scent? A distinctive aura of our clan's bloodline. The chieftain's voice trembled, barely containing her excitement. And it is extremely pure. If I am not mistaken, it should be the royal bloodline of our clan. Lin Zix's heart stirred. Could she be referring to Xiao He? He suppressed his speculation, keeping his expression calm as he asked, what are the characteristics of your clan's royal bloodline? The chieftain said with great pride, the royal bloodline is pitch black, far larger than ordinary clan members. In adulthood, the beast form can shroud half the sky. When fighting, it emits black protective flames, a sign of awakened ancient blood. Lin Jishu understood. Everything matched. It was Xiao He, but he did not summon Xiao He immediately. Instead, he looked at the chieftain and asked, first tell me, why did you go to such lengths to lure us here? The chieftain, seeing his reaction and guessing he had indeed encountered the royal bloodline, dared not conceal anything. Her tone was earnest. This was a measure of desperation. Our clan has lived in seclusion here for generations, sheltered by the barrier formation jointly set up 10,000 years ago by the royal bloodline and a human cultivator. Only then could we live in peace, hidden from the world. But now the formation is aged and decayed, many array nodes have collapsed. Though we wish to repair it, several mechanisms were designed by humans, and we cannot solve them. However, Jiang Che hesitated, then said honestly, we are not well versed in formations. I'm afraid we can't be of much help. However, Jiang Che hesitated, then said honestly, we are not well versed in formations. I'm afraid we can't be of much help. The chieftain shook her head, her tone still gentle. It's fine. If you are willing to take a look, we will be eternally grateful. With that, the four said no more and followed the chieftain deeper into the area. The chieftain shook her head, her tone still gentle. It's fine. If you are willing to take a look, we will be eternally grateful. With that, the four said no more and followed the chieftain deeper into the area. Lin Jishu did not reply, only shook his head slightly. He also found these beasts far too naive, using such a flawed method to seek help. What if the ones who came were not sect disciples, but rogue cultivators who specialized in capturing beasts, stripping their cores, and refining artifacts? There were at least 100 beasts here, any one of which would be a coveted spirit beast outside. Yet they had unguardedly invited 4 strange cultivators into their lair. They had probably never seen, and never imagined, how far human greed could stretch. The group followed the white wolf through the depths of the village to a rock face veiled by vines and ancient trees. The white wolf raised a forepaw and gently waved it. The vines automatically parted to both sides, revealing a deep, dark passage. The further they went, the brighter it became. When they reached the end, the view opened up before them. A massive underground cavern appeared before the group. Floating in the center was an extraordinarily intricate formation. The array patterns spread out in layers, their edges merging into the surrounding rock walls, emitting a faint silver glow. But the light flickered unsteadily. Several ghastly cracks had split the core of the formation. Some array nodes had gone completely dark, and the residual spiritual energy was leaking out thread by thread through the fissures. This is the boundary guarding array. Bai Lang looked up at the broken formation, her voice tinged with worry. If the array completely collapses, the secret realm will be exposed to the outside world. By then the spiritual veins here will dry up, and we will have no place to stay. Ming He looked around, frowned, and said, the structure of this array is very complex. It doesn't seem like a single array, but rather several different array patterns overlapping each other. We can recognize some of the human race's array patterns, but as for the demon race's part, he shook his head, turned to Jiang Che and Luo Yin, and said, how much can you understand? Jiang Che examined carefully for a moment, then pointed at several nodes still operating at the edge of the array. These should be the spirit gathering array and the defensive array. They are still relatively intact. But the core array should be the key to driving the entire grand array. I have never seen the structure of this part before. It doesn't resemble common techniques. Ming He also nodded, indicating that he had never seen similar array patterns in the sect's classics. Lin Jishu stared at the broken array for a long time, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered. In the illusion within the ruins, he had seen Mu Chongqing teach similar array patterns to Yulinzhou. The pattern of those lines and the way spiritual energy flowed were extremely similar to the boundary guarding array before him. Could this grand array have been left by Yulinzhou? Furthermore, Xiao He was also brought back by him. At that time, he said that Xiao He's parents were both killed by pursuers, leaving only this cub, and Xiao He is of the royal bloodline of this clan. It seems that you Lin Zhou and these demon beasts must have a deep connection. Bai Lang couldn't help feeling disappointed. I am already very grateful that you all came to see. Just then Luo Yin suddenly let out a soft exclamation, leaned closer to the edge of the array patterns, and said with some uncertainty, "This array. I feel like I've seen it somewhere." The three people and the beast all turned their gazes to him. Luo Yin looked down and rummaged through his storage ring. "Wait, let me find it." He searched for a while, finally pulled out a yellowed ancient book, the characters on the cover already blurred. He quickly flipped through a few pages, stopped his finger on a certain line, compared it carefully with the array patterns before him, then looked up and said, "Found it. This is it. This book records an array similar to this one." Bai Lang's eyes lit up and her tail wagged involuntarily. "Really? That's great. Then I would like to ask you all to help reinforce it. My clan will be extremely grateful." Luo Yin held the ancient book, but his expression gradually became awkward. "Sorry, I haven't learned this array yet." Bai Lang. The hope that had just ignited in Bai Lang was dashed. She stood there stunned, her ears drooping involuntarily. Luo Yin held the ancient book, flipped through a few pages, and quickly tried to make amends. "This array is too complex. It says that at least a nascent soul stage cultivator is needed to activate the core array. Even if all of us work together, our spiritual power won't be enough. Moreover, the materials for repairing the array patterns are incomplete. There is a crucial ingredient called Mou Swaying Jade Essence, which I have never even heard of." He spread the ancient book open for everyone to see. The dense annotations and array diagrams were dizzying. "Ming," he asked, "does this book say how to contact the person who originally set up the array?" Luo Yin flipped through it and shook his head. "It only records the principles and steps of the array, but there is no name left." Jiang Che thoughtfully stroked his chin and suddenly spoke up. "But now that I think about it, since this array was jointly set up by the human race and the demon race, it shows that the human cultivator who set it up had extremely high cultivation. Moreover, 10,000 years have passed since then. We don't know if the person who set up the array is still alive. If not, wouldn't it be impossible to repair?" Bai Lang hesitated. "Only 10,000 years. The lifespan of human cultivators shouldn't be that short, right? The four. Only 10,000 years. Just how long-lived are these demon beasts?" Jiang Che coughed dryly and explained with difficulty. "Well, senior, to be honest, human cultivators who can live over 10,000 years are rare, even in the entire cultivation world. For disciples like us at the foundation establishment stage, living 200 to 300 years is already good. The golden core stage only extends to 1,000 years, and only above the nascent soul stage can one survive a few more millennia. As for 10,000 years, that is something only great cultivators at the Mahayana stage and above can aspire to." He paused, then couldn't help adding, "You just said only 10,000 years. May I ask how long your clan lives on average?" Bai Lang thought for a moment. "I just turned over 30,000 years old this year. Among the elders in my clan, a few have lived over 100,000 years. The royal bloodline is even more long-lived." After she finished seeing the four fall into silence, she seemed to realize that her words were inappropriate, and quickly added, "Of course, humans have their own strength. You cultivate quickly and have high comprehension, unlike us demon beasts who only advance one stage in 1,000 years. Jiang Che looked at her sincere expression, a flood of words stuck in his throat, and finally just silently cursed heaven for being unfair. Lin Jishu, however, was much calmer. He spoke up. "Since we cannot repair the grand array for now, let's set up a few defensive barriers to help you in an emergency. When we return to the sect and find helpers, we can come back to repair the grand array." The others nodded. Although they couldn't repair the complex boundary guarding array, setting up a few sustainable defensive barriers was well within their ability. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Bai Lang watched the defensive barrier gradually stabilize under their combined efforts and bowed her head in gratitude. Her gaze then fell on Lin Jishu. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help asking, "Young friend, I wanted to ask earlier. The aura on your body. Have you seen the royal descendant of my clan?" Lin Jishu thought for a moment and summoned Xiao He from his spirit beast pouch. The little one was sleeping soundly when suddenly moved. It let out an unhappy growl and burrowed its head deeper into Lin Zix's arms. Bai Lang stared blankly at the small black ball curled up in Lin Zix's arm, and a surge of uncontrollable excitement welled up in her eyes. She involuntarily took a step forward, then forcibly restrained herself, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes, there is no mistake. This is the aura of my clan's royal bloodline. May I ask where you encountered it?" Lin Jishu looked down and stroked Xiao He's furry ears. "It was given to me by my elder. He said that Xiao He's parents both met with an accident and perished. Only this one was protected by its parents' desperate efforts and survived by luck." Bai Lang's eyes dimmed for a moment. She lowered her lashes and said softly, "So that's how it is. What a pitiful child." She paused as if thinking of something and furrowed her brows slightly. However, the royal bloodline of my clan is scarce, and no offspring has been born in the past 1,000 years. From what I can see, it has just been born not long ago. By its age, it should not be a cub born in recent years within my clan. This is rather strange. Could it be a clan member who was left behind elsewhere? Xiao He seemed to catch a familiar scent. His drooping eyelids slowly lifted, and his wet nose sniffed the air. His 4 short little legs suddenly kicked, straining toward the direction of the white wolf. Lin Jishu, seeing this, set him down on the ground. The little fellow immediately scurried over to the white wolf, burying his head into her fluffy neck, fur nuzzling and rubbing, letting out tiny fragmented whines. The white wolf's gaze instantly softened. She lowered her head and gently touched Xiao He's forehead with the tip of her nose. Raising her head, she looked at Lin Jishu with earnest eyes. Young friend, might it be possible to leave this child here for a while? Whether or not he is of my kind, he is still of the royal bloodline. I need to investigate his origins. The elders of the tribe might be able to identify his parents. Lin Jishu glanced down at Xiao He. The little fellow was nestling in the white wolf's warm fur, wagging his tail like a rattle drum, clearly showing no signs of reluctance to leave him. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. When the group left the beast tribe's territory, dusk was already settling. Jiang Che looked back at the village hidden behind the vines and let out a long breath. This mission is over now. What comes next is up to junior brother Luo. Luo Yin pointed at himself, somewhat bewildered. Me. Jiang Che nodded. That ancient manual was brought out by you. It must have been given to you by Wutsong, Immortal Venerable. As for the subsequent array repair, go ask the Immortal Venerable if he has a solution. If even he doesn't, then we mere foundation establishment cultivators would have. Luo Yin thought it over and found his words quite reasonable. That ancient manual was indeed one of a stack of books that Yin Lingsong had casually stuffed into his hands shortly after his initiation. His master was erudite and had a vast memory. Perhaps he really did recognize the origins of this array. By the time Luo Yin returned to Wutsong Peak, the sky had already fallen completely dark. The snow on the peak reflected the moonlight, bathing the entire mountaintop in a cold, silvery glow. He walked along the stone path all the way up, stopping outside the meditation chamber where Yin Lingsong usually sat. He raised his hand and knocked. A faint voice came from within. Enter. Luo Yin pushed the door open and saw Yin Lingsong sitting cross-legged on a cushion, his eyes slightly closed, his spiritual aura as steady as a deep pool. Yin Lingsong heard the footsteps, slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Luo Yin, his tone calm. What is it? Luo Yin briefly recounted the encounter at the beast tribe settlement, then took out the yellowed ancient manual from his storage ring and presented it with both hands. Master, this manual records an array similar to the world-protecting Grand Array. Your disciple's knowledge is shallow. I do not know how to repair it. I seek your guidance. Yin Lingsong took the manual, glanced down, and flipped through a few pages. His gaze paused for a moment on a certain array pattern. He closed the book, his expression still indifferent, but a flicker passed through his eyes. He returned the manual to Luo Yin. I am aware of this matter. You need not concern yourself with it any further. Luo Yin was slightly taken aback, but since his master had said so, he did not press further. He obediently put away the manual and nodded. Yin Lingsong glanced at him and changed the subject. How is the sword technique I taught you coming along? Luo Yin answered honestly, it's still not very smooth. There are a few sword moves where the transitions feel off. I've pondered over them for a long time, but still haven't grasped the essence. Yin Lingsong said nothing, simply rose to his feet and summoned a long sword with a casual gesture. He pushed open the door of the meditation chamber and stepped into the snowfield on the peak that never melted year-round. Luo Yin quickly followed. Moonlight blanketed the snowfield and a profound silence reigned, broken only by the occasional wind stirring up tiny ice crystals that glittered like silver dust under the moon. Yin Lingsong stood in the center of the snowfield, his long sword pointed diagonally to the ground. The blade reflected the moonlight, radiating a cold, clear sheen. Without any superfluous explanation, he merely tilted his head slightly, his voice as crisp and cold as the snow on the summit. I will demonstrate once. Watch closely. As his words fell, the first sword stroke was already unleashed. His movements were not fast, intentionally slowed down so Luo Yin could observe the detail. As his wrist turned, the blade cut through the frigid air, producing a sound as clear as striking jade. His white robes fluttered over the snow, the fabric swept up by the wind and then falling again. Sword light and moonlight intertwined, making it impossible to tell which was the moonlight and which was the sword intent. His movements were exceptionally clean and precise. Every turn, every strike was as accurate as if tempered through thousands of repetitions. Shallow footprints were left on the snow, only to be silently covered by freshly fallen snow, as if never touched by anyone. Luo Yin stood at the edge of the snowfield, utterly captivated. Yin Lingsong was always cold and aloof, like a mountain of ice that had never thawed for 10,000 years, making people afraid to approach. But at this moment with the sword in hand, he exuded a charisma that seemed to merge with heaven and earth, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Luo Yin suddenly understood a little why, despite Yin Lingsong being devoid of mundane desires, so many in the cultivation world still held him in their hearts. Even just speaking of him was filled with admiration, because his very existence was the embodiment of the Tao. Yin Lingsong sheathed his sword and turned around. Moonlight fell on his shoulders, coating them in a thin layer of silver froth. He looked at Luo Yin. "Did you learn?" Luo Yin snapped back to reality, his mind still filled with the images of sword light and moonlight interweaving, and he answered instinctively, "Learned." Yin Lingsong stared at him, silent for a moment. Luo Yin felt a pang of embarrassment. Yin Lingsong let out a soft sigh and raised his hand to beckon him over. "Forget it. Come here. Take the starting stance. I will teach you step by step." Luo Yin quickly picked up his sword. Yin Lingsong walked to Luo Yin's side, raised his hand, and grasped Luo Yin's wrist that held the sword, lifting his arms slightly higher. Yin Linkang's body temperature was on the low side. Even through the sleeve, a faint chill seeped through like the perpetual snow of the summit. He leaned slightly, placing his other hand on Luo Yin's left shoulder, and pulled his shoulder back half an inch. "Your shoulders are too stiff. The sword intent lies not in the sword, but in the bodice movement. Relax the shoulders, and the breath flows. With smooth breath, the sword moves free." His voice was right beside Luo Yin's ear, low and steady. His breath exhaled, and the cold air turned into a faint, barely visible white mist that brushed against Luo Yin's ear. Luo Yin's entire body tensed up, and even his breathing involuntarily softened. He tried hard to focus on the tip of the sword, but Yin Linkang's hand was holding his wrist. The touch was cool, yet it felt scorching hot to him. The back of his ears began to burn, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and the sword tip trembled slightly. Yin Lingsong glanced down at him. "Focus." He adjusted Luo Yin's posture, guiding him through the sword strokes. After a few repetitions, he withdrew his hand, stepped back half a pace, and signaled for him to try again on his own. Luo Yin took a deep breath and resumed the starting stance. This time the sword movements flowed much more smoothly and faintly. He even carried a hint of Yin Linkang's aura. Yin Lingsong gave a slight nod, offering no verbal praise, but the approval in his eyes was unmistakable. The two of them, one teaching and one learning, unknowingly practiced in the snow for nearly half an hour. Luo Yin broke out into a light sweat, his hair plastered to his forehead with moisture. Yin Lingsong sheathed his sword and turned to walk back. As he passed by on a whim, he brushed the damp strand of hair from Luo Yin's forehead behind his ear. After this action, both of them froze. Luo Yin stepped back in panic. "Master, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now." Watching Luo Yin somewhat fleeing back, Yin Lingsong also felt a twinge of regret. How could he have been so rude as to do such a thing just now? It seemed his Tao heart had not yet been cultivated to perfection.